Chapter 6-7 When they piled the bodies to be burned, they placed the pyres downwind of the castle. Tiresias saw the pillars of smoke from the library, drifting to the south. All of the Starks buried in the crypts have long been dead. Their flesh was gone, only their bones remained. Their smell didn't permeate Winterfell. Still, as he went outside, his nostrils wrinkled at the musk emerging from the crypts, as body after body was brought up. They started at the oldest of the tombs. The ones they could still access anyway. The remains recovered there barely assembled into a whole. He had volunteered to help, but was rejected by Vayan. He couldn't deny that he was quite relieved to be so. It was difficult work, made more so by the White imprisoned down there. Its crate was placed away from the workers. Mycon was working on the irons for a small cell. The smiths were constructing bars to enclose an empty alcove in the crypts, which would serve as a more secure prison for the creature. As for now, the workers only heard it as they exhumed. Its never-ending screeching and snarling echoing through the catacombs. They spoke of it as they emerged for supper. To a captive audience every evening. All except for one. Tiresias always saw Gendry keeping to himself while the others told their horror stories. A week later, he entered the forge. When Gendry saw him, he simply turned and headed to the back where the whetstones were. Tiresias followed him and handed over his dagger without a word. Gendry set to sharpening it. "How've your studies been?" The young blacksmith shrugged. "Haven't been to the library in months. Without you, I can't really be up there, can I? Been practicing my letters, but not much." "I've been gone a while," Tiresias conceded. "And my short interlude here didn't leave me much time to teach. Not with all the lords of the north gathered here. And you were sick." That story was now truth. He would never be able to deny it. But I'm feeling better now. And if you want to resume your lessons, I'm available the same evening. I gave you my word. I intend to keep it." He said the last part casually, but still the lad didn't make eye contact with him. Just continued to drag the dagger across the stone. Tiresias waited until he turned the blade before asking. "Gendry, what's going on?" The dagger halted on the whetstone. "Why'd you bring me here?" Tiresias peered at him. "What did you mean?" Gendry returned his peer and lowered his voice. "I heard the demon under the castle. The White." He glanced to the front. "Mycon took you down there." "Mycon took us all down there. Wanted to make sure we saw the proper way to inlay iron bars into stone. Without breaking the arch. On the way back up, saw the crate." "Was it outside the crate?" "No. It was just, it screeched, all right? It screeched. Scared the shit out of me. Then we came up. Got back to work. On that, he dragged the edge along the other side. Heard from the soldiers, many more dead beyond the wall. And here, south of the wall, we got the wildlings. The free folk are being handled, Gendry. They didn't just wave them in. I'm not scared of the wildlings. I'm scared of that thing below us. I'm scared of the soldiers here. They're pissed and they're frightened. I'm making iron for them. They've been wanting more since they've returned." He kept his voice low. But he stopped sharpening and looked to Tiresias. "Am I still safer here?" "Safer than I would have been in King's Landing." Tiresias answered immediately. He was certain of that at least. "I'm not saying it's ideal, Gendry. But here, you're not a target. In that city, more far people are interested in you. Your father makes it so." Gendry dropped his eyes, his hands stilled on the hilt. Hoping he wouldn't regret asking, Tiresias spoke. "Do you want to leave Winterfell, Gendry? Under some other arrangement?" "I don't know," Gendry murmured. "Don't think I'll eat any better elsewhere for a blacksmith. Still can't read that well." He smirked. "You gonna come along and finish teaching me? Bring your books with yet?" Tiresias returned his smirk. "No. I'm sure we can arrange for another teacher though." The boy shook his head. "Nah, don't wanna start with another teacher. Sides, you paid off my master in King's Landing. Suppose I owe it to you to finish here." "That wasn't me buying your life, Gendry," Tiresias stated quite seriously. "I don't own you. And you certainly don't owe it to me to stay if you don't want to." Gendry met his eyes. "I want to," he said. "I do. I just wanted to be sure. I suppose one of us should be." Tiresias checked to make sure they were truly alone before leaning in. "Gendry, these soldiers you mentioned, the frightened ones who don't like the free folk. Do you have any names?" The lad checked around himself before answering. "Lots of soldiers are frightened and don't like the wildlings. I keep me head down when they grumble. Don't ask questions, I could try and get a name next time. Point out someone if they seem like they're gonna hurt someone." He wiped off the steel and handed the dagger back to him. Tiresias sheathed it and placed his hand on Gendry's shoulder. "Just don't put yourself in danger, Gendry. I don't want to see you hurt. I'll be all right. Dropping his hand, Tiresias nodded. Hope so. In the meanwhile, I'll see you in the library. Same time? Same night. Gendry nodded. I'll be there. Exiting the forge, Tiresias did his best not to glance to any of the soldiers inspecting their wares. It was a good guess that most of them were disgruntled with wildlings in their home. It was another thing altogether, determining which of them would do something about it and take matters into their own hands. Emptying the Winterfell crypts was a slow process. A month went by and Tiresias had no idea what generation of Stark they were currently exhuming. He continued his work, which became easier and easier with each passing week. The castle was still quieter than he was used to. Faces still stern. But the library was organized again and his quill moved swift enough. Except when it came to his pen pal. In his quarters, he sat at his desk, attempting to reply to Tyrion's last letter. There, however he tried, his quill stayed perched over the inkwell, dripping slowly as he considered the small parchment before him. No jokes, no acknowledgement of his warning, no statistics of the Red Viper's expenses in the Wintertown brothel. Words eluded him this evening. At Castle Black, he didn't write for fear of revealing something. The very fact he was anywhere but the Winterfell library would have raised suspicions. Now that he had returned though, the excuse was revealed for what it was. It certainly didn't help that the longer he waited to respond, the more difficult it would become. Still there was only so long he could sit doing nothing. Deciding to try again tomorrow, he closed the inkwell and put away the parchment. He turned to see Mal's eyes on him, her hands still at work. No words tonight. He shook his head. I wish I was as productive as you. Not quite my choice, she remarked lightly, returning to her needle. People insist on ruining their clothes. Before Gord's death, that would have been said with a proper smirk. Now, a sadness tinted her small smile. The item she was sewing up, he didn't have to ask to whom it belonged. Jin's scent was all over it. Mal went over to their hut every other night to check in. Gin carried on, out of necessity. But the grief hadn't lessened in the past month. He saw it in her eyes when he visited himself yesterday. Looking to Mal, he tried to speak of it. But everything seemed inadequate and he stayed silent. As it was with Tyrion, he couldn't find the words. He concluded his evening with a translation, pulling a volume he had brought from Lanny Sport. Between the excursions, missions, and general mayhem of the past few months, it was a slow process. He was only on the 5th volume. It didn't faze him though. It meant he had many more hours of distraction. At least here the words were provided. He only needed to interpret them. It made for a late night but he still entered the library earlier than usual. He hadn't slept well since he returned. The skies were a dull grey as he sat down and lit a candle. Under the glow, he pulled up his sleeve and gently examined a bruise on his left arm. He had sparred with Jory 3 nights ago and the man got in a good, painful shot. Absent-mindedness was an ever-present excuse these days, but he didn't mind. It felt weirdly right to have a training bruise again. His gaze went from his arm to the shelves, to the grey light streaming from the windows. The tables before him, he had come here to work, but something was unblocked here just now. In this quiet. It was as if nothing had changed. Or at least he could pretend so. Setting a blank parchment before him, he opened the inkwell and began to scrawl. Dear Tyrion. I'm still alive, so I have no excuse for such a late response. I hope you'll forgive me. I also hope you'll forgive me for neglecting to inquire on Prince Oberyn's expenses during his brief stay. Needless to say, he had royal taste and he had the purse for them. I doubt your appetite rivals his. I encourage you to take that as a compliment and not a dare. As for the rumors, I'm afraid I can't confirm what's unwritten between us. I'm far too ignorant. I'm sure the royal court is morphing the truth into something much more entertaining. I can say that I feel safer here than I have felt in recent months. With firm leadership and true altruism, the North is carrying on quite well while I continue to sit in the Winterfell library. How is King's Landing these days? Aside from the gossip at court. It certainly sounds like a different city than the one I left. I doubt any northerner would find much comfort there. And though I don't expect to be there soon, as a foreigner, I wonder how I would fare. What say you? I remember your invitation to return to Westerlands when the next opportunity arises. Would you extend the same invitation, should I ever deem to visit the capital? Your friend. Tiresias. Out of habit, he hovered his quill over the inkwell as he contemplated a postscript for the Master of Whisperers. A drop of ink and nothing else could say quite a lot. Finally he propped his quill. He had acknowledged Varys in his first letter. The man was well aware that he wrote his letters knowing they weren't for Tyrion's eyes alone. He supposed it didn't matter that he wrote vaguely. The spider had his little birds throughout the 7 kingdoms. And though he stated the North wasn't nearly as watched as the other kingdoms, he wagered that had changed in the past year or so. Ultimately it probably didn't matter that he was vague with Tyrion. He wasn't on the small council. Not yet. And Varus, more than likely, was well aware of what had transpired in the north. Or he would be soon. Still, he erred on the side of caution. He put down the letter and began to translate, greeting the children and the maester as they assembled for their lessons. It made for a blissfully straightforward morning, as he concentrated on his work. The scratching of the quill, Lewin's voice in the front, Arya's foot tapping impatiently on the stone floor. However, as the morning came to a close, there was an unexpected interruption. Lord Stark entered the library, creaking the door open. Bran was the first one to notice. Father. Lewin stopped immediately and nodded to the warden, as the other children greeted their father. Lord Stark, what can I do for you? Nothing. I just came to observe. He walked over and sat down next to Bran. Please, continue. Lewin nodded and returned to the board. It was not during the conquest that a Targaryen came to Winterfell, but 33 years later. When King Aegon I made the last of his progresses through the Seven Kingdoms. The old maester did his best, but the final 5 minutes were lost to the excitement of their father being present, sitting quietly with his children. Tiresias did his best to continue as well, but he kept looking to the back of Lord Stark's head. His stomach felt strange. When the lessons ended, Kara crawled into her father's lap. Bran and Arya both showed him their work as Sansa waited politely. Lord Stark took him all in, but after a few minutes told him to continue to the Great Hall for the midday meal. After extracting a promise from their father to join them soon, they left the library. As soon as they left, Lord Stark turned to Maester Lewin, who was busy cleaning up after the lecture, putting away the maps, chalks and such. Maester, may I have the library please? Lewin immediately set down his scroll on the table and nodded before exiting. His chains clinking as he went. Tiresias remained seated. Somehow he gathered that he was instructed to stay. Lord Stark waited until the doors shut, echoing through the room. He crossed to Tiresias, sitting in front of the librarian. He put away his quill and inkwell, giving the warden his full attention. Today, the workers are exhuming the tombs of my brother. My father, he said quietly. They'll both be burned tonight. Those 2 premature deaths forced the second-born son to become the quiet wolf. For a quick second, Ned seemed a little younger than he was. Only for a second though. Tomorrow, they'll exhume the last tomb we can get to, my sister. Ned was still for a moment after he said that. Tiresias waited. Disturbing Lyanna's rest wasn't easy for him. Finally, the warden spoke. I need your help. Tiresias nodded briefly. What do you need? Jon rubbed the sleep from his eyes. He hadn't slept well last night. Ever since the wall, to be honest. Ever since he saw the dead free folk rise and the demon that raised them. Jon saw him in his dreams. There weren't nightmares per se, but they left him tired in the morning. 2 nights ago, he saw his grandfather and uncle burned to ashes. His morbid curiosity on how Rickard Stark could be cremated after he was burned alive was left unanswered. Both of the bodies were carted out into the meadows wrapped in sheaths. Of all the Starks that had been burned in the last month, this was the first funeral they held. The Starks were all gathered at dusk, along several members of the household. He and Theon stood behind with Sir Roderick and Maester Lewin. They watched silently as Jory led the procession from the castle to the pyre they built, the ground grey with ash already. The north buried their dead. All of Westeros did. This cremation, there was no ceremony known. No precedent. So no words were spoken. Father stood silent with Lady Stark as Jory arrived with the cart. Brandon and Rickard Stark were placed on the pyre, with all the dignity the guards could muster. As the cart rolled away, Father stepped forward, staring at the pyre. Jon waited with the rest as the wind whipped their furs about. For what, he didn't quite know. A speech? A prayer? A farewell? He only saw Father from the side. He muttered a few words, but Jon didn't catch them. No one did, and Father didn't bother to repeat them. He simply raised his hand. Vayen Poole stepped forward and handed him a torch. After a brief pause, Lord Stark lowered it to the pyre and set his brother and father ablaze. The wind caught the fire. Despite his distance and the cooling summer night, Jon felt the immense heat as the bonfire burned. With the exception of a few stationed guards who quickly doused a stray ember in the grass, everyone stood and watched in silence. Finally, when he could no longer see the bodies wrapped in cloth, Father turned and walked back, his eyes to the ground. He only raised them once. When he passed Jon, he looked straight into his eyes. Jon froze at the sight. He had never seen his father look at him that way before. Didn't recognize the expression. It was sad, and a little fearful. It passed quickly. He continued on to Winterfell. Jon fell into the entourage, besides Arya. Wondering if he had imagined the whole thing. The smell of ash was strong behind him. The smell was there that morning in the Great Hall as well. Jon tried to ignore it as he ate his porridge. That was probably his imagination as well. It was 2 days ago and they were done burning bodies. Asides from one more. Morning. John turned to see Arya sliding in besides him. Morning, you. Father was gone this morning and he had long since trained himself not to glance up at the high table when he was gone. To not subject himself to Lady Stark's gaze. The look in her eyes when she saw her daughter seated next to the bastard. Instead he looked to Arya's attire, raising his eyebrows. She had on her new training breeches. You expectin' a fight at breakfast? Told mother I had swordplay. She shrugged. I have a bath later on. She'd rather I'd get these dirty than a dress. I can imagine, he muttered, turning back to his porridge. Who's playing with you? Jory? Tiresias? Whoever I can find. Everyone's too busy nowadays, she admitted, before looking around. Can you keep a secret? What did you think? Shut up. Her eyes lit up as she muttered excitedly. Father said that he's found a teacher for me. John stared. Who? He didn't say. All he said was it would be half a year before he could arrive here, but he's coming. That's great. He meant it too. Sir Roderick was a superb teacher, but he could only teach boys to become soldiers. Arya was different. She would never be tall and brawny. She needed a teacher to complement that. He lowered his eyes to his bowl, not letting Arya see the secret in his eyes. Half a year gave him plenty of time. Even with all Mycon had to do, the blacksmith could fit in his request. He felt Arya's suspicious gaze on him. What? Nothing. You're lying. What are you thinking? I'm not thinking about anything. Or anyone. He turned back to her on that and regretted it immediately. Arya smiled slyly. You miss her, don't you? Mooning all over you. Would you shut it? He muttered. The attack on the wall put everyone in a somber mood, including Ygritte. However, when they returned to Winterfell, she started teasing him again. She seemed to pop up wherever he went. Always with that stupid grin. Always calling him Jon Snow. Never just Jon. Robb and Theon found a great deal of fun in this. As glad as he was to hear them laugh again after what happened at Castle Black, he severely wished he wasn't the cause of it. It was a relief when she finally left. However, on the way out, she came up to him. Informed him that she wouldn't be traveling back to the settlement in the Gift with Mance, but to the settlement southwest. Just on the edge of the Wolf's Wood. She then turned with that stupid grin and walked out with the other free folk. She'll be close. She'll come back to trade. His chest swelled at the thought. And he hated it. Staring at his porridge, he gave no hint to it. But Arya didn't relent. So you do miss her, she cackled. Thinkin' of her and her red hair catchin' in the wind. I told you, I'm not thinkin' of anyone, he exclaimed, trying to keep his voice down. That only caused her to laugh more. She only stopped when she saw something behind him. Relief flooded him as he turned to see Tiresias halting before them. Morning, you two. He glanced to Arya. You busy teasing your brother? And the relief was gone. John stared into his empty bowl, his head heavy. How'd you know? Arya asked. Tiresias shrugged. You have a shit-eating grin and John's face is beet red. That sent Arya into another wave of laughter. Begrudgingly, John felt his own grin forming. He was just thankful Robb and Theon weren't here. Well, John, I'm here to rescue you. Tiresias said, above him. I need you to come with me. The shift in the librarian's voice surprised him. He looked up to see Tiresias, calm and quite serious. What, now? Now. Something in his tone made John nervous. He glanced to Arya, saw the nervous curiosity in her eyes as well. But Tiresias offered nothing more. When he looked back, the silent librarian was waiting patiently. Nothing else for it, he stood. See you, he muttered to Arya before following Tiresias out of the great hall. He felt her eyes on his back. He fell in besides Tiresias, matching the librarian's long strides. He continued to be silent. Before John realized it, they were marching across the western courtyard, straight to the stables. There in front were two saddled horses. The librarian patted the spotted mare before mounting up. What's going on? We're going for a ride. He nodded to the other horse. Hop on. John crossing to the mount. There was a fur waiting for him on the saddle. He turned to Tiresias. I'm due in the yard after breakfast. We're polishing steel. I've spoken to Sir Roderick. You've been excused. Excused for what? Where are we going? Tiresias looked straight into his eyes. John, do you trust me? That was a strange question coming from Tiresias. John stared at him for a bit but his gaze didn't waver. The look in his eyes was oddly familiar. Finally, he reached up and grabbed the horn, pulling himself onto the mount. He barely had his feet in the stirrups before Tiresias clicked his tongue and began to ride towards the exit. John gave a gentle kick and followed, coming up to his side. He fastened his fur and held his tongue as they rode out of Winterfell. Eyes followed them through Wintertown as they passed. No. On the mountain fall. Not me. Only when they came to the outskirts of the town to the beginning of the King's Road, did he try again. Where are we going? Tiresias glanced to him with that familiar gaze. Before he turned back to the west. Just follow me, John. Suppressing an urge to protest, he continued to ride. As they passed the King's Road, he remembered where he had seen that expression before. That sadness with a hint of fear. As they entered the Wolf's Wood, John wondered why his father and the librarian shared such a look in their eyes. John trusted Tiresias unreservedly with many things. His navigation in the Wolf's Wood was one of them. But he couldn't understand what the man was doing. Or where he was going. They rode west for what must have been 2 miles, before Tiresias turned northeast, doubling back. He stared as he turned his horse. Are we returning to Winterfell? Tiresias didn't even look back. No. Another hour passed. The forest was still drenched from the rain last night. John pulled his furs tighter and stared at the man's back as they rode. His curiosity about their eventual destination gave way to other curiosities about the man. His time beyond the wall, the White Hunt, and finally the horned White Walker that stepped forth from the haunted forest. It raised its hands and the dead came back. But Tiresias raised his hands first. A chill ran through his chest. What question could he even ask about that? Tiresias wasn't a wizard. He didn't raise the dead. He was no White Walker. The one that stepped forth and raised the free folk, no one had seen it before, the Night King. So how did he know? Outside of Winterfell, with no distractions, alone with Tiresias, these questions bubbled up. But he asked none of them. The man continued to ride, face forward. Not open to his questions. Not even to where they were going. He didn't even know whether it was midday or not. The sun was hidden by thick clouds. Finally, as his stomach growled, he saw the librarian lift his head. What? He asked. Are we close? Fire up ahead. At long last, Tiresias faced him and nodded. Just a torch. We're close. On that, he turned back around. Nothing more to say. The same look in his eyes. John heard him exhale swiftly. He didn't have time to ponder it. They came onto another path and followed it north. Through the trees, he saw a lit torch in a stand. In the middle of a clearing. A man was there as well, standing next to a horse. Father's horse. They came along the path and father stepped out from behind his mount. Tiresias dismounted and led his horse to be hitched next to father's. John did the same, staring between the both of them. Something caught his eye though, drawing him away from the two. There was a pyre in the center of the clearing. A swaddled body laid on top. Tiresias took his reins and hitched up his mount, leaving John to approach his father. Father, what's going on here? Father didn't answer, looking instead to Tiresias as the man came up. Trevor, Theodore, and Jory are with the cart, south along the path. If you wish to join them. The librarian shook his head. Think I'll go off west for a bit. If that's all right. Stay close. Not too close. That's fine. Tiresias, John began. On that, Tiresias met his eyes, but John couldn't ask what. Didn't even know what to ask. Something was wrong here. Something very wrong. Why was he here? The librarian exhaled through his nose and placed his hand on his shoulder. But he didn't say anything either, though it seemed as if he wanted to. His mouth thinned as he turned and exited into the trees, stepping easily into the brush. John watched him go before turning to father. Even before the insanity of the previous 2 months, it was strange to get a moment alone. In a way, he was grateful, but his eyes drew back to the wrapped body on the pyre. Who is that? Lord Stark sighed. It's the last Stark we have to burn. From the crypts. John warily approached the pyre. After the previous night, there was only one more Stark left to burn. He had seen her statue before, touched by candlelight. But why was Aunt Lina here? With her own pyre? Why wasn't she burned last night with Uncle Brandon and Grandfather Ricard? And why was he the only one here now with father? Where were his siblings to say farewell? Father had approached the pyre behind him. Turning, he met his eyes. Saw the sad and pained expression, but he was determined as well. It had been years since he had to kneel to meet John's eyes. Yet John felt the same as father looked to him, firm and strong. There's something I need to tell you, John. Tiresias resisted the urge to stay near enough to eavesdrop. It wasn't his business. He only hoped that John would take it well. This wasn't the John who had learned his true origins on the days before a battle. After heartbreak, resurrection, a kingship, clashes, bloodshed and more, he was now the same age he was when the story began. All of them were. All the Stark children. All of Westeros. He sat against a tree and sighed. Were they better off? In a few ways, absolutely. In every way? Absolutely not. And what about this? Will this help or hurt? He glanced back to the clearing. Saw the diminutive figures of John and Lord Stark facing each other. Remains to be seen. John wasn't the boy he was at the beginning. He'd seen the true terror of the North. He tried to make him feel more welcomed at the castle, but he was still Jon Snow. Whatever his journey looked like now, he'd still have to travel it. Tiresias only hoped it would be slightly more mundane than before. He tore his eyes from the scene, gazing up. The clouds moved swiftly above him. Closing his eyes, he heard the wind that guided them. Coming down, he heard the robin song, a nearby stream burbling. Off to the west. Something stepped in it. Something large. A wind blew east through the trees. Tiresias sniffed. The stream was far off. Whatever was there had moved past, but the stench it carried, it was familiar. Where had he smelled it before? Under the stream, shouts came, muffled at first. Tiresias opened his eyes and looked east. To the clearing. In time to see John running off into the trees. He jumped up and ran to the clearing, heard Lord Stark shout after the lad. John! John, come back! John! Tiresias burst into the clearing, panting slightly. Upon his entrance, Lord Stark turned. Relaxed as he saw him. He walked past the pyre to the warden. With another look after John, he came and met Tiresias. Well, Tiresias sighed. That was certainly a very possible reaction. I need you to stay here and watch Lina, Lord Stark stated quietly. Wait here until I return with John. I need to find him. Lord Stark, he said as the warden began to turn. All due respect, I think I should go. I can find him much easier than you. And he, well, he just ran away from you. It's probably easier for him as well. I'm not a newly discovered uncle. There was a look in Lord Stark's eyes that gave him pause. Whatever the warden had managed to tell John before he ran off, it was enough to leave Ned Stark feeling more exposed than he had probably felt in years. That in addition to the mayhem of the last few months, the look in his eyes was almost the look he had in the black cells under the Red Keep. But he was still Lord of Winterfell. In the Wolf's Wood, his home. Whatever stress or despair he felt, he gathered himself and nodded. Tiresias began walking toward the north. I'll talk to him. I won't force him back. It may be a while before I return. Take however long you need, Lord Stark called after him. I'll be waiting. He barely needed his gifts. It was quite easy to follow the lad's tracks. John was distressed and hurried through the woods. Footprints, branches, trampled brush. It was child's play. Tiresias only hoped he didn't go far. Though he no longer feared Bolton hunters, the woods weren't entirely safe. He wished Lord Stark would summon his guard back. He followed the trail for 10 minutes, cursing John slightly as he began to mount a hill. Whatever anguish the lad felt, it propelled him up quickly. The tracks grew sloppier as he went. He only hoped this meant he was exhausted at the end. And had to rest. It was a good guess. As Tiresias climbed higher, he caught John's scent. Upon reaching the top, he peered through the trees and saw the lad's back. He was sitting on a log, facing the Wolf's Wood below. Tiresias made no effort to quiet his steps. As he walked towards the log, John turned sharply, ready to yell. He stopped when he saw the librarian stepping cautiously around the log. May I sit? John didn't answer, merely turned back to the wood. He was still panting slightly. With no refusal, Tiresias sat down on the log. He uncorked his waterskin and offered it. John shook his head stubbornly. After taking a draught, Tiresias corked the skin. They sat in quiet for a bit, gazing at the treetops. There was a solid mist rolling through. Were you sent to bring me back? Lord Stark wanted to come himself. I volunteered. Tiresias shrugged. Figured I had a better chance convincing you to return than he did. I'm not going back. He exhaled through his nose. I'm not here to force you, John. That's not my name. John spat. It never was. Sure, it is, Tiresias said gently. Jon Snow's been your name since you were brought back from Dorne. With your mother's bones. Above them, a swallow landed in its nest. It sang softly. When John spoke, his voice barely registered above it. You knew. It was barely a question. Tiresias said nothing. He didn't have to. John saw the answer in his eyes. For how long? Before I even arrived in Winterfell. He took a beat. It was how I convinced Lord Stark to keep me on. That and a recommendation from Lord Reed. He resisted stating that Lord Reed was privy to this information as well. That he was present at the Tower of Joy. He didn't believe John would take too well to yet another who knew before he did. John stared at him. And you said nothing? All these years and you said nothing. It was one of the conditions of my stay. I promised I would never speak of it. Is that why you sparred with me? The lad demanded. Because of this? Is that why you were kind to me? That was never the reason, John. And why should I believe you? John exclaimed. Ever since you arrived, you've been lying to me. Ever since I was born, my father. John stopped fully on that. He jerked his head back to the wolf's wood. Tiresias gave him a moment before speaking. I was kind because I saw a boy who seemed like he didn't quite belong. I can relate to that, as I'm sure you can imagine. So it was pity, then. John, I sparred with you countless nights. I taught you old tongue. I pushed back against those who called you bastard to make you hurt. You really think I did all that out of pity? What else would you call it? How about a genuine friendship? A fondness for those who took me in when I had nowhere to go. You started off that friendship on a lie. John snapped, standing up from the log. He walked to the edge of the hill and turned back. The first night you came to me, when I was crying in the training yard, you knew. You knew and said nothing. You lied. You can't have genuine friendship based on a lie. Tiresias exhaled through his nose. Perhaps you're right, he said softly. It wasn't my intention to deceive you, John. But I'll say this, I came north to warn Lord Stark of the White Walkers. To help the North prepare for them. I don't have and never had any machinations concerning you or your true birth. I didn't look at you and see a hidden Targaryen. I knew you were, but I forgot about it mostly. You were always Jon Snow in my mind and you seemed apt for the name. Made for the North. You look more Stark than most of the Stark children. John peered down. I'm not a Stark, never was. There was a long pause as Tiresias waited for the next thought on the lad's mind. My faith, John stopped and started again. Lord Stark said my name, my real name, is Aegon Targaryen. It's the name your mother gave you. And Lord Stark gave my other name, John said as he came over and sat back down. Honest Ned, the most honorable man in the Seven Kingdoms, and he made me a bastard. John, whatever you're feeling right now towards Lord Stark, anger, betrayal, confusion, grief, please know this, he did save your life. He did protect you. He made me a bastard. Better a living bastard than a dead prince. Tiresias pushed back. If you fantasizing right now about the life you could have had in the Red Keep, let me very clear, John, that life was stolen from you before Lord Stark ever knew you existed. You were a Targaryen babe, the secret child of Prince Rhaegar. King Robert, the one that won the rebellion, hated your father, hated his entire family. You know this. You've heard the stories. The man took no issue in the slaying of your half-siblings. They were just children and he let the mountain off scot-free for their slaughter. Over Lord Stark's protests. How do you think you would have fared? God's sake, how do you think you'll fare if Robert Baratheon discovers the truth now? John jerked his head to the north, staring out. Not really seeing the wolf's wood. But he remained seated. Tiresias let him breathe a bit before he continued quietly. Robert Baratheon was engaged to Lyanna Stark. I'm sure you've made that connection already. In love with her? I don't know. He probably thinks so. In any case, he has an obsession with her. Still does to this day. That with the hatred he held for Rhaegar, for what he believed happened. He raped her, John muttered numbly. He kidnapped and raped her. Tiresias shook his head. No, John. He didn't. They were wed under the Seven. She was his willing bride. You came from that. Not a rape. The lad turned to him. He saw the desperate need to believe in his eyes. You swear? Tiresias nodded empathically. I do. He wished he could remember the name of the septon who annulled the first marriage. Who wed Lyanna and Rhaegar on the riverbank. Who noted it in his diary, buried deep in the citadel. Perhaps he would need to search for that one day. But no matter what actually happened, Lyanna knew Robert Baratheon. She knew his obsession and his wrath. She knew that her child fathered by Rhaegar would be intolerable to the new king. She knew that he would kill you. John's eyes drifted to the dirt. Tiresias leaned in, murmuring though he knew no one was around to hear. Lord Stark came across her as she lay dying. Childbirth was not kind to her. Her last request, she asked her brother to protect her son. Protect him from the new king. Protect him from all others who would see the Targaryens annihilated. He couldn't do that if he proclaimed your true birth. Proclaimed you as a prince. As the rightful heir. A challenge to a new king. So he made a bastard. Brought you to Winterfell and claimed you as his own. And he never told a soul. Used his reputation as an honorable man, his standing with Robert Baratheon so no one would question it. Gave you a life before it was stolen from you. But he couldn't give what I wanted, John muttered. Far back as I could remember, I wanted to be a Stark. I wanted to be Jon Stark. It's only thing I ever wanted. He paused for a shuddering breath. Before you came to Winterfell, Arya was too young, Robb didn't know, and father, Lord Stark, they couldn't. I knew I didn't belong. I just did. It wasn't just Lady Stark, though she made no secret that she hated me. And I couldn't escape it. Even in my sleep, I had a nightmare again and again. I was in the crypts. Tiresias bit his tongue, resisting the urge to complete the tale. And all the Starks buried there started to moan and said, "Leave, boy, leave. You don't belong here." He also resisted the urge to state that the crypts were all empty now. It wouldn't help. Jon sighed. I haven't thought about that in years. I haven't thought about much of it in years. Bastard's a stupid word for stupid people when they have nothing left. What you said, right? Something like that. You never cared about it, but others did. I just... Words failed Jon and he turned away again. Tiresias listened to the swallow song, allowing the lad his quiet before continuing. When you were at the wall, Jon, what did you see? Who were there? Jon gazed at him. You japing me? No, Jon. I'm not japing you. You've been there twice. Worked there for long stretches. Who were there? The men of the Night's Watch. Who are the men of the Night's Watch? It was a stupid question. He saw that thought in the boy's eyes. Still he peered at Jon and finally he answered. Uncle Benyon, Lord Commander Mormont. His face darkened. Sir Alliser. Not them, Jon, Tiresias interjected. The men under them. The boys. The new recruits. Who were they? Whom did you work alongside? When Jon said nothing, he answered for him. Criminals, small folk, orphans, outcasts, third-born sons, those who had nowhere else to go. Coming north to make something out of themselves. You saw other bastards in Castle Black. How many of them grew up in a castle? How many of them held a sword before they joined the Night's Watch? How many learned how to read and write? How many ate regularly? How many of them had a father to love them and claim them as their own? Lord Stark is not my father. There's more than to being a father than getting a woman pregnant, Jon, Tiresias said. If you never call Lord Stark your father again, that's your right. I'm sorry he couldn't shield you from all the cruelties of the world, but you've had so much more than most in this world ever receive. Sir Roderick taught you the sword. Maester Luwin's given you letters. Your brothers, your sisters. You're only defending him because he's given you so much. Jon snapped. He pushed off the log, stamping off before turning around. You're his servant. Where would you be if Lord Stark hadn't taken you in? Where would you be if he hadn't given you a post? I'd probably be dead, Tiresias responded quietly. Same as you. A strong wind found its way across the top of the wolf's wood. Jon tucked his head. I don't have brothers and sisters. There were tears at the edge of his eyes. The Targaryens in the keep were slaughtered, Arya, Robb, Bran, Cara, Sansa, he swallowed. I'm not their brother. I'd like to see you try and tell Arya or Robb that. Tiresias said softly. They've loved you as long as they've known you. You think that will change because you're actually their cousin? They'll call you a fucking moron and their brother still. That got a reluctant smile from Jon, but he still looked ready to weep. Tiresias let him be for a couple seconds. Jon, he nodded to the log. Come sit down. Too tired to protest, the lad trudged over the log and sat. Tiresias straightened up. All right, he said. Inhale on 1, 2. Are you serious? Jon asked, his eyes incredulous. Now? You want to do that right now? Tiresias nodded. Northern bastards or Targaryen royalty, works either way. He started the breaths on his own. On his second cycle, he sensed Jon joining in. They inhaled, held, and released several breaths on a count. When he stopped, he didn't say so. He let Jon continue on his own until he didn't need to anymore. When the lad was finally calm, he stayed quiet. Simply peering out to the treetops drenched in fog. He looked exhausted. Why now? Jon asked. Why tell me now? You know why. Tiresias sighed. Winterfell's had to say farewell to several generations of Starks. If this nonsense with the White Walkers hadn't occurred, we wouldn't have to take such precautions. Your mother would be waiting in her tomb for you to visit, when you finally knew who she was, but that's no longer possible. Jon peered down, his shoulders slumped. Tiresias gave him a moment before speaking again. Whatever your feelings, Jon, this is the last chance you'll have to see her. To say farewell. When would he have told me? Jon asked quietly. If the White Walkers hadn't come and she didn't have to burn, would he ever have told me? I don't know, he confessed. You're going to have to ask him that. But you don't have to do that today. You don't even have to speak to him if you don't want to. Not until you're ready. No, he murmured. Today, I just have to watch my mother burn, so she doesn't become one of them. The White Walkers are hundreds of miles away. Trapped behind the wall. You don't have to worry about them today, John. Today, you just have to say goodbye. Can you do that? John stayed silent and still. It won't be easy. I promise that. He leaned in. But I also promise you this, you'll regret passing up this opportunity. Closure's not easy to come by in this world. Any consolation for that matter. At this, the boy met his eyes. Will you come back with me, John? And say goodbye? He estimated a full minute passed before the lad responded. Finally John looked at him and nodded. Without another word, they stood. They descended down the hill at a languid pace. John stared at the ground as he went and Tiresias didn't try to hurry him. He took a sniff and smelled no bonfire. The pyre was still waiting. How'd you know? When you first came to Winterfell, how'd you know? About me? My mother. Tiresias hesitated, but decided on the truth. Or at least an evasive version of it. Same way I knew about the White Walkers, the Dragon Glass, the Free Folk. How he raised them. He stopped and looked to John. The lad hesitated and brought his hands up, mimicking the Night King. Tiresias exhaled through his nose. That as well. John lowered his hands. But how did you know? Really? So the evasive truth wasn't enough. Tiresias met John's eyes, saw that he wouldn't accept anything less. Not today. When I first arrived in Winterfell, I told Lord Stark I had a vision of the future. A future. Singular. It happened once. It won't happen again. But this future had bits of the past as well. And there I saw Ned Stark in Dorne. With your mother. And you. John lowered his eyes and he didn't continue. Finally John continued to walk and Tiresias fell in besides him. They walked back through his path of despair, back to the pyre. Only a few moments away from the clearing, Tiresias was seized by a quiet impulse. He didn't even turn to John. He merely spoke. My name isn't Tiresias. John's eyes darted to him, but they kept walking. What? My mother, like yours, gave me another name when I was born. I was called it for years. Until I came to Westeros. Then I gave myself the name, Tiresias. Why? I don't quite remember. I wasn't being hunted by a king. I'm no secret Targaryen, but when I came to this country, I knew I could never return home again. Perhaps I felt the need to cast off everything that harked back to there. Keeping it any of it, including my name, it would have been too much. He considered it before shrugging. Or not. Perhaps I just wanted to sound more interesting. I don't rightly know anymore. He looked to John, who was staring at him like he had never properly seen him before. But I made the name my own. I am Tiresias now. Just like you are Jon Snow. Silence fell between them as they walked. Tiresias peered ahead through the trees and saw the horses, Lord Stark waiting by the pyre, watching over his sister. What name did your mother give you? John asked the question softly. Tiresias exhaled before he answered. Clark, my name was Clark. He didn't know if that was a mistake or not. It didn't feel wrong. Actually, a strange relief came over him and he smiled faintly. Clark? John repeated. Only you and one other person know that about me. Your wife. Nah. A witch. He felt John glance to him, to be sure he wasn't fooling. He didn't have much time to doubt Tiresias' words. They came to the clearing and Lord Stark turned about to see them. They came to a halt in front of the pyre. John and Lord Stark looked to each other, each not knowing quite what to say. Tiresias took the opportunity to glance to the wrapped corpse on the pyre. Lyanna was not a tall woman by any means. It was difficult to see that body and imagine the young and vibrant Lyanna Stark once inhabiting it. Really? It's the natural course for us all. You've seen your fair share of the dead. But this was not his dead to mourn. He gripped Jon's shoulder, releasing it before approaching Lord Stark. I'll take my horse and join the guards. Give you two some privacy. Ned nodded. Without wasting any more time, Tiresias went to Yakul, unhitched her and rode off south on the path. It didn't take more than 2 minutes to come across Jory, Trevor, and Theodore. Plus Steph the steward. The captain turned sharply at the sound of his approach, relaxing instantly when he saw him. Gods, Tiresias. He unhanded the hilt of his sword. The hell you doing all the way out here? He dismounted Yakul and brought her to the other horses. I was with Jon. Jon? Jory asked. What were you two doing? Lord Stark asked me to talk to him, Tiresias answered. About the Night's Watch. Is he still actually thinking about joining them? After what he saw. Jon's thinking about a great many things at the moment, he replied grimly. He climbed onto the cart and sat down. Anyway, he's with Lord Stark now. They all looked back north on that and fell quiet. A tall tower of black wood smoke crept into the sky. Lyanna Stark was going back to ashes. Jon was able to say hello and farewell before it was too late. He hoped it helped. He really couldn't say whether or not it would. Thought the warden didn't want anyone else about for her pyre, Theodore murmured. He allowed Jon to stay. She's his family too, Jory replied. Think Lord Stark wanted another with him. Even if he didn't say it. Why didn't he burn her with Lord Ricard and Lord Brandon last night? Lady Lyanna loved this wood, Jory said. Rode her horse through here all the time. Faster than anyone else. Tiresias took another draught from his waterskin, never more thankful for Jory than he was right now. He didn't trust his composure at the moment. The captain's shirty shut down the speculation and they stared in silence at the smoke chimney as it continued to climb. It took another half-hour for it to fade. When it did, none of them moved. It was another 20 minutes before Tiresias heard the two horses coming. He mounted Yakul just in time for Lord Stark and Jon to come down the path. They rode in silence, their faces well masked. He didn't dare inquire on Jon's feelings, but the lad's eyes were red when he came close. Tears were shed after he had left the clearing. But anger was not in his eyes. He took that for encouragement and looked to Lord Stark who surveyed their small group. Thank you all for your patience, he said quietly. Let's return to Winterfell. My lord, echoed all three of the guards, plus Steph and Tiresias who inclined their heads. Tiresias and Jory rode out in front. Lord Stark and Jon took the middle in front of the wagon. Steph handled the reins. Trevor and Theodore took the rear. Their little train rolled slowly through the Wolf's Wood. Tiresias tried not to look back, curious as he was to read the relationship as it now stood between secret uncle and secret nephew. Their hearts beat calm enough. Both just seemed exhausted. He didn't blame them. The demands of the past few months? Plus the unveiling of an earth-shattering secret? It was enough to exhaust anyone. Even Tiresias fought a few yawns as he rode through the drenched forest. Thoughts of Winterfell were on his mind as they came upon the King's Road. A meat pie, an ale, Mal's brown eyes, a thorough wash in the springs after a training session with Gord. There the wishing abruptly stopped. His friend was dead. How did he forget? A lump rose in his throat, his eyes blurred. He stopped it, taking several breaths. It was one thing to lose control in his quarters. Another thing to lose it in company. Tiresias? You all right? Cursing Jory lightly, he nodded. Jory, I'm all right. You sure? Clearing his throat, he took a deep sniff. Thank you. He shut up. Something came through his nose on that big sniff. Something that put the grief out of his mind. It was very familiar. Tiresias held up his hand. The train immediately stopped. What is it? Lord Stark asked from behind him. He took another deep inhale. It was the same familiar smell he detected back near the clearing. Before Jon took off. The same smell, but something was different about it. Where the hell have I smelled that before? Something's ahead of us, he stated. Bandits? Soldiers? No, it's not men, he murmured, staring out. It was around the next bend. There was a stone bridge over a stream. He heard it burbling past. Without asking leave, he gently tapped Yakul and rode forward slowly. After attempting to signal him back, Jory cursed and followed. The rest of the train moved as well. Tiresias held his breath as they turned the bend and saw the stone bridge ahead. Saw what laid in the road, slick with mud and still. He stayed mum as they approached, hardly daring to believe. Finally they came to a halt. Dismounting Yakul, he stepped forward, staring down at the creature. Jory joined him. As did Lord Stark and Jon Snow. It's a stag, the warden stated softly, bending down to examine the beast, its guts spilled across the mud, its eyes empty and glassed over. What creature could have done this? Jory asked. Tiresias felt his eyes glance around the perimeter. He joined the warden, squatting over the animal. He had smelled dead stag before. The familiar stench was not it. It tangled with the stag, but it was no longer here. He didn't know if he followed the scent, the blood, or a memory. Either way, his eyes drifted to the rocks below. To the stream. He stood and made his way slowly to the end of the bridge. Staring down, he followed the blood to the water. There's no way, there's no fucking way. Tiresias. After making sure his eyes weren't playing tricks on him, he turned to see everyone staring at him. He looked to the warden and a smile came to his face. It was small, but it was the first true smile he had in a long time. Lord Stark, you're going to want to see this. Again, without asking leave, he descended to the stream below, hearing the warden, Jon, and Jory as they followed. He stepped lightly as he came to the water, the familiar scent now locked, no longer needed. He saw her and didn't remove his gaze until he knelt before her. You made it, he whispered. You made it past the wall. You made it out. The large dire wolf laid dead before him, the stag's antler in her throat. She couldn't escape her fate. As he glanced back to the warden, he hoped that inevitability wouldn't extend to all the wolves in Westeros. Lord Stark and Jon knelt before the dire wolf as well, while Jory hung back staring warily at the creature. The warden passed a gloved hand over the wolf's bloodied neck and met Jon's wide eyes. The revelation back in the clearing momentarily forgotten. It's a dire wolf, Lord Stark said. Can't be, Jory muttered. Dire wolves never come south of the wall. This one did, Jon said quietly, his eyes dropping to the litter. Brought 5 with her. On that, all eyes dropped to the pups trying to latch on the dead teats. Tiresias already picked up one and held it up. It was docile in his grip. He looked to the warden, saw the hardened practicality in his eyes. Lord Stark, he said. Before you suggest a mercy killing, these creatures are the symbol of your house. Sent by the old gods from the far north. Away from the terror there. They're meant to be at your side. Your children's side. He didn't want to reference a vision in front of any more new faces today. Even if it was just Jory. Ergo, he went for the old god's angle. Before he could elaborate though, Jon spoke. Tiresias is right, my lord, he stated curtly. There are 5 pups. You have 5 Stark children. They're meant to have them. Gods can't be clearer than that. And with that, Tiresias' stomach dropped. He wasn't the only one. Lord Stark turned to Jon, but the lad didn't meet his eyes. What say you, Lord Stark, he asked. Shall we bring them back? It wasn't a subject to be discussed today. Lord Stark pushed it down and nodded. Load them into the wagon. He reached down and picked up 2 by the necks. If they're to survive, they'll need to be fed soon. Tiresias picked up another pup and foisted them on Jory. The captain tried to maintain his dignity as he held 2 curious pups. Luckily they were too young to be overly rambunctious. Lord Stark and Jory marched back up with 4 pups altogether. Jon picked up the 5th and started back up, pausing as he realized the librarian wasn't following. He turned back around to see Tiresias lifting the dire wolf corpse. What are you doing? He didn't say. His hands groping around for white fur. Finally he found him, pulling him out as he lowered his dead mother to the ground. This one was barely awake. He turned back to Jon with the albino pup in his hands. Finding yours. Jon looked stunned, staring at the pup as Tiresias approached. Here, I'll trade you. Wordlessly, Jon handed over the grey pup as he took his future friend in hand. The little white one stirred and cooed. Tiresias petted the wolf pup gently. See? One for each of the Stark children. On that, Jon looked up. I'm not, he muttered. I'm not a Stark. I'm not Jon Snow. I'm not. Tiresias met his eyes. Jon, you're Lyanna's son. You were raised in the north. Raised by the quiet wolf, Lord Stark, who claimed you for his own. You may not have his name. But you have his blood. Enough for him. Enough for Arya and Robb and your other siblings. He reached out and scratched the white pup's ear. Enough for him. Should be enough for you as well. Not everyone can tame a dire wolf. Jon. Tiresias. Lord Stark called. Men. They ascended to the bridge, placing the pups in the wagon before mounting their steeds. Jon kept the white pup in his cloak as he rode, pressing the quiet little cub to his chest. Tiresias glanced to him, before looking forward to the King's Road. There was a weight in the boy's eyes. Not enough to worry him. It had lightened when he handled the pup. Easier to take care of a pet than to contemplate a messy future. Either way, Jon knew. And that was something Tiresias couldn't take back. Everything was different. The wall, the army of the dead, the free folk, the truth, it was now in many more hands other than his. Which comforted him and frightened him simultaneously. He took a deep sniff before exhaling. He imagined more than actually smelled the last remnants of Lyanna's pyre as it intermingled with the mist. Notes. Hello readers. That brings this round of weekly updates to a close. I'm now going on hiatus to write the next batch of chapters. I plan to keep you updated as before with a word count. Again, I'm aiming for another 100k words. Thank you so much for reading. And the kudos and the comments. It's a delight to read them. Until I post again, stay safe and I hope you have a good fall and winter. Chapter 68. Notes. Hello readers. Merry Christmas. Thank you so much for your patience over this past year. This set of chapters took me a lot longer than I wanted to get written. I have a bunch of excuses for why that is the case, but that doesn't quite matter. This set of chapters has a little nervous, and as much as I want to explain why and my reasoning, it ultimately doesn't matter either. These chapters have been a long time coming and there's no point in delaying any longer. Looks like we're doing Thursday publications for the chapters. So here's the first of the next installment of the Prophet from Maine. To the long-time readers, thank you for coming back. To any first readers, hope you enjoy. Chapter text. A bell rang out from the high tower. With his foot paused on the first step, Tiresias turned around and headed back to the western courtyard. He arrived with time to spare and stood to the side as the stable hands rushed out to receive the arrivals. Sir Roderick entered Winterfell, leading 100 riders. He waited to approach the man. It was no short jaunt from the dread fort and he looked exhausted. Nevertheless, the old knight maintained his dignity as he dismounted. Far more than he would have disembarking a ship after a long voyage. As Sir Roderick stretched out, he strode towards him from the great keep. "Afternoon, Sir Roderick." He received a nod in return. "Tiresias. How's the library?" "Still here." "How was your journey?" Sir Roderick fixed him a weary look. "Glad to be home." No other details. Not in front of so many witnesses. Unable to ask the real questions burning in his mind, Tiresias instead turned to his business. The favor he had asked Sir Roderick before he departed. "Did you find the lad? Were you able to recover them?" Sir Roderick waved his hand to the cart being unloaded. "In the trunk there. Back corner." He nodded his thanks and made his way to the cart, stepping between soldiers, horses, and pages. Several greetings from the soldiers came his way. Which didn't bother him and he reciprocated. However, a few of these greetings were accompanied by a nod. A deferential nod more commonly reserved for the highborn. Years he had walked through Winterfell and was either ignored or greeted amiably. This nod was something new. In the months since they returned from the wall, he'd seen this nod with greater frequency. Along with curtsies and averted eyes. It wasn't all-encompassing. And it was hardly anything compared to the attention he received when he returned as the mountain fall. But still, there was something about those nods. Putting that aside, he climbed the cart and unlatched the trunk. Carefully he lifted a package wrapped in burlap and uncovered it to reveal 3 tomes. It had been years, but he recognized them. Not wanting to crack them open in the middle of a muddy courtyard, Tiresias wrapped them again and hopped off the wagon. Sir Roderick joined him as they walked to the great keep. "Them's the ones." "I. Thank you, Sir Roderick." They were long delayed, coming to Winterfell. "Why'd you leave them at that inn?" "I couldn't carry them any more." "Not even with the cart?" "You and the lad fixed it." "'S what he said anyway. It was a temporary solution. It saved me a bit of walking, but it still broke down. And IDV had to carry them then." That excuse hadn't been uttered in some time. His time in the south afterwards had overshadowed that entire ordeal. Brought to light, it seemed quite atrophied. Its weakness obvious. He turned back to the knight, fully sensing Sir Roderick's doubt. "Thank you, Sir Roderick. For making the time to stop and get them. I'm glad you found the right inn. And the same stable hand." Sir Roderick snorted. "I'm just amazed the lad kept them as long as he did. No use to him. Just taking up space for a stranger. I did pay him silver." Tiresias shrugged. "He was very helpful when I needed him. Perhaps it was just honor. The people there have it as well." "Perhaps," Sir Roderick grumbled. "The only thing I encountered up there were tight fucking lips. Took me a month to learn anything." "And what did you learn?" They had entered the castle by this point and upon his inquiry, the old knight turned to him with a small smile. "Something for Lord Stark's ear alone. If the warden wishes to tell you what I say, he may. But it's not my place to tell you." Tiresias met his eyes before a small grin of his own formed. That was an old memory as well. "You've been waiting for years to throw those words back at me, haven't you, Sir Roderick?" "A small part of me, aye. But no grudge held, I assure you, Tiresias. Just good fun. Besides," Sir Roderick dropped his grin. "I'm not so curious about your secrets anymore. Those from Essos, Beyond the Wall, King's Landing, or any of the former Bolton lands." The knight's eyes were light enough, but Tiresias didn't push it. He turned with the tomes and proceeded to the library tower. To his surprise, Sir Roderick continued to accompany him. "How has the rest of Winterfell stood in my absence?" "Fairly well," he muttered. "Still quieter than it was before, but life goes on. Minor squabble with the settlement east of Sirwin, but it was handled. Trade's been smooth." "And yourself, Tiresias?" Sir Roderick interjected. "Are you a father yet?" "Not yet," he said quietly. "Automatically. Any day though, she's very ready to have it out." Castle laughed softly. "I believe that." He turned onto the corridor to Lord Stark's solar, pausing on the turn. "Good luck to her, Tiresias. I hope she doesn't need it." He nodded, trying to hide his nerves. Me too." Sir Roderick wandered off to meet the warden and Tiresias was left with his own thoughts. The earliest day she was due had since passed and each subsequent dawn he met with some trepidation. He wanted to be with her, but he didn't want to flutter anxiously about her. She promised she'd send for him. They had done everything to prepare. In a way, he was grateful. In the months since their return from the wall, Winterfell was still quite aware that there was a monster imprisoned in its depths. The chatter returned, but it was still on their minds. But at least, he couldn't hear it from the crypts and the birth of a child was a significant distraction for him. It only churned his stomach when he considered the actuality of what was going to happen. Childbirth was not a death sentence in his old world, at least not where he lived. The women in this world were not so fortunate. The risk to her, to Mal. They did as well as they could. He had paid for a midwife of renown to come to the castle. She arrived the day before yesterday and seemed quite competent and calm. She treated the whole affair quite blithely. In addition, there would be a maester nearby in case of the worst scenario. But still, however talented Maester Lewin was, the possibility still loomed. When he imagined Mal going into labor. Probably could have considered that before you knocked her up, no? He entered the library and set the tomes down with a sigh. It was their choice. They made it together. All he could do now was be there for her. He could tell himself to appear calm but that didn't always work. Their quarters were quite small, every movement of his amplified against the stone. After a half hour of him tapping his foot at his desk, Mal told him to get out and go exercise. Do anything. Just leave. As the non-pregnant one, he was inclined to obey. Tiresias entered the training yard, half full after dinner. In the past few months, this was increasingly common. The summer light made it easy, but the demon below lit something deep in the northern soldiers. He kept to the sides. Nevertheless, a smattering of the same nods from this morning trailed him here. He nodded politely, determined to make them something other than what they probably were. If this was so, he didn't bother to check. Declining a few calls for a spar, Tiresias found a dry spot and began to stretch. If he still had his spot in the stables, he would have gone there. But that was currently occupied and he had to get used to crowds. They'd be most places now. Wherever he went. Whenever his name was dropped. Footsteps approached him as he sat, bent all the way forward, grasping his feet. He faced the dirt, slowly breathing in and out. He recognized those footfalls, too light for any soldier in this castle. And they were accompanied by one far more indiscreet. Evening, Arya, he mumbled to the ground. Her exasperated sigh made him smile. He followed her by ear as she stepped around him. All right, how'd you know that time? He smiled as he felt a curious nose come up from behind and sniff his lower back. Your furry friend's not as quiet as you. Nymeria, she moaned as the wolf pup came around to her. He heard Arya tried to remain stern, but she surrendered and scratched Nymeria with a resigned sigh. How do you train a wolf to be silent? Think it just comes natural. In time. He groaned as he sat up, the release immense. They're hunters. They know how to stalk their prey. Right now, their paws are just a little big for them. However, he wondered if the wolves could ever learn to hunt in Winterfell. They could prove useful for hunting parties. This was still a tough land to raise anything, but it was still a castle. A warm, bountiful castle. Remembering that this wolf went from this castle to leading wolves down in the Riverlands, he dropped the subject and held his hand out for Nymeria. The wolf sniffed it and bared her neck for a scratch. You finished training tonight? He asked, getting behind her ears. Arya shrugged, her hand still on the pommel. I could go for another round if you want. Tiresias stood up. All right. Didn't come down here to fight. Not really. Just needed some fresh air. How's Mal? She's well. Thanks for asking. Knowing childbirth wasn't Arya's favorite topic, he returned to her training. Whom do you spar with tonight, anyway? John. Her eyes fell to the dirt. Even if he couldn't see that, Nymeria gave her away. The wolf came to her side and gave her hand a comforting lick. Arya, what's wrong? John hasn't sparred with me in a month. Echoes of steel reached their ears. He let her have her quiet. For a moment anyway. He has been busy with the settlement trips. He's taken to them. Being a liaison between Winterfell and the Free Folk, it's good for him. But he's not away from Winterfell all the time, Arya cried, looking up at him. And when he is here, he hardly ever talks to me. Not anymore. This wasn't news to Tiresias. John was significantly more withdrawn in Winterfell the past few months. He still had his lessons with Maester Lewin. His weapon training with Sir Roderick. He still completed all his chores. But slowly he began to pull back. From Arya, from Robb. From Lord Stark. And from him. Their conversation in the Wolf's Wood, it hadn't been brought up again since. No opportunity for it anyway. They hadn't talked. He stared forward in the library. He took his meals in the kitchens. And he hadn't appeared in the training yard. Ghost was his constant companion. By all accounts, he took to the pup, but it was his only companion. Man. Still have a bit of sun. Let's go out. Get Nymeria some exercise. Arya didn't protest and so followed him out of the castle. The young pup seemed to guess where they were heading. She bounded ahead of them out of the west gate and bolted to the fields north of the castle. Tiresias gave the meadows a glance before returning to Arya. When he first arrived, it seemed all he could see when he gazed out on the grass were the horrors of battles that plagued it. Piles of bodies. The low winter sun hitting the Bolton banners. The screeches in the dark. The flames disappearing in the distance. Such thoughts were quelled in the first year here. Life was somewhat normal back then. Without further distraction, he looked to Arya, walking just ahead of him. What have you wanted to tell John that he's been too far away to hear? She picked up a stick as they followed Nymeria. Mother talked to us last night, she muttered, striking the grass. Sansa and me, she wants to send us away. Where? She hadn't decided yet. Sansa asked to go to south. To where? King's Landing. Dunno. She just said south. Unfortunately that wasn't too much of a surprise to him. Tiresias tried to cultivate a better relationship between the two and a love for home not gained in captivity. But there was only so much he could do. Still, she didn't ask to go to King's Landing. That was something, at least. And where did you ask to go? I didn't ask to go anywhere, she exclaimed, giving him a sour look before whipping the tall grass around her. I told her I didn't want to go. I told her I wanted to stay. I told her not to send me away. My sword instructor is coming soon. With each sentence, she struck the grass. Continued to do so for a few seconds after. Tiresias let her have her anger before speaking. Good thing too. Your wrist is too tight. That earned him a solid side-eye from the middle Stark. It was difficult not to smile at that. He sighed. I'm sorry, Arya. Her next swipe was rather lackluster. Couldn't you talk to Mother? No, he said immediately. However, I could speak to Lord Stark. See if you can't be sent somewhere you'd feel welcome. You ever consider Bear Island? Guarantee you won't be stopped from training there. She looked at him. I know, I remember the book you gave me. Well, however you look at it, I don't think Septa Mordane would follow you there. That'd be a right relief. In the madness of all that has happened, the Septa kept a surprisingly low profile in the castle. Keeping to the girls, Lady Stark, and her duties. Tiresias hadn't thought on her at all. But though he considered rumors of the White reaching south eventually through the soldiers and the merchants, it didn't occur to him until now that Septa Mordane may write south to inform a superior on the demon below Winterfell. It was a safe bet that such letters would be considered ludicrous and disregarded. At least until the rumors compounded them. Maybe then, he'd have to worry. Making a mental note to investigate further, he returned to Arya. Although your instructor might. If he's coming all the way from Bravus, I'm sure he won't mind traveling a bit farther on. How'd you know my instructor was coming from Bravus? Heard it about the castle. Tiresias didn't even blink. Out of all the knowledge he's been caught on that he shouldn't have known, that was quite a minor tidbit. And the recovery was quick. There was even a fair chance he did hear it floating around Winterfell in the past month or so. Anyway, how about it? Would you like me to try and persuade your father on Bear Island? I want to stay here. I'll try first and persuade him to let you stay. You promise? I promise, but if that fails, I'll try and get you somewhere where they won't force you to be a lady. All right. Arya struck the grass again as she considered it. When the stick came her side, she looked to him and nodded. Good, he said. Your wrist is still too tight. Shut up. You talk to all your elders like that. That got an eye roll from her. As well as a reluctant grin as she whipped the grass again. When would you be leaving Winterfell? If you had to. Did your mother say? Not until after Robb's dumb wedding. Well, that's 6 months, at least. Tiresias glanced back to Winterfell, doing his best to imagine Robb Stark in the Winterfell Godswood under torch and starlight. He had never met Winifred Manderley before. He was away when she visited Winterfell. He had no idea what she looked like. He still saw Talisa standing before Robb. She didn't enter his mind often. And though it was almost a certainty he was saving her life, or at least sparing her one traumatic murder, it still saddened him a little that he couldn't reunite the two somehow. Give them both the happy ending which they were cruelly denied. Story of Westeros, I. In any case, Winifred was said to be kind and clever. She'd be a far safer choice for a bride than Talisa ever was. And Valder Frey won't have any claim against the heir to the north. Not this time. Miserable, old fuck. He grinned to hide the venom and turned back. What? Are you not excited for it? Arya scoffed in response. I don't want to see Rob looking all stupid and lovesick. I think he'll just be nervous. Tiresias shrugged. That's all I was. And I wasn't marrying for the future of the North. Well, whenever it happens, afterwards, Arya's mouth lined. Probably send me away with one of the guests. All the lords will be there. And the ladies as well, Tiresias offered. Maege Mormont will be here. Who knows? Maybe you could leave before Rob and Winifred kiss and slobber all over each other before the weirwood tree. Ugh, Arya retched slightly, but a soft laughter overtook her. Tiresias nodded to Winterfell. Man. Let's go back. They started back to the castle. Tiresias tried to ignore the question brewing in his mind. It seemed obvious. But he wanted to confirm it anyway. Why is your mother sending you away from Winterfell? She shrugged. Tradition. Sending the warden's children to ward. So she says. Also Winterfell's not as safe it once was. The free folk settlements are too close. Settlements were scattered pretty heavily throughout the north. But Tiresias didn't comment on that. He merely waited for the real reason. And the whites down below us, she doesn't like that. Tiresias exhaled through his nose. I don't think any of us like it. Arya looked at him with wide eyes. Do you have bad dreams? Sometimes. He wasn't even slightest bit tempted to deny it. At night, the distraction of Mal's pregnancy disappeared when he went to sleep. He didn't see Gord fall, but that didn't seem to matter. His friend fell into the white storm. Sometimes he stared back with bright blue eyes. Before walking off, he saw Karsai, pale and riding away. Open throats, his fingers slick with blood. It all blended well. His crimes, the violence from others, the white snow and the dark nights. Sometimes he was so submersed that he forgot what morning was until it pulled him to the surface. Sometimes. Thankfully it wasn't every night. Tiresias glanced to Arya. Why? Do you? Her grip tightened on the stick before she threw it away. No, I had a couple when father marched up to the wall, when the white was placed below, in the crypts. Your father showed you the creature, didn't he? Me, Sansa and Bran, but I wasn't dreaming of it. Just father in the cold. The sadness in her voice was quite familiar. Not as full-blown as he remembered it after she escaped King's Landing. Lord Stark was still alive. But it was still there. Your father made it back. He's all right. I know that. I sleep fine. Not like Bran. What did you mean? Something in his voice made Arya stop and regard him. He paused too, looking down at her, trying to keep the sinking feeling out of his expression. I mean, she said, before starting again. I mean Bran, he's not sleeping well. Nightmares. No, he told me, and told Mother that his dreams feel real. It's not really sleep. He doesn't feel rested when he wakes up. Tiresias forced himself to start walking again, staring at the castle dully. Dread kept him company over the years, especially recently. He was used to it, but this was a fresh weight that burdened his step. How long has he been feeling this way? Did he not notice? Was he too distracted? It's been happening a lot the past month, but he told me the first one came when you all were gone at the wall. He's seeing Maester Luwin this afternoon. His dread was not hidden from Arya and he anticipated her questions with his own. What does he dream of? She shrugged. Running through the woods. Winterfell. Of, Nymeria. They just reached the castle walls when the wolf joined them. Jumping through the high grass onto the path. By the looks of her undercoat, she had found some mud that wasn't frozen over. She seemed very pleased with herself. You're filthy. Arya couldn't help herself from laughing. You need a bath before you can come in and it's freezing. It's always cold. Tiresias turned to her. I'll help. It was my suggestion to go walking in the fields. Arya ended up getting her dress dirty as she held Nymeria. Tiresias dunked his hands repeatedly in the chilling water without pain and scrubbed the wolf down. After the final rinse, Nymeria shook her coat at him and trotted into the great keep after Arya. He stared after them for a moment before dumping the water. Bran in his dreams, he hadn't spoken with him in a while. The boy seemed rested enough in the library. He just hadn't seen it. For the first time in years, Tiresias' eyes drifted over to the broken stores, the former broken tower. As it was with the northern fields, the events that took place in these areas didn't make him shiver as he used to. Bran still liked to climb and that drove Lady Stark mad. But there would be no spying on the Lannister twins committing incest. No push from the tower window to start this whole family's path onto near annihilation. But still the dreams came to Bran. Tiresias tore his eyes from the tower and put away the bucket. Walking back through the courtyard, he chuckled softly. The previous hour was a true diversion. Not just an escape into his dreams. It was the first time in a month that he forgot Mal was about to give birth. that she had sent him away to find some distraction. And I found it, only took the potential interference of a supernatural entity beyond the wall, but I found it. Lord Stark waited quietly as he ran down the list of names. He stared each down but nothing came to him. Finally he looked to the warden. He didn't even have to shake his head. You don't recognize any of them. He put the parchment back on the desk. Afraid not. When the Bolton forces were taken care of last time, it was an all-out battle. None survived. Didn't get to know any of them. And I've already, well, the ones I knew are already dead. Lord Stark knew what he was about to say. He saw it in his eyes. Still, the warden took the list and sat back in his chair, pondering it. Tiresias leaned back himself. Those names, they came from the Maester, Sir Roderick says he was most forthcoming, so thank you for that. Those are only the names of the soldiers he knows are loyal to Roose. There could be others around the Dread Fort. Quietly bidding their time. Let them keep around the Dread Fort, Ned muttered. There are no settlements in the Bolton lands. The trade through there is minimal. The Great Yon's right above. And they're leaderless. For now. But maybe they won't like taking orders from a maester. Even if he is appointed the Castellan. He has enough support around him to be safe. Lord Stark sighed. According to Maester Walken, Roose didn't entrust many men with the secret of his flaying chambers. Rumors spread quicker and quicker the more people know. He couldn't risk me finding out. So it was contained and few knew. The ones loyal to Roose, those who knew about the torture, they are few enough not to harm us. I don't know, Tiresias murmured. I'm one man and I've done enough. Besides, even if it were only a few that knew exactly what was happening, the rest certainly could guess. I was in that castle, Lord Stark. I saw their eyes. I sensed their fear. If they didn't know exactly what was occurring beneath them, it's cause they didn't wish to. He leaned forward. I know you're busy. I know you're stretched, but please, I beg you, Lord Stark. Don't let this fester. Ned gazed at him a little before rubbing his brows. Tiresias saw his answer and sighed in relief before he gave it. This will need more men. Sir Roderick needs to rest. And they can't return so suddenly after leaving, 3 months. I'll send a legion then to the Dread Fort. He glanced to the list again. Attend to those named here. Thank you, Lord Stark, he murmured, nodding. Thank you. They fell into a quiet. Somewhat. A swift wind had turned the weather quickly and a clear afternoon soon transformed into an evening rainstorm. The solar felt like a warm island in a dark tempest. It soothed him. And if the warden's pulse was any indication, he felt the same way. They listened to the storm for a solid minute before speaking. So my daughter doesn't want to leave. Didn't she say so herself? It was only an idea. Wards are common among the houses. More so now that we have the free folk among us. The state of the previous years, working to contain the chaos, it's prevented me from humoring offers from my bannermen to take my children and host them. He rubbed his brow. And now that the chaos is contained, outside of a few skirmishes, for the sake of stability, it wouldn't be unwise to continue some traditions, as if the free folk were always here. As if they didn't interrupt everything. I understand that, Tiresias acquiesced. But if you forgive me for saying so, there are places you could send your children which will affect them far less. There are those here who would cast them below into the storm of southern politics. Ned smiled. The Septa. I've no ill will towards her. She does what she believes best, but yes. I haven't forgotten what you told me, to keep my family in the north. Do you intend to keep to that advice? There were many lords who would have punished a servant for such an insolent question. Years of trust allowed Tiresias the inquiry. Though he saw Lord Stark's smile dim slightly. What do you make of the Vale? Not an easy place, beautiful in a way. I mean, it's the south, but, he shrugged. It's not King's Landing. I'll never send her there, Ned stated lowly. Any of them? Sansa asked for the south. I doubt the Vale is what she pictured, but there's no better protection than the Eyrie. And White Harbor is a quick sail from Gulltown. Gulltown, that name stirred unpleasant memories for Tiresias. Banishing them, he focused on the issue at hand. The Eyrie? Not Runestone. I'd trust Lord Royce to watch over her. If I ask, I'm sure he could find some pretense to visit the Eyrie and check on her often. However, if she's to ward in the Vale, it'd be strange if she weren't at the Eyrie. He leaned back. Her aunt's the Lady Arryn, even if she's in King's Landing at the moment. I'm a Lord Paramount, as is Jon Arryn. In the north, I can send my children anywhere, but between the kingdoms. Ned sighed, but Tiresias pieced it together. There are rules, he muttered. Strong guidelines, rather. A dreary scenario returned to him. If Lisa Arryn returns to the Vale, forgive me for saying so, Lord Stark, but Sansa will not be safe there. Lord Stark peered at him. Why? Lisa, she's not well. Ned sighed. God's sake, Tiresias, could you just speak plainly? In what way is she not well? I mean, mentally, my lord. Lisa Oren is a very disturbed woman. Sad, angry, and jealous. And she will see danger anywhere from anyone who stokes that jealousy. And Sansa will. She looks like her mother. Everyone says so. Lady Oren will see it plainly. And she'll hate her for it. A part of him was reluctant, reducing Lisa to this. What was she in the story was one thing, but she had a tough beginning. As kind as John Oren seemed to Ned and Robert, it certainly was something else entirely to be wed to him as a young girl. And then to have one's true love, or obsession, brutally killed. Still, he wouldn't risk any Stark to spare her feelings. He saw the same in Ned's eyes. Will she try and hurt my daughter? Tiresias considered it. Even with Littlefinger dead, he didn't trust Sansa around Lisa Oren. He doubted her anger and jealousy had waned in Peter's death. Even if she's been despondent all these years since, it was too risky. Something could set her off. And Lord Royce couldn't protect her. Not from his lady's wrath. He couldn't spirit her away to Gulltown, onto a return ship to White Harbor. Even if he was in the Eyrie, he would have no choice but to watch if his lady demanded Sansa be thrown through the moon door. I think that if there's a chance that she will return to the Eyrie without Lord Oren and be answerable to no one. If that happens, it'll be too risky to have her there. The warden shared the same thought as him. He saw it in the eyes. There's more than a fair chance of that happening. The hand's death loomed nearer and nearer. I'll need to consider this further, Ned stated softly. Wisest thing, I think. He smiled humorlessly. I know you have to adhere to different rules than me, still, I would reconsider everything. The world is a different place now. Not that everyone knows it at the moment. But they may soon enough. Lord Stark didn't share his humorless smile. So, any warnings about Bear Island? Tiresias shrugged. It's a bit near the Iron Islands for my liking, but it's the north. An Arya won't see her warrior spirit robbed there. Ned glanced to his archives. I've already written with my edge about the possibility of a wardship for my children there. So my purpose here tonight, all for naught. Believe it or not, Tiresias, I do try to keep an eye on my children. Try not to have too much need for prophecy there. That's a right relief, he muttered. His eyes fell to the floor. What else? He looked up in time to see Ned rolling his eyes. I know that look. What else do you want to tell me? A small part of him expected to hear a raven's call through the rainstorm outside. He was right prepared to jump out of his skin. He began to speak. But then he stopped. Something was off. It wasn't time to speak of Bran's dreams. He just knew it. Ned peered at him. Not now. He murmured. Not now. Soon. I think so, but don't hold me to it. Lord Stark sighed. How's your wife? Mal's fine. She's nervous, but brave. It'll come soon enough. You should go. Both of you get some sleep while you still can. Tiresias smiled as he stood. He didn't step to the door though. He always remembered the last question just when he was prepared to go. Have you and John spoke, Lord Stark? Ned's eyes went to his desk. Not since I asked him to lead the trades between the settlements, he said quietly. It was a good suggestion, by the way. By all accounts, he's taken to it. The warden sighed. But no, he had not spoken to me. He glanced to him. What of you? Tiresias shook his head. Nor to me, or anyone in the castle. He's withdrawn from everyone. That's why Arya was so upset. It's almost as if she's lost her brother before she even left Winterfell. I told her that he was just busy with the free folk. Have you any other suggestions? Give him space? Give him time. A small, unamused laugh escaped him. I rightly don't know, Lord Stark. Considering it for a more few seconds as he went to the door, he paused with his hand on the knob and looked back. I mean, you've been a father for 16, 17 years. Me? I only start in a few days. Chapter 69. The same wind that swiftly brought the rainstorm that night carried it away quickly in the morning. Tiresias saw a golden dawn when he exited the castle. Every week he visited Jin's hut. To check in on her. And the lads. Their nan. To deliver what they needed. The home never fell into squalor. The women in this kingdom were too strong for that. Gin received his supplies. Thanked him for it. Inquired after Mal. The boys were beginning to walk now and their natural joy was clear enough. But he wasn't there all the time and he couldn't help but wonder how much the little lads understood. Or whether they missed the laughing giant that would take them and throw them squealing into the air. Despite their best attempts, a warmth was missing from that hut. Gin didn't expect him to stay long though. Nor to comfort her incessantly. She had her own work still. And he had his. He returned to Winterfell as the sun began to clear over the horizon. It hit his face as he climbed to the tower. Translations were ever ongoing. Now that the other holds in the north were, in essence, cleared of their entire catalogues of old tongue, he was well past his excuse to go carting about, accumulating the tomes. Now was the time for the grunt work. Hours and hours of translation, interpretation, and assembly. He could be busy here for years. Go through countless inkwells, parchments, and quills. Thousands of candles. For now though, the golden sunrise was enough light, and once settled, he bent over the page to where he had left off. His time at the wall held several bad memories, but in between, he spoke more old tongue there than he had in years. With other speakers than just the Stark children working through the sounds. It energized him. Took his mind off Gord falling silently into the white storm. He had just visited his widow. Pushing the thought away, he exhaled through his nose and wrote. Listening to the quill as it scratched. A comforting sound. But soon, his quiet was interrupted. He nodded good morning to Maester Luwin when he entered and took to the blackboard. However, his quill truly paused once Bran wandered in. The lad took his seat. He saw the boy's weariness as he sank into his chair and wondered how effective the sleeping draughts were. Glancing to the maester, he leaned forward. Bran, he called lightly. Bran, do you hear me? The boy started slightly and turned around. He gestured. See me. Please. Bran looked to the front, but Maester Luwin was too busy writing on the board. Pushing himself off the desk, he wandered over and halted before him. His eyes blinked blearily. I wanted to say that I heard good things from Sir Roderick about you, he said. You held Winterfell while your father and brothers went north to Castle Black. You did quite well. I'm very proud of you. That wasn't necessarily true. The old knight hadn't spoken to him about Bran's brief tenure as Lord of Winterfell. However, the castle still stood when they returned. And he remembered enough of Bran's decisive and empathetic leadership during the War of Five Kings. He had no reason to suspect the lad would have behaved differently this time around. Bran's weary face brightened as he smiled. Thank you. Tiresias glanced to Maester Luwin before lowering his voice. Forgive me, Bran. I've also heard that you've been having some unusual dreams. The remaining bleariness drained slowly from the boy's eyes. He peered at Tiresias, trying to see. His guard rising. Don't worry, Tiresias muttered as bracingly as he could. I'm not, I mean, my dreams are unusual too. I just wondered if I could ask you about them. The boy didn't say yes or no. But he continued to meet his eye, and that was something. He took it for a cautious affirmative. These dreams, they aren't restful. Are they? Bran glanced down to the stone floor and shook his head. Why not? He leaned forward. Does it feel like you're sleeping, or are you leaving and going elsewhere? That brought the boy's eyes back up. He looked at him for a few seconds before nodding. Where are you going? Just going about the castle, Bran muttered softly. Mostly the Godswood. The cellars, the stores, crypts. Not inside. I see the guards in front of the door and I run on. You run. One time, I ran out of the gate. Onto the field beneath the moon. Did you howl? Tiresias asked softly. Bran's eyes widened slightly as they returned to him. He stared for a second before speaking. No, but I see the wolves sometimes too. Nymeria, Grey Wind. Do you see Summer? No, I never do. Arya and Sansa entered with Cara in tow. Tiresias felt their eyes come to them and pressed. Bran, do you see any other animals in your dream? The pigs and horses, the dogs in the kennels. They bark at me when I pass. Have you seen a raven? Bran looked at him. A raven, Bran? Have you ever seen one? Chairs scraped the floor as the three Stark sisters settled in. They echoed as Bran continued to stare. He began to shake his head when Maester Luwin called from the front. Bran, if you would sit please. The lad turned round and stepped slowly to his desk. Tiresias returned to his work, thinking the conversation over. I've heard one though. He looked to see Bran looking back. Not quite whispering, but softly enough so his sisters couldn't hear. When I'm not running through the grounds, just walking through the castle, I heard it cawing in the halls. The wings flapping past me. Echoing. Tiresias did his best not to react. It wasn't a shock. Not entirely. Even if Arya hadn't informed him, a part of him would have suspected it. After all, the raven entered his dreams too on occasion. Bran, Maester Luwin said again. Tiresias looked up front. This time, the Maester was giving him a stern look, though he saw inquiry in it. Nodding politely, he gestured Bran to his seat and picked up his quill. Once Bran was seated, the lesson began. He wasn't annoyed by the interruption. Truthfully, he didn't know what to say next. The three-eyed raven may have been somewhat expected, but it wasn't like he knew how to proceed with the green seer. It seemed that despite everything, Bran was still needed. Chills flooded him as he wrote. As he considered what that meant. What it could entail. What it could demand from Bran this time around. His quill scratched the parchment, his words not breaking as his mind considered the possibilities. The translations came along fine. He no longer had to check his notes every time. The old runes came back to life. Renewed and revealed in the common tongue as he wrote. Even with his heart pounding like mad. Tiresias paused. His mind was racing, but his pulse wasn't going near as fast. That sound was coming from the corridor outside. A pounding. He looked to the door. The pounding was getting louder and louder. Enough so that even Maester Luwin heard it. He paused his lecture and peered to the door as well. Vix burst into the library, panting as he stared wildly about, finally meeting his eyes. Tiresias, he gasped, before turning to the other occupants. Maester Luwin, Lord Bran. He swallowed as he panted. Ladies. Yes, Vix, yes, Luwin answered. How may we help you? The guard turned back to him, but Tiresias already stood. His mind was blank again, but his pulse did begin to race this time. He closed his books, propped his quill. He knew. He just knew. But still, Vix spoke, panting all the while. Your wife, Tiresias. Mal, she's gone into, they took her to, told me to tell you. Thank you, Vix. Tiresias walked between the tables, his hands shaking. I understand. I understand? Do you really? Gods, what a stupid thing to say. With every young Stark staring at him, Tiresias came to Luwin. The old man turned his ear to him as he muttered privately. I need to go. Hope you don't mind. Go. Go. Luwin murmured. I'll be along in the evening. If there are any complications beforehand, come fetch me. He nodded, eyes on the floor as he turned to the exit. Vix followed him, nodding as he went. Lord. Ladies. Maester. Though Vix panted through most of his message, Tiresias was fairly certain where his wife was. They had prepared it thoroughly the past week. Every inch was scrubbed. Clean sheets and blankets gathered. Wood piled for a blazing fire when the cool winds came. He heard her moaning as he entered the corridor to their quarters. His hand barely on the door as Majan opened it and came outside. Majan, how is she? All right so far. She looked around before lowering her voice. Pains are common regular now, but she's handling them fine. You go on. We'll take care of her. She made to usher him away, but he pushed her hands away. Gently. I'm coming in. There's nothing you could do for her, Tiresias. We'll get her through this. We'll send for you when it's over. He didn't move. In my old world, if a man impregnated a woman and wasn't there for the end result, he was selfish and a coward. I'm going in, Majan. His voice shook at the end. He couldn't help it. But he met Majan's eye as she glanced to the door and back. You go in, you can't bring that fear in with yet. She's not afraid. Don't make her so. Tiresias nodded and breathed. Majan turned to the blonde guard. Vix, could you bring more water please? Don't worry about it being warm. Just make sure it's clean. He had forgotten about the guard, still panting slightly at his side. Vix nodded and hurried off again. Tiresias listened to him go as he collected himself. After a final breath, he nodded and Majan opened his door. The smell of sweat filled his nostrils before the wood smoke. Mal stood at the foot of the bed, her black hair plastered to her forehead as she gripped the frame, her chest swelling and shrinking with deep pants. The room was sweltering. He came to her side. Mal, I'm here. Why? Support. What kind of fucking support? He took too long to answer. She groaned, dipping her head. Oh, grand. Fucking grand. Tiresias found a cloth and wetted it. Wringing it before he dabbed his wife's forehead, he didn't miss the midwife rolling her eyes by the fire. Well, how about this then? You can scream at me. Curse me. Call me horrible things and I'll be here to hear them. A small chuckle escaped her before she moaned. Oh gods, don't make me laugh. It really hurts. He placed his hand over hers. I'm sorry, Mal. I'll just be here. All right. Sliding her hand out, she gripped it back. The tightest she had ever held him before. Mistress, she yelped. The midwife bustled to her other side. Another pain. Mal nodded, her jaw clenched. The midwife shook her head. Still too far apart. Gods, she moaned. It's just pain, dearie. Horrid pain, but you'll make it through. Now relax your jaw and breathe. You'll break your teeth. She went away to Majan. Tiresias turned back to Mal as the two women bustled in the back. His hand dipped the cloth again. You've been perched here long, I tried walking in circles. Didn't last long, she breathed in and out. In and out. In and out. Tried laying down, but this hurts the least. Tiresias resisted the urge to apologize. Tried to scrub the guilt from his face. It was useless now. Self-centered. He wrung the cloth damp and wiped his wife's brow. You're doing great. You really are. She turned to him as his hand was on her forehead. I feel like I'm about to shit myself. Her eyes were quite watery as she turned back to the bed, moaning. Gods. We'll take care of it, Tiresias murmured in her ears. The midwife and Majan came around them and sprung a canvas over their bed, along with a dulled grey sheet over it. See. He kissed her cheek and pointed to the bed. That'll catch the babe, the blood, and all the shit you can muster. It's all right. You hear, it's all right. Just breathe, Mal. Breathe. She exhaled once, then twice. But on her third breath, she doubled down. A yelp escaped her, turning into a moan. The midwife came from the bedside. Another pain. Mal nodded vigorously. All right, they're close enough now. We're gonna get you on the bed now, dearie. Kmen. She came to Mal's other side. Together, she and Tiresias led Mal to the bedside. Before she went on, she began pulling at her shift, which was plastered in sweat. I want this off, too warm. Without hesitation, Majan, who was behind them, reached down and pulled the shift up over her head. She scurried off with the sweat-soaked shift as the midwife positioned Mal at the edge. Wait until this pain passes, she stated quite calmly. We'll position her before the next one. Just tell us when. Mal nodded, panting as the contraction wore on. After a few seconds, she nodded cautiously. All right, I think it's past. Lie down on the bed. Don't get near the center, I need to be able to reach you. The midwife looked to him. Go on. Help her up. Tiresias pulled Mal up against the headboard. Gently as he possibly could. But he placed her there, she started to moan. What's wrong? He asked. Really, very uncomfortable here, she moaned. He turned to the midwife. Ma'am, she doesn't like being on her back. She can lie on her side if she wants for now, she called back as she checked the fire. There's good. I can pull out the babe from there. You hear that? Tiresias muttered lowly. Let's get you on your side. Kmen. Taking away a couple pillows, she turned over towards the door. A sigh of relief escaped her. Is that better? He asked. Mal, is that all right? Mal murmured. Bit better. On that, there was a knock and the door burst open. I got the water, Vic stated before he saw Mal nude on her side. He stared for an instant before throwing his hand up, shielding his eyes. Sorry. I'm sorry. I have it's not warm, but... Majan ran to the door, took the full water bucket from his shaking hand and pushing the young guard out. Get out. Go. Go, she exclaimed, grabbing the door. Right. I'm sorry, he exclaimed, staring pointedly away from the room. Do you need more water? Majan slammed the door shut. Tiresias looked to Mal, who was quivering. Mal, are you all right? I'm so sorry. Then he realized she was laughing. Lightly so she didn't hurt herself, but her hand went to her mouth as she turned to him. Think I frightened poor Vix enough? Nah, he's not frightened, Majan muttered. She stomped to the hearth with the water bucket. Just an idiot. Nearly spilled the water. Bursting in here like there's a fire. Mal kept laughing. There is a fire, she murmured, pointing to the hearth. Shut up. She paused after pouring the water into the pot, staring at it before sighing. We do need more. Majan strode to the door, opened it and called out down the corridor. Oi! Vix! By the time Vix returned with a second bucket of water, which he passed to Majan after knocking politely, Mal's contractions were coming quicker and quicker in succession. Tiresias tried to hide his own trembling. Kept his arm on the bed so she could grip it. Rubbing her back in a vain attempt to keep the pain at bay. Hardly able to believe it was happening. But as dazed as he wasn't oblivious to the changing scent in the room. It was nothing he had smelled before. Which was hardly surprising. Underneath the wood smoke and Mal's sweat, there was something earthy and bloody coming from her. As if the midwife had smelled it as well, she stood up from the fire and came over to the bed. All right, dearie, let's have a look. Mal breathed full and rapidly as she rolled onto her back and spread her legs. The midwife peered at her pelvis before meeting her eye and nodding. I believe we're ready for the first try. Are you? His wife nodded very quickly. Then keep breathing. Get into the position that feels best to you. Stay on your back, all fours if you want. As the midwife went back to wash her hands, Tiresias helped Mal into position. She chose all fours, staring to the headboard before hanging her head. Once again, he positioned his arm where she could squeeze it. She gripped it as she began to breathe. Tiresias mimicked her deep and practiced breaths, hoping contritely she could find some comfort there. Behind her, Majan came back with the midwife. Just get back there every few minutes and make sure it's not too hot. The midwife positioned herself behind Mal and Majan next to her. She laid out several linens between Mal's knees. All right, dearie. You ready? Mal nodded. I remember. Don't try and push it out all at once. This is your first time so the babe's not coming quick. This will be a long slog. All right. All right. She squatted behind. Keep your chin down. Round your back. First push, go. Tiresias saw all the muscles in his wife's neck contract as she began to push. Her moan began to rattle as it shook her vocal cords. And she had never squeezed his arm as tightly as she did this very moment. The push lasted for several seconds before the midwife called out. Stop. Now breathe. In and out. Mal raised her head and gasped for breath. Her face was very red and her eyes were very teary. That was good. Good, dear. Very good, the stout woman murmured from behind her. Majan bustled back to the hearth to check the water. Tiresias leaned in, whispering. She's right. You're doing good. You're doing so good. She turned to him, panting, wide-eyed. I feel like, I'm shitting meself. I'm gonna shit meself. Good, the midwife stated promptly, behind them. Means you're using the right muscles. And if you're gonna shit yourself, just do it. We'll take care of it. Oh gods, Mal moaned, dipping her head. Don't worry about it, Mal, Majan said as she came back from the hearth. It's all right. Count 3 breaths, the midwife said. On the third exhale, drop your chin, round the back and start your next push. Ready? Mal nodded again as she began to exhale. 1, 2, 3 and push. The afternoon passed excruciatingly. Tiresias spoke less and less, though he stayed by the bedside. As much as he hated hearing his wife moaning and screaming in agony, it helped when she came up to breathe and he saw her eyes. Teary, full of pain, but determined as well. She never lost that as the afternoon passed into evening. And the sunset crept through the window, shining on the stone opposite. Their child would come at night. As he gazed back from the setting sun, Mal sank her head into the bed, panting. Determination didn't deter her frustration. Her agony. Her exhaustion. It overwhelmed her as tears flowed freely in the sheets. Damn it, she moaned. Damn it. Damn it, damn it. Tiresias went down to her level. You're doing so well, Mal, he whispered urgently before turning to the midwife. Isn't she? She's doing great. She is, she stated, much more nonchalantly than he anticipated. She peered to the canal. I can see the babe's head. Looks like it's facing the back. That's good. That's good, dearie. Little bit more and I can help pull it out. Mal nodded as she pushed herself up. Panting, she met his eyes. How's your arm? She released her grip to show her handprint around his forearm. Oh gods, she began to laugh as more tears flowed. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. It's all right, Tiresias said. Fuck the arm. It's all right. Actually it's not, the midwife said behind them. Here. He turned to catch a long cloth from her. Rope it around the board and let her grip it. Bit more pull for the final push. Biting back the question why she waited so long to volunteer the cloth, he ignored his deadening arm as he and Majan worked the cloth around the headboard. Offering the 2 ends to Mal, she propped herself on her elbows and gripped them. The frustration had ebbed and the determination was back. She inhaled and exhaled fiercely. Almost there, dearie. Chin down. Round your back. Pull the cloth. Breathe in and push. Mal's scream was ragged by this point. She still emitted it loudly as she pushed. Tried to expel it. Tiresias focused on his wife's face. Didn't dare to look down to the end of the bed. But he couldn't ignore the smell. The bloody, musky, earthy smell. It was becoming stronger. All right. Stop and breath normally. Head's beginning to come out. The midwife seemed miles away. This next push, if the babe's out far enough, I'll reach in and help it along. Ready? Mal couldn't speak. She just nodded, her head jerking up and down. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in, and push. She ducked her head. Gave no sign that anything was different. Tiresias heard the bed creak as she pulled the cloth. But he looked to the foot of the bed. To the 2 ladies. Majin's eyes were widening. The midwife was calm, but both remained focused. Good, good, the midwife reached up. The head's coming, I see the ears, eyes, nose, keep pushing, dearie. Keep pushing it out. Tiresias turned back to Mal. You hear that? The babe's common. It's common. She turned to him. Face red with gritted teeth. I can fucking feel it, you stupid fuck. Right. Good, he said, promptly turning back. Majin was holding something just below the canal. The midwife was positioning her hand. We're nearly there, she said. On this next push, I'm gonna reach in. Pull out an arm so the shoulder doesn't break. After that, keep pushing. Babe's almost out. Tiresias returned to Mal's red face. She tucked her chin, panting. 1, 2, push. The scream from the labor combined with any discomfort the midwife's hand may have induced. Tiresias didn't look as he focused on his wife. She pulled the cloth so hard, her hands were chalk white. The arms out. Now keep pushing. K'man, lass. K'man. Mal tucked her chin even further. She could practically see down where their child was coming. But she kept her eyes closed and pushed, screaming as she did. Tiresias stayed with her. She was nearing it. The last bit of effort. The bloody, earthy smell that imbued the room exploded where Majin and the midwife were. A spiced musk was the closest description Tiresias could give it. The clenched scream from Mal gave way to a long moan and that morphed into deep panting. His head light, Tiresias stared to the two women. The midwife stood, holding a purple babe by the foot. An umbilical cord ran still to his wife. Shriveled, drenched in fluid, it was quiet and still. Tiresias' heart stilled. His mind blanked. No, he barely croaked. Then the midwife slapped the babe's bottom and it began to wail. It echoed in their quarters. Without hesitation, the midwife blanketed the babe and gestured to Majin. Fetch the basin. The two women moved with purpose, handling the crying newborn. Tiresias could only stare. After a few seconds, he turned to Mal, who was panting in relief. She looked to him. You hear that? Mal nodded against the bed. Healthy lungs, she murmured before laughing softly. Man. Let's get you turned around. Careful not to tangle her legs with the umbilical cord and hassle the infant, he helped Mal on her back. His hands were shaking the whole time as he snuck looks to the bottom of the bed. Majin had brought the basin and she, along with the midwife, were cleaning their child. He let them be. They seemed relaxed. At least the midwife did. Majin was beaming with excitement as she patted the babe dry. She turned to them as he wrapped a blanket around Mal and propped her against the pillows. It's a girl, Majin breathed. It's a girl, Mal, you have a daughter. A daughter, a daughter. Having felt lightheaded just a moment before, Tiresias sat down on the bed next to Mal as a great weight settled into his feet, his chest and arms. But it didn't chill him. It was quite warm actually. His breath deepened as he looked to his daughter, still crying loudly as the midwife cleaned her off. As she knelt to cut the umbilical cord, he turned to Mal who was still panting lightly. She met his eyes before looking back to their child. He had never seen that look before, he expected he held a similar expression. Let me hold her. One moment, dearie. One moment. She cut the cord and laid the girl in a fresh blanket. Don't forget the afterbirth. Stay like that until it comes. I tell you to push if it's needed. She swaddled the babe as she talked. Completely calm. Tiresias heard her heartbeat normally. Tranquil amidst all the rapid pulses, Majin in her excitement. What he and Mal felt, he couldn't describe. But now, he heard another heartbeat. It fluttered faster than the rest of them. And once the midwife scooped the bundle and brought their daughter to Mal's arms, it drowned the rest for him. However fast her heart beat though, her cries were softening and she was looking ready to sleep. He hunched over Mal as she held their daughter. The babe was very tired, like her mother. Her eyes drooped as she gazed up at them. Only a few coos escaped her before she fell into her first sleep. With a great effort, he took his eyes off her and looked to Mal. Are you all right? I think so. He pressed his lips to her forehead. Caked with sweat. You were awesome. She smiled wearily. Thank you, you were here. He laughed softly. I was. Did I break your arm? Nah. Maybe just a bruise. He looked back down to the midwife, who knelt at the bottom at the bed. Everything all right down there? Good birth. I. Good birth, she murmured, not looking up. Afterbirth's coming along. Slight tear. Not too much blood. After it's all out and we clean you up, we send for the maester. Make sure you're all right. Tiresias barely heard the rest of it. His eyes were back to their daughter. His skin was turning from purple to pink. Her breath whistled through her little nostrils and her heartbeat still fluttered as Mal held her. Hours later, it still held him. Tiresias wasn't sure whether he felt or heard his daughter's heart fluttering as he cradled her by the hearth. A young heart that paced quickly under the fire song in their chamber. That beat was in complete contrast from her face. She woke once to feed and had now returned to her deep slumber, her eyelids thick and heavy. Echoes from an old life came to him. He held her to his left side so that his heart would be heard as well. Supported the head. Swaddled her tightly. There was a young babe in his life before. Not his, but he had learned a few things there. He had loved her dearly. But this one is yours. Yours to raise. Fear and happiness coursed through him all at once. Thankfully, a sweet numbness took hold. It was a long day and he was so tired. Tiresias, Tiresias. Mal pierced the numbness. He forgot his own weariness as he looked to her, her eyes barely open. Her voice hoarse from the screams. He held the babe as Maester Lewin cared for her and confirmed the midwife's assessment. A good birth. An uncomplicated labor. A blessing in this time and place. Her tears sutured, rest would do its work. Still, Tiresias had to ask. Are you all right? A half-smile grew on her face. I'm so, fucking sore, she murmured. I supposed I'll be all right. What were you thinking, just now? He looked back down. I was wondering if she's even aware that she's in a whole new world. Maybe when she sleeps, she thinks she's still inside you. An extremely faint laugh escaped her. I don't think she's thinking anything. Gently, he stroked her arm, pinned to her side. Maybe so. But it's fun to think for her. Mal pushed herself up. Slowly. Bring her here. Tiresias stood as gently as he could and stepped to the bed. It still smelled of the labor. The sheets were changed, but the stench stayed. Blood, a musk, strangely sweet, strangely of the earth. It wasn't intolerable. He crawled next to her, careful not to jostle their child as he handed her over. Mal sat with her silently for a moment, leaning lightly on him. So, what should we name her? Without knowing the sex, they hadn't talked names as the pregnancy loomed. He had a few inquiries, as did Mal, but it wasn't their priority. Now they had all the quiet and peace they needed. For a few hours more at least. A name should come to them now. Or so he thought. Tiresias looked up from his daughter, stared to the fire. The flames gave him nothing. I don't know, he muttered. What do you think? You were born in this country. What's a good name for a northern girl? Mal shrugged, but only slightly. Anya, Arlene, Roseanne, Nora. She turned to him. Must it be a northern name? Do you have a name from Essos you like? Give a girl in Winterfell a foreign name. He asked lightly. Mark her so she stands out. She's your daughter. She'll be marked either way, mountain fall. Please don't call me that. Though he couldn't help but smile. She's your daughter too. She just came out of you. You put in the work. You should name her. Mal curled her hand around his wrist. There'll be others. Oh. She rolled her eyes. Not now. Give me some rest before I welcome you back in, but I'll name the next one. The fire crackled before them as Tiresias gazed down. So, what name do you see? Mal murmured. What name do you have for her? He sat on the question for a moment. Memories of his old world were increasingly precious. Details fogged. Names forgotten. Those to whom he was close were turning anonymous. What chance did a whole pantheon of names had? Belonging to those he didn't even know. Amidst the red of the fireglow on the bed, he saw blue as well. He turned to the window, where moonlight pierced the glass. It was a cloudless night. The only thing that seemed to stay from his old world were the stories. And more than one came to him at this moment. Tiresias extracted himself from his wife and child. Felt Mal's eyes as he opened his chest and brought out his fur jacket. It had been months since he had worn it. But it wasn't for him. Leaving the buttons loose, he put on the jacket and sat on the bedside. Mal peered at him as he extended his arms. Could I have her please? You going out with her? Now. Only for 10 minutes. I'll keep her warm. Why? I'm naming her under the night sky. Where she'll hear her name first. It'll be hers. This a family tradition in Essos. Tiresias shook his head. Just me being sentimental, I just have a feeling, all. Mal pursed her lips, but she passed their babe. He placed her inside the jacket, holding her there as he carefully stood. The babe squirmed slightly, but stilled again, her head once again to his heart. He looked back to his wife, her tired eyes fixed on him. 10 minutes. She doesn't have your warmth, she said quietly. Don't make me get out of this bed and drag you back. Tiresias nodded and exited their quarters. Her first venture out into the world, and she remained soundly asleep. It was early in the morning. Midnight had just passed. But a few servants remained awake and nodded to him as he walked by. More smiles appeared at the sight of his daughter's face. Tiresias acknowledged them, but didn't stop. This didn't require the gods' wood, nor the meadows surrounding Winterfell. He made his way to the top of the nearest battlements, stopping between the two guard posts. Out of earshot, and under the white-blue light of the crescent moon, he peered down to his bundled daughter. Swayed slightly as he whispered to her. Your father comes from a different world. A world he'll never return to. A world you'll never see, but you'll carry something from it. At this, Tiresias stared up to the glowing crescent. A story from my world, in fact, many stories spoke of a huntress. A goddess from a civilization long past. Her worship non-existent when I left, but I took my name from her time. From her land. And so now, I want to give you hers. I don't name you to become the goddess. She was a great hunter. I'll teach you to be as well. People gave her prayers for childbirth and the raising of children. You arrived with little trouble, so I thank her for that. He turned so her face was basked in the moonlight. And when she journeyed west under another name, she became a moon goddess as well. And tonight, you arrived. Raising his hand, he traced the crescent. When the moon was shaped in the style of her bow, he muttered, bringing his hand back under her. Her old name, Artemis, maybe it would be better with the name I chose. Tiresias is from her old country, but we're here now. Your mother's kind to let me choose, but I won't mark you with that. Instead you'll have her name, fashioned when she was adopted elsewhere. It will fit you here. He lowered his head to hers, whispering. Your name is Diana. And it's yours to do with as you choose. It's yours before it's anyone else's. Raising his head, he looked back to the moon. Then to the guard posted by the tower, who regarded him with a strange look. Tiresias nodded to him and walked back to the stairs. His 10 minutes were nearly up. You're lucky to have your mother, he whispered as he entered the castle, walking softly along the corridor. Your father's a lunatic who speaks to himself under the moonlight. Chapter 70. He tried to hold in the yawn, but it was no use. Sleep was increasingly precious these past 2 months. For the most part, Diana was a peaceful babe. But then the nights came and it was an even gamble whether they would be able to sleep uninterrupted for a few hours. In his old world, a man could tend to his baby daughter, feed her and put her back to sleep. However, that technology was now only a dream now and he could barely remember it. Mal was the only one who could feed Diana. He got up with her the first time, propping himself up, blinking blearily. Which earned him an incredulous look as Mal bared her breast for Diana to latch. What are you doing? She muttered, through her weariness. He couldn't answer. Could barely talk as he was still half asleep. A few, incoherent grumbles escaped him before she cut him off. Go back to sleep, she said, anticipating his next words rather accurately. Stayin' up with me doesn't make you a better husband or a man. You being a prick tomorrow cause you're tired will just make it worse. Go to sleep. He must have fallen back asleep immediately. He didn't remember anything else of that night. Prone to test the limits of his sex in this world, he tried to make it up to Mal. He gave her what little rest she could steal. He brought Diana to the library a few afternoons every week, after the morning lessons. The Stark children returned one afternoon and everyone took a turn to hold her, including Arya. Even little Kara, though he helped her balance the head. The sight of the mountain fall carrying his daughter about in a basket of blankets earned him a couple of odd looks, but he didn't mind in the slightest. He never had. The delirium of lost sleep notwithstanding, he found himself staring at his daughter with a fascination he had never experienced before. During his translations, during his stretches, during his meals. For the first time in months, he forgot about the white beneath the castle and the land of the dead beyond the wall. A few afternoons prior, he was carrying Diana to the library when he caught Diana's hazel eyes staring at him. And she smiled at him. For the first time. That stopped him midway up the stairs. He started laughing and brought her close. Hello, there, he muttered. Hello, hello. She still smiled at him, raising her arms to him. He gave her a finger and she grasped it, pulling it towards her, with all her little strength. Tiresias let her have it, staying on the stairwell for a solid few minutes before starting up again. You'll be the death of me, he muttered, smiling like a loon. He wore that grin as he settled into the tower. Tucking Diana in, she fell asleep immediately and he dug through the scrolls that Maester Luwin left for him. After the first few, he pulled out one that nearly distracted him from his new fatherhood. It must have arrived late morning. A crimson lion seal, he forgot that he had written Tyrion back. Breaking the seal, he saw that his friend's message was uncharacteristically brief. At least for him. Dear Mountain Goat. It's now my turn to apologize to you for a late response. The King's Court is an ever-interesting and distracting place. And if you ever deem to visit, I shall only extend the same invitation I offered you concerning the Westerlands. Emphatically so. Although I may spare you the trouble and come north myself to seek the truth to these fascinating rumors bounding about the city. And, more importantly, to settle the contest between Prince Oberyn and myself when it comes to whorehouse debauchery. I know you said not to take it as a dare, but I won't be able to resist. He may have royal taste, but I'll throw my purse against his any day. Or night for that matter. Your degenerate friend. Tyrion Lannister. He lowered the letter, unsmiling. For the second time, there were vague warnings about rumors in the city. Rumors he couldn't put to quill. What had leaked south? He wasn't even considering the small council. What on earth were the small folk hearing? What was pulsing through the streets of King's Landing? The taverns in Flea Bottom. A gurgle echoed across the room and interrupted his thoughts. He stood, his sleep-deprived self taking an extra beat to center himself. Crossing to the basket, he discovered Diana blinking sleepily. Her eyes found him and she smiled. He wondered if Mal had seen it yet. Grinning himself, he squatted before her. This is a library, sweetheart. You need to be quiet, Her eyelids drooped. He glanced back to the chair. Why not? She's a lump for now anyway. She'll not be moving. He picked up the basket and set her down on the table. Moving her so she could see him. So he could see her. 2 letters in and she was out. He heard her heart fluttering. Wondered when it would slow. Diana slept that entire afternoon. He was grateful for the quiet. But he wouldn't have minded her waking again. To see her smile. He wanted the distraction. Tyrion's letter loomed on his mind the rest of the day. And try as he might, he couldn't negate the possibilities of their story becoming common gossip in the capital. That wasn't something his daughter's face could obliterate. Robb bore the measurements with as much dignity as he could muster. Still, with his mother in attendance and Mal holding a tape to his leg, the future Lord of Winterfell was a tad uncomfortable. It could have been the space. The young lord had missed his appointment with Mistress Bane today. So tonight to catch up, the Lady of Winterfell arrived with him in tow. And Tiresias, sitting at his desk, daughter in one arm, quill in the other, bore witness to the young wolf being fussed over. Mal handed him the end of the tape. Hold that against your inseam, lord. He blinked. My what? Your groin, she elaborated. Quite matter-of-factly. Tiresias swallowed his grin, averting his eyes. He didn't need to see the young lord's embarrassment. He heard it well enough. His heart beat far quicker than anyone else's in the room as Mal brought her end of the tape to his ankle. 29. He marked it and dabbed his quill for the next measurement. Over by the bed, Catelyn Stark was matching materials Mal had laid out before they arrived. Furs, fabrics, and cloths covered their whole quilt. Your eyes are quite blue, she murmured. But you do need the Stark colors. I suppose that shouldn't clash. Blues and greys are the best of friends, lady, Mal answered as she stood and wrapped the tape around Robb's waist. Lift your arms please, lord. Robb did so. I thought you already had my measurements. 31, Mal stated pragmatically. Those were from last year. You've grown since then, lord. All the Stark children have. They have indeed. Cat brought over a dark grey fur, draping over her son's shoulder. What of that? What do you think? I think this is a waste of time and coin, Robb remarked. We're going to waste enough food at the wedding feast. I have clothes that fit. I don't need a whole new outfit for this. Tiresias saw the look in Catelyn's eyes and braced himself. His mother's face was a blur in his memory. But he remembered that look. Thankfully, the Lady of Winterfell only needed a light touch. She took the fur and held it as she spoke. Robb, temperance is admirable. And required for surviving winters. You'll prove that when the cold comes. But this is a celebration for the whole North. Not just you. They need festivity after the horrors that came to the wall. To feel the relief that they did not cross. For now. Robb muttered softly. His mother didn't skip a beat. They need to know that their future is secure. And our guests will see their future when they see you and Winifred wed. So what would you have them see? An old boy or a future lord? Robb answered with his eyes. He didn't avert them, but his face was quite contrite. Lady Catelyn sighed and returned to the bed. Besides, if you're so concerned with time, you shouldn't have wasted Mistress Baines this afternoon. Or Mal's for that matter. Or even Tiresias, who has to take up this new duty, because you failed to show. Robb turned to his wife, his eyes as sincere as ever. I'm sorry, Mal, he said, before looking to him. And you, Tiresias? It's nothing, lord, Mal remarked lightly. Her measurements done, she rolled up the tape and joined Lady Stark at the bed. For his part, Tiresias propped the quill and capped the inkwell. I've been in the Wolf's Wood many times, Robb. I know what it's like to lose track of time in there. He stroked his daughter's arm lightly. Sides, think this works out a bit better for you. Theon's not here. I'm sure he'd have some marvelous suggestions for your wedding suit. A painful grin lodged onto the young lord's face. Gods, don't say that. I'm gonna hear enough from him on the day itself. He turned to Mal. You won't need me again until the day of, No, Lord. Your outfit's simple enough. You have it easy, Rob, Lady Stark said. What of Winifred? Do you think she's just sitting in White Harbor? With some shift she'll throw on before she enters the Godswood? Mal, how many fittings for her dress do you suppose she'll endure before the wedding? No fewer than 4 would be guess, lady. 4 fittings, she nodded to the bed. And the decisions she'll have to make. She, her mother and handmaidens will be looking at tenfold the material you see here. Does that sound enjoyable? Rob's face spoke clearly enough. You're right. It's not. But she's making the effort. You, her future husband and Lord of Winterfell, might well try and match it. She picked up the dark grey fur and a much lighter one. Now, which do you prefer? Either one will work. The young wolf looked to Mal. Which is better? His wife hid her grin rather well. He saw it only in her eyes as she pointed to the lighter one. Rob nodded at her point. That one, then. A hard knock followed Rob's decision. Lady Stark set both furs down and turned. Come in. The door opened to reveal Jory, who nodded immediately to Catelyn and then Rob. Jory, Catelyn greeted. How may we help you? Forgive me, my lady. My lord. He nodded to Tiresias. I need to speak to you outside. All eyes went to him. He stood immediately and walked to the door. Mal came over to take Diana, but Tiresias declined. I got her, it's all right, he muttered. Be back in a moment. He hoped that was true. Though Jory hadn't said so, there was a look in his eyes that he found oddly familiar. A sinking suspicion deepened in him. Jory looked down the corridor both ways before leaning forward. Tiresias inclined as well to hear his mutter. Lord Stark wants to see you immediately. He's in his solar. And that suspicion was confirmed. Tiresias peered at the captain, swaying lightly with Diana. Did he say why? Jory shook his head. No, but Maester Luwin brought a scroll from the rookery just before he sent me to find you. It came from King's Landing. Tiresias gazed down to the stone floor, exhaling slowly. Damn it. Hesitation wouldn't serve anyone here. Counting 2 beats, he met Jory's eyes and nodded. Give me a moment. Mal's eyes were full of questions when he entered the room again. As were Rob's and Lady Stark's. Nodding deftly, he handed Diana off to Mal, leaning in to mutter. I have to go. I'll be back in a while. Later tonight. She nodded immediately. Leaving him to dismiss himself from the lady and future lord of this castle. Lady Stark. Rob. Please excuse me. Of course, Tiresias, Catelyn said. I hope nothing's wrong. There was another question in there. And Tiresias had no choice but to answer it. No, my lady. Just need to speak to your husband. With a light nod, he exited his quarters. The unasked questions hitting the door as he gently closed it. Jory was thankfully silent as they walked up to the solar. The captain even left him before the tower, citing his other duties. Tiresias barely heard his offered luck as he traipsed up. He tried his best not to imagine the worst that could come from King's Landing in the night. At this point. Perhaps all he did, perhaps it wasn't enough. There wasn't much time to mull on it. Tiresias reached the solar soon enough, the guards at the door knocked to announce him. He nodded dully to them both, entering to find the warden behind his desk. A medium fire crackled in the hearth. Shut the door. Tiresias closed the solar door behind him and approached Lord Stark. With no further pretense, the warden handed him a scroll. He sat down and felt the parchment. Richer than usual, the seal was broken already. The blue wax shaped as the hand's pendant. His stomach sank, but still he unfurled the scroll and read. Lord Stark leaned back in his chair and waited. Silently. He met the warden's eyes when he was finished. The man gave a small sigh. We knew this was coming. Doesn't make it any less welcome, Tiresias muttered, returning to the summons. Shit. 3 months. That was the command. 3 months for Lord Stark to appear in King's Landing to explain his actions before the small council. Or an emissary of his choosing. There were no familiarities in this letter. It was quite formal. Though Jonaran signed it, he wouldn't be surprised if Stannis had dictated it. 3 months. Tiresias deposited the scroll back on the desk. It's a month's travel to King's Landing. We could delay 6 weeks. See if any other developments occur. Any circumstances that change. What developments are you hoping for? The kind that might negate this summons, though hoping's not the right word for it. Anything capable of that would be catastrophic. War. He barely smiled. As I said, I'm not hoping for that, but 3 months isn't nothing. Even if your emissary doesn't depart until 2 months from now, he'd make it still. Especially if he forgoes the King's Road and sails from White Harbor. You speak as if it's a foregone conclusion that I will send an emissary. That I won't go myself. You know better than me what a tenuous position the North is in at the moment. You leaving at any point in the next year, let alone 3 months, it wouldn't be good. A shadow settled on the warden's face and Tiresias relaxed. Just slightly. That expression, a reluctant acceptance to allow others to shoulder the burden. So whom would you have go in my place? Tiresias sat back in his chair. Some lord who has a good relationship with the free folk in his territory. Someone who won't speak ill of the migration and the settlements when they're being interrogated by the small council. No lord has a good relationship with the free folk. Ned got up and strode to the map, ever present on the large table. They haven't been here long enough and they arrived too quickly. Best we can hope for is stability. No violence between the settlements and the holds. He gripped the table, looking down. I can't see a lord I'd have leave their lands now. Tiresias joined him, bending over the table, his eyes scanning. What about a second-born? Lord Robert Glover. He almost smiled. It was a good jape. He'd be a fine sight at court. His fingers journeyed quickly through the north, as he tried to recollect the available alternates and their individual temperaments. Names pulsed through his mind: Mullen, Condon, Mason. Then he stopped, his finger paused. Shit, shit, shit. His finger had stilled absent-mindedly above Bear Island. He felt Ned's eye drift there. I think Lady Lion is a bit young for the Red Keep. Tiresias straightened up, staring blankly at the map. You can't send anyone, he murmured. What did you mean? I mean you can't send anyone. I don't mean you can't send just anyone. I mean anyone. At all. You can't. His eyes traced the map again, trying desperately to find something to prove him wrong. Perhaps someone from the Night's Watch could go. That idea died quickly. George Mormont couldn't spare a man to trek south. Not just because of the attack there months ago. But murmurs came to Winterfell about the other castle efforts along the wall. There was talk of manning them again. Every single one. The warden was still waiting for him to elaborate. And so he tore his thoughts away from the wall. The circumstances that would have negated this summons: anyone you send there, they'll have the protection of the crown. But if the truth is discovered and war breaks out because of it, or even a little chaos in the Red Keep, and your emissary is embroiled in it, and dies. He looked to Lord Stark. Then the North is in the war. A minor lord or a second-born or a son. They're all answerable to someone. Someone responsible for them. Whose honor will demand justice for them. It will come back to them and they'll come to you. And you'll have to take up their cause or lose them as an ally. The map drew Lord Stark's eye again. But he was still listening. So you take the men and go south. And you leave the North exposed. To the Iron Islands. To abandoned harvests. He leaned against the table, staring to the gift. And as much as I hate to admit it, the free folk. The lords here have some right to be afraid. Even though most are peaceful and don't want conflict, there's enough discontentment to sow real chaos while the lords are gone. Even Mansraider won't be much help to us. Now the free folk aren't in immediate danger from the dead, they're less inclined to follow him. It was also rumored that quite a few free folk seated at the North and at Lord Stark for their tally system. Their census delayed the migration by days. If everyone had just been allowed to walk through that tunnel, they could have been all through in 3 days. Before the Night King came. Many lost their families and were quite isolated in their new settlements. Still, perhaps it was better than the other rumor. The gratitude felt by some free folk to Lord Stark reached a level of near worship. Tiresias found that to be nearly as disturbing. They didn't need fanaticism here. It didn't matter whether it was born out of love or hatred. Lord Stark was aware of both factions, but he gave words to neither as he surveyed the map. So, whom shall I send? Who else besides a lord can stand as emissary? Diana's smile flashed before him. It wavered his resolve, but only for a moment. He already knew. Perhaps from the very moment that he read the summons. You need someone who can die and not drag the North into war. Someone you're not obligated to avenge or answer for if the worst should happen. Someone, insignificant. Ned knew what he was implying immediately. You're a servant. Exactly. I don't matter. No, exactly, you don't matter. You have no highborn standing. I can't send you to the court. Before the small council. The letter doesn't have any requirements about your emissary's noble status. Don't play stupid, Tiresias. You know exactly what they mean. Lord Arryn was generous enough to grant me an emissary. It's an out. What will it look like if you show up? A librarian? A foreigner? I'll be making a mockery out of the small council. And then they'll actually order me south. Tiresias didn't have answer for that. To his silence, Lord Stark sighed and returned to his desk. He didn't return with him, turning to the map, not really seeing it. The fire crackled in the hearth. That sound always calmed him. For which, he was grateful. He hated what he was about to argue. Lord Stark, I think it could work. He heard Ned turn to look at him. The creak in his leather doublet. Jonaran, Stannis Baratheon, they all answered to someone who will probably be very happy to see me. Turning to meet Ned's eye, he saw that he didn't have to explain this aspect as well. You hate being the mountain fall. You hate telling the story. I hate the idea of you and your family dying even more. He smiled. Not too much so, but some. The king, it won't be a pleasant council meeting. He probably won't be there to distract the rest from interrogating me, but he'll be quite pleased. You're sure of that? He summoned me once before. When I was on Dragonstone. Though I managed to find passage to Bravos before the Raven arrived. His smile dropped slowly. Now, it will be a special treat from the north. An entertaining visitor. He walked slowly back to his chair in front of the desk. You're not disposable, Tiresias, Ned stated quietly. Your death in King's Landing would not be welcomed in this castle. Not at all. But it wouldn't drag the north into war. He sat down. Be outraged. Right to the hand. Demand an explanation. You won't be called upon to ride down and avenge a servant. The war will break out and the north could hold up behind Moat Cailin. Never take one step into the south. All this assuming the Riverlands wouldn't be involved either. If Edmure Tully decided to hurry south to either side, Catelyn would implore Ned to assist her brother. Then the north would be in the war anyway. And then it would be completely out of his hands. There'd be no more illusion of control. They'd be well past emissaries at that point. He'd be better off concentrating on escaping back to Winterfell. To his family. To a familiar place. To help where he could. Ned picked up the scroll, looking over the summons once more. Predicting a coming consent, he cleared his throat. So Lord Stark, am I your emissary or not? The fire crackled and the warden said nothing as he pondered the summons. Tiresias had sat in these silences before. He still sensed that Lord Stark was aiming to consent. But something else was brewing. Something unnerving. At last, Ned lowered the scroll and peered to him. Jonaran signed this summons. There was a question in there, but Tiresias couldn't decipher it. Was he not dead about this time? In your vision? Oh shit. Tiresias sighed through his nose. As he tried to remember. It had been so long since he had seen the beginning when the Lord Hand laid dead. Stones over his eyes. There was no date attached to that sight. I'm not sure, it's close, but I'm not sure. The warden had a strange look in his eyes. Tiresias didn't like it. If I'm to consent to you going south to King's Landing, then I'm assigning you another task. To not just appear before the small council and speak for me there, but to speak to Jonaran privately and prevent his death. However you can. He tried to consider it. He truly did, but he couldn't hide the doubt in his eyes. Lord Stark saw it as well. I can't abandon Lord Arryn, Tiresias. He is still alive. For now, Tiresias stated, trying to keep his voice calm. He has plenty of time to die. Even if I were to race off to King's Landing tonight, he could be dead by the time I arrive. But you don't know that. Not for certain, you don't. Tiresias couldn't refute that. Killing Peter Baelish, he suspected that would extend Jonaran's life. But not by much. As it was last time, the Lord Hand could be on the trail of Robert's bastards. Granted, depending on how many Varys managed to steal away from the capital, he may have more difficulty spotting the obvious differences between the king's natural-born offspring and his supposed royal brood. But it was safe to wager that the Lord Hand was not an idiot. Sooner or later, the truth would appear to him. That boring book of lineages was still in Pycelle's possession. The genetic diary of every noble family in the realm. The seed is strong. Lord Stark, I don't know how to help him. I'm asking you to try. Try what? He ran through the scenarios in his head. The only reason you're asking me is because I know about the truth about the Lannister bastards. Is that my only option? Do I go up to him? The first night? Tell him frankly that the king has no true-born children. Lord Stark kept quiet. Tiresias leaned forward. You know Lord Arryn better than I do. What would he do if I told him that? Would he keep quiet? To avoid war? Would he just forget the matter? If he hadn't seen what he had seen, the look in Ned's eyes would have been answer enough. So he acts on it. How? How could he possibly do that without agitating the Lannisters? There are more Red Cloaks in the Red Keep than any other soldiers. Striking first, he needs more men, more time, and with all the preparation he might gain, it still leads to war. It all leads to open war. You sound like you've given up on the South. Ned tapped the arm of his chair. You sound like it's all inevitable. Did you have such a mindset when you arrived here in Winterfell? To propose what you proposed then? It hasn't been all great, but we've avoided a war here. So far, Tiresias reminded him quietly. The North was easy, Lord Stark. It's one kingdom. The enemy is simple. You have a giant wall and I know more about you. And what I didn't know, I had years to learn. This. He tried thinking back. Jon Arryn was a memory in the story when he first saw it. But now the main sower of chaos was gone. And Lord Stark wasn't in King's Landing this time. I haven't worked much in the South, he admitted. The White Walkers took up a lot of our time. But what I have done, it's changed too much. I'll go down there. I'll try and keep them out of the North, but anything more, I'm sorry, Lord Stark. I don't want to abandon your friend to his fate. I don't want to abandon all the others who will suffer for it, but we're better off not interfering. Is that what you think, Tiresias? Ned asked quietly. I think I've changed too much. I don't know how much of what I remember will be useful. The fire crackled behind him, its glow reflected in Ned's eyes as he peered at him. Tiresias met his gaze easily enough. The warden wasn't angry, but he had the feeling that he was about to feel quite foolish soon. Finally Lord Stark spoke. You have a sight, Tiresias. It's impossible. I've never understood it, but I've accepted it. You seem to have an insight into every corner of Westeros. That seemed a bit of overreach, but Tiresias didn't correct the warden as he continued. You see a future that you've sought to change. You saw the past. You've been in rooms with me when I haven't seen you. You were there nonetheless. But you were there at Castle Black, for real, were you not? Tiresias knew that was a rhetorical question. You stood on that wall and looked down at the Night King. Do you remember the dead men rising? The army of the dead. Do you remember what's waiting for us beyond the wall, Tiresias? That wasn't rhetorical. Still Tiresias said nothing. Instead answering in the affirmative with his small exhale. So tell me, if Jon Arryn dies, as you say he will, and the South erupt into war, who could the North call upon? Should the army of the dead overcome the wall and invade our lands? Who else in the capital will aid us? Tiresias slowly averted his eyes to the floor. No one, that was the truth. The Riverlands were a possibility, but they couldn't march without leaving their home too vulnerable for conquest. Lord Tywin was just to the west and only needed the slightest excuse to invade. Allying with the disruptive, or even defiantly neutral North, that would do it. He was tempted to say the Vale. But if Jon Arryn died, the Vale would be headed by Lysa and he knew how that turned out last time. Even if Yohn Royce wanted to, he couldn't help. Not if the Lady of the Vale ordered neutrality and isolation again. All the rest he didn't even consider. The Reach, the Westerlands, the Stormlands, to even suggest them out loud was ridiculous. He, himself, had only one friend in King's Landing and Tyrion was in no position at the moment to give them any assistance. He looked back to the warden. Where Ned had been waiting for him to finish contemplating before speaking. I know I'm asking something near impossible, the situation in King's Landing, it makes war seem almost inevitable, but if there's one man who can balance it out, it's Jon Arryn. And now he's stumbling about for answers. He needs our help. He lowered his voice to a murmur. According to what you said, you saved me from a grievous death. Saved my family and the North is intact because of it. I'd like you to try and do the same for Lord Arryn. I can't ask it of anyone else. We can't tell another emissary or anyone else what's truly happening in the capital. So either you go down as my emissary, or I go myself. It wasn't a threat, but it sure felt like one. Before he could ponder it further, the warden smiled. Ever slightly. Besides, Ned leaned back. If Jon Arryn dies, Robert will need a new hand, I remember your warning about that. Is that not something we should prevent? Tiresias couldn't go against that. It was rather simple when Ned said it like that. Still he let a few good seconds go by. Before he smiled himself. In spite of everything. All right, I'll do it. You'll try and save Lord Arryn. In addition to bullshitting the small council, I'll do what I can. Ned exhaled lowly. Thank you. Tiresias sighed himself, though he kept his humorless smile. You know, Lord Stark, I'm very tempted to ask you to order me south. Why? So my departure's not of my own suggestion. For it to be anyone else's fault but mine. The warden peered at him and Tiresias confessed, speaking quietly. She smiled at me for the first time a few days ago. And it's difficult to leave. More so than before. There was a look in the warden's eye. Tiresias didn't think he ever looked so understanding. It'll be an order to everyone else outside these doors, Tiresias, Ned spoke quietly. I could order you directly now. Tiresias shook his head softly. It doesn't matter, who the fuck would I be trying to fool anyway? Most, if not all, of the court for a start. What will the highborn there think of a foreign servant arriving as emissary for the North? Why would Lord Stark appoint him? Even if he did kill someone famous? Lord Stark sighed. The letter gives us 3 months. Though I wish you'd leave soon to stop Jon Arryn's demise before it's too late, I'll not push you out on the morrow. I appreciate that, Tiresias murmured. I'll leave for the months out. Would that be satisfactory? The month just started. I know. That earned him a small grin from the warden. Fine. The quiet in the solar settled in. Tiresias heard it often enough when he suggested monumental changes for the future of Westeros. He didn't hate it. But he never grew fond of it either. Determined to spend the rest of his evening with his wife and daughter, he nodded goodnight and stood. Tiresias. He hadn't even moved from the front of his chair when Lord Stark spoke. He blinked as the warden straightened up and stared directly at him. The hairs on his neck rose slightly. He recognized the expression, though Lord Stark rarely looked at him this way. Indeed, it was Lord Stark. And not Ned. For when he next spoke, he issued orders in his lord's voice. I, Lord Stark, Warden of the North, in answer to this royal summons, name you, Tiresias, as emissary of Winterfell. To speak in my name. And henceforth, order you upon arrival to answer any inquiries the small council have. To be available in the capital until your dismissal. Is that clear? Tiresias nodded automatically. And, not foregoing your own safety, to gauge the extent of Lord Arryn's investigation into the matter of the king's natural-born children versus those born from Cersei and Jaime Lannister. To take whatever measure you deem prudent to save the life of the Hand and prevent the Seven Kingdoms from falling into open war. Upon which, you are to return directly to Winterfell. To resume your duties. Understood. I, my lord. Understood. After a few seconds, Ned relaxed, leaning back in the chair. Tiresias breathed, not realizing that he straightened his own posture during that order. Was that sufficient? He laughed softly before nodding. Lord Stark. Thank you. Ned didn't join his soft chuckles. Tiresias, he murmured. What I'm asking of you, I know it's near impossible. I trust you to try. I also trust your judgment, and if the situation in the Red Keep worsens and you feel that you can't do anything further to help, if it becomes dangerous, flee. That's an order. He took in the command. Mulling it over slowly as he meandered back to his quarters. Escape was always an option. One he took before. But there was something good about having the warden's order. The backing of a kingdom. Diana was sleeping when he arrived, thankfully. After kissing Mel, he bent over the cradle. Just peering down at her. Truly he must be part of the North now. He was allowing its business to tear him away from his family. How long will he go without his daughter's smile? He didn't have an answer for that. And he didn't try to ponder it. He wouldn't give false hope to anyone. Not to himself. And certainly not to his wife. After giving Diana the gentlest of caresses across her cheek, he turned to Mel. He had to give her warning to prepare for this absence. Chapter 71. There weren't many wives in the Seven Kingdoms who would worry more about their husband traveling to the capital than to the Wall. Granted, Castle Black was closer to Winterfell than King's Landing. His last journey there was safer too. Accompanied by several factions of the Northern Army, this trip to the capital would be a lone excursion. Mal's brave face didn't fall when he informed her of his newly granted position of emissary. But she didn't try to hide her disappointment. Not that he resented her for it. He was disappointed in himself too. He prepared to tell her the truth. That he volunteered. He wouldn't hide behind Lord Stark. But Mal didn't ask how it came to be. All she asked. When? For how long? A month from now. He sighed. I don't know how long. It's a meeting, not a trek. I'll be sending ravens to Lord Stark. I'll ask him to pass on when my return has decided. And that was it. He was spared confessing that he had volunteered to leave Winterfell. To leave his wife. Their daughter, barely 2 months old. That it was all his idea. However, when morning came and Mal kissed him before leaving for Mistress Bane, it was different. Not just more longing to make use of the single month before his long absence. There was a look in her eyes before she turned and walked off. Tiresias realized she knew. That he had volunteered. When he left, she would know that it didn't have to happen. But it does have to happen. You must go. Who else could prevent Lord Arryn from possibly dying? Whom else would you trust with that secret? It wasn't announced, but news of his imminent departure trickled throughout the castle. It was strange. Beforehand, his departures were rather mute points of conversation. The children were generally sad to see him go. Close friends as well. He checked in with Lord Stark upon most his departures and arrivals. And that was about it. But as he strode the castle the next few days, more than a few inquired on his journey to King's Landing. On his departure date, Tiresias tried to ignore that most of these inquiries seemed to come from the same persons who nodded when he passed by. It was quite disconcerting. All in all, he did his best to ignore it. He had to handle the familiar faces. Before a day's lesson, Arya, Sansa, Bran, and Cara asked if he really would be leaving so soon. Confirming it led to a litany of questions from which he was saved by Maester Luwin. Albeit temporarily. Tiresias was called to the head table that night for the guest spot. And there the questions renewed. He managed to deflect most of them to Lord Stark. With Catelyn by his side, Ned couldn't explicitly say why they had to be wary of the South. They merely stated that the North's precarious situation had drawn attention in the capital. Robb turned to him, eyes sharp. And you're traveling down to speak for us. To do my best to assuage the small council of any concerns they may have. But why you? He didn't need to elaborate. Tiresias knew what he meant. And unlike many in the South whom he expected to ask the same question, albeit more rudely, Robb laced his suspicion with concern. So he answered with as much honesty as he was able. "'Cause you're needed here, Robb." He looked around the table. "You all are." The young wolf didn't look satisfied with his answer, but, after a glance to his father, accepted it. Not that the questions stopped. Tiresias took them, answered as best he could as he gazed out into the great hall. There was someone missing from the high table. Jon Snow didn't eat there as frequently anymore. More often than not, he avoided the great hall altogether. Tiresias left it alone. Unlike the rest of Winterfell, he knew the reason for Jon cocooning away from the others. He accepted it. But that was before the summons came. Wherever Jon was mentally at the moment, he couldn't leave Winterfell without checking in. He just knew mealtimes were not ideal. Which was why, 2 days later, he emerged from the stables just after dawn, a fully reined mount in hand. Just in time too. The small caravan was nearly assembled. He led Yakul to the head where the reclusive young man was waiting to ride. "Morning, Jon." The lad turned around his saddle to see Tiresias walking up, reins in hand. "What are you doing?" He stopped next to Jon and stooped to tighten the straps. "What? Can't your favorite librarian accompany you to the river settlement? See how our new friends are making out." Jon turned to the gate. "I give Lord Stark my report whenever I return." "I know. I'm sure he appreciates them. Thanks you for doing it as well." He stepped into the stirrup and mounted Yakul. "Still I'd like to come." If the lad was searching for a steadfast reason for him not to tag along, he soon gave up. He scoffed and kept his eyes forward as the small train made its way out of Winterfell. Yakul pulled in next to Jon's ride. Careful to avoid the white wolf as it darted between them and ran out ahead through Wintertown. Ghost stopped at the King's Road and waited for them to reach him before trotting to the trailhead. It wasn't the wolf's first trip to the free folk settlement. Tiresias didn't try to make conversation with Jon the entire journey. To be fair, they were out of practice. Ever since Lyanna's cremation, they hadn't spoken. Honestly, what would they speak of? He hoped they'd figure it out before the day's end. It was a 4-hour ride to the settlement by wagon. By the time they reached it, traded, spoke with the elders and rode back, they'd return to Winterfell by midnight. If they were lucky. Jon led the train swiftly enough. Tiresias didn't ride with him the entire way. Often he hung back and watched him. It was a strange sight. Though the soldiers following him were assigned by Lord Stark to protect him, they followed his orders without question. Granted, those were few and far between. It was a simple enough expedition. Still he led it with precision and the ride to the settlement was uneventful. They arrived just as the sun climbed into the afternoon, though Ghost had bounded off a few minutes prior. Tiresias was in the middle of the train at this point and stayed there as they entered the settlement. Nestled alongside the river, this new hamlet had formed shortly after their return from Castle Black. It was a far cry from the nomadic atmosphere he saw beyond the wall. Turfed houses surrounded them, the smell of fresh, excavated earth reached him from 2 miles away. The weeds on the roofs barely sprouted. Beyond that and the smoke, he saw a field being plowed for a late summer crop. Their train halted. Yakul bent down for some tall grass as Tiresias looked ahead. Jon dismounted and approached the bearded men who came to meet him. They seemed familiar with each other. He dismounted but hung back. Allowed Jon to lead as he tended to Yakul. There was no friendship between Jon and the Free Folk chief, not that he could see. However, their greeting was cordial enough and the train began to unload. In addition to the usual trade, Winterfell had sent a farmer to supervise the new fields. And to assist the Free Folk as they settled in their new terrain. Tiresias escorted the clearly petrified man to the hamlet leader. The arrangement was only until the next trade the following month. However, that didn't seem to comfort the man. "Fuck," he muttered under his breath. "Fuck me. Fuck me. Would you shut it, Tiresias shot back quietly. You'll be fine. None of ye will be stayin' here to make sure, though. Winterfell's close enough. Scream loud enough when they got you and Lord Stark will come riding fast. The farmer turned his head sharply at that, but didn't have time to respond. Jon and the hamlet leader turned to greet them as they stopped before them. Right, Jon began, gesturing to the farmer. Drivel, this is Hearn, the farmer we talked about last time. If there's anything to be gotten out of those fields, he'll find it. Hearn, this is Drivel. He's in charge here. Hearn's mouth nodded into a tight smile as he nodded to the burly free folk before him. Hello, Drivel. I'm honored to be here. Drivel spat a sizable wad to the side. That's nice, he croaked before turning to him. Tiresias glanced to Jon. After a significant beat, the lad gestured to him for Drivel. And this is Tiresias. He's just here today to observe the settlement. He stuck his hand forward. Hello, Drivel. Good to meet you. Drivel's eyes, which had brightened slightly at the mention of his name, dimmed again as they focused on his hand. At that angle, Tiresias saw the reality. After a respectful amount of time, he lowered his hand. Unshaken. I've seen you before, Drivel rumbled. You brought the demons back from the Frost Fangs. With Cobra. Karsai. Did you know them? I know many dead free folk. He turned to spit again and paused. Tiresias followed his glance and found Jon looking to the hills beyond the turfed houses. For the first time, Jon's face wasn't guarded. The expression there, it nearly made him laugh. Drivel found it amusing as well, a light laugh accompanying his words. Your woman ain't here, Snow. Hunting party. Don't you worry though. She'll come bounding through those trees 'fore long. Match the red in your cheeks. Can we just get these skins loaded? Jon exclaimed, a little too loudly. A calming breath preceded before his amendment. Please. Drivel didn't seem offended by the minor outburst. On the contrary, his eyes brightened as he shrugged. Just waiting for your men to get the wagons empty. Sure enough, the wagons were still half full. The rest of the hamlet had come forward to see what the train from Winterfell had brought. And though many of the soldiers regarded the free folk with caution, and a few with quelled hostility, quite a number were taken by curious eyes. Showing a ware or two, chatting up a young lass, nodding to a small child. Jon saw this and began walking along the train. Tiresias followed him. All right, men. Let's get these wagons empty so we can load, he called out. Then we can rest before returning to Winterfell. Let's go now. Men. Leading by example, he untied the first bundle and threw it to the ground. The rest of the Stark men joined and the wagons were quickly emptied. After the supplies were properly distributed, they began to load with the trade from the free folk. Which wasn't much, to be honest. A recently established hamlet didn't have much to trade and the supplies that Winterfell passed along were easily spared. Enough to stimulate the small settlement. The only reason they took any crafts and skins back to Winterfell was to afford the free folk some measure of dignity. Proud refugees didn't look too fondly on abundant charity. Which went unsaid, of course. On either side. The guards were quite mute as they passed bundles to the free folk. Tiresias was quite useless, only managing to get 2 bundles off the wagons before they were empty. And with that, his contribution was over. With no prior relationship to any free folk here, he stepped away from the wagons and peered out. This hamlet stood on a hill, with ample views of the surrounding meadows. Winds from the east waved the tall grass below. Carried the scent to him easily. He breathed in slowly. Exhaling. What is it? You see something? He didn't turn to look at Jon as the young man came up behind him. With a bearskin judging from the stink. He couldn't help but give a measured smile. It had been a few months since he had approached him. No. Just taking it in. A measured smile escaped him. I won't have a chance to for a long time. It was a gentle wind. When Jon spoke again, it was quiet enough. I heard you were leaving again. For King's Landing. Tiresias turned and met the lad's eyes. They were guarded again. Unsurprised, he nodded. In about 3 weeks. Maybe a fortnight if the weather's good enough. Jon gave the meadows a cursory glance before heading back to the wagons. Tiresias followed him. Why? Jon asked as he threw the bearskin on the wagon. The stink flew out from under and hit Tiresias hard. He managed not to react. Your father, the look in Jon's eyes darkened again. Lord Stark has received a summons from the small council. He, or an emissary of his choosing, must appear to explain what's been going on in the north over the past year or so. So you're going? The lad sounded more than a little incredulous. He chose you in his stead. It wouldn't be wise for the warden to leave when the north is going through such upheaval. Tiresias shrugged. A librarian will hardly be missed. Save by a few. Jon glanced to the village and back. So you're just here for your report then? I suppose I could say that, but honestly I just wanted to check in on you. He turned and clicked his tongue. Yakul shook her mane and walked over to them. Tiresias took her reins, scratching her neck. There's a stream nearby where we can fill our skins. There's a river right there. Tiresias shrugged. Always best to refill a little more upstream. Besides, not really the best place for a private chat. It's no Winterfell, not near as many ears. Still. He glanced to John, but the lad wasn't having it. Finally Tiresias dropped the pretense. I'd like to talk to you, John. Will you talk to me? Please. John held his gaze for a while, before going off and collecting the waterskins of the other men. Shaking off the offers of a few men to accompany them, they led their mounts by the reins out of the hamlet. He heard the stream after they climbed the first hill. As they descended, he saw it, a quarter mile away. But John didn't go directly to it. They aimed for the forest and after 10 minutes, halted by the stream. Near the trees, but far enough. At the bottom of a glen, where they could be seen. But in turn, they'd see anyone approaching. As Tiresias surveyed the sight, he heard John take the first armful of skins and approached the stream. He stood for a bit, as he did by the hamlet, taking into the sights, the smells, the sounds. It all reminded him of that early evening when he first entered the north. Years ago with Enog. What? Someone else come in from the village, asked John from the water. Or you still just talking it in? The latter, he murmured before smiling. I was just thinking how much I'm going to miss this place. You planning on coming back, or yet? Tiresias turned from the greenery and the wind, fetching his own collection of waterskins from Yakul. I hope so. But it's the south, and it's me, so who knows? He squatted and uncorked the first skin. It'll be different though. My daughter, those two words exhilarated and frightened him all at once. It'll be more difficult riding away from the castle this time. I know it. John seemed particularly interested in not meeting his eyes. Tiresias placed the skin under water. She'll be all right. They both will. Everyone will be fine. As for you, well, I'd feel a lot better if I knew where your head was at. It may not have been a clear question, but John certainly chose not to hear it. He corked the first waterskin and lowered another in the stream. Tiresias abandoned subtlety. How are you holding up? I'm fine, the lad muttered back, eyes still down. You haven't talked to anyone in months. I've been busy. The waterskin had been full for the last few seconds. He raised it, not quite reaching for another. Everyone in Winterfell is busy, John. You wanna try again? That did bring John's eyes up to him. Tiresias hadn't seen that expression before on the lad's face. Not in person. A low anger married with confusion. It was quick as the lad lowered his gaze, reaching for another skin. Tiresias sighed and dropped the light sarcasm. John, I just want to help. Don't, he said lowly. Just don't. His ears told him no one was within earshot. Still he peered about to confirm this before abandoning all pretense. What? Would you prefer me to call you Aegon? If you do, I hope you'll give me some time to adjust. You've been Jon Snow for so long, it's hard not to call you that. John stood up, throwing the half-full waterskin to the ground. Just shut up, would you? 7 hells. He walked back along the riverbank, halting not too far off. Tiresias picked up the thrown waterskin and returned to the stream, dipping it below the gentle current. Aegon Targaryen, John murmured. Aegon was killed, him and Rhaenys, and I took his name. It's what your mother wanted, Tiresias said, eyes to the water. He heard John turn back to him. And that's not strange? To be named after a dead brother? It's strange, right? Tiresias shrugged before he pulled up the skin and kept it. Wouldn't say that. Not like it hasn't happened before. John stared. What? Tiresias picked up another waterskin, not lowering it quite yet. Instead he stared into the current. There was once a nobleman named Leto. When he was slain by his rivals, his concubine and their son fled. Once out of reach, the son grew and had a son of his own. He named his son after his noble grandfather. However, when the rivals found him, they killed Leto II when he was just a babe. Years later when the son had twins, a boy and a girl, he gave the boy the same name. That Leto II lived longer, much longer than the first one. This was in Essos. It was a story I heard in Essos. It came from a desert. Much farther away. Images of said desert came to mind, ships that sailed through stars and time. He couldn't picture those anymore. It had been too long. He dipped the skin under the skin. Aegon's an important name to the Targaryens. Obviously. Maybe Lyanna had heard of your father's death, of your half-brother's murder in the capital. She knew how important it was to him, I don't know. Tiresias raised the skin and kept it. They were quickly running out of excuses to stare into the water and not make eye contact. He grabbed the next skin and turned to John. It's no easy thing naming a child. He smiled. I didn't know Diana's name before I saw her. And then it just seemed right. Maybe that's what your mother thought as well. John glanced at him and Tiresias sighed. I'm sorry. I don't know what she thought. I shouldn't guess either way. But you were there, John muttered. You saw her dying. Heard her words, somehow. I didn't know her. He uncapped the water skin and knelt down, submerging it in the stream. John came up to the stream and squatted down as well. What became of Leto's son in the story? The first Leto. Did he just have his children? Stay in exile? Tiresias exhaled through his nose. No, he did not. He raised an army. He slew his father's killers. Usurped their positions. Married a princess. And after he had his vengeance, he slaughtered more people than his rivals ever dreamed of. He capped the skin and turned to John. The lad was staring down into the stream, until he noticed his librarian looking at him. Several seconds passed before John broke. What? He asked. Why are you staring at me like that? I told you, John. I don't know what you're thinking. You've been quiet ever since the Wolf's Wood. I've always been quiet. Even more so than usual. You haven't talked to Lord Stark, to Rob or Arya. Or me for that matter. Well, forgive me. I've just discovered I'm a hidden prince, so if I seem a bit more. You a prince? He asked that question with more sharpness than he intended. Still, it worked. John halted and came out of himself, staring at him. What? Are you a prince, John? You said, what are you talking about? You Lord Stark, you both said I was Prince Rhaegar's son. We did. And Rhaegar was a prince. He was royalty. But Robert's the king now. He won the war. And you're not his son. So then, you still a prince? John didn't answer that. Actually, come to think of it, since your father's dead and your grandfather as well, I suppose that would make you the king. Tiresias stood up, tossing the full water skin lightly to the side. The real one, mind you. Not the usurper. Not the fake one on the Iron Throne. I mean, make no mistake, Aegon. I'll bow here if you want. Call you your grace. Don't call me that. But I doubt anyone else will. You're gonna have to take the throne to get the rest of them to call you king. You'll have to raise an army, gather allies, marry well and slaughter every single man who stands in your way. Shut up. We can start with the allies. Return to Winterfell and ask Maester Luwin if we can borrow the rookery. I'll help. I have better penmanship than you do. I'll take down your proclamation. Would you just shut up? Please. He breathed. I just don't want. He trailed off and Tiresias didn't press him. He had to center himself too. This isn't what you wanted to say, Christ, this won't help. Inhaling to calm, he also caught someone approaching. The scent of fur, dirt and something half-wild. And then he heard the young dire wolf. Crashing through the wild grass, he wondered how silent the creature would become as he matured. Nodding to the hill opposite, John followed his gaze as Ghost bounded down to the stream. But he didn't call him as he usually did. The dire wolf crashed with little grace across the stream, splashing with delight. John didn't crack a smile as he sat back on the grass. But he wasn't too despondent. When Ghost came to him, the lad raised a hand and scratched behind the ears. Tiresias exhaled quietly. John wouldn't gain anything from his barbs. This wasn't something he could provoke. I'm sorry, John. That wasn't kind. Or helpful. He shrugged. I wasn't sure what I wanted to say to you when I joined the train this morning. I really just wanted to see how you were. Ghost looked to him as if he just realized he was there. In the middle of a scratch, he pranced over and Tiresias continued the ear scratches. Maybe you don't believe me. I hadn't been completely honest the entire time you've known me. And that's fair enough, he murmured. If you need an apology, you have it. I'm sorry, John. I really am. Just know I tried to do the right thing. I usually fail, but I try. As the only seemingly satisfied being in this glen, Ghost walked from his petting and made his way back across the stream, sniffing the wild flowers. John watched him. And if I may, Lord Stark's only trying as well. Whatever you think, he holds himself accountable. I don't know what you two talked about in the Wolf's Wood after I left, but he's not above acknowledging any mistakes or pain he's caused you. If you talk to him again. There weren't many wild flowers on the hillside and Ghost followed his nose to the treeline. When John turned his head to follow him, Tiresias saw calmer eyes than he expected. And the pulse was slowing as well. But it was a long moment before the lad spoke. And when he did, he returned to the opposite bank. I know he did the right thing. Tiresias didn't move to John. He stayed with Yakul. Let him stare off as he admitted something difficult. Not to break the rhythm with eye contact. I know that Lord Stark saved my life. I knew it from the moment you said it in the Wolf's Wood. Probably before that. I know that naming me Jon Snow saved me from the king and everyone else. I know him claiming me as his bastard shielded me. I know he didn't take me from anything that was still standing when I was born. My father was dead. My brother and sister. The stream burbled gently as John fell into a silence. Tiresias wondered how long after the Wolf's Wood it took for John to admit all that to himself. To even consider it. Emotions ran high that day. It doesn't make it easier. Knowing it was right. And he could have told me sooner. He could have. Tiresias gave him that at least. I could have told you sooner myself. You made a promise not to, John muttered. I'm not angry at you. Not even a little. Nat, I don't know if I'm even angry. I'm just, I don't know what to do with this. He stood up and grabbed the waterskins to tie to his steed. Tiresias heard him stop halfway. It feels very strange to call them brother and sister. There was no need to elaborate whom he was referring to. I bet it is, Tiresias muttered. You've had a completely different set of brothers and sisters all your life. He twisted around to see John, the waterskins hanging by his side. You still do, by the way. Though I'd expect a slug from Arya when you start talking to her again. You being aloof has not escaped her notice. It's hurt her. I know, John said quietly, as he came up to his horse. I just couldn't. They tied the waterskins to the saddles. John handed him two before asking the question. What if I did? Tiresias waited for him to elaborate. What if I don't know how, but what if I tried and took it back somehow? The throne. Do you want to? You thinkin' of trying? I'd be lying if I said otherwise, John admitted quietly, staring at the saddle. I keep thinking, say nothing of it. Be Jon Snow. Stay in the north. Go to the Night's Watch. Or stay in Winterfell. Help Robb when he becomes warden. Don't leave Arya or Bran or Cara, Sansa. He glanced to Tiresias. But I can't just ignore Aegon, and I can't help but wonder if it's even possible. I'm sure anything is possible. Tiresias exhaled through his nose. But I can't see how you'd do it. I told you before, John. I don't particularly care about the Iron Throne or who sits on it. I'm no kingmaker. He could John bracing himself before he turned to face him. Would you help me take it? If I asked, would you help me try? Do you want to? I'm just asking if you would help. And I think it's just going back to the same question you had before. When I was being a jerk. By some miraculous means, do you even want to take the Iron Throne? Do you want to leave the north and rule from the capital? Do you want to roam the Red Keep as a stoic and just king? Do you want to take to wife a beautiful daughter of a powerful highborn and be bound to that family for the rest of your life? Do you want to never or rarely see your siblings ever again? Do you want to risk their safety to achieve this want? The answer was clear enough. He knew the lad well after many years. Or John was hardly guarded with his emotions. Either way, his eyes betrayed his reluctance. And Tiresias couldn't help but be relieved. He scratched Yakul's side. All right, I'll be generous. Let's say you find your allies. You find your army. You kill whom you need to kill. You dethrone Robert Baratheon. And now you're king. You're sitting on the Iron Throne, what then? You rule wisely? You take your forgotten dreams of being Lord of Winterfell and apply them to the other kingdoms. John's eyes shot up at that and Tiresias lightly cursed himself. He thought John had confessed those dreams to him in the years prior. It was a fair wager that that was a false memory. Nevertheless, he persisted. Or do you take what you've done here in the north so far? Riding out with the supplies? You want to bring that to the southern masses? John turned to the stream. He followed his gaze and saw ghosts sniffing around the opposite bank. Blissfully unaware of any political turmoil. Tiresias walked down and squatted next to him. It was a small victory that he didn't turn away. John, I'm no expert on what it is to be king. But I think I can say this with some confidence. What you do now. What you feel called to do. To ride out among the settlements. To see the free folk. Trying to ease their way as they rebuild their lives. To take decisive actions. To interact with small communities. To learn their ways and their needs and bring that back to Winterfell so that Lord Stark and eventually Robb will make use of it and act on it. That's something that will become impossible when you're wearing a crown. A king can't do whatever he wants. He's insulated from the moment he's born. And when he's crowned, he's surrounded by guards, servants, and sycophants. Placed there before he's even grown. And he can't take much action. Beyond anything that makes the highborn any wealthier. At this point, feelings returned to him. Feelings from his old world. Political leanings that he had to somewhat deaden to tolerate living in this one. He saw John peering at him and decided to reset. My point, John, I don't think you would be happy. In fact, I feel confident enough to say you won't. And on a selfish note, I think far too many people will have to die for you to ascend that throne. More than you think, and believe me, John, I know you don't want that. The John he saw now was not the one in front of him, but an older one. Standing shocked in the streets of King's Landing as it burned. As it was raided. And he was one of those who brought it. Who brought the slaughter? How do you know what I want? He fought not to scoff. Oh, I don't know. I suppose knowing you since you were a boy helps some. You're skilled with a blade, John. You'll be able to kill many people. But there's a world of difference between a duel or skirmish and fighting in a war. I know that. No, John, you don't. John glanced to him, but he didn't back down. And believe me, anyone who does know the difference would have it that way. They sat in silence. When Ghost started to roll in the grass, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Of course, with our luck, you'll probably have no choice in the long run. These kingdoms are built for war. Too many vindictive, powerful idiots. It's been too quiet for too long. Something's going to erupt. Not here. The north is secure. Most of it. He sighed. Much to the relief of us all. But the north is only one part of Westeros. It's attached to many volatile kingdoms. I only hope Lord Stark can keep us out of whatever's coming. Ghost had enough of the grass and entered the stream. Lowering himself as low as he could into the cool water. Is that why you're going south? To keep us out of whatever's coming? Well, I wouldn't say that directly, Tiresias muttered. But if that's the end result, I'd be a little relieved. What if it erupts when you're down there? It was as if the old John had returned. The one who hugged him fiercely upon his return from the Westerlands. Tiresias turned and saw the concern there in the lad's eyes. It was older, sure. But still there. Lord Stark has instructed me to flee, should anything of that nature occur. Should I feel unsafe? Will you obey him? It was a fair question and he answered honestly. I think I will. He smiled. I have a child now. I have the wife. I've got you lot. And I have a fuckload of tomes to translate. It's a lot to call home. That garnered a small chuckle from the lad. A minor point for him. Meanwhile, the dire wolf rose from the stream and stalked towards them. Tiresias stood, but he couldn't escape the water drops as Ghost shook his coat. John caught the worst of it though. Tiresias heard him curse as he stalked back to Yakel. He secured the last water skin, before reaching under the blanket. It's been several months, John. You still sweet with your steel? John turned to him. Tiresias walked out from behind Yakel, carrying 2 practice swords. Care to prove that? We still have an hour before we need to ride back. John's response was a sullen silence. Tiresias sighed. John, I'll be leaving soon. Indulge me. Please. For old time's sake. He tossed one sword to the lad and he caught it. It was a solid few seconds before he stood and stalked to the flatter part of the riverbed. Tiresias followed him, giving the sword a few practice swings. John turned back, settling into a side-face position. Tiresias remained open, holding the sword in front. A stupid pose. A vulnerable pose. Still he left it open as John began to stalk forward. Tiresias nodded to him. Whenever you're ready, Your Grace. That honorific was far from sincere. John sensed it and still a smile twitched his mouth. It disappeared quickly as he lunged forward. The spar didn't last long. Only a few rounds, but they were panting at the end. Draining their water skins, they had to refill them again before riding out. Ghost returned to the glens, bounding into the wild grass. They let him go and returned to the settlement. The hamlet was only a few hundred feet away when Tiresias leaned over and muttered. When I left years ago for the first time, I gave you a piece of advice. I'll repeat it now. Talk to your fucking siblings. John gazed at him, but Tiresias was already looking forward again. Whether it's conquest you choose or a life in the north, you're going to need friends and they're the best ones you'll ever have. Don't push them away. They didn't speak for the rest of the day. Granted they couldn't talk much more in the hamlet. Once they rode back, Ygritte bounded over, having returned from the hunting trip. She stole John away, amidst much laughter from both the Stark Guard and the free folk. Tiresias passed out the waterskins, holding in his own laughter. It was embarrassing for John, but great for camaraderie. But even when they rode out of the settlement, once Ygritte had let John go, the lad took his place at the front and didn't say a word. Tiresias let him stew. The anger there this morning had lessened. And that was something. He considered where Jon Snow was at this point. In this time. Not before. Not all of his illusions were shattered. But this was still not someone who desired leadership. Whether that was ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, King of the North or even Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. He questioned it sure. Imagined it, but he truly didn't want any of it. An adage from his old world brewed in his mind. Only those who don't seek power are qualified to wield it. Except Tiresias didn't particularly agree. As he gazed to John and pondered his future, he saw his hesitance to rule. To play the game. He had seen that unwillingness before. And in reality, those truly disgusted with the game were unwilling or unable to engage with the powers that be, and they became impotent. Ruling anything is hard enough. Trying to invoke change was near impossible. Unless the entire system is razed to the ground, one still has to start with the system they wish to change. They had to be willing to engage with the system. To take satisfaction in the whole game of it. Otherwise, it would just consume them. The North was an outlier. It was still feudal, but Jon Snow enjoyed more agency here than he would otherwise. His own situation with the Highborn of King's Landing was limited to a few days and a tourney. Most didn't note his existence. Still, he sensed their condescension. Their wealth. He could literally smell it. The great hall chock full of perfume. When they departed the settlement, Jon was relaxed. Serious, but as he rode out, his face was at ease, despite the teasing of Ygritte reaching most of their ears. His men laughed, but they followed him. It was all good-natured. Could he ever be situated as such in the capital? Relaxed? Surrounded by quips, yet still respected? Unthreatened by them? His work with the free folk was making way here. There was those who still regarded Winterfell with suspicion. Dryval didn't raise his hand in farewell as they rode out. But quite a few did. A couple even smiling back. 2 or 3 years of this, who knew? Tiresias hoped he'd return to see it. As much as he didn't fancy Jon's chances in King's Landing, he didn't rate his own much higher. He belonged in the North. At least for now. They both did. It showed on the ride back. Early evening was upon them, and a summer night up here still brought quite the chill. A few of the soldiers bundled up. But others let the wind grace them. And they didn't have the blessing Tiresias had. Jon Snow was one of them. His fur laid across the back of his saddle. And he was relaxed. When Tiresias joined him at the front, he didn't hear him trembling. The cold was a comfort to the lad. Tiresias. He turned to see Jon looking at him. Though he looked older than ever, Tiresias still recognized the look in his eye. The same look when he departed Winterfell for the first time. Just a boy in the training yard. Please be careful in King's Landing. Tiresias gave a small smile. His best attempt to look reassuring. I'll do my best, Jon. The rest of the ride was silent. But it was different than before. They rode together at the front all the way back, and it felt that Jon wanted him there. The shadows grew in the twilight, but Tiresias spotted Ghost often enough. Tracking ahead of them, a white creature roaming among the darkening hills. No one attempted to call him back. They knew it was pointless. The white dire wolf only bounded to their side when they entered Wintertown and approached the castle. This coming departure felt different than before. He wasn't leaving Winterfell under any false pretense. To collect tomes. To speak Old Tongue. True, Lord Stark's additional missive about Lord Arryn was quite secretive, but he was leaving as an emissary. That was known shortly enough. Truth be told, he was somewhat relieved. His old excuse for leaving Winterfell had very much expired. Every hold and castle in the north had been raked clean of their old tongue. He didn't expect to return to a desk stacked with unanswered inquiries and confirmations. Other than maintenance, the translation was his main task now. One he could pause and return to at any point. Nonetheless, he attempted to get his affairs in order. Not just the library. His usual letter to Lord Stark had been written, sealed, and delivered to his solar. Ned accepted it without so much as a raised eyebrow. This what I think it is? Tiresias nodded. I'm almost ready. Should be departing in a few days. Whenever you're ready. It was a polite dismissal, but he remained seated. The warden peered at him. That day the summons came, Lord Stark, something slipped my mind. He didn't expect to hesitate, but Ned let him do so. Hoping he was doing the right thing, he went on. It's about Bran. The warden had listened to his concerns and said he would take his suggestion under consideration. Tiresias left the solar, quite happy not to have that responsibility anymore. He would be burdened enough, speaking to the small council on behalf on the north. The meeting itself would be an interrogation. Despite his first-hand experience beyond the wall, he just couldn't trust that experience to be enough. The Southern Highborns wouldn't care about that. He needed more. Determined not to be made a fool, or more importantly, further harm the relationship between the North and the Crown, he forewent translations in the past fortnight and pored over the notes and reports from the Northern Lords concerning the free folk. Lord Stark granted him access to each correspondence between him and the major houses. He spoke to Jon Snow, still slightly taciturn, further on the settlement expeditions to supplement those reports. He sat in silence, contemplating every question they could possibly ask him and thinking up satisfying, succinct answers. Informed and to the point. Whether they were all true or not was an entirely different question. He practiced speaking truly nonetheless. But the weeks were not just filled with anxious preparation. Tiresias cut his training in half, returning to his quarters early each night and spending the hours holding Diana. Letting her hold his finger. Calming her when she cried. Speaking to her softly in the old tongue. Making the most of what time they had left together. Tonight, Tiresias spoke slowly as he recounted what happened at the wall. He had done it before. Somehow it soothed him. Diana's eyes were wide, oblivious to the horrors as he muttered the words. The wind screamed and made us blind. White surrounded us on top of the wall. He paused and turned to Mal. How long before a babe learns to speak? Her needle clicked against the silver thimble. She won't speak for you're back. She smirked. Good thing too. She mutters one word of that old tongue, I won't be able to tell it from the babble. Tiresias smiled, turning back to Diana. She smiled in turn, beaming up at him. Diana, you'll babble old tongue. You'll be a wolf girl. He growled against her belly, causing her to laugh loudly. That was a new development. She only started about a week ago and he found occasion to get her to laugh every night since. Granting his daughter some mercy, he looked up to see Mal smiling as well. Don't get her too riled up, she said lightly. She'll be going down soon. Just trying to wear her out. He leaned back in the chair, propping her against his shoulder, rubbing her back gently. She's good at going to sleep though. Takes after you. Snores like you though. He couldn't refute that. Sleeping on his side only did so much. Thankfully that part about Mal falling asleep quickly was quite true. She was usually well asleep by the time his snoring commenced. A knock at their door interrupted that romantic thought. For the first time in a while, Tiresias started. He could usually hear whoever was coming as they walked up the corridor. Smelled them too on occasion. However, with his daughter to distract him, this knock came as a true surprise. Tiresias glanced to Mal as he stood and passed over Diana. His wife suppressed her questions as he crossed to the door. A young guard, Darn, quickly lowered his hand as he was about to knock again. He swallowed before he spoke. Lord. I'm not Tiresias sighed. Never mind. What is it, Darn? There's Darn's eyes traveled behind him, to his wife, before returning to him. Tiresias could feel Mal's eyes on him. Finally Darn leaned and whispered. There's a woman down below, asking to speak with you. Tiresias stared. What woman? Who is she? He didn't lower his voice for that and Darn jumped slightly before answering, even quieter than before. She's a whore. Said she had to speak to you. She has red hair. Before Diana came into the world, he would have stood silent and confused in the doorway. But he couldn't let any more of the chilled night air enter their quarters. So he swallowed all his questions spare one. Where is she? The West Gate. I'm guarding there now, well, not right now, but... I'll be there in 5 minutes, Tiresias cut across him, pausing before shutting the door. Thank you. He stared at the closed door for a few seconds before turning back to Mal. He didn't need to grab his jacket. He could have left right away. But not without telling her. He came back to the hearth, where their daughter cooed over the flames. Mal met his eyes. You have another woman. Stated so matter-of-factly, he couldn't help a small smile. Funny enough, no. He dropped the smile as he knelt before them. A woman from the brothel is asking to speak to me. Mal didn't break her gaze. You haven't been there for a while, have you? Not in many years. This a woman you've been with? He shook his head. No. She only looked to him for a beat longer before returning her gaze to Diana. You best hurry then and see what she wants. It's very cold tonight. Tiresias stood and crossed to the door. I'll be back shortly. I know. He walked quickly through the castle, smelling the coolness in the air. He was quite comfortable just in his shirt, but he knew Mal was right. It was a freezing night. Crossing the courtyard, he arrived at the west gate to see no one but the guards huddled around a brazier. He strode up to Darn, who stood next to Vix. Where is she? The newest addition to the guard pointed out, towards Wintertown. Beyond and to the left. Resisting the urge to admonish them for not letting the woman by the brazier, Tiresias exited Winterfell and turned to the stone wall. A fur-lined hood turned to him. Tiresias wasn't particularly surprised to see Ros. There were only a few other redheads in Wintertown. And none of them worked at Ambras. At least not yet, he supposed. Ros smiled. Lo, handsome. Hello, Ros, he said before glancing back. Would you like to go near the fire? She shook her head. Rather not. No Dornish prince to escort me in. Not this time. You're not too cold. Not bad. Fur's heavy enough. And the wind doesn't touch you if you stand here. Tiresias resisted the urge to glance back into the castle. He was certain more than one guard was staring at them from the brazier. Well aware he would be fodder for tomorrow's gossip, he stepped out of their sight and joined Ros by the castle wall. Better. A bit, he said politely. He maintained a respectful distance though. How can I help you? She retained her smile, though her eyes were clear enough. You're leaving for the capital soon. So the news had reached Ambrose. Probably weeks ago. Soldiers loved gossip more than anyone else in Westeros. In a couple of days, he admitted. Why you wanna know? When you do, I wanna go too, Ros answered quite frankly. I wanna leave this place for King's Landing and I need an escort. Can I travel with you? He didn't answer right away. Taking his silence for discomfort, Ros scoffed. What? Not the first time you traveled with a whore. You embarrassed to be seen with me. It's not that, he muttered under the wind. Ros was under the blue starlight now, but he saw her drenched in candlelight and blood, tied to the bedpost with arrows sticking out of her. Why do you want to leave? He asked, over the image in his mind. Lied about it not being too cold earlier. Ros pulled the fur tighter. I'd like to feel a real summer before I'm old. King's Landing is a dangerous place. Ros laughed. Winterfell is holding a demon in the dungeons. The demon is chained in the crypts. The demons in the capital are walking about in fancy clothes. She shrugged. As long as they give coin. There are other places in the south where you can earn coin. Well, I'll be nearer to them when I arrive in King's Landing with you. He couldn't respond to that. And when he hesitated, she sighed. Dropping the flippant, teasing tone as the light in her eyes dimmed. Look, I'll be leaving Wintertown soon. I will. Whether it's with you down the King's Road or the Saltman and his daughter when they leave for White Harbor. Or by myself if no one will have me. I'll still be leaving. The wind seemed to quiet just to hear her low voice. But I'd like some protection. Just figured since the mountain fall is going that way, I'd ask to tag along. She smiled and shrugged. So, what say you? Tiresias peered at her for a few seconds before answering. Think me about it. I'll let you know before sundown tomorrow. Will that be all right? Ros sighed. Sure, what choice do I have? Go ahead. Have a think. She turned about and headed back for the thoroughfare. Before she got too far, Tiresias called after her. Why'd you really want to leave? Tell me true. Ros turned back around, a shade of a tease returning to her face. It's too cold up here. That was true enough. You let me come along, we'll have plenty of time to discuss any of my other reasons. He had no response to that. He watched her go, trying to think of anything to say. Anything that could convince her not to venture to the capital. Anything not to end up as target practice. Littlefinger gave her to Joffrey and Littlefinger's dead now. That changes things. She's smart. She could. But then he remembered, Ros was brought into Joffrey's presence for the first time by Tyrion. She and another poor girl. And smarts didn't save her. They didn't shield the arrows when they were fired from the crossbow. It wasn't going to be resolved tonight, he admitted through gritted teeth. Certainly not by him standing stoically, watching her depart. He turned round and re-entered Winterfell, walking straight past the guards without a word. Their eyes followed him as he crossed the courtyard. Mal didn't look up when he opened their door. She was feeding Diana. It was only when he sat back in front of the fire when she spoke. Well, who was she? He sighed gazing into the fire. Her name's Ros, redhead from Ambrose. I know who she is. He glanced to her, but her eyes were still down towards Diana. A couple beats passed before she spoke. And what did the lady of the evening want? Tiresias tapped the chair arm lightly. How would you feel if I escorted said lady to King's Landing? It's all she wanted. He resisted the urge to reach out and stroke Diana's hair. It was coming in thick. No longer a wisp on her head. But he didn't want her to come unlatched. She's leaving for King's Landing and she'd like to travel with me for protection. Is that all right with you? Why wouldn't it be? I'm no fool, Tiresias muttered. I leave the castle, ride out of Wintertown with her and you're stuck here with the gossip. It's a nasty thing. I don't want you to get hurt. Mal glanced to him, before returning to their daughter. You never laid with her before. You planning on changing that? During your travels to King's Landing? No, he peered at her. You know, I can't tell if you japing or not. You can. But I'll tell you in a bit. She met his eyes. It's cold on the road. Good excuse to bundle up together so you don't freeze. What about then? Impossible. I'm never cold. And what of her? Would you let the poor woman shiver the whole night? I'll toss her another fur. And if that's not enough, I'll bring our fire to a rage. Good answer. They stared at each other under the crackling fire. Her daughter's heart fluttered as she suckled. The silence lasted a few seconds before Mal smiled, her lips curving just a bit. Her brown eyes brightening. Tiresias released his held breath into a low chuckle. Gods, I'll miss you. I'll miss you both. Mal's smile didn't leave. But her brightened eyes fell to the floor before going to her trunk. I have something for you. A gift. Really? What kind of gift? The kind that comes from having a seamstress for a wife. She nodded to her trunk. It's in there. Folded on top. He stood, staring at the chest before returning to her. Go on, she said. Crossing from her, he opened the latch and lifted the lid. It was right there as she said. Still, he stared for a second before reaching in and lifting it up. He came back to the hearth, bringing the gift under the light of the fire. It was a doublet. He held it by the shoulders and it unfolded in full display. Grey with forest green threading. Intricate. Durable. If it weren't a gift, it would have cost him more coin than he had ever spent on any clothing ever. In this world or his old one. When'd you make this? He breathed. You've been working non-stop for the wedding. I started when you were beyond the wall. Mal laughed softly. Being pregnant gave me some focus. But with the news of you leaving, it hastened my needle. Tiresias stared at her, unable to say anything. But that didn't stop her. Try it on. Let me see. Buttoning his sleeves, he pulled on the doublet. More gently than what was probably necessary. He buttoned it up halfway and lowered his arms. It fitted him perfectly. His back seemed straighter. He stood tall and looked to Mal. How'd I look? Very handsome. She smiled. And once you close your mouth, you'll look even better. He laughed. Have to get used to it first. He knelt down before her. Careful not to jostle Diana, he leaned in and kissed Mal. Thank you. It's beautiful. Her brown eyes grew soft. He couldn't look away from them. It guaranteed he heard every word. The king's court is no place for people like us, she murmured. And I wanted to give you a shield. This doublet's for a highborn. It'll allow you to stand tall in front of all of those lords and ladies. When you bow before the king. When you're walking the Red Keep. When you're entertaining them as the mountain fall. It's not why I'm going. It'll keep you alive, that tale. So use it, she implored quietly. Whatever you need to do to get back, do it. Flatter, sneak, fight, just do it. Please. He didn't break her gaze as he nodded slowly. She exhaled softly and leaned back into her chair. Diana didn't break her feeding the whole time. I know you'll be careful. I've no cause to lecture you, she said. You've been south, beyond the wall. You've been in danger more often than most living men. It's a good reminder to have, Tiresias said, taking the chair opposite. He looked his doublet up and down again. I'd hate to fight in this though. Ruin your work. I loosened the shoulders and elbows. Mal smiled. You should be able to pull your blade without too much stiffness. He flexed the arms. I can feel it, still, I don't think I'll be putting this on until I arrive at court. Can't draw too much attention to myself on the king's road. You'll draw plenty enough, that pretty ginger lass riding with you. So you're all right if I bring her along. It's your decision. Not mine. She put her breast away and wiped Diana's mouth. The little one gurgled drowsily as Mal heaved her onto her shoulder, patting her back. I trust you. And a woman needs an escort. It's not safe on the road. Diana burped. Good girl, good girl. Tiresias smiled. Can I have her? For she goes down. A few months with a babe and neither were nearly so nervous about holding her anymore. Mal handed her over and he took her. Both quite deftly. He leaned back with her, taking in her scent. It was milk and something else he couldn't quite describe. It was just babe. A curious, tired little babe. Mal stood up. I'm going for a quick piss. The door echoed after she exited. Tiresias kept his eyes down. Diana was staring at him, her mouth open. Her eyes were quite hazel. He placed her on his lap, along his legs, cupping her head gently. Hello, he muttered quietly. He leaned down, over her. Hello, Diana. I'm your father. Your papa. I showed you the moon, you're a lovely girl. You know that? Yes, you are. She cooed quietly as he bounced her softly. Speaking just above a whisper. I wasn't lying when I said I was a lunatic. He exhaled through his nose. I'm going south. I'm leaving you. I'm crazy to do so, but I have to. Her eyes blinked slowly. I'll come back. Do my best anyway. Your mum will keep you warm until I do. The fire crackled. It glowed softly as she stared up at him. You gonna remember me? He considered it. Probably not. She couldn't understand his words. She kept looking up though, responding to his voice. And he didn't want that to stop. She was quite heavy for such a light child. He stroked her hair and checked the door. Mal wasn't coming back just yet. Turning back, he began to hum. And when he sang, the words barely rose above a mutter. I like you as you are. Exactly and precisely. How'd the rest of it go? He stared into Diana's eyes until he remembered. I think you turned out nicely. I like you as you are. I like you as you are. Without a doubt or question. Or even a suggestion. 'Cause I like you as you are. I like your disposition. Your facial composition. And with your kind permission, I'll shout it to a star. I like you as you are. I wouldn't want to change you. Or even rearrange you. Not by far. I like you. I-like-you. I like you, yes I do. I like you, you. I like you as you are. His soft treble faded. Diana had closed her eyes halfway through the song. He sat with her sleeping in his arms, staring into her face. Mal found him, sitting so when she returned. Allowed him a few more minutes before ushering him over to the crib. Diana didn't so much as stir when he placed her down. He stood over her for a minute, watching her, until he felt Mal pull him gently away. Thinking it was for a good night's sleep, he was surprised when she pulled him in for a kiss. It deepened as they sat on the bed and she untied her dress. You sure? He asked, not quite sure what he wanted to hear. We haven't since, you're not too sore. She kissed him again, her hand reaching down to stroke him. I won't break, she murmured. Just be quiet. Don't wake her. As predicted, it seemed more difficult to leave than ever before. In a way, Tiresias knew he wasn't being rational. A previous excursion took him beyond the wall to face the supernatural. The demonic. This excursion south would return him to King's Landing, to the Red Keep. More dangerous? Less so? Merely a different shade of demonic? He didn't waste much time pondering it. This time, he was leaving behind his daughter and that was enough to make the difference. This is what happens when you build something like this, when you leave pieces of yourself behind. Whether on purpose or not, they didn't make much of the morning he was set to depart anyway. They woke, dressed, tended to Diana and departed their quarters. The only difference was he carried a full rucksack and his weapons. Breakfast was quiet, but as efficient as it always was. They found their usual corner in the hall. He wished he could feed Diana himself. However, she was just a little too young for solid food. So he held her in his lap as he ate, listening to her heart flutter as she slept. Focusing on his family wasn't difficult. But he couldn't block out the others in the hall. And their mutterings. On occasion, he'd peer up and catch their eyes. They'd lower their eyes to their bowls and he'd return to Mal and Diana. She spoke after the fourth time it happened. They know you are leaving today. We all do. She sipped her water. Bringing your bag and your bow down with yet is a mighty tell sign as well. Tiresias barely chuckled. I suppose so. He stroked Diana's arm and she gurgled in her sleep. He gazed down on her, forgetting his breakfast, wondering if it wasn't too late. There was still time. Lord Stark could find another emissary. Someone else could explain the actions of the North to the small council. But that's not the only reason you're going, and no one else can do what Lord Stark asked of you. Not unless you want to spread a secret that will ignite half of the 7 kingdoms. Tiresias. Mal's voice ran through the rest of that daydream. He met her eyes and saw that she knew what he was thinking. That she understood why, but also that he had to go. He couldn't consider himself resolved, but he returned to his breakfast and ate more than he wanted. It was going to be a long day. Their time together ended too quickly. Mal had to get to Mistress Bane. He accompanied her as far as he could without veering away from the courtyard. But it was time. On the side of the corridor, he kissed Diana on the head and placed her in the sling on Mal's back. Once she was secure, Mal hugged him fiercely. Careful not to jostle Diana, he squeezed her as well. Felt her deep inhales as she took in his scent. People walked by without bothering them. They could have held each other for a long time in that corridor. But their days had to continue. Simultaneously they released one another. We'll be here when you return. Do your best to do so, all right. Same as before, then. She laughed softly, in spite of herself. I suppose. He leaned down and kissed her. Then he reached and gently kissed Diana's brow. She twisted a bit in her sleep as he touched her dark hair. He wished she would open her eyes. Make it more difficult to leave. He stepped away, dropping Mal's hand as he walked backwards. Have a good day. Kiss her tonight for me. She smiled. I will. And with a wave, she turned and walked firmly towards her work. He returned the favor and wretched himself away, heading towards the courtyard. His breathing hitched as he walked and he inhaled on a count. 1, 2, 3. By the time he reached the courtyard, his eyes were dry enough. Good thing, too. More eyes were coming to him as he made his way toward the stables. Farewells were said and he returned them automatically, nodding as he passed. It was a relief when he reached the stables. Yakul was brushed, fitted with fresh shoes and ready to travel. She seemed to know it, neighing happily as he walked her out. Tiresias hoped her spirits wouldn't dampen when she was hitched. It certainly wasn't her favorite attachment. Nevertheless, she maintained a brave face as Tiresias secured her to the cart. Like everyone else this morning. He scratched her sides in between buckles and ties, keeping her calm. Thankfully it was a cool morning. Not too warm to be bound. He detected the warden entering the courtyard. Whether by smell or sound, he didn't know. Years of the gift made it seemed like second nature. He didn't pause as Ned headed towards him. Accompanied by the future Lord of Winterfell. Morning, Tiresias. He secured the last strap before turning round to see Robb and Ned stopping before him. He nodded to them both. Lord Stark. Robb. You ready to go then? Do you need anything? Tiresias shook his head. Nah. You know me, my lord. Travel light. If you'd only wait, we'd have men sent with you, Robb said. Give us an hour and we'll have an armed guard to escort you and return you home. Robb spoke firmly, the young wolf in full. But years of knowing the lad made him wiser. It was faint, but he heard the plea in the young lord's voice. It was quite difficult to maintain eye contact. Not to glance towards his father. He heavily doubted that Lord Stark had shared any details of their conversation with Robb. At least those that didn't concern themselves with the free folk and the White Walkers. Or what he was going to tell the small council. He was convinced, however, that Robb didn't know about the additional task assigned to him, concerning the Lord Hand. Or the main reason he was assigned as emissary in the first place. As an acceptable sacrifice should mayhem reign in the capital. So to come directly to him and request that he travel with an escort. That he knew anyway he was heading into danger. Don't be surprised. This is idiotic. You know it. You're still doing it. I appreciate the offer, Robb. I really do, but this is hardly a task for armed men. He stuck out his hand. Farewell. Robb shook his hand, hiding his worry well enough. Tiresias reached out and placed his free hand on the young wolf's shoulder. I'm sorry I'll miss your wedding, he said quietly. Sincerely. You'll be a good husband. And you won't lose your head for it this time. Thank you. Robb sighed. I wish you could be there as well. Tiresias nodded and released him. If you don't mind, Robb, I have a few things I need to say to your father. Robb looked to Ned, who nodded, before returning his gaze to him. See you when you get back. As he walked away, Tiresias took Yakul's reins and began to direct her to the courtyard entrance. Along with the wagon. The warden walked alongside him. After a few seconds of silence, Lord Stark glanced to him. Well? What else do you have to say? His question was warranted. They had spoken last night. Summarizing their intentions. Strategizing as well as they could. He even did the usual and deposited a sealed letter with Lord Stark. To be read upon his death. To be burned upon his return. Only this time, he handed Lord Stark a second letter. A false letter. With all the insanity of the North, he hadn't given it much thought. However, with King's Landing finally encroaching upon them, it seemed more likely that Varys would spread his tendrils to Winterfell and plant a spy amongst them. To imagine Varys, or any member of the small council, reading his plain warnings to Lord Stark, it couldn't happen. It was time to make deterrence. He said so to Ned last night. And the warden promised to take caution with the false letter. An extreme caution with the true one. It was all covered. So he thought. But as he considered what could happen to him, a question from his past resurfaced. As the warden approached. It was perhaps trivial, but he wanted to know. Actually not much. I was just curious about something. And what is that? They halted in front of the gate. Tiresias gave a quick listen to hear if anyone was too close and murmured. It goes back to the tower in Dorne. It was Lord Stark's turn to glance around. A few people were looking at the warden and the mountain fall, but none were close enough to overhear. After you killed Arthur Dayne, you heard your sister yell from the tower. You ran to the steps and started to climb them. But you stopped halfway and stared out over the Dornish plains before continuing up and entering the tower. Ned's gaze, piercing a second ago, turned wary. However, he remained steady. What of it? Why did you stop and look out? Did you hear something? He wondered if the warden had forgotten that moment until now. If his sister's death and John's birth were so overwhelming, they had faced whatever happened before. It wouldn't have surprised him. Ned was quiet for a few seconds, considering the question, trying to think. Finally, he spoke. I don't remember, he admitted softly. Is it important? Whether I do or not? The second time Bran viewed the memory, his father turned and faced the plains on his own. The ink was set. Whether he heard his son or not. No, Tiresias shook his head. I don't suppose it is. Then we'll say I heard the wind. All right, then. On that, the warden stuck out his hand. Tiresias shook it briefly and boarded the wagon. I'll await your raven once you arrive. Just be careful what you write in return, Tiresias warned, taking up the reins. Everything flying in and out of that castle is red. Lord Stark nodded. Good luck. Returning his nod, Tiresias tucked his tongue and the wagon began to roll. The morning was busy enough and the courtyard was full. Nevertheless, a pathway cleared and he was soon passing under the west gate. Tiresias! Tiresias! He looked up to see Arya, waving furiously from the battlements. She wasn't alone. All the Stark children stood waving. Along with Theon. Robb, a bit more stoic, stood behind them. His own wave dignified, but no less sincere. He did well to hide the fear in his eyes. Hoping he did the same, Tiresias waved to them as he passed through the gate, hearing Kara yell above. Travel well down south. Then come home. The old tongue, she spoke it than the common tongue some days. He grinned. Making sure that the path ahead was clear, he turned around, meeting Kara's eyes as she reached the other side. I will, Kara. I'm a Northman now. He raised his hand and waved. As he did, he saw Jon Snow, making his way towards the group. He joined Arya at the front and stared out at him, his chest heaving from running. Tiresias smiled and nodded to the lad. It wasn't entirely fixed, but when Jon lowered his hand, he placed it on Arya's shoulder. Her hand gripped his as they stared out. It was a warm sight. He would leave it at that. He turned around to the front, focused on the bustling inhabitants of Wintertown. But he didn't let his sight settle on the King's Road just yet. There was one more stop. Unlike Renia, Ros stood ready in front of Ambrose. In her fur, with a bag containing her whole world. If she had stood waiting for a while, she didn't show it. She smiled as the wagon rolled to a halt, reaching out to scratch Yakel. Our noble steed. She's a good girl. Tiresias climbed into the wagon. Hold on. She came around to the back as Tiresias unfurled a long cushion. He turned back and shrugged, as he came to the end. It's a bumpy road, he said, reaching down. Without that, your ass would be bruised by midday. How considerate. She took his hand and climbed up. As he returned to the driver's seat, he heard the mutterings already. Ambra's brothel wasn't tucked away out of sight and the mountain fall was clearly seen taking a whore with him out of Wintertown. Keeping his face blank, he sat down and took up the reins again. You settled. Ros settled into the corner, stretching her arm along the side. He tugged and snapped the reins. A different pace than in Winterfell. They hastened out of Wintertown. Not much though. It was uncomfortable for all concerned. And they couldn't run away from the whispers. Tiresias exhaled as he drove. She'll be all right. She's tough. She's under the Starks. They'll all be fine. What are you thinkin'? Ros called over the wagon wheels. Not much, he called back. Take a good look. It's the last time you'll ever see Winterfell. Not you though. He shook his head. Here's hoping. Much to his relief, Ros didn't ask him to clarify. He felt her staring back to the town, to the castle, to the fields surrounding it. Drinking it all in. Truly saying goodbye. Tiresias ushered Yakel left as they turned onto the King's Road. He didn't look back. Next time, he saw Winterfell, it would be on his return. He promised himself that. Chapter 72. It was strange, traveling on the King's Road again. Tiresias didn't quite pick up as to why until they were a week from Winterfell. The sun rose unobscured and gifted them a golden dawn. Ros didn't pull her fur tight as she rode in the back. For the first time in a while, he was traveling somewhere warm. Away from the wall. And the dead beyond. There were several times since their departure where he realized he wasn't preoccupied with the Night King, the army of the dead. Or Gord. Gone forever. He had had such moments in Winterfell, but they were usually thanks to Diana. A newborn took up so much time. Here it was the wind bending the wild grass. The creaking turn of the cart wheels. An undisturbed bird call. Welcome distractions all. As well as sleep. Glorious, uninterrupted sleep. A luxury he hadn't known in months. As much as he missed Diana, he relished the nights now for the deep slumber. He had to remind himself that they were camping out in the open, vulnerable to bandits. That was enough danger enough. It didn't seem that way though. As they rode through the vast country, Tiresias gazed to the surrounding glens and hills. The north was enormous. He knew that. He had traversed most of it. But still, 50,000 new inhabitants just streamed into the north. And they were invisible. One could walk the entire King's Road, from Castle Black to Winterfell and onto Moat Cailin, and not meet them. They could encounter nothing but the vast emptiness. Watch us millin it. His grin must have been too wide to prompt that from ROS. Nevertheless, Tiresias kept his smile as he looked out to the distant hills, keeping his hand loose on the reins. It's just gorgeous country, all. Especially now. Twilight was upon them and the golden light that began their day had returned. The sun was leaving red and gold in its wake. As they rolled off to a halt, insects and birds hummed and sang. This evening had left them far from the nearest inn, but ROS hadn't complained so far about that. She built the fire as Tiresias unhitched Yakul from the cart. The mare nuzzled him as he scratched her shoulders where the hitch was strapped down. Tying her off, he walked away for a nearby piss. As he relieved himself against a tree, he glanced up for another gaze at the sky. The sun was just beginning to go down. With the red in the sky and the gold that streamed through the grass, he remembered a king who came through here, who also admired the beauty of this place. Pissing against a tree as well. Not that was an extraordinary qualifier. Tiresias buttoned his trousers and returned to the campfire. Suppers were an easy affair for once. Tiresias didn't want to waste energy hunting and ROS couldn't shoot. When they weren't at the inns, they resorted to dried foods. This evening was smoked sausages and hard bread. It didn't require a blazing fire so they kept the flames low. No sense in drawing unnecessary attention. Anyway, it was warm enough. And quite alluring. The cinders pulsed red in the ash. Tiresias? Handsome? Yeah, here. He blinked and looked up to see ROS peering at him. With the embers below, her red hair seemed to glow in the darkness. Darkness? The sun had gone down entirely and he hadn't noticed. A half-eaten sausage was still in his hand and his leg was numb. Gingerly he adjusted and took another bite. ROS picked up a stick and stoked the embers. I don't imagine it's cause of me you're quiet, she said lightly. You're not embarrassed by much. Least of all, my company. She met his eyes. Am I right? Tiresias sighed. In a way, she was older than him. Despite his age. No matter what he had experienced and where he had been, she had seen more in Ambra's brothel. What occurred there was honest, at least. She had seen plenty of men at their worst. Plenty at their most vulnerable too. He supposed his preoccupied nature wasn't some big mystery to her. Still it wouldn't hurt to offer some clarification. I was thinking of the king. Her eyebrows arched. So you are going to see him? She shrugged when he gave her a glance. Just what the chinwags said. Well, the chinwags were right, Tiresias muttered. He thought that information was privileged to the Starks. Still, it didn't seem like a breach to confirm it. He would be announced as an emissary the moment he arrived at court. Was the point of any secrecy now? He wrapped up the rest of his hard bread. He wasn't particularly hungry. You're scared of meeting him. Wouldn't you? Nah. He's easy to please from what I hear. Earn some good coin. Make him laugh. ROS, Tiresias muttered. Can I give you some advice? She smiled. If I said no, would that make a difference? I'd be very frustrated if you didn't at least listen. ROS kept his smile as she sighed. All right then, go ahead, I'm listening. With her eyes clear and the cloak covering her, the image shouldn't have entered his mind. Her hands tied and high, hanging from the bedpost, how many arrows did she suffer before she finally succumbed? Did she live until the final shot? You've left Ambras. You headed to the big city. The Street of Silk. You'll see more women there whoring than you've ever seen. You'll earn more coin there in a month than you had all last year, and you'll be in more danger than you ever were in Wintertown. He peered down to the fire. You're smart, ROS. I know you know this. You've accepted the risk. You're very beautiful. You're very charming. And from what I've heard, you're quite talented. It's very possible that within a month of your arrival, you'll gain the attention of a highborn, who will soon want your body and your company all to himself. He'll pay for it. Quite handsomely too. And after a while, you might be able to leave the brothel bed entirely. Become a madam, invest in a business or two and live the rest of your life in a lovely home in the south. Under the sun. With guards and servants. Dates and wine. And a soft bed all to yourself. The fire crackled as he looked back to her. She met his eyes, her gaze calm and sober. That won't happen if you're dead. Ros tilted her head just slightly. If I'm dead, she asked softly. You're smart, Ros. You've already said that. Because I want to emphasize how little that will matter if you become the favorite of the wrong highborn. You service the king and the queen becomes jealous, you think you can outthink the axe coming down on your head? Or the gold cloaks she'll send to rape you in revenge. Her eyes didn't flinch when he said that. Still he somewhat regretted it and softened his tone. King's Landing is not Winterfell, Ros. The coin's there. The lords are there and every lord is hated by one lord or another. Or several. Everyone is connected. It doesn't have to be the king. You become the favorite of one wealthy or powerful man, you become his asset, you become something for his rivals to damage. Or worse. The fire had gotten so low, the shadows on her face could have been read for a dour expression. He returned to the flames and fed them. The brightness returned and he looked to see her eyes focused on it. He sighed. Forgive me, Ros. You probably knew that. You know what men can do. What they can be, still, I didn't want to dump you in that city with saying something about it first. Silence reigned for a bit. A relative one, to be sure. A gentle wind, a crackling fire, a possum in a tree a ways off. The heartbeat of his companion, Ros, seemed settled as she looked to fire. She gave a faint smile. So, she murmured before looking up to him. Stay away from the king, you say? He mumbled back. I'd follow that advice myself if I could. Unfortunately, I have my orders. And the king wants to see me anyway. He wants my bloody tail. As Prince Oberyn did. Ros laughed lightly, remembering the evening. You planning on actually telling it this time round? I suppose so. He stoked the flames. I'm the guest this time round. I'll be a little dancing monkey. Better than a low-born cunt, Ros stated softly. So no king, no lords that are hated. Or rather more hated than usual. No powerful ones either. Fuck the powerful ones, sure, Tiresias stated gently. Get their coin. Fuck them. Just don't become theirs. Ros looked at him. You know horse talk, right? If a man's dangerous, we make sure to say so. Not so much if he pays well. We keep that bit to ourselves, but I plan on making nice with the others. Listen to what they have to say. That's not a bad idea. I've heard about one particularly lecherous lord. I believe you know him. Tyrion Lannister. She said with a small grin. I heard he's quite talented. With his experience, be a real shame if he weren't. That got a genuine laugh out of her. A small one, but still. I also hear he's very rich. I'm sorry, Tyrion. He's not worth it. He looked her directly in the eye. Too many powerful enemies. That's so. You become his concubine, you'll attract the wrath of Tywin Lannister, the queen, and the future king. I guarantee that, Ros. I truly do. The image of her death returned, her current self barely visible. He spoke so seriously, he saw the laughter leave her eyes. He leaned forward. On that, Ros, one last piece of advice and then I'll shut up for tonight. Stay away from Prince Joffrey. Don't ever cater to him. No matter what. No matter how much gold. If someone from the Red Keep shows up and asks for you, you're sick. You can't go. You're shitting yourself blind and you can't work that night. Say anything, but take the loss. Never go. Ever. I mean it. Once you're in the room alone with him, it'll be too late. He could have repeated that for hours, but he resisted and leaned back, lowering his eyes to the fire. Ros didn't respond and he felt her eyes drift downward to the flames as well. Nothing was said as the fire started to consume the last small branch. But he had had enough of the flames this evening. Bunching up his cloak for a pillow, he laid down. Back to the fire, he didn't hear Ros move. He imagined her soft stare as she contemplated the dying flames. Slowing his breath, he began to drift off, before her voice brought him back. You scared of meeting the prince as well? He stayed on his side. Staring out into the dark. He breathed. He's a monster. An absurd notion to chuckle came over him. It left quickly enough when he turned around and met her eyes. And unfortunately for us, and everyone else, he's strutting around the Red Keep. He's not barred in the crypts back at Winterfell. Ros gave a slight smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. He returned it though and turned back around. The fire was even lower now and not quite so blinding. In the darkness ahead, he saw the outlines of the wilderness. He focused on them as he drifted off. It was a repeat of what occurred the last time he had traveled through the neck. Sticking to the trail and besieged by a torrential rain, they rode down an increasingly muddy path. He got off his seat and began to lead Yakel, holding the rein steady as the mare pulled the cart forward. However, this wasn't the last time. He wasn't alone. And when he glanced back to see Ros with her hood up, pulling her drenched cloak tight around her, he knew the afternoon was lost. She hadn't complained and she didn't have to. One glance from her was all that was needed. They took advantage of the first cover they encountered. Stopping under a particularly gnarled oak, he set to work building a fire. Once her soaked cloak was wrung and hanging, he handed her his. It was tucked away and still dry. If she didn't question him not wearing before, she didn't do so now. Still, between her teeth chattering, she gave him a piercing look from the fire as he tended to Yakul. He ignored it and she returned to the flames. Soon her trembling subsided and her breathing evened out. By the time he finished with Yakul, the rain was just noise. A determined patter on the leaves above. Tiresias ran his hand along her cloak, flicking it free of water. That won't be dry when we start riding again. You can wear mine till it is. I don't need you getting sick on my end. I won't get sick. He glanced to the rain. Least not from this. The look in her piercing eyes was quite familiar. From the free folk beyond the wall to the Night's Watch, he supposed more people thought him an idiot than any other man in the Seven Kingdoms. At least more so than any other lowborn. However, Ros was more focused on sustaining the fire and the piercing look was dropped. Yakul leaned down for reeds and Tiresias pulled their meal out of the rucksack. Dried meat from the previous inn. Again. He wasn't too annoyed. Meat was hard enough to come by. Ros was of the same mind, taking her venison and chewing it without complaint. Taking a big sniff in between bites. Eyes on his own meal, he opened his ears. A low population didn't matter. This area was one of the noisiest parts of Westeros he had ever been. The neck certainly came alive for him as they sat quietly. Under the rain patter, he heard frogs, birds, and insects. Low calls from all as they filled the swamp with their songs. Echoing off the trees, creaking as they. Trees don't creak like that, not again and again, those are wheels. Tiresias looked up. He couldn't see far. The oak was blocking the view of the bend and the trail south. What is it? Ros asked. When he had traveled about the north for tomes, the rotating wheels were a constant. When he stopped, sometimes he would hear it echoing in his mind. At least for a time. But this wasn't that. A wagon was approaching, several of them. He strode to his pack. We have company. Ros didn't seem perturbed when he turned back with his bow and quiver. She was alone with a lone guardian for protection. So why worry? If he failed, she was doomed anyway. At least, that's what he thought. He gave Yakul a calming pat before going to the oak, pressing against the bark, casting his ear down the road. The wagons were 100 yards away now. Accompanied by several horses. No chainmail clinked as they cantered. So we either have bandits or... He peered around the oak. 2 hooded riders rode before the first wagon. Fishing nets hung from their sides. One carried a 3-pronged spear. Tiresias sighed, relief coursing through him like the rain. He stepped back to the wagon and deposited the bow. Ros raised her eyebrows. Friendly lot. He shrugged. Maybe. Doubt they'll harm us though. Stepping back, he fought the urge to smile. Trying not to hope. Raising his hand, he stepped out from the oak around the bend. The riders, now at 50 yards, began to slow. No surprise on their faces as the train came to a halt. Rain pounded the silent riders for a second before they lowered their hoods. Tiresias had already smelled them. Forgotten scents, but they came back to him. Hello, idiot, Anag called from her saddle. Hello, Anag. Martin. He nodded to the mute Cranagman to her left. Martin nodded back, a small smile curving his face. Dismounting, he came to Tiresias and clasped his hand. He shook it vigorously before returning to Anag. The amount of grey in her hair had increased significantly. Not used to seeing you on a horse. You're not used to seeing me at all, she muttered as she dismounted herself. She grunted as she landed in the mud. Cranags don't use horses except for long travel. And we got a ways to go 'fore we get to Winterfell. Tiresias stared as he shook her hand. You're headed for Winterfell. They're escorting us. Traveling to King's Landing, summoned before the small council, and walking the Red Keep, Tiresias expected to encounter many familiar faces that he hadn't yet met. And to keep a straight face as he silently processed his own excitement or horror. But he didn't expect it to happen so soon in his journey. To see Hojan and Mira Reed step forward in the rain. Lord Stark hadn't even sent that raven before he left. These two must have been ready to go. Unlike the other familiars in this world, Hojan seemed like he had a good notion of the storm brewing in his mind. He stuck out his hand. I'm Hojan Reed, son of Howland. This is my sister, Mira. Tiresias took their hands numbly, nodding. I met your father. Years ago. He told us, Mira said. She held her spear straight up, loosely. He said you had a strange voice. Think I still do. Anog returned from the wagon. Lord Hojan, Lady Mira, the next rest isn't for another 10 miles. If you still want to reach Winterfell quickly. We do, Hojan stated succinctly before walking back. Tiresias followed him. It was strange to hear the calmness in person. Even stranger to hear it now. He never saw Hojan this young before. When he and Mira came to Bran north of Winterfell, that was a couple years later. This Hojan barely came to his chest. Still, the boy walked with a calm purpose back to the wagon. Not at all bothered by the rain. Accepting help calmly from the Cranagman who lifted him up into the back. Once seated, he looked down to Tiresias. You're asking the wrong question. What? It doesn't matter whether it's right or wrong to head to King's Landing. You'll be where you'll be. You'll act as you will. And what will follow will follow. Anog whistled from the front and they began to ride again. Slowly. Tiresias was able to keep up with the wagon as it rolled forward. He met Hojan's eyes as the boy waited for him to speak again. He forced himself to do so. They would be gone soon. What does the raven want this time? The raven has spoken to me as much as it's spoken to you, Hojan called over the rain. I'm afraid the only one who could answer that will be Bran Stark. We're going to try and help him do so. They turned the bend, passing their own wagon. He felt Ros stare as he walked past their fire, down the trail. Against all instinct, he declined to mutter. If any house guards in the north could handle the supernatural with discretion, it was House Reed. What if the raven wants him to go north? Beyond the wall and meet him under the weirwood? It's not like it was before. You can't take him there, what will he do? Hojan didn't raise his voice to answer, but his small voice cut through the rain all the same. He'll do what he will where he is, just as you will. He truly didn't know why he expected anything different. Tiresias let the young green seer go, blinking through the pelting rain. Hojan was already facing forward, but Mira was staring back at him. Cautious eyes as she gripped her spear a little too tightly. She kept hold of it as the Cranagman rode farther down the muddiest part of the King's Road. Soon they were out of sight, though he still heard them when he turned to walk back to his own cart. Ros glanced at him as he crouched before the fire. So were they friends of yours? He wrung out his sleeves. A couple of them. His voice trailed. Was Ros truly interested in hearing of his first night in the Neck? How he was rescued? And shown the way to Winterfell? Good coin said she wasn't. It was good to see them whole. So good, you spend your short time together crying out to the little lord. Feeding the fire was the only answer he could muster. He must have looked rather strange. Stranger than usual, he supposed. You said you were leaving Wintertown cause of the demon underneath the castle, She met his eyes, but didn't respond. Tiresias nodded after the Cranag caravan. He could still hear the wheels squelching in the mud. It's all part of the northern magic coming back to life. And that little lord's a part of that. May not look like it, but he is. Ros glanced off to the trail north, after the disappeared caravan. Are you a part of it? Tiresias exhaled through his nose. Good question. No, he murmured. Not now. Leaving the north meant putting the three-eyed raven out of mind at the moment. For what could he hope to do for or against such an entity? All the way in the south? King's Landing, the small council, the highborn, they'll distract him easily enough. And it was different this time. All the free folk that were able were now south of the wall. There was no time limit to return. To meet anyone in the haunted forest. Still there was the urge to return as soon as possible. In fact, it was stronger than ever. Now that a part of him was brought into the world. The neck to the crossroads was a deceitful length. And though Ros continued to travel well and kept her impatience well under control, she made no attempt to hide her relief on finally reaching the famed intersection. When the inn came into sight, she broke into light, jubilant laughter. Tiresias couldn't blame her. He was grinning himself. He had forgotten what a trek it was. Though he thoroughly enjoyed the scenic views of the north and the atmosphere of the Neck, there were enough upsides to this leg of the journey. From here to the capital, the King's Road would be much more populated. They would find an inn every night if they wished. The days spent without encountering another soul were behind them. They had a rude reminder of that as they rolled up to the stables. As a lone traveler, Tiresias had received his fair share of stares from bystanders and locals as he passed by. But traveling with a woman brought an intensity to their eyes that he wasn't used to seeing. Especially with a woman as attractive as his current companion. Ros, for her part, seemed well aware of it, but didn't let it affect her. She accepted the stablehand's unnecessary help getting down from the cart with a gracious smile. But she stood near the stall as they situated Yakel. And once the mare was settled with hay and water, she stuck close to him as they proceeded to the tavern. Eyes and quiet fell on them when they entered. For such a full stable attached, there were still a few tables available. It was not quite midday yet. They strode to a vacant long one by the window, not slowing for the proprietor, who ambled to their side. Mornin' to yet. Will yet to be wantin' a room for the night? It's a bit early to decide all that, Ros answered lightly as she slid into the bench and turned to him. Why don't we get some food first? Sounds good. Tiresias sighed as he sat down across from her and turned to the pock-faced proprietor. What did you have? After the man left with their order, he returned to her. Nice one, he muttered. What did you mean? Not shouting our travel plans for all to hear. Ros mouth lined. It's safer for you to look. Was I wrong to think a few here might be interested? He leaned back and let his eyes drifted across the tavern. Quite a few had returned to their plates and mugs, merely glancing up at each new arrival. But his eyes met a few more that still lingered on him. More so on the lady across from him. No, you weren't, he muttered. She smirked. Ah well, that's why I asked to travel with you. Resisting the urge to brush his fingers against his dagger handle, Tiresias breathed deep as a serving girl came to their table with 2 horns and a pitcher of black beer. Her eyes darted between the two of them as she poured. Ros sighed as she leaned against the wall. And after weeks of swamp and the mud and squatting round a fire, it's nice to be sitting at a table again. She raised her horn with a teasing smile. Even worth the company. Tiresias raised his own. Truly. Well, almost. They drank deeply and their meal arrived shortly after. Pottage stew with dark bread. It silenced them as they ate, listening to the other travelers wander in. The tavern soon crowded and their solitary table became less and less so. He finished quickly, but Ros was less hurried. She ate her stew as Tiresias sipped his beer, eyeing the room. A group of tradesmen sat on the opposite end of the long table. 1 or 2 leered at her but they had left enough space between. The hairs on his neck rose as the door opened and Tiresias spotted a group of hedge knights with a filthy air entering the tavern. He turned back to Ros, determined not to invite them over. But there were only so many spaces left. And sure enough, by noise or scent, he sensed them coming toward their table. He lowered his horn, eyes to the table. Incoming, he murmured. Ros paused her spoon. 4 assholes to share our meal. She didn't even look to the approaching group. Her pause only lingered a second more before she continued to eat. Should have sat next to me, she said lightly. The hedge knights sat down with as much grace as they entered. Plopping down onto the benches, their leathers creaking as much as the wood, the one next to Tiresias sighed loudly. Fuckin' finally. He sighed, placing his pack down. Emarth's about to fall off. Not much to lose there, I. Laughter rang as another sat across, next to Ros. Tiresias eyed his belt before it vanished beneath the table. Reasonably crafted, kept well enough. He plopped down with a tad more grace than the other 3. It was a safe wager that he was the leader. And it was no accident that he took the seat next to the beautiful, young woman. He didn't waste any time. As the other 2 sank into the bench, he turned to Ros with no surprise in his eyes. With the others in his periphery, Tiresias picked up his horn. Hello there, beautiful. Ros turned to him, a blank, but polite look on her face. Hello. Have we met before? The man laughed. Don't think so, love. Why remember me if I had you? Name's Par. What's yours? She smiled a very small smile. I'm Una. And this is my escort, Johann. They had decided on different names a couple days before. Tiresias insisted on it. As well as a few other signals. As of now, Tiresias hadn't seen the one for him to intervene. So he nodded politely to Par as the hedge knight looked to him. Escort. He said before turning back to Ros. What you need an escort for, love? For travel. For travel. The mocking sent the other 3 into peals of laughter as a serving girl came to their table with 4 cups and a pitcher. Tiresias met Ros' eyes, but she didn't give the signal. Nevertheless, under the cover of laughter and the arrival of their drink, he drew his dagger under the table, hiding it on his right. Once pies were ordered and his cup was filled, Par sent the girl away with a slap on the ass. Cheers, love. They drank deeply, before sighing in content, sending a chorus of 4 unbrushed breaths across the table. The smell was atrocious. This here's the crosswords, Lady Una. He leaned closer. Everyone's here to travel. Ros nodded, conceding. Good point. I know it's a fucking good point. Par took another draft. Where you traveling then? West. West? The west. He slapped the table. 7 hells. We're traveling out that way. Ain't we, boys? The one next to Tiresias guffawed. Sure. Why not? We are. Say, he turned back to Ros. What say you to ridin' with us? Dangerous road out west, love. For a small fee, a few hedge knights could turn that jaunt into a lovely trip. Ros looked to him. No worry in her eyes, but a question. Tiresias tapped the top of his horn twice. His signal which broadly meant, "Go ahead. I'm ready. It's been a lovely trip so far with the protection I have." She turned to him. "Besides, I can't afford 4 hedge knights." "Well, I'm sure we could find another way for you to pay." He glanced to Tiresias, then back to her. "So what say you, et?" Ros kept her smile but didn't respond. This time, she tapped her horn twice. "The go ahead. The lady already answered you." For the first time, all eyes went to him. "We don't need any more protection on the road." "That's so." Par leaned forward. "You enough protection here for the lady. I suggest you don't try and find that out for yourselves." Tiresias nodded to the other side of the tavern. "Take your cups to another table. Have your meal somewhere else. You're bothering us." "Oh. We both errand you, et? Sorry about that. Tell you what, cunt, how about you move and leave us with the whore? Whatever she does for you, she could bloody well do for us." The exchange was quiet, but the surrounding tables had heard enough to fall silent and stare. Though Tiresias kept his eyes on Par, he checked on Ros. Her breathing even, only her heart rate gave her away. It pulsed rapidly, but she kept calm. "Well used to these sort of men. Una," he said. "Stand up and move away from this table." Ros made to stand, but Par grabbed her wrist and forced her down again. "She stays," he began before stopping suddenly. In the middle of Par reaching for Ros, Tiresias brought his dagger to the throat of the hedge knight next to him. The man hadn't even reached for his steel and was frozen stiff. A trickle of blood began to run down into his shirt. Tiresias could smell it. "Stand up. All of you." Slowly. With the dagger, he guided the knight off the bench and came behind him. The others followed suit. Sparing a glance to Ros, he bade her to stay put. Her heart rate hadn't calmed yet. None of theirs had. Pressing the dagger slightly more into the fat throat, he guided the knight into the wide aisle between the table. The other 3 followed. By the time they halted, the entire tavern was still. The 2 serving girls froze with pitchers in their hands. Tiresias exhaled silently. "What did you order?" "Pitcher of ale." The 3 other hedge knights blinked and stared at each other before coming back to him. Some meat pies too." "You're not staying for the meat pies. Take out your purse." Par's bewilderment returned to anger as he whipped his purse out, loosening the strings. "Put a stag on the table. Pitcher of ale's not worth a stag. You slapped the girl's ass. Put the silver on the table." That comment earned him a bit more bewilderment from the bystanders. He sensed the question in their stares, but he didn't look away from Par. The knight reciprocated. His eyes didn't leave Tiresias as he fetched the coin and placed it on the table. Springing the dagger away, Tiresias pushed his hostage knight forward to the group. Once he recovered his footing and turned, the silence returned. Tiresias lowered his dagger, but he didn't sheath it. "Leave. Now." He saw one knight from the group consider it, but he wasn't the leader. Par stepped forward and drew his sword. That broke the silence from the onlookers. Everyone moved to the far side of their benches, away from the aisle. In the midst of this, the other 3 knights drew their steel as well. Tiresias turned side face, but kept his dagger down. Par began to creep forward, gripping his hilt tightly. The others stayed behind him. The aisle prevented them all from swarming. Not that they didn't try. Par sprung from his right, bring his sword down for a slash. The man didn't expect him to come closer. His eyes widened as Tiresias stepped forward, dodging the falling steel to his left. Par's neck was wide open, but Tiresias didn't bring the steel to cut it. Something in him flipped his dagger and he brought the hilt up. Hard and fast to the Adam's apple. There was no need to see him crumble. He heard it well enough. The sword fell to the floor as Par tried to breathe, gasping through the pain. Besides, he couldn't spare a glance. The others were on him and their friend's misfortune didn't slow them. Tiresias backed up, allowing one of the skinny ones to fall over Par. The fat one he had taken hostage swung at him next. Again and again. Losing patience after the 3rd attempt, he swung wildly on the 4th and Tiresias was able to repeat the trick. Sidestepping the steel and closing in, he grabbed the man's cloak and jerked him forward. It was easy enough. The momentum on his side sent the man down, where his skull connected with the nearest table. Swinging the fat one down carried him quickly to the remaining 2. Each indistinguishable from the other. Aside from the fact that the one had tripped had smashed his knee and was doing his best to hide a limp. The non-limping one was nearer and seized his hand, bringing his sword high. Tiresias dropped the dagger into his left and brought it up, piercing the wrist. The knight dropped his hand and his sword to give an agonized howl. It pierced his ears. But it was not the high pitch of a white screeching in the cold. Tiresias gritted his teeth and threw the injured knight into his limping friend. The knight fell to the floor again, on his back. Tiresias stalked over quickly, picking up an abandoned cup from a table. The man saw him coming and put his hands up. To beg? To defend? He couldn't tell. Swiping them away, he struck the man's face with the goblet, sending him to the floor again. Along with the drink. It wasn't silence that greeted him when he stood. Sure, the tavern was quiet. But Par was still rasping for air. The one with the ruined hand was whimpering, trying to sit up. The limping knight blinked dully as blood ran down his face, moaning as he gathered himself. And behind him, he heard something else. The fat hedge knight was getting up, but he was attempting to be silent. His boots grounded into the boards. Steadying himself to rush. To sneak a stab. Tiresias gripped his dagger and readied to turn, to counter. But just as the man made to sprint forward, knife up, he fell. Hard. Hitting the boards with an excruciating thump. Tiresias turned to see the knight's face in the floor, his pained moans muffled. At his feet was an extended leg from an observer, one of the few not to move from their seat during the brawl. He met the stranger's eyes and blinked. You've gotta be fucking joking. The bystander shrugged, misinterpreting his wide eyes. You already beat him. He gathered himself and nodded. Thanks, he muttered. It took a real effort to turn back to other three knights, who had all managed to stand with varying levels of success. Par kept massaging his throat, breathing slow and deep, but it didn't cut into his stare, full of hatred. It'd be so easy. Stop the headache now. Let them go and they're free to return one day. Tiresias stepped back to the tripped knight. He wiped the bloodied dagger on the man's back and sheathed it, standing up. Get up. Go to your mates. He stood far too close, but the fat knight didn't try any more tricks and crawled to his feet. He stumbled to the group, past Par, who stood staring. But not for much longer. If they were to find medical attention and food elsewhere, they had to start looking. They turned and shuffled towards the door. Tempted as he was, Tiresias didn't see them exit. Once they were away, he looked to Ros. You all right? She nodded. You? I guess so. The door closed and they were gone. Murmurs returned to normal in the tavern hall, but Tiresias didn't return to his seat. He turned instead to the man who had tripped the knight. The man sat like he expected to be thanked. Tiresias obliged him. Thanks again. Ah, he was a fat fuck with no grace. Still, thank you. His thanks were an inadequate form of payment. He could see it in the man's eyes and it didn't bother him at all. He swallowed as the adrenaline of the fight left him and gestured back to his table. Would you join me and my companion for a black beer? The man followed his gesture, his eyebrows raising when he found Ros. So Tiresias presumed. His eyes lingered on her, though not nearly as long as the knight's. So that's what got them all bothered. It would seem, Tiresias stated shortly. He hoped Ros would forgive him. What do you say? It was a short consideration. Flipping his horn up, the man finished his ale and stood. Tiresias turned and returned to their table, past the tradesmen who were now determinedly minding their own business. Ros was seated again, his eyes full of questions as her guardian returned with a complete stranger, after fighting off 4 others. Tiresias met her gaze with a look that he prayed looked assuring. It helped that he took the seat next to her this time, leaving the man to the other side. However, he didn't seem bothered and nodded to Ros as he approached. Miss. Ros nodded, her mask back. Hello there. You two know each other. The man shook his head and sat. Never seen him before in life. Free drink is a free drink, though. He earned it. Tiresias picked up the pitcher and filled the man's horn before topping off theirs. No one else tripped a hedge knight for me. Fair price for a drink. Ah, well, I'd trip them for free. He took a draft without waiting for them. Anything more, that'll cost you. I don't doubt it. Tiresias sat and drank before asking a question to which he already knew the answer. You a sellsword? The man wiped his mouth before nodding. Name's Braun. Trying, and surely failing, not to smile, Tiresias lowered his horn. Well met, Braun. I'm Tiresias. He muttered it low. Enough for their end of the table. Just for him. He saw recognition in Braun's eyes. The sellsword giving him another look. Slowly. Re-evaluating him. Get used to it, mate. You'll be in the capital soon enough. A dancing monkey for many curious eyes. Besides, Braun wasn't the only one shooting him a peculiar look. He felt Ros gaze and met her incredulous eyes. Questioning why he had suddenly thrown their cover out for this stranger. It's okay, he murmured, leaning in. Just him. Just for him. To her credit, her incredulity was already muted. Barely noticeable to passerbys. She swallowed her questions and patted his leg underneath the table. He returned to Braun. The sellsword's eyes glanced to Ros, then back to him. You the mountain fall. Tiresias quietly exhaled. Hey. That was Braun's only response before shrugging and going for a second draft. Though his eyebrows remained very raised. Tiresias recognized that line for it anywhere. He brought his horn down. No wonder you handled that lot. Why didn't you kill them? Good question. You've killed others far less deserving. Too much blood doesn't make for good travel. We're trying to get to King's Landing as quickly as possible. Nice place. No, it's not. Well, you're right there. He stretched out and leaned against the wall, resting his leg along the bench. So, how come the mountain falls headed for the capital? With a pretty young girl in tow. The serving girl came up to their table. More beer. Another pitcher, please. Tiresias said, before Ros said anything different. You get your silver. She looked between the lot of them, unsmiling. Anything else? He turned back to Braun. Have you eaten? The sellsword glanced between him and the serving girl. No. After ordering another stew, the serving girl left him with two companions both peering at him warily. Braun broke the silence first. What's the catch? Not that I won't take a free meal, but I thought a drink was enough for tripping that fat fuck. That fat fuck and his friends were right about one thing. Tiresias leaned forward. It's a dangerous road ahead for her. Beautiful young woman traveling. Even with me. May not be enough protection to reach King's Landing. I'd like a little help. He doubted he needed endowed gifts to sense Ros' disquiet. Her own demeanor barely twisting to him, wanting to ask why. Braun just peered at him. You want to hire my sword? Is it currently under contract? Braun shook his head. Nah, it's just, capital's a long ways away. You got enough silver? How much is enough? Couple weeks on horse not going fast, stag a day, 14 stags. 2 moons if ya got them. Tiresias leaned back, considering it. He knew Ros' answer. Heard her objection clearly in her tight smile. Forgive me, Ros. I haven't got that kind of silver, he muttered. Braun nodded as the serving girl returned with the second pitcher of black beer. She filled up their horns before departing again. Well, then, he said, taking another draft. If you lot don't mind, I'll have my stew when it comes and wish you a merry fucking day. Would you take 5 stags? Braun laughed. Why would I take 5 stags when my asking price was 14? 'Cause I can give you something much more valuable when we get to King's Landing. Part of him screamed at himself to be silent. This was a different world now. Forcing old relationships could have disastrous consequences. Any more disastrous than before? The sellsword tapped his mug. You gonna say what it is or you're just leaving me to guess? Tiresias glanced to Ros before diving in. I have a friend in King's Landing. A much richer friend. He's highborn. Highborns need swords nearby at all times. Not just for jaunting up and down the King's Road. When I see my friend, I'll persuade him to take you on. Your friend, Braun said that last word like he didn't believe it. He's highborn? Rich, you say? Doesn't he already have guards? None like you. He allowed a small grin. And he is loyal. If he likes you, and I think he will, you'll have a position and an income more stable than anything you'll find shacking up in these places. Braun peered at him. And what if this man, your friend, decides not to take me on? And I'm left with naught when I arrive. Tiresias leaned back. If that's the case, I'll pay you an additional 10 stags to the 5. Thought you didn't have that sort of silver. I'll borrow it, he said rather shortly. It was some small idiocy that he was so sure that Tyrion would lend him the coin. Nothing was certain in this world. He continued. Besides, you'll be in King's Landing, the capital. Much easier to find work in a large city than in the Riverlands. 5 stags to just travel there is something to consider at least. He tried not to sound so sure of himself. To not smile self-knowingly. Braun hadn't agreed yet and he was sure the man wouldn't appreciate any insinuation that he had. The sellsword peered at him. You paying for all meals and drink when we're traveling as well? Determined not to get too ahead of himself, he mentally tallied the contents of his purse. It helped that Ros was helping with her own expenses. Still, this would have to come from him. Meals and the first drink of the evening, he countered, firm, but polite. Any more fun, that's on you. The murmurs from the inn filled their table as Braun considered it. After a few seconds though, without his expression changing at all, he began to nod and extended his hand. See you to King's Landing, then. Tiresias took his hand and shook it, determined not to grin. He hid his glee for the rest of the meal. Braun ate quickly, determined to leave soon. They exited the inn for the stables and once Braun walked ahead to fetch his horse, Tiresias finally allowed himself to smile. hardly able to take in what this day has wrought. Then he looked to his side. To Ros in her unamused look. She had been quiet ever since he brought the sellsword back to their table, fighting off several men from their vicinity just to invite one back. A complete stranger in her eyes. A dangerous one. Tiresias gave her a hand up into the cart. Felt her pulse. Heard her breath. More anxious than before. He glanced to Braun unhitching his ride at the other end of the stable, before leaning in to mutter. Ros, it'll be all right. He'll help us. How'd you know? She glanced to the sellsword and back. You've seen him before. Would you believe me if I said I had? He stepped around to Yakul's side to tighten the hitch, his hand pausing on the strap. He's all right, Ros. He's not like the others. He seems enough like them. He exhaled through his nose, scratching Yakul's side. What could he possibly say that would persuade her otherwise? What had Braun done so far in this world to earn any trust from a young girl? From him even? Climbing up onto the driver's seat, he turned to her. Silver will keep him. He knows he can get a woman later. Not wanting to block the stables, he tutted, and Yakul began to pull the wagon forward. Looking back, he saw Braun mount his steed and began to follow them. He glanced to Ros. Sides, now you look a proper lady. 2 guards escorting you south to the capital. For the first time since the inn, Ros gave a small smile. A slightly sardonic smile. No. Now I look like a rich whore. Wait till we get to the next inn, you'll see. Look at every man there. You'll see it in their eyes. Braun was nearly upon them. Tiresias lowered his voice, barely heard over the creaking wheels. They don't know what you do. She scoffed through her smile. There's always them that can tell. They can smell it. The sellsword came up next to him, pulling up his horse. You thinking of going any faster? In a moment, once the ground's levels. He turned to Braun and grinned. Don't worry. I want to get to King's Landing as quickly as you do. Braun didn't return his grin. Fat fucking chance. Those were his last words until they settled down for the evening. When he volunteered for first watch, Tiresias acquiesced, met Ros' worrying eyes as they laid down to sleep. He nodded to her, confident that Braun would wake him for the second watch with a rough shake. As opposed to a knife in the heart. Well, mostly confident. Chapter 73. A summer in the north still chilled. It meant an occasional light snow and a wind that soothes instead bites. At least according to everyone else who still felt the cold. Tiresias had been in the Crownlands before. He had felt the summer down here. But a trek beyond the wall and a stint at the Castle Black had banished all memory of that heat. He got a swift reminder of it. South of the Riverlands, the temperature rose substantially. Ros removed her cloak and Braun sweated through his shirt. As did he. The quiet was gone as well. Insects buzzed incessantly between the pollen drifting through the air. And it wasn't just the bugs. The capital brought many travelers to the surrounding areas. Tiresias didn't see them before. Last time he arrived at King's Landing was by sea. Then he left on the Gold Road. This time he saw the populace. In between the woods and wild, they passed orchards and sprawling fields. Villages and hamlets littered the King's Road, and whenever they entered a market town, he actually had to get down and lead Yakul through the crowded thoroughfare. And every couple of days out in the fields, in the distance, they would spot a holdfast or a castle. A gathering point for the wares, crafts, and trade that pulsed through the region. But none of them reached the height or stench of the capital. A strain of humanity caught his nose one morning. Faint, but growing stronger as they rode on and on. He recognized it but said nothing. Not even when they rounded a bend and, at long last, he spotted the Red Keep miles away. Poking above the hills. He let Ros find it for herself. She nodded to the spires. Couldn't see Winterfell from this far away, now could yet. Don't think so, no. He turned to Braun. You know how far away we are. The sellsword shrugged. Half a day at this rate. We hurry, we could beat the sunset. Tiresias held the reins steady. All right. No need. For you, sure. But the sooner I see this grand opportunity you promised, the quicker off the hook you'll be. Oh, now. Was our company not enough for you? Ros teased from the cart. Yours? Abso-fucking-lutely. Him. He shook his head lightly. Not so much. Tiresias kept his eyes between the road ahead and the red towers in the distance. The laughter at his expense didn't bother him in the slightest. After a night or two, once Braun proved he could be professional, Ros took to bantering with the cutthroat sellsword. Their nights by the fire became far more talkative. They did have more in common after all. Born to nothing. Forced to grow up sooner than they should have. Each blessed for a talent for something that the pious condemned but still seemed to require. And they belonged in this world. He couldn't forget that. Not that he minded. Actually he was quite grateful. Much to his relief, Bronn didn't seem too curious about his exploits. There was no mention of the North letting in barbarians. He wondered if that rumor hadn't even made it south yet. He even made no attempt to ask how he downed the mountain. As inevitable as their arrival was now, he was in no mood to hurry. Once he entered the city and then the Red Keep, he would be in danger. He certainly didn't feel like rushing through his last few hours of peace. Of relative anonymity. But he wasn't really in a position to prolong it either. He wasn't traveling alone after all. And the roads were well traveled. Easy to ride on. Yakul carried the cart along quick enough. So the towers of the Red Keep loomed closer and closer as the afternoon melted away. Once the sun reached the western hills, they were near enough to see the walls and the torchlight that began to litter them. This area was quite familiar to Tiresias. He looked ahead to where the northern contingent had waited for him. The Gate of the Gods where he exited with Gendry. They were near enough that the smell of the city reached Ros and Bronn as well. Ros grimaced. That's a lot of shit. The gates are littered with stables. It compounds there. Should be better in. Tiresias muttered, hoping he wasn't lying. His nose caught the shit all over the city. Not really, no, Bronn said lightly. Shouldn't matter too much where you're going, though. They douse all the brothels in perfume. What's your flavor? She smiled. Thinking I'd find a new one in the city. Down by the markets. Something expensive. Something from across the narrow sea. Like him. Bronn laughed at that and Tiresias cracked a smile, his eyes still on the wall. He glanced to road ahead, all the way to the last trees. A banner stood there propped. What did you think, Bronn? Ros asked. What's your favorite smell? Wine and honey. And oranges, he added as an afterthought. They come up from Dorne. Break the skin, bend it and the mist sails through the air. He slowed his horse and halted as Tiresias pulled the cart to a stop, staring ahead to the banner. Red and gold, surrounded by 4 soldiers and a small man in front, meeting his stare head-on. Bronn glanced at him from his horse. Friends of yours? Tiresias nodded, a small smile breaking out on his face. One of them. He clicked his tongue and they continued on. They rode for 100 more yards before Tyrion Lannister stepped forward from his guards. Tiresias pulled the cart to a halt and peered down at him. His friend nodded. Tiresias mountain goat. Tyrion fuckwit. That got a genuine snorting chuckle out of the man. At the gates of such a dangerous city, Tiresias started to laugh. He jumped down from the cart, which prompted the guards to step forward. However Tyrion waved them down and stuck his hand out. Tiresias shook it fiercely. It's good to see you. You as well, my friend. Tyrion looked behind him. And you brought along such charming guests. Ros had descended from the cart and walked over to them. Tiresias stepped to the side. Ros, may I present Lord Tyrion of House Lannister. Tyrion, this is Ros. It was a small relief when she spared him the briefest of glances. She recognized the name, remembered his warning. Still, she gave her warmest smile and extended her hand. Lord. Tyrion kissed it. Hello, my dear. Where have you been hiding all these years? Wintertown. The snows melted and I came down. The mountain fall was kind enough to escort me himself. Such a gentleman. Where to, may I ask? The Street of Silk. She answered without shame. Without hesitation. Tiresias was sure she didn't need his ears to hear the shifting leather as the Lannister guards heard the news. However, she kept her gaze purely on Tyrion, who nodded slowly. Ah. I see. Well, then I'm sure we shall see each other quite frequently. Ros nodded graciously, but she didn't answer either way. And Tyrion's gaze drifted to the third member of their party. Bronn had dismounted his steed and walked up to their gathering. And you are? Another you may see frequently. And also pay well for the privilege. Tiresias gestured behind him. Lord Tyrion, this is Bronn, the best sellsword in the 7 kingdoms. On that, multiple eyes came to him and he amended. Well, certainly one of the more talented ones. I see, was the King's Road so dangerous? Tiresias shrugged. Not nearly so much as King's Landing. Still, nice to see a friendly face. Tyrion gave a grim grin. One of few. Come on, we should get going. No member of their welcoming party came on horseback. It was a little cramped, but Tyrion accepted the offer to ride alongside in the driver's seat. As well as a hand up. As he settled in, Tiresias caught Bronn's eye. The sellsword was staring at him quite pointedly. He nodded emphatically, hoping the message came across, fully intending to act on his word. It was not forgotten on him how far Bronn went in getting what he was owed. Once Tyrion was seated, they set off again, entering the city gate. Dusk was truly beginning to fall, but still the noise of King's Landing swallowed them. And Tiresias could finally ask the real questions. "How did you know we were coming today?" he muttered. Ros was still in the back. She could easily hear them, but she gracefully ignored them. "I received a message at breakfast." Tyrion matched his timbre. "I was quite hungover and a small child entered my chambers. Deposited a note and, before I could say anything, disappeared without a word." "You didn't know beforehand?" "Well, an emissary from the north has been expected for a week or so now." He caught Tyrion's side eye in his periphery. "Didn't know it'd be you." "Surprised?" "Dumbfounded, more like." He glanced to his guards before leaning in. "You asked." "I thought I was quite clear when I stated how dangerous this place is." Tiresias kept his eyes forward. "You were. You're not northern. Why did you come? Did Lord Stark order you?" "Absolutely." The red keep lined up in the distance with the thoroughfare. The last of the sun shone off its spires beautifully. "That's what the court shall hear." He could almost see Tyrion's eyes, the mixture of concern and exasperation. "What? You think I'm stupid enough to volunteer to come down here?" "I know you are." His friend started to laugh. "Though to be fair, I don't think this even counts as one of your stupidest ideas." "Probably not." He dropped the muttering and spoke for the rest to hear. "I'm not really in much of a hurry to get to the keep. Sides, I've got a job to finish." "What's that?" On Tiresias' grin, Tyrion turned to see Ros give a friendly wave. Oh my friend." He laughed. "Are you finally surrendering? Will you at last be a fellow degenerate?" "I'm just dropping off the young lady." Tiresias looked to the rest. "But I could do with some food. What say the rest of you?" It was foolish to stall. Delaying his arrival to Red Keep was only prolonging the inevitable at this point, but Tiresias couldn't help it. Besides, a few hours more and it may be too late to announce new guests to the king. And the queen. The others didn't need such a subterfuge for a night out. It was the end of the road. Bronn and Ros each wanted supper and Tyrion volunteered to pay. So they turned from the thoroughfare, away from the Red Keep and continued on towards the Street of Silk. They didn't enter the brothel district right away, much to Tyrion's disappointment. Tiresias remembered the tavern where he, Gord, Jory and the others drank a couple of years ago. Walking past, he almost saw his friend, laughing his ass off in the summer heat. He pressed the sadness down. It shouldn't be seen in the capital. It was a busy night, but Tyrion's presence found them a table quickly enough. His guards took the table next to them and they began to feast. His melancholy quickly pushed aside as they tore into roasted chicken, fried mushrooms and bread. The wine helped, but the conversation flowed easy enough without it. He still kept to moderate sips. As did Ros, he noticed. That was just fine though. Tyrion drank enough for the three of them, though Bronn was polite enough to stay only a cup or two behind. Once the food came, Tiresias leaned back and let the two get to know each other. "So," Tyrion grabbed the pitcher for a refill. "The kingdom's greatest sellsword." Bronn shrugged, holding out his cup. "Beats me the fuck out of me. All he saw me do was trip someone." They looked back to Tiresias, who shrugged. It was a well-timed trip. He glanced to Bronn before returning to Tyrion. "Tyrion, why don't you have a guard?" "I have a guard." He finished pouring, turned back and gestured to the lot. Each of whom were staring to their meals. 4 of them. "I mean a real guard. A proper swordsman." Tyrion frowned. "Him? No offense, Bronn, but you don't seem very proper." "None taken. I'm not. Besides," he twisted back for another look. "Lads look real enough. They're Lannister soldiers. Red cloaks. Finest in the city. In the 7 kingdoms." He started laughing, he couldn't help it. Sparing the said soldiers a glance, Tiresias was quite relieved that they couldn't hear. The tavern was too noisy. "You're telling me your sister, you father, forget the best. Did they even give you adequate soldiers? Those 4 are boys who haven't seen any battles. Are we in a battle now? They haven't any experience in the streets either." Tiresias nodded to Bronn, seated across. "Now this man here can fit in anywhere. Fight anywhere. Be it King's Landing, the Riverlands, or beyond the wall. He's more useful than 4 fresh-faced soldiers." Bronn wasn't a man for flattery, he knew that. Still, the man was no idiot. He took the selling points with a straight face, hiding his own questions. Or dismissing them entirely. A stable income was on the line. Still, Tyrion saw it. He turned to Tiresias, eyes full of suspicion. "Did you make a deal with this man?" He sighed. "You got me. I promised him a trial period with a High Lord. A well-compensated one. In exchange for an escort down the King's Road, he's still talented though. Just don't expect any respect." For him to bow and lord you. What will he do if I refuse his service? Tiresias considered it. Well then, I suppose he'll trip me. And then he'll kill me. Ros snorted in her goblet. Tyrion tried to keep a straight face, but he was already tipsy. He started laughing. Even Bronn cracked a smile. Well, we can't have that. Tyrion picked up the pitcher and refilled the goblets, though they had drunk little. What say you two, a month's contract? We like each other enough at the end, we continue it. Bronn picked up his goblet. Month will do me fine. As long as I get paid tonight. Excellent. They clinked their goblets and drank, sealing the deal. Tyrion hissed through his teeth as he turned to the red cloaks. Excuse me. You four. They stood immediately, the leader with a short bow. Lord Tyrion. Go back to the Red Keep. Shoo. And take that stupid banner with you. I've got a new guard. Tiresias registered only a second's hesitation before the lead soldier bowed again. My lord. Other than one red cloak who took the opportunity to finish his ale, they immediately left the table and staggered through the crowded tavern to the exit. They hit more than one patron with the banner staff on the way out. Tyrion turned back with a satisfied sigh. Well, that was fun. Who wants another pitcher? Tiresias contained his surprise as best he could. The soldiers were fresh, but he certainly didn't mean for Tyrion to send them away immediately. Now the son of Tywin Lannister was alone in King's Landing. In a crowded tavern. However, he hadn't misjudged Bronn. After finishing his wine, the sellsword declined a refill and began to scan the room casually every couple of moments. More than once, he reached behind his back and adjusted his cloak for easy access. Tiresias knew the knife was there, though he hadn't seen it on this trip. Thankfully dinner concluded with no surprises. As they exited the tavern to the bustling nightlife of King's Landing, he was grateful that Tyrion sent away the red cloaks for another reason. No unknown party would witness their excursion to the Street of Silk. Despite his unease connecting Ros to Tyrion, and the danger that would put her in, he was able to point out the brothel that was relatively safe. Relatively protective of their girls. He was the only one who didn't enter. Staying below to watch Yakul, they ditched the cart at a nearby stable. He and Ros exchanged their goodbyes. She lifted her hand. Thank you for the escort. Tiresias kissed it lightly. Just keep cautious. Remember what I told you. Ros smiled, but her eyes set as she entered after Tyrion. Bronn carried her bag after her. He scratched Yakul where the cart straps had been. It was no guarantee that she would survive this city, but the look in her eye, she had taken his warning seriously. Littlefinger is long dead, and if she avoids the Red Keep, it was out of his hands now. He just hoped she could earn enough coin quickly. Move out of the beds and into management. Get the life she so desired. The Street of Silk made it impossible to reminisce for long. Even standing out of the way with a spotted mare, the passerbys were all of a friendly, inquisitive sort. Whores, lords, madams, squires, merchants, all dedicated to each stranger partaking of the delightful perversions. Tiresias smiled. He couldn't help it. Though he politely declined each offer. Finally Tyrion and Bronn exited. And Tiresias had to hide his smile even more. It was good to see the pair together again. Even if the air between wasn't nearly so familiar. She's all set, Tyrion said. She doesn't even have to start work until tomorrow. How much coin did that set you back? Not so much as you think. She is a beauty. He smiled. The men of Wintertown must surely despise you. Stealing her away to the south. She came on her own accord. Tyrion sighed. You know, it's something of a comfort to find that you're just as terrible taking a jape as you were at the Rock. And as much as I'd love to end the evening here, you know where I need to escort you. His hands tightened around the reins, but he knew Tyrion was right. They had delayed long enough. Without another word, or even a nod, they exited the Street of Silk, leading Yakul behind them. The Red Keep was before them soon enough. Night had truly fallen and only a select few windows were illuminated with candlelight. No royalty would be receiving visitors at this time. Even highly anticipated ones. Tiresias desperately hoped so as they approached the gate. The bridge littered with torchlight. He fell behind with Bronn, let Tyrion walk forward as the guard called out. Halt! Who goes there? The only dwarf who lives in this fucking castle, you idiot. Open the gate. He thanked Tyrion silently for not naming him. The guards only eyed him and Bronn with suspicion as they lapsed past and entered the courtyard. No recognition in their eyes. Not yet anyway. How much longer will that last? It was a mistake to ponder such things. To stay in one's head in such a dangerous place. He blinked and came to the courtyard. Tyrion walked ahead and beckoned. A servant approached them, quickly bowing. My lord. Take this man's horse to the stables. She needs food and rest. And in the morning, a good brush and fresh shoes. Take the man himself to the guest quarters. He is an ambassador from Winterfell. Give him a room deserving of such an honor. And a hot bath soon after. In the morning, bring him breakfast and then escort him to the great hall to be introduced. The servant's eyes didn't fall on him once as he absorbed Tyrion's instructions. He merely bowed and signaled for a stable hand. Tiresias gave Yakul one final pat before the mare was led away. Afterwards, the servant gestured for him to follow, but Tiresias didn't. Not just yet. Instead he turned to Tyrion. Thank you, he muttered. The least I can do. I do despise the court, but I'll be there in the morning. And then the circus will really begin. Tiresias nodded. Good night, Tyrion. It was a pleasant evening. On that, he turned and followed the servant into the Red Keep. One of many to come. Tyrion called behind. I'm glad to see you, my friend. Idiot that you are for coming south. Tiresias raised his hand in acknowledgement, but he couldn't smile. Exiting the courtyard, he followed the nameless, silent servant into the torch-lit corridors. His heart lifted slightly as they ascended the stairs. He wasn't being led down into the dungeons. He wasn't going toward his death. Not yet anyways. Not yet. Spending money on fancy clothing instead of something more altruistic could very well be said to be a moral failing. However, Tiresias passed no judgment at the highborns for seeking assistance getting dressed. Fancy clothing was quite intricate and difficult to put on by oneself. He discovered that the following morning. After a servant wheeled away his breakfast tray, he laid out the doublet that Mal had made for him. For the first time since Winterfell. It traveled well. As he stroked the decorative threads, he was well tempted to forego it entirely. Wear his simple shirt. Walk into court with no presumptions at finery. It was a fleeting temptation and he was wasting time even contemplating it. So after dressing in his good trousers, boots, and undershirt, he donned the doublet. It took a little time. He hadn't buttoned it all the way back home. But after he finished dressing, he felt slightly more powerful. Mal did well with the seams. He reached for the ceiling, for his toes, side to side. It was barely restrictive. She knew his body and fitted the doublet to it quite well. Pacing about, he seemed to even walk taller. A knocking interrupted his striding back and forth. Thankfully he stopped before the door opened and a manservant appeared none the wiser. My lord, I'm here to escort you to the throne room. Should you require it? Tiresias nodded, not even bothering to correct the my lord. It wasn't worth it. Thank you, may I have another moment? The servant nodded and closed the door. Tiresias inhaled and exhaled on account. Listened to the bailey outside the open window. He went to his rucksack and pulled out the stark armband sewed and mended by Sansa. Complete with the winter roses and a snarling dire wolf. Adhering it to his arm, he exhaled once again. He was ready. At least when it came to his appearance as the Winterfell emissary. But there was one thing missing and Tiresias hesitated to add it. He strode to the bedside table and picked up the dagger. How would the court react to him carrying a weapon? To this weapon? The one that slew the mountain. Tiresias attached the sheath to his belt and donned it, pulling the blade to his side. This was his costume. He was the mountain fall. What would he be without his prop? The manservant was waiting patiently outside when he exited. Without another word, only a bow, the man turned and walked on, leaving Tiresias to follow at his side. Is court already in session? Indeed, my lord. But you're not late. The Lord Hand is still receiving petitioners and there is no shortage of them. You'll join the queue and await your turn. Tiresias glanced to the sun, already halfway to midday. Perhaps he'd be lucky and arrive too late in the queue. Still waiting in the throne room as Lord Arryn departed for the day. No, no, you've come too far. You can do this. You went beyond the wall. You killed the mountain. You killed an innocent girl. You could damn well do this. Thankfully his guide couldn't hear his thoughts. The corridors were becoming increasingly familiar. And crowded. Nobles and servants bustling about. At this point, Tiresias probably could have found the throne room on his own. But there was no point doing more work. He followed the manservant mutely through the waves of chatter, perfumes, and riches. By the time they rounded the corner, he was well prepared for the sight of the giant doors. They were open and the echoes of a herald emanated through them. Dismissing the manservant, politely he hoped, he stalked through the doors and sneaked to the side of the throne room. He spotted Lord Arryn immediately. The Lord Hand was nodding politely to a lord dressed brightly in yellow and black. Tiresias wondered if his house sigil was a bee. It was far easier to ponder on such things than on how to proceed from here. How much longer could he stand against the wall on his own? Most attendants at court came in clusters and he definitely stood out. More than a few eyes in the back came to him, to the stark armband. He nodded politely and they nodded back, returning to the front. Still, he realized he shouldn't have dismissed the manservant. He had no idea what to do. My friend. Tyrion's hushed voice cut through his quiet panic. He turned, smiling as Tyrion came up from along the sides, Bronn trailing him. A quiet river of murmurs accompanied them. It didn't disrupt Lord Bumblebee and his petition, thankfully. The imp and the stranger from the north were only a mild curiosity. So far. Ah, you haven't been introduced yet, I see. I just arrived, Tiresias muttered. I have no idea what the fuck I'm supposed to do. Bronn. Tyrion turned to the sellsword. Give word to the Lord Steward. Tiresias of Winterfell has arrived, as emissary for Lord Stark. As you wish. Bronn strolled off lightly into the crowd with no further comment. He must have been paid handsomely since last night. It's a fair wager that you'll be introduced as the Mountain Fall, despite my wording. Every announcement uttered by that fawning idiot is flourished. Tiresias didn't respond. Just concentrated on his breathing. Inhaling on a count. Tyrion reciprocated his silence. Once Bronn returned and informed him that he would be announced after Lord Stokeworth, they stood quietly against the wall, listening to the various petitioners. The eyes that came to them initially returned to the center of the throne room, to the petitioners. To their grievances. Tiresias tried to pay attention. There may be some value in hearing what has irked the southern nobility in the past few months. He found little of it. After venturing beyond the wall, seeing the unfortunate free folk rise again, the sea of blue eyes, the Night King disappearing into the forest with his army. He identified the cynicism and forced it out. Behind the frivolity and complaints, a real picture of southern politics could be sensed. He couldn't rely solely on the story anymore. He had to pay attention here. To see what more can be changed. What had been changed? It was a long hour, willing himself to remain attentive. Until finally. Presenting to the Lord Hand and the court, Lord Stokeworth of Castle Stokeworth. Tiresias exhaled as the Crownlands Lord stepped forward and bowed deeply to Lord Arryn. Resigned, he gave a quick nod to his only friend in the Great Hall. Wish me luck. What, haven't I given you enough help? He considered it briefly. Fair enough. Exchanging a grim grin with Tyrion, he stalked forward through the crowd. Silently as Lord Stokeworth's petition echoed off the stone. He let his feet fall as lightly as if he were back beyond the wall. In the haunted forest. But it was too warm for such a place. And so many scents that didn't belong. The Lord Steward jumped slightly as he came up behind him. Tiresias didn't say anything, merely pointing to his armband. The man peered at him, the connection dawning in his eyes. The Winterfell emissary. Tiresias barely nodded before staring ahead, focusing on the Lord Hand. He felt the Lord Steward suppress his own questions and return to the front as well. Where Lord Stokeworth continued to drone. It was starting now. Tiresias felt it. The surrounding onlookers who saw him approach the Lord Steward. He continued to stand nearby. Next in line to be announced. Murmurs entered his ears. Eyes fell upon his back, his armband. And this was only a small section of the court. The murmurs were low. Their questions innocent enough. Their eyes fleeting. Once his name would be announced, the eyes will be fixed and they'll fall upon his dagger as well as his face. The murmurs might deafen him. Inhale on 1, 2, 3, hold for 1, 2, 3. He blinked, focusing ahead. Lord Stokeworth took another bow and strolled off. Tiresias watched him go, just now remembering the connection. For a moment, that was Bronn's future father-in-law. The man seemed like someone who would father a woman such as Lolly's. Imagining the family dinners together with a man such as Bronn caused Tiresias to smirk. It was still there when the Lord Steward signaled him to walk forward. His feet echoed off the stone, carried him from the crowd, past the Lord Steward who walked slowly behind him. His smirk melted as he recalled the previous petitioners. Who seemed to all halt a good distance from the Lord Hand. Tiresias stopped as Lord Arryn looked to him. He wasn't the only one. Most, if not all, eyes were on him. He tried not to recognize the sensation from deep den. You're just introducing yourself. You're not challenging a monster to duel. You're just introducing himself. Well, he wasn't actually introducing himself. Presenting to the Lord Hand and the court, having arrived from the north, Tiresias the Mountain Fall, emissary of Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell. It took every ounce of restraint for Tiresias not to shut his eyes. To keep still and regard Lord Arryn softly. Murmurs exploded from sides and flooded the great hall, threatening to pull him down. The stares intensified. Shoes scuffed the stone floor as spectators attempted to get a better look. What do you all think? Are you lot surprised? Am I what you expected? I hope I'm not. I hope I disappoint all of you. He remembered to blink freely as he looked to Lord Arryn. The Lord Hand had turned his gaze sharply to the Lord Steward during the announcement. And had now, focused back on the Mountain Fall. There was recognition in the man's eyes. He recognized the same librarian who had requested tomes of the Old Tongue years ago. Murmurs still running, Tiresias lightly bowed. Reaching into his pocket, he extracted the 2 parchments. One was from Lord Stark. The other was the summons. The blue wax seal was quite dry and beginning to crack. Tiresias held both parchments up and the great hall quieted somewhat. My Lord Hand, upon request of the Crown and the small council, I arrive as emissary on behest of Lord Stark to answer and hear your inquiries. I thank you for receiving me. The murmurs started again when he spoke. Several of them questions, which came quite easily to his ears. An emissary from Winterfell? What had Lord Stark done? What inquiries were these? But they all fell to another question. The foreigner and his strange voice. Where the hell in Essos had he come from? A page stepped forward, took the letters and brought them to Lord Arryn. Setting aside the summons, Lord Arryn opened and scanned the letter from Lord Stark, declaring him Winterfell's emissary. It was a short enough message. Yet Jon Arryn read it several times, leaving Tiresias to bathe in stares and whispers. Finally, Jon lowered the parchment, setting it aside. The Crown welcomes you to King's Landing, Tiresias, and receives you as emissary. And as an honored guest. He bowed his head again, albeit slightly. Thank you, my Lord Hand. How does Lord Stark fare nowadays? Well enough, my lord. He sends his greetings and regards to you personally. I'm glad to receive them. And will send them back in return when you depart for Winterfell. I only wish Lord Stark and I may speak face to face again one day, instead through emissaries. Tiresias nodded again, but didn't respond. Hurried footsteps were coming behind him. Halting as a man whispered furiously to the Lord Steward. He resisted the urge to listen, focusing instead on the Lord Hand. Jon Arryn tapped the side of his chair lightly. I'm surprised to see you here as Winterfell's emissary. You're no northerner. No, my lord. I'm not. I'm merely a servant of Winterfell. I go where my lord commands. You are the librarian, are you not? I would think the duties of an emissary would fall well outside your purview. The Lord Steward bustled up past him, hurrying to Jon Arryn. My Lord Hand. The king is coming. Now. He turned to the great hall, calling out. The king approaches. Make way for his grace. The doors to the great hall creaked open to their fullest as the audience hurried to the sides, their expensive fabrics rustling against the stone. The Lord Hand stood and Tiresias caught a glimpse of his face. Jon Arryn hid his surprise rather well as he descended the stairs. Behind him, he heard the clinking armor in the outside corridor as a guard approached. Suddenly it was quite apparent that he shouldn't be standing in the middle of the throne room like an idiot. Tiresias strode to the side. As he settled between 2 ladies who looked quite surprised to be standing next to him, he turned and searched the crowd. He found Tyrion, miraculously not hidden by the masses. The dwarf didn't look nearly so surprised as the Hand. His eyebrows raised and Tiresias read the message quite clearly. You know exactly why the king is coming, don't you? He had put this off last night by stalling his arrival. Now there was no escape. All hail the King of the Andals and the First Men. Lord of the 7 Kingdoms. Protector of the realm. Lord of Storm's End. Lord Paramount of the Stormlands. All hail his grace. King Robert Baratheon. Tiresias turned his eye to the opposite wall as the titles rang out. The guard reached the doors as the Lord Steward began to announce them. A wave swept the throne room from the front as all the highborns kneeled. He had wondered briefly on the King's Road if any part of him would find this difficult. To bend the knee? If any remnants from his old world still remained that rolled his eyes at monarchy. At the outdated system that pillaged the poor and exalted the ordinary into undeserved worship. But as the wave came to him, no such feelings surfaced. Only a resigned acknowledgement. This was the system. It wasn't outdated to anyone in this hall. And so he bent the knee easily enough with the rest of them. Eyes on the stone, he tracked the small procession through the great hall. Several leathered and armored footsteps followed a particularly heavier footfall. The leading footfall was accompanied by a slight wheezing breath. Exhaling through his nose, he kept his eyes down as Robert Baratheon passed him on the way to the Iron Throne. Your Grace, Jon Arryn said. Tiresias imagined the man bowing deeply. Welcome. A quick summary of today's petitioners could be provided. There's only a select few that would require your personal attention. Ah, forget that, John. Forget that. He lowered his voice, but not by much. He was speaking to his father figure. Not the entire hall. Fuck's sake, old man, stand up. Thank you, Your Grace. John sighed as he straightened. The king then turned to the crowd. All of you. Rise. The crowd rumbled as they all stood. Tiresias took his time before looking to the front. Along with 8 red cloaks, he saw 2 white ones. From the back of their heads, he recognized the 2 King's Guard. The short white crop of Sir Barristan and the golden mane of Sir Jaime. And in front of them, approaching the Lord Hand was Robert. Fat and silked, the king turned to the crowd, looking about before returning to Lord Arryn. Is he here, John? The mountain fall. Tiresias breathed deeply, trying to calm. By the way, the surrounding crowd tensed around him. It wasn't his enhanced hearing that picked that up. Robert didn't bother to mutter. The man spoke without any pretense. The Lord Hand braced himself before answering. Your Grace. He nodded directly in his direction. There. In the grey. Tiresias managed to unclench his jaw before the king turned and made eye contact. The focus of the throne room, diverted temporarily with the arrival of his grace, followed him. Soft eyes, mate. Just breathe. Soft eyes. Through his soft focus, Robert raised his hand, beckoning him forward. Looking down, he saw his feet carrying him to the center of the great hall, where he turned on his heel and approached the Iron Throne. How far was he supposed to go? What were the rules here? The guards decided for him. When more than one red cloak tightened their grip on their sword handles, he paused and went to his knee again. Excessive? Perhaps. But sycophancy wasn't the worst opening. At least not for this king. Your Grace, he said quietly. Robert's perfume hit him before the man started to walk forward. A red cloak stepped with him. Your Grace, he has a blade. I see the blade, you fucking idiot. Tiresias stared at the stone with a fresh intensity. Don't laugh. You could laugh at this man before. Not now. The stone in front of him framed the king's boots when he halted before him. Stand up. He stood gracefully enough, deciding at the last minute to fold his hands in front. Desperately hoping that communicated his aversion to drawing the blade. He glanced to the guards, willing himself not to linger on Sir Baristan or Sir Jaime. The two most relaxed guards surrounding him. Sir Baristan was quite calm, the wisdom that came with his experience. And Jaime, well, Jaime was the Kingslayer which he was at the beginning. Hand resting on the sword handle. With bored, sardonic eyes that veiled a slight curiosity for this stranger, the mountain fall. Well aware he could be projecting, Tiresias snapped back to the king. Robert peered at him, his eyes narrowed. I sent for you over a year ago. You're late. Tiresias nodded. I am. My apologies, Your Grace. Apologies, Robert stated incredulously. Apologies? You disobeyed your king, man. You avoided my invitation. Now, what punishment do you see fit for such an act? Tiresias recognized the look in the man's eyes. Hoping he wouldn't be gelded, he responded. Well, you could give me a book to read. Upon Robert's puzzled gaze, he risked leaning forward and muttered. Lord Stark informed me that was sufficient punishment for you back in the Eyrie. The king peered at him for several long seconds and Tiresias hoped to Christ that it was the right time to be a smartass. It seemed less and less so as Robert met his eyes unblinking. Someone in the crowd coughed. Then Robert started to laugh. Tiresias exhaled as subtly as he could, though he was sure Sir Baristan and Jaime noticed. Weirdly, spectators began to laugh as well. Even those who were nowhere near enough to have heard the joke. Tiresias smiled as the king settled down. I wouldn't do that to an honored guest. Not to a man of Winterfell. Not to Ned's man. He stepped forward and clapped his shoulder. Welcome to King's Landing, Tiresias. I've been wanting to meet you for a long time. You honor me, Your Grace. Robert rolled his eyes. Oh, I'm bloody sure. Come on. Forget these idiots and walk with me. Come. Come. The last time he had been in this castle, he was a thief. Sneaking through the corridors in the dark. Now, the king was gesturing for him to walk by his side. Once Tiresias began to step forward, Robert led him toward the back, to another exit he wasn't permitted through otherwise. Behind him, the two king's guards stepped lively. Along with the red cloaks. And behind them, he could hear the whole of the throne room began to exit as well. Through the giant wooden doors. The rustling of fabrics echoing in his ears. He supposed that when the king left court, it ended the session immediately. No matter if he started it or not. He looked to see John Arryn following them, which seemed to confirm the rule. The Lord Hand seemed quite exasperated. What business has the king delayed today? Clearly Robert didn't care. They emerged into an outdoor corridor with the Blackwater Bay shining down below. Tiresias turned back to see the king sizing him up. So, you're the one who's Slow Clegane. Your Grace. With spear and dagger. That's right, Your Grace. Tiresias caught his eyes falling to his side and elaborated. Your Grace. It was this blade. You're a great show. Use it. It will help you survive. It will get you home. Mal's words came to him as he touched the dagger hilt lightly. Behind them, the guards tensed and he didn't go further than that. He had to let Robert take the rest. The king stared before gesturing for it. May I see it? A part of Tiresias was surprised at the question. He didn't think a king asked for anything. He supposed though at this moment, Robert didn't feel like a king. He felt like a warrior talking to another warrior. And a warrior always asked politely before they could see another's weapon. Tiresias, very slowly, drew the dagger and presented it. Robert took it deftly. Years and neglect had taken his prowess, but he could hold a blade easy enough. He held it up, gripped it tightly before running his finger across the maker's mark. "Mycon," he muttered before chuckling. He made Ned's sword. "Good northern steel. This is good too, but so small. When the Greyjoys rose against the kingdoms, I told Lord Tywin to show no mercy. He sent the mountain against them. The Ironborn there weigh twice what you do, and he cleaved them in half, spilled so much red in the waves." He peered to him. "You're truly just Ned's librarian." "I am, your grace." Robert shook his head, smiling. But he handed the dagger back, chuckling as he did. Tiresias sheathed it quickly before the guards got too nervous. The king started walking again, clapping his shoulder. "Have you eaten yet?" Tiresias was about to reply when Robert answered for him. "Of course you haven't. When the fuck could you have eaten in that bloody court? Come, you'll lunch with me. And I'll finally hear how in the seven hells a skinny librarian like you beat that giant shithouse." "Your grace," Jonaran interrupted the king's laughter. "You're scheduled to lunch with Lord Redwine today." "Oh piss on that. I'll lunch with that balding twat tomorrow. You've already postponed meeting with him twice, your grace." John lowered his voice. "He commands the Redwine fleet." "I know what he fucking commands, John. It's his bloody name." Robert pointed to the harbor. "He swore to me. He can wait another day. The Arbor Queen won't leave without him." "Your grace," Tiresias interrupted. "If I may, I don't feel that I could lunch today in any regard." Robert paused to look at him, along with the rest of the guard. It was as if they forgotten he was there. "I've been traveling for a while and I seem to have caught something on the road. It's been a little difficult the past day or so. And without giving you a more frank explanation, your grace, it would be the benefit of us all if I could find a privy. Sooner rather than later." Some absurd notion took hold and he twisted ever so slightly. Not enough to be dramatic. Just enough to indicate that he was struggling to maintain his dignity. The king certainly looked disappointed. "Fine." He sighed. "I'll lunch with that idiot. It's all I do, anyway. Eat with the rich idiots." He pointed to the mountain fall. "Except tonight. You're not rich and you're not an idiot, are you?" "I do my best, your grace." "Then for now, take care of that stomach. Tonight, you dine with me and my family. And I'll finally hear of Clegane's defeat from the mountain fall himself. And not a single day later, you understand." Tiresias bowed his head slightly. "As you command, Kingslayer." Robert turned to Sir Jaime behind them. "Escort this man to a privy. I won't have Ned's man shitting himself in my castle." Sir Jaime bowed his own head. Even more slightly. Robert looked to the hand. "All right. Where am I meeting Redwine?" "The gardens, your grace," Lord Arryn stated, with a well-practiced patience. The king rolled his eyes. "Course I am. Fuckin' Reachman. I'll see you tonight, Tiresias. A page will come and escort you." Tiresias nodded again as Robert set off, with Sir Barristan and the Red Cloaks following him. The procession just disappeared at end of the corridor when Lord Arryn turned to him. "If you did what I think you just did, I thank you." "Of course." Tiresias glanced to the Lord Hand. "I wager the longer Lord Redwine stays in this city, the more pissed Lord Stannis becomes. And believe me, Lord Arryn, I do not want that." Jonaran smiled grimly, but he didn't confirm it. "The small council meeting will begin at 8 tomorrow morning, Tiresias. I can't say when we will bid you enter to hear your testimony. But I'll have you ready and waiting nonetheless. Breakfast will be brought to your quarters and a page will escort afterwards." Tiresias nodded, truly grateful. He didn't want to find the Tower of the Hand on his own tomorrow. Or whatever antechamber the small council decided to confer in. The Hand turned to follow Robert, pausing to add. "I beg you not to let the king ply you with too much drink tonight. We do have many questions for you, Tiresias. I'd rather you able to answer them." There wasn't much of a question there. Tiresias remained silent as Lord Arryn walked off. Briskly enough for an old man. An old man who should have been dead by now. Poisoned by his wife. Not too late, this city could still end him. It could end you too. On that, he turned, having not forgotten whose company he was in. Jaime Lannister gazed at him softly. His quick assessment held true. The boredom, the sardonic sheen. This was the Jaime from many years ago. With both his hands. Without Brienne. Without a single fuck to give. Or so he exhibited. The king's guard glanced to where the king had disappeared and back. "I take it you're not teetering on the edge of shitting yourself." "Not at the moment, no." He nodded. Well, in that case, I hope you excuse me from such an important duty. And such a potent honor, Lord Mountainfall. On that, he bowed and made to walk away. My name's Tiresias. And I'm no lord, Sir Jaime. That paused Jaime. No lord, no sir, no master, no maester. Just Tiresias. Jaime's smirk was prominent. Even viewed from the back. When he turned, it was still there. He walked back slowly, eyes falling to his side. Just the dagger. No sword. Tiresias shrugged. Also have a bow in my room. I'm not much of a swordsman. How modest of you. Jaime smirked. You don't like the name Mountainfall? Why not? According to my brother, you did well to earn it. I enjoy it as much as you enjoy being called Kingslayer, Sir Jaime. Oh, then, you must really like it then. He stepped closer. I earned my moniker. I wear it well. You don't like being the Mountainfall, maybe you shouldn't have felled the mountain. The wind grazed the red stone of the castle, cooling the balcony. Tiresias didn't respond right away. He couldn't repartee. He couldn't quip. Something about it seemed so frivolous after the wall. But the sudden breeze drew him to the balcony. Even without his gifted eyes, the view was spectacular and the sounds of the harbor made their way up to his ears. He closed his eyes and listened. To the creaking ships, the harbor bell, the seagulls. And his present company, who seemed a bit confused, at this movement. Jaime covered his bafflement with another smirk. Sorry. Did I offend you? Tiresias sighed. Not really, no. It's just I was really looking forward to speaking to you, Sir Jaime. Really now? About what? You misunderstand. I want to talk to Jaime Lannister. He turned to the King's Guard. Not this. Not what you put on. When you pretend not to care. When it's too painful. Not the Kingslayer. Jaime. Sir Jaime. I'd like to speak to him. The smirk on Jaime's face drained slowly as he regarded him. The curiosity that was hidden beneath the sardonic boredom was rising up again. Tiresias returned to the harbor. Relax, I won't badger you. I don't know how long I'll be here in King's Landing, but I do hope I can talk with Sir Jaime. If he's willing. If not, well, at least, I can spend time with his brother. Tyrion's able to balance his cynicism with some sincerity. I don't think you've learned that trick yet. Was that supposed to be an insult? Unsolicited advice? He didn't quite know. Either way, he felt Jaime's stare only for a few seconds more before he scoffed and turned to stalk away. He couldn't resist. Sir Jaime. He turned to see the man halt, sigh, and face him. Yes, Tiresias. That long hair's not doing much for you. I'd give it a trim. He smiled widely, more at himself for stupidly suggesting it. Where the fuck did that come from? He saw the same question on Jaime's face before the King's Guard turned and walked off. It may have been his imagination, but he swore he saw the man shake his head and smirk before he disappeared. And now he was alone. Outside the sights of court, he unbuttoned the top of his doublet and sighed as he felt the breeze. That wasn't too bad. All things considered. Still alive, Mal's armor held for the day. Whether it held this evening for dinner or tomorrow for the small council or the days after until he was sent home. Tiresias sighed, content to take in this harbor view, but he couldn't be seen as idle by anyone. Not even as a guest. That invited others to dictate more easily where he could go. He had to stick to duty, the best excuse he had. And for now, that was the library. He turned back in the direction of the throne room, hoping to the old gods that it was empty. Chapter 74. For an honored guest, there wasn't much to do in the Red Keep. Especially if one wasn't highborn. Tiresias didn't see Tyrion or Bronn when he returned to the throne room. From there though, he retraced the route that Varys showed him on his prior visit. Arriving at the castle library to find the same acolyte with the same bored expression. With an even more hunched back. The day managed to pass quickly, but not because of the tomes. Dinner with the royal family was not something he was looking forward to. And that made the evening arrive all the quicker. Before he knew it, he was walking in mutual silence behind a page. Ascending from the guest quarters to the royal ones. He looked to the page, walking briskly ahead of him. Trying to get his charge to dinner on time. To whom did this young man belong to? If anyone? Perhaps he was just another faceless and powerless servant. Content to be so. Not to be someone's eyes and ears in the Red Keep. It was probably safer that way. In any case, he wouldn't know by staring at the back of the man's head. They had just climbed another staircase and were crossing an open courtyard. He looked up to the sky. To the stars just beginning to appear. The king's crown was prominent, funnily enough. Though the free folk, he had learned, called it the cradle. They were high enough above the city that the night air was fresh, free of the sewage stink. A southwest air graced the courtyard, bringing to life the planted flowers around them, along with an approaching scent. He halted behind the page. Upon arriving at the Red Keep, he was besieged by perfumes and oils that those in the north didn't bother with. Spare one or two ladies when he visited their castle. He managed to compose himself better than his previous visit to the capital. However, a different scent emanated from a stairwell across the courtyard. And it stopped him entirely. A hint of lavender. And that stirred a small storm in his mind. A detail forgotten and not quite recollected. Who wore that scent? The page, several steps ahead, noticed that he had halted and returned to him. My lord, it's this way. Tiresias ignored him, peering to the stairwell. The lavender was not alone. Footsteps descended to the courtyard. Clinking armor following a soft shift in silk. The page followed his gaze as Cersei Lannister entered the courtyard. The page immediately bowed. Tiresias followed him a second later, though not nearly as low. His small hope that the queen would pass the two servants before her were quickly dashed. Eyes to the stone, he heard her take a quick pause before crossing to them. Calm, man. Calm. It's not like you haven't had time to prepare. All of it seemed to vanish when two pointed red shoes came into his view. Stand up. She gave orders quite naturally. No surprises there. Tiresias loosened his jaw and straightened up. Their eyes met. He only had a split second to take her in before she spoke again. Just enough to see her hair, still long. Unshorn by fanatics in a cell. Are you Tiresias? From Winterfell. Tiresias nodded, averting his eyes once again. Your grace. Go. She didn't even look to the page, but no one in this courtyard doubted whom she meant. The young man gave another bow before exiting into another corridor. Tiresias half wished to follow him. But the stupider half wished to stay. Years in this world, a life built, and he had never seen Cersei Lannister in the flesh. The chaos that this woman unleashed. Under the quick patter of the page's exit, he looked past the queen. To her guard. 4 red cloaks stood sentry behind a gold one. Tiresias gave the king's guard the briefest glances before returning to Cersei. Not trusting himself to casually gaze upon Meryn Trant. In front of Meryn's permanent scowl, Cersei smiled. With only the barest hint of a sneer. It was quite disconcerting. Well, introductions seem quite unnecessary. She raised her hand. It was less that it was Cersei than the act itself. Tiresias was quite wary of kissing hands when most in this world didn't bother to wash them properly. Even the highborn were subject to this. However, any hesitation wouldn't do here. To refuse a lady's hand was a great insult. So hiding his grimace, he bent down and kissed one of her rings. Slightly more hygienic. Cersei didn't seem perturbed by the slight avoidance as he straightened. I'm told that you'll be joining us for dinner. As per the king's orders. That got a small smile out of her. Well, you mustn't disobey our king. Come, you may as well escort me. Give me your arm. Sir Meryn's hand tightened around his sword handle. He sensed a shift in energy from the red cloaks as well, but at least it seemed more professional on their end. Trant's breath seemed to hitch as Cersei raised her left hand to him. Much as he hated to put his back to Meryn, as long as he was in the Red Keep, his opinions and wants were severely limited. So he turned and offered his right elbow to the queen. She linked her arm through his and they continued on their way, with the guards marching behind them. Cersei led him at a leisurely pace, not speaking for a while, as they walked through the Red Keep. The castle was quiet. Whole corridors without another soul. And Tiresias found himself listening to the queen's pulse. It wasn't racing, but it wasn't exactly calm either. It fluttered every few seconds. She hid it well. No nervous twitches throughout her arm. And if he dared to look at her face, he wagered it would appear quite serene. Indeed, when she broke the silence, her voice was quite calm. You're from Loreth, yes? I had a handmaiden from there. Once. She patted his arm. You don't have her accent. I'm sorry to correct you, Your Grace, but I'm not from the city itself. I only came to Loreth infrequently when I was a child. He forced himself not to smile nervously. Family of vagrants. By the time they died and I found work there, it was too late for an accent. Cersei let the matter sit and returned to the silence. Until they rounded the next corridor. In addition to the king and our children, we'll be joined tonight by my brother. The short one. He sensed her small smile. You and Tyrion spent quite a lot of time together at Casterly Rock, didn't you? Lord Tyrion was a gracious host, Your Grace, Tiresias stated quietly, his eyes still forward. I was grateful for his company. Well, I'm sure he didn't let you go long without one entertainment or another. He sensed her smirk. He can be quite a funny little man. He does have wit. He's more gossip than wit. On this, Cersei looked up at him. I'm sure he told you several things while you were laid up. Indeed, your grace. Most of the history of the rock was covered by the first fortnight. The Raintarbeck Rebellion. The most recent Greyjoy attack. The Queen stopped and turned to him. Tyrion told you I had wished to have you beheaded. For the death of Sir Gregor. Did he not? She didn't raise her voice. Just met his gaze, waiting until he responded. He did. Cersei kept her smile as she sighed. Well, it's good to know one can count on one's brother. Tyrion has a long history of painting me in a most unflattering light. When I wrote to my father and inquired on the matter, asking why you were still alive, I was under the impression that you had murdered our bannerman without pretense. I had no knowledge of the sanctioned duel under Lord Lyddon. Nor that you volunteered. Nor anything of the poor girl Sir Gregor and his men attacked. So naturally I assumed father had summoned you to administer swift justice and was merely puzzled. Once he informed me of the full story, well, I was relieved to hear that my impulsiveness didn't cost you your head. Tiresias wasn't bothered by the lies. He expected no less. What gave him pause was the Queen's pulse. The flutters had disappeared and the story flowed from her lips as smoothly as poured wine. Honest feelings doing dishonest work, one of her many gifts. He swallowed his own feelings and returned her small smile. Not as relieved as I am, your grace. I don't doubt that, she said. I know you heard it already from Lord Arryn and my husband, the king this morning, but welcome to King's Landing, Tiresias. I do hope you enjoy your stay here. Tiresias followed his instinct for a short bow. Thank you, your grace. Her arm snaked through his again and they continued along the corridor. The few others they passed, their eyes flew to them as they walked. Shortly though, they arrived to a pair of immaculate oaken doors. As they approached, the red cloaks following them took their places along the corridors. Only Meryn Trant continued to walk. Two servants opened the doors to reveal a private dining room. Smoke filled his nostrils as they entered and he blinked profusely. The table was set with several burning candles and the low-hanging chandeliers cast deep shadows into the ceiling. It gave the room a deep and murky ambience. The walls seemed to resemble dulled embers. Cersei led him past curtains of red and gold to the balcony, where he heard the boisterous laughter of Robert Baratheon. Well, he's certainly in a good mood, the Queen murmured as they turned the corner to catch the king in a one-sided conversation with an ever-patient Sir Barry Stan and a droll Jaime Lannister. The conversation immediately ceased as soon as he stepped out of the night air. Robert turned to him, laughter escaping his great belly as soon as he saw the mountain fall. Ah! There he is. The king crossed to them, wine cup in hand. With Cersei's arm still through his, he began to bow when Robert reached them. Oh, piss on that. Piss on that. Straighten up. Thought we took care of that nonsense this morning. Robert smacked his hand on his shoulder. Relax. You're my guest. He glanced to his wife. Ah. See, you've already met. Cersei gave a guarded smile. Tiresias was kind enough to escort me, darling. Tiresias hoped his own smile mimicked Cersei's. And her grace was kind enough to show me to the proper dining room. This red keep of yours is a maze. The king's hand was still on his shoulder. Even under drink and a poorly kept physique, he felt Robert's strength. He released him and clapped him on the back. Tiresias couldn't help but sympathize with Tywin. Ah, well. You're here now. Not stuck in some privy, shitting your guts out. Thank the gods. He laughed. Stomach's not too weak to have a drink with your king, I. Tiresias mimicked the queen and gave a guarded smile. I'm sure I could handle a cup of wine. A cup? Just the one? Come. Over here. Cersei released him as Robert steered him to the side table, stocked with ornate pitchers, manned by a stoic servant. On the way, Tiresias glanced to the king's guard. Sir Barry Stan gave him a look which he could only interpret as lightly encouraging. As for Jaime, the man didn't give any hint to their prior conversation at all. Robert snapped his fingers and a glass goblet rimmed with gold was pressed into his hands. He barely had a grip on it before the stoic servant appeared with a pitcher and filled it. Now, the king stated, once his cup was full. Drink. Then tell me you'll only have one cup. Robert was peering quite keenly at him. Tiresias met his eyes briefly before lifting his cup, hearing Cersei's small sigh to herself. He took a slow, moderate draught, tasting it truly. It required very little acting on his part to be impressed. It wasn't the Dornish red Oberyn brought with him to Winterfell, but it still warranted a low sigh of satisfaction after he swallowed. He nodded to the king. That's very good. You're damn right it is. Robert laughed as he held out his own goblet for a refill. The stoic servant didn't miss as he poured. That's Arbor gold there. You don't get that up in Winterfell, do you, man? No, your grace. I can't say that I do. Pausing the cup halfway to his face, Robert looked him up and down. Gods, man. Ned pay you enough to eat. Not as much as you. More than slightly tempted to voice that thought, Tiresias kept his guarded smile. He does. It's just hard to get fat up north. Ah, well, we'll change that. By the time you leave here, you'll need a bigger horse to carry you home. Underneath Robert's laughter, he heard several footsteps approaching in the corridor. An armed escort, judging by the armor clinking. Making sure not to turn prematurely, he smiled as the king laughed. Only facing the door as the new arrivals turned the corner. Robert followed his gaze. Ah! There they are. Tiresias took advantage as the king stepped forward. A brief instance to steel himself before he was ushered forward. Inhale on 1, 2, 3. The Lannister bastards approached their assumed father, the younger two greeting him with a familiar formality. Robert ruffled Tommen's hair and cupped Marcella's cheek. They bore it well. Tiresias, for his part, stared determinedly at the king. He could feel the peering gaze of the eldest blonde bastard on him. As well as another. All the red cloaks who escorted the children had taken their place outside. However, one of the guards did not. A tall man in dark armor entered the room and had taken a spot in the corner. Tiresias didn't glance to him. He didn't have to confirm it. Sandor Clegane towered over all the other men in the Red Keep. He sniffed covertly. Sandor smelled of metal oil and faded drink. And in his periphery, he caught the hound peering directly forward, still as a statue. Tiresias exhaled as Robert returned to him. Children! We have a guest for dinner tonight. This is Tiresias the Mountain Fall. Arrived here from Winterfell. Tiresias, meet my children, Joffrey, Marcella, and Tommen. Robert announced his moniker with no regard for Clegane's presence. He listened. Sandor's heart beat a bit harder, but the man said nothing. Showed nothing. Were the king's comments commonplace? Mask on, Tiresias maintained etiquette and bowed lightly to the eldest son first. Prince Joffrey, it's an honor. The little blonde sadist gave a nod, but said nothing. Just continued to peer at him. Moving on, he turned and bowed to the younger, happier royals. Princess Marcella, Prince Tommen, thank you for having me. Tommen simply stared up at him. Marcella, for her part, smiled and gave a perfect curtsy, before extending her hand. Welcome to King's Landing, Lord Tiresias, she said with much composed dignity for such a young girl. She pronounced his name carefully, but correctly. Tiresias tried not to laugh as he took her hand, but before he could answer, Joffrey spoke. He's not a lord, he sneered. You idiot went unsaid, but it was quite implicit. Marcella heard it. He could see it in her eyes, but he saw steel there as well. Someone well used to Joffrey's bite. That is quite true, Prince Joffrey. I am no lord, just a filthy bookworm. Much like your uncle Tyrion, he stated blithely before kissing Marcella's hand. Tommen giggled at her side. Nevertheless, I appreciate the welcome. Thank you, Princess. Marcella smiled as Robert laughed. Speaking of, he turned to his wife. Where's that brother of yours? I'm afraid I don't know, Cersei murmured, before sighing. I don't suggest we wait for him. He'll turn up from one wine keg or another. Fine, fine, Robert muttered, before turning to the king's guard. You both need to be here. Sir Barristan turned and murmured to Jaime, who took his leave without hesitation. Tiresias watched him go, but the Kingslayer didn't look back. This wasn't the time anyway. If he wasn't Sir Jaime this morning, he's certainly not him now. His reverie was broken by Robert clapping his hand down on his shoulder again. Come. Your seat's next to mine. Guiding him to his seat, Tiresias still waited as the other royals went to their spots. The children all on one side, facing the balcony. Servants pulled the chairs out. The ladies sat first, Cersei taking the other head of the table. And after a gesture from the king, Tiresias took his seat. After which, Robert and the princes sat. As he settled, Joffrey addressed him. I must say, this is rather unusual. Tiresias looked across the table to the cruel boy, seated next to his mother. His veneer of politeness brittle. We've never eaten with a servant before. He nodded as he placed his napkin on his lap. Well, I've never dined with a king before, so I suppose this will be a new experience for all of us. Robert started to laugh. Tiresias gave a tight grin to the prince, who did not return it. The king clapped. Come. Come. Fill the glasses. We'll have a toast. Tiresias had resigned himself to tiny sips throughout the evening, eyeing his barely drunk goblet as it was topped off. Under the flowing wine, he heard Cersei's contained huff. And he felt the prince's continued stare as he raised his glass with the king's. To our guest, Tiresias the Mountain Fall. Then he drank and the table followed. Tiresias blinked at the brevity of the toast before sipping his own goblet. He supposed verbosity wasn't in Robert's nature. Least not when it came to these formalities. He was close enough to see Robert's cup. Having barely sipped his own, he saw the king had finished more than half of his drink. Robert let out a low sigh. So, you're here. Tiresias nodded. I am, your grace. And I can finally ask you, face to face. Darling, we've just sat down, Circe spouted from the other head of the table. Surely it can wait until after we've eaten. Never imagining he'd be grateful to Circe, his gratitude only slipped away when Robert spoke over her. Wait. I've waited damn near 2 years to hear this story. Robert turned to him. Would have heard it sooner, were it not for my idiot brother. Miserable fucking host. Can't even keep one man on a bloody island for a week. Lord Stannis was quite a good host, your grace, Tiresias spoke delicately. I had heard of your invitation only too late and I apologize for missing it. However, I had business in Bravus and when an opportunity arrived to attend to it, I took it. Again, my apologies. The king waved his apology away as the servants arrived with the soup. Piss on that. You're here now. I'll hear it. A whistling echoed from the corridor outside. Tiresias recognized the whistler before he recognized the song, the rains of Cast Emery, fluttering into the dining room. Oh, thank fucking Christ. Tyrion entered, for once the second drunkest person in the room. Your grace, he called out, spreading his arms wide. Tyrion. Robert laughed. Just in time. Come in. Our guest here was about to tell us the real story of how the mountain fell. Course I bet you heard it a dozen times in the rock. Only a brief retelling. Which was all I could stand. The fight was short and very nasty. He plopped in his chair next to Tiresias and grinned at his nephews and niece. Much like me. That got a strong string of giggles from Marcella and Tommen, a great belly laugh from the king, and stone faces from Joffrey and the queen. If you're too drunk to eat, little brother, I'm sure we could do without any of your nastiness this evening. Oh, my dear sister, I wouldn't miss this dinner for all the women in Westeros. A bowl of soup was deposited before him. Swaying forward with the ladle, he took a taste. Smacking his tongue. Is this pepper crab? Tiresias smiled as he ladled his own soup. Anyway, Tiresias. A trickle of soup ran down the king's beard. You and Clegane in deep den, trial by combat, and you walked out. Barely, your grace. I don't doubt it, Robert muttered softly. The man was a beast. Great monster. And your business is books, so, tell me how. It was a sickening admiration. It wasn't unfamiliar, but it still turned his stomach. He had gotten more and more used to telling it. When it served his own needs. The needs of the north. Only 2 bites into his pepper crab stew, he laid down his ladle. The room was rather warm, despite the open door. With all respect, your grace, I'm afraid that me recounting the story of Sir Gregor's death this evening would be in rather poor taste. Oh? Poor taste you say? Why's that? Well, besides the fact that the actual duel itself is not a story fit for children, another Clegane is standing guard in the corner and may not appreciate me boasting about how I killed his brother. For the first time, eyes turned from the table to focus on one of the silent faces surrounding them. Sandor glanced to the table and back to the opposite wall, his hand on his sword pommel. Tiresias heard a low exhale from the man. The heart rate was steady enough though. Ah. Robert turned back. I see. You've already met the hound. No, I'm afraid I haven't had the pleasure, Tiresias said quite carefully. Only from a distance. You'd have me send him out. Your grace, Circe said. I'll not have our children here without protection. Protection? From what? Our guest has proven capable of cutting down a man such as Sir Gregor. I'd have the hound here, even on the slightest possibility that he's needed. The man had no blade and Baristan is right behind him, woman, Robert stated, in utter amazement, jabbing his thumb to the silent king's guard. You think he can get past that? If our guest stands too quickly, Baristan will paint him red. Tiresias glanced back. Sir Baristan met his eye, his hand resting easy on his pommel. The old knight gave him the smallest smile. Something between a reassurance and a threat. Tiresias briefly returned the smile and turned back to the table. What of it, man? Robert asked. Would you have the hound leave? If it's the king's order for me to recount my duel with Sir Gregor, I only wish Lord Sandor not be made uncomfortable by my retelling. He was sure calling Sandor a lord didn't earn him any favors from the man himself. It certainly stood out from the table. Robert gave a light scoff before turning to the corner. Clegane. Your grace. Sandor replied immediately. His tone was quite measured. Would you be offended if this man recounts the duel in Deep Den? If he speaks of the mountain's death? Of killing your brother? No, your grace. Doesn't bother me none. Sandor continued to stare forward as he spoke evenly. But under that, Tiresias heard the leathered hilt creak as he gripped it tightly. Well, I suppose that settles it then, Tyrion remarked lightly, bringing his goblet to his lips. Tiresias turned to one of the servants. Excuse me. The man came forward immediately. May I have some water please? Thank you. The servant didn't even pause to nod. By the time Robert turned back to him, another goblet was set down before him. Good. We're all settled then. Now, go on. The children had managed to finish their soup by this time. Tiresias had barely touched his. Still, he waited until the servant had filled his glass. Thank you, he murmured again before taking a sip. He felt the king's bated breath. He let him wait, allowing the anticipation to build. Finally he put down the goblet down, turning to the queen first. I shall attempt to speak of it without any gratuitous detail, your grace. For the sake of your young ones. Cersei barely nodded, her hand on her goblet base. Only then did he meet the king's gaze. I had left King's Landing along the Gold Road with my companion. I had just attended the joust for your 12th name day. It was a glorious tournament, my prince. He nodded to Joffrey, who didn't lighten at all. Not that he expected him to. Anyway, we set off the following day. The king's fascination with the story began and ended with blood. He knew that. That was a common enough sentiment. Most didn't wish to hear of his travel to Deep Den. But it wasn't really for the king, who began to tap his fingers impatiently as he waxed lyrically about the Gold Road. It was for the more suspicious ones in the room. For Cersei, for Sandor, and even for Tyrion. There must be no reason to believe that he had acted on anything, but an angry impulse. That he hadn't marked the mountain for dead from the moment he saw him arrive in King's Landing. It was as if he were back in Casterly Rock. The first encounter was told true enough. Sir Gregor and his retinue stalking through the camps outside Deep Den. The old man insane with grief, demanding justice. True to his word, he didn't go into explicit detail of what the old man and his children suffered. Joffrey, however, didn't have the same tact. The old man should have been hanged. And the guards too for letting him in. It seemed a casual comment for the little shit. Joffrey drank afterwards, as the table turned to him. Tyrion nodded, as if he was considering it. You're as diplomatic as always, dear nephew. How could you say something so cruel? Myrcella exclaimed, turning to him. His daughter was attacked. Attacked. Joffrey laughed. You know what that even means? He took her to bed. He was a knight and she was a tavern slut. What right did the innkeeper have to demand anything? Enough. Gods, boy, Robert stated, staring out at his nightmare progeny. Tiresias took a taste of his now lukewarm pepper crab stew. It was a bizarre moment, the king's disgust. Though Robert was not nearly as cruel as the late Clegane, the king had taken advantage of several tavern wenches back in his day. During his kingship as well. How many of those trysts were sincerely welcomed by the girls in question? Refusal was never an easy option. When it was an option. Tyrion sipped his wine. Perhaps someday, our prince will learn the difference between a willing tavern girl and a terrified one. One day. When he has actually experienced a willing girl, or any girl for that matter, and had some notion of what he speaks. His voice growled at the end, however he retained his smile. Raising his goblet to be refilled, he nodded to Joffrey, whose face was turning quite red. Tiresias focused on his stew, determined not to react. Not to laugh. He left that to the king, whose anger dissipated into inebriated mirth. Instead, Tiresias cleared his throat, dabbing the corner of his mouth with the napkin. It was easy to see in the hall what Sir Gregor and his men had done, he stated quietly. Not directly to Joffrey. Anyway. The pepper crab stew was taken away as he recounted the innkeeper's accusation and Clegane's suggestion for theft of services. He left Polliver out of the story entirely. The second course arrived as he came to Lord Lytton's call for a volunteer. A steaming rack of lamb was placed before him. Herbed and buttered, it looked quite succulent. Tiresias paused his retelling to cut his lamb, hardly needing his knife. It fell off the bone beautifully. He savored his first bite before swallowing. So I volunteered. It was a paltry statement. He expected Robert to have more questions, but it was Cersei who spoke first. Why did Lord Lytton even allow you to volunteer? To duel Sir Gregor, she asked. You're not a knight. Only a knight can duel another knight. Tommen piped up. Are you not a knight? The poor lad sounded a little disappointed. Tiresias turned to him, from the steady peer of his mother. No, my prince. Unlike Sir Barristan, your uncle, Sir Jaime, or Sir Pounce, I am no knight. That got a giggle from Myrcella. Tommen's disappointment vanished completely. Do you know Sir Pounce? I saw a handsome young cat in the corridor today. One of the pages gave me his name. Sorry to say he ran off before I could say hello. I could bring him to say hello. Tommen, our guest is not here to play with your pets, Cersei said quietly, peering at Tiresias. He's here to answer questions. I'm quite sure he didn't forget to answer mine. He nodded curtly. Course not, Your Grace. I'm afraid you'll have to ask Lord Lytton about that. He sanctioned the duel. Cersei's eyes returned to her goblet. That wasn't very chivalrous of him. To allow you to fight. To set you against such a feared warrior. Tiresias shrugged. Well, it wasn't a chivalrous duel to begin with, Your Grace. It was either me or the innkeeper. I figured Lord Lytton made the best out of the situation. Lord Lytton did well. Robert exclaimed, tearing into his own lamb. His plate came with 2 racks. Anyway, you volunteered. Now we're at the duel. What happened then? The king had finished 4 cups by this point. Tiresias still had a quarter left of his first cup. That was one benefit of this evening. Being the focal point. Being the entertainment. He had little opportunity to drink. He wouldn't follow the king into drunkenness. Jonaran should be pleased in the morning. He took another bite of lamb before turning to Robert. After several hours, I entered Lord Lytton's great hall at dusk. The duel was set for sundown. Not since his sale with Prince Oberyn, did he divulge more details about that evening. Not even Lord Stark had heard this much from him. He wasn't sure what Jory Castle told the warden. Or Mal for that matter. But he spoke now between bites of lamb and the table was quiet. Omitting the blood and gore wasn't too difficult, but he kept the exhaustion. How the duel devolved into something undignified. That was something he reckoned the king would enjoy. And he was right. He saw it in Robert's eyes. The recognition. The realities of combat coming back. The screams, the weariness and the desperation of battle. A nostalgic reverie glowed in the king's dulled, drunken eyes. It was only 10 minutes of him talking, perhaps. It seemed longer though. And throughout the whole time, he waited. For the mountain's phantom hand to return and grip him around the throat. But it didn't happen. And he completed the tale with his final, desperate strike in the mountain's helm. With an apologetic nod to Cersei for that bit of gore. However, the queen didn't seem affected. Her lamb barely touched, she leaned back with her cup, peering at him. She didn't return his nod and he turned back to the king. Robert shook his head slowly, a wide smile spreading on his face. Gods, he chuckled before draining his cup. Emitting a low and satisfied sigh, he held it out for a refill. I'd have given half this keep to have seen that. Tiresias nodded politely and returned to his lamb. If Winterfell hadn't already affirmed his will not to waste any food, his time beyond the wall certainly did. He was determined to finish his meal before the king signaled it away. Joffrey gave him a sour reprieve. You still could see it, father. If you wish. Robert peered blearily to his heir. What did you mean, boy? I mean, you have the mountain fall. He gestured to Tiresias as he leaned back in his chair. And there's another Clegane here. The dog's no mountain, but he's tall enough. Tiresias continued to chew his lamb. Throughout his whole story, he didn't dare look to the corner, where Sanders stood silent. But he kept an ear on the man's pulse. It was calm enough, but he didn't trust it. There was an unsettled energy there. He found he wasn't surprised by Joffrey's suggestion. After all, the boy had far worse ones. And Tommen was all for it. You mean we'll get to see you fight? Don't be silly, love. Your brother is only teasing, Cersei said, waving her hand. At once, the lamb was taken away. Tiresias raced a last bite in his mouth before his plate was gone. Tyrion spoke from his side. Tiresias is here on official business, dear nephew. He is an emissary for the north, for Lord Stark. He is not here for our amusement. Wouldn't you agree, Your Grace? The king's breath hitched when Joffrey suggested the duel. But as Tiresias dabbed his mouth with a napkin, he saw Robert deflate slightly as he sighed. The smell of wine was expelled across the table. Nah, he's not. His eyes darted to Sandor, then back to him. You could take him though, couldn't ya? May not look like it, skinny as you are, but I bet you could. What is your business here, Tiresias? Cersei interjected. I'm afraid that silly duel has been the only thing I've heard whenever I've inquired about you. Tiresias reached for his water. The small council wishes to inquire on Lord Stark's decision to mitigate conflict between the Northerners and the free folk beyond the wall. I've been sent to explain his actions and answer any additional questions the small council may have. The free folk? Tommen asked quietly. He means the wildlings, you. Joffrey looked to the king and swallowed his insult. They're the savages who live north of the wall. Until now. Why did Lord Stark send you in his stead? Cersei interrupted quite smoothly. You're not of the north. You're not even of noble birth. Why does Lord Stark himself not deign us with his presence? God's sake, woman, Robert groaned into his cup. You gonna start again with that now? Tiresias took another sip. He knew the king would be disappointed by Ned's absence. That was no surprise. But Cersei's interjection, this conversation began prior to his arrival. Cersei turned to her husband as the dessert arrived. As impressive as Tiresias' accomplishments are, they hardly qualify him for an emissary. Thank you, Tiresias murmured to the servant as a new plate was set before him. If Ned picked him, then he's qualified. Robert exclaimed, only a few notches below a shout. I could walk into court tomorrow and pick out a dozen fancy idiots who wouldn't qualify for a town crier. You know how many noble fools I suffer day in, day out? The shit I swallow. He jabbed a finger toward the librarian. The man made his way. With naught to start. Through wits and blood, he's here at my table and I won't have him questioned on that. If Ned picked him for the North, then fuck it. He is the North. At least for this visit. Silence reigned when the king finished. Cersei didn't respond, but she didn't lower her eyes either. Her gaze on her husband remained steady and finally Robert looked to his dessert, small roasted onions in gravy. Take this away, he grumbled, before amending. Just mine. Tiresias scooped an onion into his mouth. It was unusual, but he wasn't going to waste it. Tyrion signaled to the servant to take his plate away as well. I did think there was something different about you, my friend. He smiled before raising his goblet to Tiresias. That accent of yours, it's become more and more northern, hasn't it? He shrugged. Probably. It's hard not to be affected by your surroundings. Looking to Tommen and Myrcella, he grinned. Perhaps if I stay here long enough, your uncle's voice will rub off on me. He switched his own voice for something much more flamboyant. What do you think? Shall I leave with the Red Keep as Lord Tyrion? With received, proper enunciation and a filthy, degenerate mind. His rolled R's made Tyrion spit out his wine. Which sent Tommen into laughter. Gods! Is that what I sound like? Tyrion turned to Tommen. No, Tommen. No. Tell me it isn't so. It is, uncle, Tommen barely got the words out. It is. Myrcella didn't laugh with her brother, but she smiled as Tommen collapsed beside her. She let him have his laughter before turning to him. How will you be staying in King's Landing, my low Tiresias? He dropped the silly voice. Well, that depends on the small council, princess. They'll release me when they feel inclined to do so. When they feel that I have answered all of their questions. With that, he turned to the king. On the come down from the wine. I am here to answer questions, your grace. To be interrogated by all. Including her majesty, if she sees fit to do so. Tiresias nodded to Cersei, who didn't reciprocate. Lord Stark wished he could be here himself. However, monitoring and administering the free folk migration, though it's only a few thousand, is quite a delicate business. I've been in the north long enough to know that. He must be there. All of those of noble birth must be there as well to support the warden and facilitate his will. There was no softening behind her eyes. He didn't expect that. But he pretended he saw otherwise. He didn't dare look to Joffrey. The prince was quite silent. The truth, my queen, is that as a foreigner and as a librarian, my role handling the free folk is quite minimal. Lord Stark has the help he needs. I'm better off being sent south to explain the whole thing. Giving her a final nod, he returned to the king. The man was starting on another cup. His fifth? His sixth? Perhaps his seventh? However, I don't yet know the wishes of the small council. What your grace and your advisors will decide upon hearing my testimony tomorrow. Or what else you'll have me say in front of the children. Perhaps we should suspend the subject until later. Robert waved his hand. That'll do, that'll. Tiresias glanced about. No one seemed particularly surprised at the king's drunkenness. Seemed like it was par for the course. Even Myrcella and Tommen didn't look to their father with any surprise or disappointment. A hand patted his forearm. Still only the second drunkest man in the room, Tyrion climbed out of his chair. I believe, your grace, that the mountain fall is quite soused and needs help navigating the castle. I shall volunteer. You up for that, uncle? Joffrey sneered. You're barely standing, as is. Tyrion pointed to him. My boy, I can topple through the Red Keep to any chamber when I'm twice as drunk. As for him. He turned to Tiresias. What of it? Do you know your quarters? Where to find them? Can't say I do. He stood. Your grace, would you excuse me? I am still quite tired from the journey and would like to rest before the small council tomorrow. Robert blinked at him before waving clumsily. Dismissed. Tiresias nodded. Thank you, your grace. As he stood, he turned and bowed to Cersei. Thank you, your grace, for the escort and for the lovely dinner. I have not eaten so well since Casterly Rock. The queen was nursing her own goblet, though her eyes were far more clear. She nodded to him, before taking another sip. Trying not to rush, he bade good night to the children, giving a grateful smile to all, including Joffrey. The prince stared at him still, his pulse not quite relaxed. Joffrey's pulse echoed in his ears, as he followed Tyrion out of the dining room. They entered the corridor. As soon as the doors rumbled closed, the dwarf's gait became a little more focused. He was drunk, but not ridiculously so. Still, Tiresias waited to speak until they were several corridors away. Away from the posted guards. Finally, after a flight of stairs, he sighed openly. "Thank you." "Of course," Tyrion murmured. They were walking along wide alcoves that opened up to a grand view of the city below. Tiresias paused to stare and heard his guide stop as well. Tyrion leaned against a pillar. That wasn't so bad actually. By their standards, they were quite well behaved. Then again, it's been months since the king and queen dined together, so... He burped. Tiresias easily smelled it from his own pillar. He gazed out onto King's Landing, the buildings littered with firelight. The stars above numerous. That struck him as strange the last time he was here. Looking up and seeing the stars as he traversed the streets. He could scarcely picture a city from his old world anymore, but he remembered their night skies. The stars obscured above the blinding lights. Quite a sight. Yes, yes, Tyrion turned to him, mischief in his eyes. What say you and I go down there? Right now. We fetch that new sellsword friend of ours and scour the streets. It's a completely different animal at night. The women, the drink, the dice. Tiresias smiled. Is that how you've spent your time here? There's only so much a castle can offer. Especially to a, Tyrion scoffed before he laughed. Well, coin carries me more out there, I suppose. Kicking off his pillar, Tiresias stalked to Tyrion and placed his hand on his shoulder. Not tonight, my friend. I wasn't lying to the king back there. I am quite tired. And with the small council meeting tomorrow, I do need to rest. He made to walk away, but Tyrion grabbed his hand gently, keeping it on his shoulder. He looked to the man, his eyes slightly more sober. What is happening in the north? Tiresias peered to him as he continued. I've heard things. In here. He gestured out to the city below. Out there. Things that I can't believe, what has happened since I saw you last. From here, Tiresias could hear the waves crashing against the stone below. He knew rumors would spread, that the truth would arrive embellished, that they couldn't contain it. What was being said? What had filtered through? He wanted to know. But instead, he bent down before muttering softly. Not here, Tyrion. Not in this place. The waves continued to crash. It was a significant pause before Tyrion nodded. With that, Tiresias patted his hand and pulled away gently. You don't need a, Tyrion snapped his fingers. You know where to find your bed. The man nodded. In that case, good luck tomorrow. Small council and all. He didn't wait for Tiresias to say good night. Tyrion turned back around and walked off. Confident that he would make it to a safe enough bed, Tiresias continued toward his own quarters. The Red Keep seemed much emptier than before. With the servants retired. The nobles in their chambers. Tyrion was right. The evening could have gone a lot worse. Nothing catastrophic occurred. So the king was drunk. He didn't care. Still there was a part of him that called the whole evening into question. How could he have just sat there with those people? Chatting pleasantly. Knowing what he knew. How could he have acted as such? His sigh echoed in the corridors. For years, he wondered how he would react if he met Joffrey. How he would possibly stomach him. His sneering face. His abject cruelty. His insecurity and sadism giving way to such dire outcomes. It was surprisingly easy. The snipes at dinner were quite mild. Perhaps because he knew the lad was capable of much worse. Perhaps because he had just mentally prepared himself. Or perhaps it was just something broken in him. His friend was dead. Before that, he had seen the Night King. And before that, the 20 Bolton men. Miranda's hair in his hand. And before that, the hunt beyond the wall. Karsai disappearing into the dark. He leaned against the stone and sighed. No eyes and ears were around and he breathed deeply and slow. Remembering Winterfell. The Stark children. He closed his eyes and he saw Mal, glowing by the fire. The soft scratch of her needle. Diana, he remembered her scent. Relatively collected, he walked on, reaching his quarters shortly. As soon as he opened the door, a perfume reached his nose. It was quite faint. Washed away, but a trace remained. Hesitating only slightly, he entered his chamber and shut the door. Walking to the bed, he kept his back to the hearth, where a moderate fire blazed. He inhaled through his nose and unbuttoned the top of his doublet. I suppose this couldn't wait until tomorrow morning, he spoke softly. Sitting on the bed, he unbuckled his boots. His eyes to the floor, he heard the soft patter come around the corner. He waited until his boots were off, to flex his feet before looking up. Varys nodded in greeting. I suppose it could have. If you had intended to be completely honest when you meet with the small council tomorrow. The fire crackled in the silence between them. Tiresias exhaled through his nose and began to unbutton the remainder of his doublet, gesturing to the table by the window. Varys crossed over and pulled out a chair. No one saw you come in. Varys sat and crossed his legs. What do you think? He laid the doublet on the bed, folding it neatly, before crossing to the table. I don't have any wine. I'd offer you water, but I don't want the maid seeing a second cup. Well, that's very clever of you now, isn't it? The spider smiled. I received your postscript, as I'm sure you're aware. I suspected, Tiresias muttered. Just thought I'd say hello. You didn't respond. I wouldn't have received much of anything in return. Your responses to Lord Tyrion are quite lengthy, but they don't say much. I could learn much more on my own. Besides, the correspondence rather lags on your end. It does, indeed. He rubbed his eyebrows. Varys, I'm very tired. Why are you here? The spymaster didn't drop his small smile, but his eyes gleamed slightly. The small council knows more than you give them credit for. He peered at Varys. Would you care to elaborate? After the king harangued Lord Stannis for allowing you to escape Dragonstone. I didn't escape, Tiresias interjected softly. I was a guest, not a prisoner. Varys smirked. After the king dressed him down, he only stayed in the capital for a fortnight before returning to Dragonstone. He was there for several months before he sailed back. Then in the small council, he escalated his concerns with the North, with Lord Stark's decisions and actions, and introduced the summons. Tiresias leaned back in his chair. I guessed that much already. Lord Stannis promised me as much when I spoke to him in Dragonstone. We knew an emissary would soon be summoned. Indeed, Lord Stannis delivered his initial findings after your talk. I was there. I was also there when he returned from Dragonstone after those 6 months. He expanded on his findings to the Lord Hand. What he said, well, it differs a bit from the story you fed Lord Stannis on Dragonstone. It was quite difficult not to swallow at the moment. Tiresias tapped the table softly. How so? Varys remained silent. His face passive, unrevealing. His pulse was calm. Are you not going to tell me? A part of me wishes to. I hope you believe me when I say that, but I want to see what you offer first. To the council on the morrow. How it will differ when I investigate further. Apparently you already know how it differs, Tiresias muttered softly. Enough so that you see fit to warn me. Why? Again, Varys didn't answer. An odd expression came over the spider's face. Tiresias couldn't place it. In order to catch a falsehood, it helped to know what he was searching for. He thought back to the Varys he knew. An enigma with flexible morals, with a devotion to the people. Are you trying to decide whether or not I'm good for Westeros as a whole, Varys? Are you undecided on sabotaging me? If Varys didn't answer his spoken questions, he certainly wasn't going to answer his silent ones. Content with his vague warning, the spymaster stood, placing his hands in his sleeves. I will see you in the morning, Tiresias. He bowed slightly. Welcome back to King's Landing. He crossed the room, the hearth behind him. Tiresias caught the fire blazing. The flames brought back the cave in Dragonstone. When he was alone. With her. Perhaps it was much simpler than he supposed. The man's been stuck on an island for months. The North has seen no envoys from him and he hasn't the capacity for his own web of spies. How is he so certain about what he has reported to the small council? He looked from the hearth to the spider, who turned back to meet his eyes. Do you know how he's come into his knowledge? Well aware of the answers, he searched Varys' expression for anything. To see what he knew. The shadows from the fire played on his face gently enough. But the man remained quite passive. But he wasn't smiling anymore. And his eyes didn't gleam as they did moments ago. My birds have no nests on Dragonstone. For the 6 months Lord Stannis resided at Dragonstone, I didn't have eyes or ears on him. So no. I'm afraid I can't say what makes him so certain. Varys stepped toward to his chair. Tiresias remained seated, blinking freely. When Varys spoke again, it was softer. But my advice remains the same. Whatever you were planning on telling us tomorrow, think it through. Carefully. It's not as indisputable as you suspect. An errant breeze blew into the room. Unfortunately, his quarters weren't located high up. Faint whiffs of horseshit entered the room from the stones below. Tiresias wrinkled his nose and stood from the table. He crossed to the hearth, facing the fire again. Smoke covered the scent somewhat. He sensed Varys bowing behind him. Good night, Tiresias. Varys. The eunuch stopped once again. Yes. Why don't you leave the way you entered? The fire crackled for a few seconds before he turned. Varys faced him, his eyes soft. Finally his smile returned as he approached the fire. He passed Tiresias onto the writing desk. To the right of it, he pressed the wall. A small passage, only half his height, revealed itself, swinging inward into darkness. It opened quietly enough though. Varys turned to bow, but Tiresias had another question. One moment. Yes, Tiresias. What we discussed last time, the bastards, his bastards. Have you squirreled them away? The man nodded once. Slowly. I'd be lying if I say every one of them has taken from King's Landing. However, most are away and well, comparatively so. It is an unforgiving world for an unwed, common girl with a bastard child. It was better than the alternative. The gold cloaks wouldn't be sent out to raid outside of the city. Even when they went after Gendry before, the trail had to start into Beaumont's forge. By the time Cersei or Joffrey would think to investigate, any leads would be cold and forgotten. That's far too optimistic, mate, people have long memories. Besides he couldn't himself forget. Has anyone else from the Red Keep looked in on any of the bastards still tucked away in the city? He didn't expect completely honesty. But Varys denied him any answer at all. Good night, Tiresias, he repeated. He made to turn, but Tiresias placed a hand on his shoulder. Gently. You haven't asked about our young blacksmith. Though he doubted the presence of any eavesdroppers while Varys was present, he lowered his voice. Didn't say Winterfell or North or bastard. If the walls had ears, he had already given them plenty for tonight. They both had. Varys matched his quiet. I assumed the boy was well looked after. Is that an assumption? Or did you already know that? As the two met eyes, he inhaled slowly. The whiff of horseshit was mostly gone. Now it lightly lingered. It mingled with the smoke from the hearth. He wondered if Varys could smell it. The spymaster's pulse did increase, but not much. He had finally asked too many questions. Varys gave a slight smile before crouching down and entering the passage. Once inside, he pulled the stone shut. And his question went unanswered. Foregoing a little dignity, Tiresias knelt before the stone and listened to Varys descending through the Red Keep, his light patter now scuffing against the stone in the tight passageway. But soon that was gone. Now there was just the passageway and the trapped air that whistled through it. The door was sealed well though. Any air that rushed through the innards of the Red Keep was muffled significantly. Tiresias stood and went to his bed. The dulled whistle from the writing desk wouldn't keep him awake tonight. Though Varys' warning might. It swam in his mind as he extinguished the candles. He still wagered that most of the small council assumed his deposition would be a boring affair. But what did Stannis know? What was he planning tomorrow? Additional information he had acquired from Melisandre? That he had little doubt. It was the one thing he held advantage over the spider in the Red Keep. Varys didn't know of the Red Priestess, or at least he wasn't sure. He was blind in Dragonstone. When Stannis left, his birds couldn't follow. But Tiresias was there. Once. And once was enough. Months away from the capital in Dragonstone. Certainly long enough for a witch to stare into a blazing fire and learn everything. Did Melisandre see it all unfold? The hunt beyond the wall? The exhibition at Winterfell? The massacre at Castle Black? Did she tell Stannis everything? Or just part of it? It wasn't complete loyalty she showed to Stannis. She warned him in time to leave Dragonstone. She could have kept that to herself, guaranteeing him a much quicker return to the capital than he anticipated. But he let him go. Did she see what he meant to do? Was him escaping the island in her visions from the Lord of Light? Returning to the north? If so, what did the Lord of Light see for him in King's Landing? What more did she reveal to Stannis based on the flames? How much more? Tiresias sat on his bed and sighed. He had sworn years ago not to contemplate the will of any gods in this world. It would only lead to disaster. But still. Perhaps Varys was lying. That was certainly possible. Maybe Stannis didn't know anything more than he did last time. And this was a way to lure him into confessing beyond what he and Lord Stark had agreed upon. He laid down, staring up. The light from the hearth was diminishing. Shadows danced into darkness as he sank into a sleep. He'd think it through in the morning. He was too tired now. Chapter 75. Sleep left him abruptly the following morning. He blinked to a cool grey in the sky. The first rays of the sun barely breaking through. It wasn't time to wake just yet. He didn't mind though. Sometimes he saw Mal. He saw their daughter. Otherwise when he closed his eyes, the wall loomed before him. He didn't see his friend fall during the attack, but he dreamt it many times. This morning, it was a small relief to wake without a nightmare. For a few seconds anyway. Then he remembered where he was and what this morning brought. The maid later entered to find his bed completely made and him stretching on the floor. He had to imagine this wasn't the strangest behavior she had seen from guests in this castle. Indeed, she set his breakfast down, curtsied and departed without a word. She didn't even respond when he said his thanks. His stretches, his breakfast, dressing, it all passed quickly. He blinked to find himself in the throne room, waiting to be summoned. This small council seemed to prefer an antechamber just off the hall, which left him to enjoy the sight of the Iron Throne on his own. A rare privilege for a highborn. Unheard of for a lowly librarian. The sun had properly risen by now and glowed behind the ugly iron chair. The sight of the melted swords didn't do much for his nerves, considering it was the cause for a good part of them. He knew who else had their eyes on this chair. Killed at least one who coveted it. But that didn't enable him to deal with any others who sought it. He had scrapped for some power in the north and he received it. By the grace of Lord Stark. In the south, that grace was limited. And he was quite powerless here. What could he do? Could he accomplish anything of any real consequence? He would find out soon enough, he supposed. In the small council chamber, he would learn just how powerless he was. He heard the steward coming and looked away. It wouldn't do for others to hear of him staring at the Iron Throne wistfully. They might get the wrong idea. The older servant halted neatly at the doorway behind the throne. "My lord, they're ready for you." Tiresias hid his smile. He truly didn't feel like it. It just amused him slightly. He and Varys might soon have that in common. Being called lord when in actuality. Nodding politely, he crossed to archway and followed the steward. It was a short walk to the antechamber. He barely had time to breathe on account before the man opened the door and stood aside. Did a second's hesitation betray him? His fear? Probably. Nevertheless he took it, fortifying himself before entering. He recognized the room immediately, the sight stirring up long-forgotten memories. His eyes darted around as he passed the marble columns, coming to an intricate tapestry hung behind the small council table. King Robert was absent. As expected. Instead several lords regarded him and they remained seated. The surprise here was that he recognized all of them. But there was no familiarity for him. No one stood to shake his hand. There'd be no seat for him. He halted a few feet from the table and folded his hands behind his back, nodding. "My lords." Tiresias, Lord Arryn begun, his hand pin on his chest. "Welcome to the small council. Thank you for making the journey to answer our call. I go where Lord Stark commands. I hope I'm able to answer your inquiries in his absence." "We hope so as well." He turned to his left. "You've already met Lord Stannis Baratheon? Our master of ships." "Indeed. He was kind enough to host me at Dragonstone." Stannis' eyes were stone. "You were kind enough to leave prematurely." Tiresias didn't expect anything less. That was very rude of me, my lord. And I ask for your forgiveness. Business for Winterfell was pending in Bravos and when I heard a ship was leaving your harbor for the Free City, I took it." "What business in Bravos?" "God's sake, Stannis," Renly groaned, without the slightest attempt to conceal his eyes rolling. "The man's here to answer questions, Renly," Stannis retorted, his voice just above a snap. "Questions about the north. Not how he hurt your feelings." "My lords," Lord Arryn interjected gently. Once the two brothers clammed up, he nodded to the youngest one. "I don't believe you've yet met Lord Renly Baratheon, Master of Laws." "Haven't had the pleasure." "Good morning, my lord." Tiresias nodded to Renly, who nodded back sincerely enough, though he couldn't quite hide his doubt as he looked him up and down. "You're the one who slowly gain." He gave a small laugh. "You. I believe that can wait until later, Lord Renly." Jon Arryn turned to his right. "And you met Grand Maester Pycelle briefly. When you first appeared at court." Tiresias put on his sincerest smile. "Good morning, Grand Maester. I must thank you once again for the Red Keep's contribution to Winterfell's library. You were most generous." The old man smiled as sincerely as he did. "Of course, my Lord Librarian. It's not only my duty, to share knowledge to those who seek it, but a pleasure as well." It was a slight difficulty not to laugh. Tiresias was quite grateful when Lord Arryn moved on. "And you've also met Lord Varys, our Master of Whisperers." "Only briefly as well, my lord. He was kind enough to show me to said library years ago." "Another SSE in the Red Keep. Good to see you again, Lord Varys." Varys nodded deeply, no sign as to their meeting the night before. "And you, Tiresias. I'm so happy that you arrived safely." Though with certainly a more trumpeted welcome than before. Tiresias laughed lightly and sighed. "Ah, well. Can't be helped, unfortunately." "Indeed not." "And this," Lord Arryn nodded to the final man at the table, "is Lord Mace Tyrell of Highgarden, Master of Coin." It was years before the story intended, but even under different circumstances, Mace Tyrell found his seat at the small council. The same position too. He supposed it made sense. Robert needed someone to bowl over when it came to finances. Having avoided eye contact with the fat flower of Highgarden so far, he turned and nodded to the most benevolent face at the small council. Mace, for his part, smiled and nodded to him. Welcome to King's Landing, Tiresias Mountain Fall. That's not a family name, but whatever. Thank you, Lord Tyrell. The last time I saw you was at Prince Joffrey's name day tourney. Your son made me quite a bit of coin in that joust. You wagered on my son. I did. He rode superbly that day, my lord. You must be very proud. Thank you, Lord Tiresias. I am indeed. Thank you. He almost felt guilty for the sincere gratitude and pride he saw on the man's face. It also didn't escape him that the pulses of the two Baratheon brothers increased slightly. For different reasons. Renly was barely suppressing his laughter, his grin widening. As for Stannis, well, his absences from King's Landing took on an additional explanation. How much could he bear this rich idiot on the small council? The one who had starved him and his men to near madness in the rebellion? It was bad enough that he was passed up for Storm's End, but to then be seated next to his oblivious tormentor? Lord Arryn cleared his throat. Tiresias returned to him, hands folded politely. Well, now that we're all acquainted, let's begin. Tiresias, you are here as an emissary of Winterfell, sent by Lord Stark in his stead. Is that correct, and do you swear to answer our inquiries to the best of your ability? Aye, my lord. On both counts. For the first time, he wanted to curse Varys. He felt the spider's gaze even if he didn't meet it. The man's half-warning the night before was hardly helpful. The hand nodded before turning to Stannis. Tiresias followed his gaze. The master of ships met his eyes, staring back unblinking. Has Lord Stark granted passage to the wildlings from beyond the wall into the north? Aye, Lord Stannis. He has. Predictably, the most dramatic gasp came from Mace Tyrell, who paused taking notes to stare around the table. Pycelle shifted and Renly seemed a little surprised. Other than that, he received nothing but steady stares from Varys and Jon Arryn. Stannis didn't even move. Tiresias ignored the principle of staying quiet and set the story as he could. However, the permission was short-lived. Only a certain number of the free folk were allowed passage south. Under the supervision of the northern military, they entered the north through Castle Black not more than 8 months ago. They surrendered their arms, gave their children as hostages, and are now under the direct supervision of various lords all across the north. Extended so that they are unable to organize and plan any wide-scale attack on any hold. Even with their numbers. What are their numbers? Lord Stannis asked. How many wildlings were permitted by Lord Stark to cross the wall? Tiresias exhaled quietly. The number he was to give fluctuated wildly ever since last night. When Varys warned him. Or sabotaged him. It depended all on his answer. A gamble. And all his frets bore no fruit. He had no idea what to say at this moment. What truth could he admit? Did Stannis know the true number? Or merely that more had passed than previously thought? How much could he lie? He hadn't decided yet. And yet, he spoke anyway. When I visited Dragonstone and informed you of Lord Stark's intentions, the number we gave you then was 10,000, Stannis' gaze gave no quarter. Was it only 10,000 the North admitted then, Tiresias? No, my lord. He broke from Stannis' stare, looking to the other small council members. It wouldn't help to seem challenging. The threat beyond the wall, the warring tribe, they were more vicious than any of the free folk had anticipated. The ones who were planning to flee were joined by some who had originally planned to stay. And so the refugees grew in number. How many wildlings are in the north? Tiresias was looking to Varys when Stannis repeated his question. Boiled down and uttered lowly. It was the last time he would ask somewhat reasonably. As for the spider, he didn't reveal anything as he peered back. Tiresias returned his gaze to Stannis. He forced himself not to exhale before speaking. 21,000, my lords. The call of distant seabirds entered the open windows, peppering the silence. Stannis peered at him, but said nothing. Revealed nothing. And no man before him spoke, save for one. Mace Tyrell reliably sputtered. 21,000? Good heavens, man. The rest of the small council wasn't nearly as dramatic, but they were surprised. Glances, straightened backs and held breaths filled the table. Underneath, Tiresias heard their pulses quicken. All except for the spider. Set the story, man. Damn it, speak. He cleared his throat. A large number, Lord Tyrell, but not one to be concerned about. I assure you, and the rest of the small council, that Lord Stark and the lords of the north have the situation well under control. Lord Stannis leaned back in his chair. May we ask what possessed Lord Stark to admit an additional 11,000 wildlings? Particularly since he's only cleared half that number with this small council. The tiniest relief seeped through him. Stannis' eyes revealed no details, but they didn't seem secretive. Or victorious. Not the sort of satisfaction one has when one has caught another in a lie. He must have heard that a greater number of free folk was admitted past the wall than he confessed on Dragonstone. But Melisandre hadn't told him how many more. It was a good thing his hands were folded behind him. He couldn't risk smiling, so he made do with a small squeeze, hoping his face remained relaxed. The same thing that motivated Lord Stark since the beginning of this undertaking, Lord Stannis. Mercy. The additional 11,000 free folk consists of women and children, the elderly and crippled. Their men had elected to stay beyond the wall and attempt to mount some fight against the tribe. And the others would have been no use. In danger. And so they were sent to Castle Black to beg passage. Hours of preparation in Winterfell, and here he was, improvising. There was plenty he could ruin. But was there anything here he could possibly salvage? The original 10,000 that intended to cross were an arrangement of several whole clans. And out of those 10,000. He paused, pretending to estimate. Perhaps half were warriors. If that. Those were the only wildling men of fighting age that entered the north. And even so, under the negotiated terms between the free folk and Lord Stark, every large weapon was confiscated and accounted for before anyone left Castle Black. And as I mentioned before, they are now scattered throughout the north. Despite the beautiful weather outside, Tiresias was brought back to Dragonstone. To Stannis in his unblinking gaze. He didn't try to outstare him then, and he wouldn't try to now. He turned to Lord Arryn. My lords, most of you know Lord Stark personally. You know he wouldn't have admitted them if he wasn't sure he could handle it. And you know how the Northerners feel about wildlings. Their hatred runs deeper than any Southerner. Lord Stark presented his case to the Northern lords and ladies. Right before them, he pled their cause and got their support. If he managed to do that. He smiled. Hopefully not too insincerely. Well, then it makes my job as emissary easy. If his arrangements worked for them, it should suffice for the South. That earned him a hard exhale from Stannis, but before he could comment on that assumption, Jon Arryn spoke. What arrangements did Ned make with the wildlings? Hostages and confiscation had already been mentioned, so Tiresias proceeded to list the rest with the certainty he had practiced in Winterfell. The separation and allocation to the settlements. The probation. The arranged marriages between the minor houses. It was quite basic. And quite normal. Very bureaucratic. Which thankfully didn't interest all members of the council. Renly leaned back in his chair, already bored. Once Tiresias had finished, having made sure not to ramble, he turned to his older brother. I don't see anything in those arrangements that couldn't be applied to 20,000 wildlings as opposed to only 10,000. He shrugged. Ned has the numbers. He has the resources. If he wants to waste his time running about taming wildlings, let him. Assuming their numbers stay at 21,000, Renly, Stannis stated softly before returning to him. These 11,000, their men are beyond the wall still. Are they not? Tiresias nodded. They are. Wagering a war against this vicious tribe, which you say has thousands of wildlings fleeing south to make peace with the north. Not quite. If there was a question there, he waited until Stannis stated one explicitly. What happens if they're unsuccessful? Will thousands of raiders descend upon Castle Black, demanding entry? Will Lord Stark grant it to them? Any free folk still north of the wall, my lords? He was back on top of the wall. Staring down at the sea of blue eyes. Extending into the forest. Is there because they cannot fathom leaving it? Even under the most dire of circumstances. It's just frozen wasteland to us, but to them it's their home and they're proud of it. They're there to defend it. So if they win, they'll send word. Any free folk who wishes to return home will be allowed. If they don't win. He shrugged. Well, they've sworn not to leave in any case. They'll die up there. Which I'm sure relieves many of you. What good are their sworn oaths? Pycelle muttered, shaking as he leaned forward. Do they know the meaning of such a thing? Despite the theatrics, that question was sincerely asked. Almost. It was certainly something that would be shared by most highborns in Westeros. Tiresias exhaled through his nose and gave a shadow of a smile. Pretending to recall something vaguely amusing. I had the pleasure of bearing witness to the negotiations between the Free Folk and the Northerners, Grand Maester. I was there as a translator for the Old Tongue. Anyway, during the talks, one very salty lord asked a similar question. If any Free Folk could be trusted at their word? A man, one of the tribal leaders, responded. He said, we're not clever like you Southerners. When we say we'll do something, we do it. The small council didn't laugh, though Renly came the closest, smiling. He said that to a Northerner. Anyone south of the wall's a Southerner to them, Lord Renly. He shrugged. To you lot, the Northerners are a bunch of tree-worshipping savages. To the free folk, they're just some fancy upstarts who've forgotten the true cold. Renly gave an actual scoff at that. He was joined by Mace, who started nodding, chortling at the mention of fancy upstarts. Yes, yes. Very good. Varys smiled to himself, and there the amusement halted. Lord Arryn and Stannis peered at him, though the Lord of Dragonstone waited until the fat flower of Highgarden stopped laughing. Has Lord Stark learned anything more about this vicious tribe attacking the wildlings from the far north? Stannis stated quietly. A second passed, and then a few more. Tiresias couldn't help it. He had considered Melisandre speaking to Lord Stannis, informing him that several thousand more free folk had passed the wall than he originally said. He had fretted about that. But did she speak of the White Walkers? Or was that left between the two of them? In that scarred cave on the beach? Jon Arryn narrowed his eyes ever so slightly. Tiresias. There's not much more information in that regard, I'm afraid. His mouth was beginning to salivate and he wished he had a second when he could swallow discreetly. With the free folk that have stayed behind to fight them, I doubt we'll hear much more from them. The wall still stands after all. The wall is barely manned, Stannis remarked coldly. The Night's Watch cannot account for its entire length. Thank the gods for that. Otherwise Tormund and 5,000 more would have been lost to the White Walkers. Lord Stark is aware of that weakness. And he's committed to working with the Night's Watch to ensure it will return to its original strength. The Night's Watch, it is, little more than a penal colony at the moment. Pycelle cleared his throat. The capacity, for such growth, is it possible? Tiresias inhaled through his nose during Pycelle's extended pauses. The man was adding several minutes to this meeting. He also took the opportunity to swallow his spit. Difficult, Grand Maester, but still possible. He turned back to Jon Arryn. The man to which to emphasize all of Ned Stark's achievements. The Night's Watch certainly consists of some less than savory individuals, but the commanding officers are well suited for the job. Especially after Jeor Mormont culled the top brass when they returned from the White Hunt. The Lord Commander is currently planning the restoration of all 19 castle forts along the wall. Along with enough recruitment and deployment to occupy them all. The renovations are scheduled to begin next year, with Queensgate, Greyguard, Oakenshield, Woodswatch by the Pool, and the Torches being the first to be restored. The goal is 5 castles every 2 years, which is expected to vary depending on the conditions of each castle. There are also plans to fully man the Shadow Tower and Eastwatch within 2 years. With 19 castles, my lords, and a variable timeline, the Night's Watch is expected to return to full strength within 15 to 20 years. Tiresias couldn't call himself relaxed at this point, but his pulse had settled and he didn't have to force his voice not to waver. It was a relief to hide behind some truth in this chamber. Lord Tiresias, Mace interjected. Will the Night's Watch or Lord Stark be seeking additional funding from the Crown for such an endeavor? He found a slight fondness for the man. Lord Tyrell sounded worried, but he didn't speak dismissively. It was a genuine inquiry. Though he supposed the man wasn't bright enough to be anything but genuine. Not to my knowledge, Lord Tyrell. This will be a long and frugal process. An impossible process, Stannis stated. Though without jeer. Just matter of fact. The Night's Watch is so desperate for recruits, they cart all the way south to sift through our criminals and bastards for pickings. How does the Lord Commander expect to find enough men to occupy and run 16 additional castles in 15 years? With the help of the North, my lord. This is a harrowing task and it won't be accomplished by the Night's Watch alone. In the addition to the incentives provided to the minor houses who are willing to intermarry with the free folk and secure our ties, Lord Stark also seeks to award the northern lords who will send more of their ilk to the Night's Watch. To train and take the black. Which will provide the commanders, but not the men necessary to work under them, Varys spoke, providing the observation delicately. The Night's Watch can't cart back enough criminals or bastards to occupy 16 castles in 50 years, let alone 15. If I may, Tiresias, whom is Lord Commander Mormont planning to recruit? Tiresias didn't miss the twinkle in the spider's eye. There was a small part of him that enjoyed this. He knew that. But it was a struggle not to be annoyed. He returned to Stannis and Lord Arryn. The Night's Watch will be accepting the free folk into their ranks. But it won't be without scrutiny, he spoke over their quiet disapproval. When the probation ends, those who still harbor wildling tendencies will be filtered out. The ones accepted will be ironed out. As are all men who join the Watch. The Northerners and the Night's Watch hate the wildlings more than anyone else in these kingdoms. Renly shrugged. Your words, Tiresias. Not ours. They will acquiesce to these savages joining them. There are too many free folk to integrate all at once, Lord Renly. And certainly not enough third-born children of minor houses to marry all of them. The settlements are great for now, but as the years go on, they'll need another option. The Night's Watch is one. An option that will hand them freshly restored castles along a giant wall of ice, Stannis said, just barely marveling at the sheer stupidity. You're planting the seeds for an uprising. Which is why they won't hold any positions of command, why the northerners are being pushed to join and why they will be taking their time with such an endeavor. Tiresias matched the man's quiet. Besides, you're overestimating the free folk, my lord. They're not like you. With a clear chain of command. They're an amalgamation of different clans and tribes, each with their own connection to the others. Some good. Some bad. The threat from beyond the wall forced their cooperation, but it won't last now that they're south. The settlements will deter it as well. Being so far apart from each other, they won't be able to organize and further ally with one another. In fact, they are more likely to bond with the respective northern lord that is hosting them. Assuming each northern lord made the effort to bond with the free folk in their settlements. Which he knew for a fact wasn't true. Still, he spoke true enough. Neither he or Lord Stark or even Mance Rayder expected the free folk to ever come together again. We'll have to return to this subject another day, my lords, Lord Urin said quietly, before addressing Tiresias. Before we got carried away with the possibility of a fully manned night's watch, you were going to speak on the vicious wildling tribe that was attacking the other ones. Tiresias made to speak, but Jonaran continued. Yes, you said that information was limited, but I hope nevertheless that you would pass on whatever it is that you did learn. Beyond the wall and at Winterfell. My lord. We were told of a demon prisoner, whom Lord Stark executed before the lords of the north, Jon stated quietly. We assumed this man was part of this vicious tribe. We were also told that, apparently, you had a part in capturing him and bringing him south of the wall. If he tried not to react now, his face would contort ever so slightly and be a dead giveaway. He exhaled slowly and let his eyes fall to the table. It was difficult not to glance to Varys. He sensed the spider's hint of a smile. But the story wasn't complete. Either the whispers disintegrated on their way south. Or Varys didn't have a spy in Winterfell. Just far enough north to hear what the hand just revealed. It was clear that Jonaran believed maybe half of what he said. Sure enough, when he looked back to address the council, he saw plenty of room to bullshit. Not too much. Don't get tripped up. The man was indeed a member of the Free Folk tribe marching against the rest. He was brought to Winterfell to convince the other lords that there was in fact a difference between the Free Folk we wish to save and the wildlings we wish never to step foot in the Seven Kingdoms. What was the difference? Stannis asked. What convinced the Northerners? He was feral, Tiresias replied. But more than that really. He couldn't speak. Lord Stark and his officers tried to interrogate him but it was pointless. Growls, snarls, screeches. Besides that, his insanity gave him unnatural strength. You become an old man much quicker beyond the wall. But even considering that, the man was old. Still, he required 4 guards to contain him when he was in chains. He lurched at everyone who came near. The presence of all that steel didn't seem to deter him. One moment came when he almost managed to get loose and came within striking distance of Lord Stark. The warden defended himself, sliced the man's arm off and it didn't stop him. He launched again before his arm hit the stone. May stared at him, horrified. Good gods, man! Tiresias gave a slight emphatic nod to the Reach Lord, before turning back. Lord Stark had to stab the man twice in the chest to finally bring him down. He had no intention of killing him when we returned to Winterfell. However, with his condition and his aggression, there was little point in keeping him prisoner. Another detail is that he refused all food for many days at a time. Threw everything back. He shrugged very slightly. So as to where he found the strength to resist, it's beyond me. It was a strange thing to be grateful for. The power of a lord. Ned could execute a prisoner, his great hall chocked full of witnesses. And no one here cared. More centered on the supposed man's strangeness than his rights. Pycelle broke the silence with a cough. This condition. This wildness, it's not unheard of, my lords. After all, grayscale will lead a man into madness, and a man discovers unknown strength, when he is mad. Another cough before he turned back. This madness might be similarly contagious. I hope that everyone, in Winterfell took precautions to prevent it from spreading. We kept the man separate from us when we traveled and burned the body after the exhibition, Tiresias answered quickly. To make up for Pycelle's pauses. We have considered such a thing. Maester Luwin monitored the situation carefully and after a few months, has no reason to suspect anything nefarious. No one else in the castle is growling or snarling. Sides the dogs. And the dire wolves. And your part in bringing this feral creature south of the wall, Stannis said quietly. What of those whispers? Well, I'm sure they're greatly exaggerated, Lord Stannis. Tiresias cleared his throat. It was no great hunt, I'm sorry to say. I was beyond the wall. Lending my ability to speak Old Tongue to anyone who needed it. A chieftain invited me on a scavenging. We were a small group, just north of the Free Folk camp. We were lucky. The contingent we stumbled upon was almost as small as us. We attacked. We had no mind to capture one. We simply wanted to live. But once the tide turned in our favor, we managed to bind the last one standing. Brought it back to the camp, and it was decided to cart him down to Winterfell. To convince the northern lords to the cause. The chieftain and his men must have been very skilled warriors, Stannis suggested quietly. One requires 4 of Lord Stark's men to control, you said? And they outnumbered your group. Tiresias nodded, appearing to consider the point. Well, the chieftain and his warriors certainly had the advantage of surprise, Lord Stannis. And we weren't trying to chain them at first. Merely kill. And that's an easier task for one person. He smiled. I just had to stay alive until then. Oh, I'm sure you're understating your own contribution to this skirmish, Tiresias, Varys said. Their creatures sound quite difficult to kill. I'm sure your own blade came in handy. Well, I couldn't dance around them as I usually do, he gestured to his cheek. They were a bit quicker than the mountain. A few eyes from the table glanced to his cheek. Stannis, however, continued to stare at him. Tiresias met his gaze, but the Lord of Dragonstone didn't say anything. The Lord Hand leaned in, murmuring quietly. Though Tiresias heard him easily. Anything else, my lord? Stannis took a few seconds before he responded. He didn't whisper back. Not at this time. Jonathan sighed, looking about the table before peering to Tiresias. Thank you, Tiresias. That will be all for today. He nodded to the Lord Hand before turning to depart. A part of him chastised himself for not nodding in respect to the others. A larger part just wanted to leave this chamber as quickly as possible. Tiresias. Stannis' voice cut through those worries. Not 3 steps away from the table, he turned back around to meet the man's unblinking gaze. It is the express order of this small council that you remain in King's Landing until we dismiss you. And not sneak away as you did from Dragonstone. We may have more questions for you and summon you at a later time. Is that perfectly clear? He wasn't surprised by the order itself. It was more so that it didn't alarm him. True, he wasn't a prisoner, but it wasn't entirely different. Maybe he just expected the Red Keep to trap him somehow. Whatever it was, protesting wouldn't help him now. He nodded to Stannis without further ado. It is, my lord. If you or any of the rest of you have any further questions for me, I'll be around. They didn't speak until he had left the room. Though he wished to eavesdrop, he couldn't without the guards noticing. And so, the discourse of the small council soon fell beyond his ears. The last fading words he heard concerned Lord Stark. Whatever decision they made concerning Lord Stark in the north, he would learn on their time. One sneaky night in this castle didn't make him a keeper of its secrets. If there was a secret passage that perfectly showcased the small council chamber, he'd never know where to find it. And Varys sure as hell wouldn't tell him. As tempting as it was to be angry with the man, it wouldn't serve him now. He was the royal spymaster after all. How angry could he reasonably be for that little subterfuge? It was a well-placed bit of insecurity on Varys' part. But, a legitimate warning as well. He wondered where his head would be now if he had gone through with the original number. What he and Lord Stark had decided on back in Winterfell. And that brought on a fresh fear. One he hadn't considered in the small council chamber. Pausing to ask direction from a scullery maid, he began to ascend to the rookery. Lord Stark needed an update after all. That he had arrived. That he had spoken to the small council. That 21,000 wildlings had entered the north. Written, sealed, and sent off by Raven before the end of the small council meeting. Before Varys could read it. Before he could even know Tiresias sent a letter. He'll know. All the eyes in the castle will report me bounding up the stairs. Scribbling desperately, carelessly. With ink-stained fingers. Unfortunately, Ned Stark had to know the new number before he received any questions on the matter. Fortunately though, he had neglected to send a letter to Winterfell the past 2 nights. Noting his safe arrival. As far as any eyes could tell, it was simply an overdue response. In the rookery, he wrote quickly. To get it out swiftly and succinctly. After all, how much of a scroll did one need to confirm their arrival to the capital? To Lord Stark of Winterfell. I arrived in King's Landing safe and whole. As you suspected, the migration of 21,000 free folk past the wall was quite concerning to the small council. I outlined the conditions of their passage and the current policies that oversee the settlements. It made some impact. Though I made clear that these additional 11,000 free folk were mostly women and children, the number still worries them. On another point, I'm afraid that I couldn't adequately inform them on the villainous free folk tribe driving all these refugees south of the wall. Though the information's sparse on our end, I recommend we speak to the free folk once again. Perhaps correspond with the Night's Watch and see what they can decode from their, admittedly limited, vantage point. Besides being ordered to remain in King's Landing until otherwise dismissed, I am without further orders or directives from the small council. I'll write if there's any change. Your servant, Tiresias. There was no way of acknowledging Lord Stark's other request in this letter or any other. Too risky to even insinuate. If he sat with it longer, maybe he could have constructed something clever. But the small council would be adjourning soon. And Varys would on his trail as soon as he exited that chamber. He stared out as the crow disappeared with his scroll, tucked neatly around his leg. His anxiety lessening the farther and farther that scroll flew away. A reprieve knowing that the spider couldn't fly. Of course, it wasn't something that he could banish entirely. Even as the raven disappeared from his view, he couldn't shake the feeling that Varys would somehow get his hands on that letter. Or someone who worked for the queen. Tiresias descended from the rookery. In that case, he hadn't written anything that would incriminate him. Nothing he hadn't admitted to the small council. He hadn't said anything that could land him in irons. Not from what he sensed. All the lords there kept their calm well enough. But what if that was an act? What if they presented a calm face and ordered his arrest after he left? That raven flying away from the Red Keep could be carrying his last words as a free man? And most of it was bullshit. His doublet felt very warm all of a sudden. Summer baked the red stones of this castle and it was quite hot in the tower. His breath grew heavy and he began to count. 1, 2, 3 and hold, 1, 2, 3. He was surprised to find himself arriving at the dark mahogany doors. He didn't think his feet knew the way to the Red Keep's library without him. In any regard, it wasn't the worst idea. To seek a distraction. His heart was still racing from the small council. It wasn't particularly helpful. He absorbed the words and runes easily enough, but Stannis' decree floated freely in his mind. Once again, he was commanded to stay in a castle. This time, he expected it though. Casterly Rock and the Dread Fort provided far less certainty. Still, he wondered when he could go home. What date could he send to Winterfell to expect him by? How long before Diana forgot what little she retained of him? That thought sobered him more than anything. More anxious than ever for a distraction, he cleared his throat and bent over the page, mouthing the runes. Bringing them to life. The children of the forest walked again in his mind. The first men were beginning to arrive. Blood ran thick down the weirwoods. Tiresias ran his finger across the page, seeing the nameless soul tried to the ancient tree. A dragon glass dagger plunged into his heart. His frightened eyes cracking to reveal a furious ice blue. He glanced back over the page, lost during his reverie. Would the man's transformation into an ultimate weapon have been noted in any of the lost runes of the old tongue? Or have all actual accounts from those days long since crumbled into dust? If they existed at all in the first place. And yet you're still alive, aren't you? In a sense, you're alive and you're determined to have your vengeance. No, not vengeance. Not entirely, you were created to mirror us. As the children saw us. Destructive and utterly without mercy. The doors opened quickly and Tiresias jumped. Recovering his composure, he heard the armor clinking as soldiers entered the library. They fanned out into the rows, coming near. And quickly. Tiresias made the decision not to be staring at his page nonchalantly and met the man's eyes when a red cloak appeared at the end of the row, spotting him. Sir. He's over here, Ser. The man's scent, he caught it the previous night and hoped to God he was mistaken. Unfortunately not. Meryn Trant turned the corner, full armored with his white cloak. He met Tiresias' eyes, who remained seated, waiting, praying that his decision not to prepare himself didn't result in death. The knight walked up, armor clinking until he halted to his right. Directly in front of his table. At least, he hadn't drawn his sword. His gloved hand gripped the hilt though. You're to come with us. Tiresias glanced from the sword straight into Meryn's eyes. Forgive me, Sir Meryn, come with you? Am I under arrest? You've been summoned. For what purpose? Under whose authority? Had the small council already issued a call for his arrest? Did it really take so little time to decide? Meryn Trant was a king's guard, his duty concerned the safety of the king and his family. Was he actually considered a threat to them? Or just enough of a liar to be so? However, Meryn didn't answer any of his questions. Instead, the king's guard leaned forward, leather creaking underneath his armor. Stand up. Come with us now, or you're gonna wish the mountain had raped and killed you back in deep Denmark. Tiresias forced himself to slightly smile even as his heart was racing. The women in this world had to bear those threats, powerless and surrounded. Why shouldn't he? Besides, being discourteous wouldn't help him. Marking his spot, he closed the tome and stood, determined not to twitch towards his dagger. He wouldn't give this child beater any excuse. Meryn glared at him for a few seconds before turning. Tiresias followed him. As they exited in the corridor, the red cloaks fell in on all sides. By the time the mahogany doors closed behind them, he was the most guarded man in the castle. Being escorted to an unknown destination. His pulse raced considerably faster as they began to descend the stairs. Deeper and deeper into the Red Keep. Chapter 76. Bang. 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 Oi, you in there. Tyrion couldn't speak right away. His mouth wasn't working properly. And the banging was beating his skull from the back. He attempted to get up and couldn't, groaning into his soft bed. He blinked and saw a vibrant blue. This isn't bed. The knocking returned. Fuckin', I'm comin' in. Try and cover yourself. Glancing to his wrist, he found crimson, his doublet. Didn't bother to undress for bed, didn't even bother to find a woman. A door opened, banging against the wall. The sound went through his skull and Tyrion moaned, pushing himself up. Fuck's sake. Sitting upright, he blinked furiously, trying to focus. His new sellsword stood before him, eyes light, waiting, resting his hands along his belt. Tyrion smacked his tongue. His mouth was very dry. It was very bright in here. Not the early morning sun. Water. It's to your right. That was a command. I know it was. Tyrion glared up at him, but Bronn met it lightly. Finally he pushed himself off the ottoman and waddled over to the pitcher. He drained the first cup instantly, finishing it with a rasped groan. After refilling, he took a small sip before turning back to Bronn. Now, what brings you to interrupt my drunken slumber? Something in the sellsword's expression made him take pause. The same casual air, but the eyes had lost a little light. It was startling, but Bronn almost looked slightly concerned. Just wanted to tell ye, there's a whole bunch of fancy folks heading down to the southern courtyard. What of it? Think I ought to join them? I think so, I think our friends at the center of it. The weight in Tyrion's head sank quickly to his stomach. What do you mean? He asked quietly. Just whispers, mountain fall and all. They're all very excited. Also saw some servants following with pitchers and trays. They were carrying canopies earlier this morning, heading the same way. Memories of last night were loose and questionable, but he wasn't too drunk for that dinner. And he did remember a certain suggestion from a certain someone, for a wonderful show. Fuck. Tyrion turned to dress before remembering he had passed out fully clothed. Abandoning the water, he strode towards the door, past Bronn. Come on. It had been a while since he cursed his short gait. He learned at a young age how pointless it was. It all came raging back this morning though. Midday, Tyrion corrected himself, squinting at the bright sky as he and Bronn came to the staircase and scurried down. It was a small relief when he came upon the first highborns descending in the direction of the courtyards. They walked unhurried, confident they'd be there at the start. For what? Tyrion had a good idea. And he very much hoped he was wrong. No one in his family would command this. No one was that stupid. Again, so he hoped. Soon they exited the keep. Tyrion gritted his teeth as the sun pounded into his skull. The walkways ahead were quite crowded. Outside of a wedding or tourney, he had never seen a crowd like this. It seemed the entire court was attending whatever this was. And the crowd soon slowed their pace to a crawl. That was when Bronn came in. Stepping forward, he began pushing with just the right amount of abandon. Come in now. Make way for the Queen's brother. Move aside. Now. And already his new hire was paying dividends. A laugh boiled up inside, but he couldn't do it. The crowd was only increasing his worry. And as he followed Bronn through the new gap, he passed the whispers at an increasing pace. And heard the murmurings for himself. Show. Vengeance. The mountain fall. He didn't bother to look. To see who looked worried. Or looked excited. To burn them into memory. A great anger was taking hold of him and he couldn't let it overwhelm him when they arrived. But it did blind him somewhat. Not looking, he bumped into a rather expensive blazer. He blinked to see Renly staring down at him. Tyrion. Renly, pardon me. He kept moving forward behind Bronn and the king's brother joined him. Do you know what the fuck is going on? Renly didn't answer him. Tyrion glanced up and saw the youngest Baratheon with a lined face. Eyes free of any amusement. We may share the worst nephew in this world, Tyrion. The anger returned. Somehow breaking through the lingering inebriation on the night before and consuming him. He focused on Bronn's back, curling his fists. They arrived at the top of the battlements. Where canopies were erected along the side, the great pit of the southern courtyard below them. Tyrion glanced down. The entire area was cleared, save for their house soldiers bordering the yard. They stood to attention, alone for now. Tyrion looked back up. Renly had walked off already, heading for the green and gold banner. To join his squire. But he couldn't focus on the charade now. His eyes drew to the biggest canopy. The king's yellow canopy with a giant black stag etched on it. But Robert wasn't seated under the stag today. And Tyrion had to swallow his fresh wave of anger as he strode up towards his most unfortunate relation. Joffrey didn't seem to notice him as he approached. Too busy staring about to the many highborns settling into their own comforts. He'd never seen the little shit look so proud. Finally he turned to him. "Ah. Uncle. Didn't see you down there." The same terrible joke. Joffrey's favorite ever since his balls dropped. Normally Tyrion would have cracked a shit-grinning grin, but it wouldn't come now. He was still seething. He stepped past the Lannister guards and ascended to where Joffrey sat. Myrcella and Tommen sat next to him. Tommen looked excited, but nervous, and Myrcella, she had the same look as she did last night, when Joffrey had insulted the tavern girl from the Gold Road. For their sake, Tyrion lowered his voice. "What have you done, boy?" he uttered, trying not to growl. Joffrey dropped his smirk ever so slightly, but he recovered quickly. It's a royal's duty to entertain his subjects. The best entertainment in the Seven Kingdoms arrived in the capital. They wish to see it. Wish to see what? It was barely a question. He saw the answer in Joffrey's eyes. They were too delighted. "You heard it last night. It's the rematch." He turned to Tommen. "Isn't that right, Tommen?" His younger brother looked to them both before nodding. "We're going to see the Mountain Fall fight." The boy's voice shook as he tried to sound brave. It amused Joffrey greatly. In the middle of his laughter, Tyrion leaned in and grabbed his nephew's arm. Miraculously, he restrained himself from tearing the boy's head off entirely. This time, he growled. "Call this off. Now." Despite his efforts to remain quiet, Myrcella turned her head. Joffrey saw it, his stupid face stunned as he looked around for help. The red cloaks were all turned away, looking for outside dangers. They weren't facing him. And the little shit was torn between calling for aid and handling his hated dwarf uncle himself. Face red, he decided on the later. "Unhand me," he insisted. "Unhand me before I." Tyrion pulled, yanking the crown prince closer to his face. "I will handle you as I please. And you will stop this. Now. I don't care if you look a fool. He's already down there. Both of them." Joffrey glanced to the crowd and back. Tried to adjust himself so it merely seemed that he was leaning down to have a conversation with Uncle Tyrion. "I won't stop it." Joffrey winced as Tyrion gripped even tighter, digging his fingers in. He was short, but his grasp was that of a grown man. "Understand this, you little shit," he muttered, keeping his voice to a simmer. "This isn't some scullery maid or vintner apprentice. Or even a third-rate third-born son of Lord who gives a shit come to the Red Keep for tourney glory. This is an emissary of Lord Stark, the warden of the largest piece of land in the Seven Kingdoms. A friend of your father, who entrusted his safety to the Red Keep the moment he entered the capital. And a friend." Though he didn't bother to say that out loud. Joffrey wouldn't have heard it. The prince was staring him down, lost for words. So Tyrion pressed. "Call this off or I swear to the gods I'll..." "What the fuck's going on here?" Though he knew Robert Baratheon wasn't yelling because he was manhandling his heir, he released Joffrey's arm anyway. Throwing it aside and glaring before turning to face the king as he strode under the canopy. "Ah. Good morning, father." Joffrey stood and gave a light bow. "I'm glad you're here to see this." "See what?" Tyrion saw he also had the same clothes on as he did last night at dinner. Thrown back on in great haste. The king had obviously just been awakened. He had darkened eyes, sweat shined on his forehead and he blinked furiously to focus from the crowd, to the square below, then back to Joffrey. "This is your doing, boy?" he asked slowly. For the first time, Joffrey looked frightened, unsure. He jerked his head for a quick nod. "It is." He looked behind the king. "Mother." Tyrion gritted his teeth and followed Joffrey's gaze. The crowd was already on its feet for the king. Still a wave of curtsies and bows trailed Cersei as she came under the canopy. "Ah, you," the king murmured, turning to face her. "What did you make of this? What's going on?" Cersei didn't even blink. "I'm afraid I don't know, husband. I was just informed of this congregation. Informed of our son's doing." She eyed Joffrey. "Darling, what is happening here? Are you truly responsible for all this?" The boy nearly sighed in relief. He knew that damned, lilted tone anywhere. The consequences that would evade him. He couldn't let that happen. Tyrion stepped forward. "Your Grace, I beg of you to put an end to this. Your son. Look. There he is." Tommen piped up from the side, pointing down to the yard. A fresh round of murmurs swept the crowd which led to a smattering of applause. "Shit." Tyrion turned, hoping against hope that his friend really wasn't down there. It was in vain. Tiresias was walking slowly, following Meryn Trant towards the center of the yard. The rest of his escort dispersed to the sides, joining the other red cloaks facing the center. Shields and swords lowered, but ready. As for Tiresias, he was not only unarmored, but shirtless as well. The long scar across his torso glared in the sun. As for arms, he had no shield and no steel. save for the dagger on his belt which he supplemented with a long pole staff. He gripped it tightly as he halted in the center behind the worst of the king's guard. Tyrion resisted the urge to shout down, to reassure him. Of what exactly? What the fuck could you possibly reassure him of? Tran stepped forward, gesturing to Tiresias. Here he is, your grace. The mountain fall. As summoned. Fucking cunt, both of you fucking. They saw the mountain fall in court yesterday, but still he heard surprised titter through the crowd. Sprinkled amongst the applause. He saw Tiresias breathe before looking up. His eyes going straight to the king. The scar on his cheek glared in the sun as well. That was new. He didn't have that when he departed from Casterly Rock. Joffrey stepped forward to his side, looking down. Why he doesn't have the markings? On his face. I told them to have the markings. He was never more tempted to push his nephew off the Red Keep. However, Joffrey may as well have said it to the wind. The applause renewed again as the hound entered the yard from the other side, accompanied not by red cloaks, but by 2 attendants. Fully armored with his dog helm, he entered the yard, only to stop short at the sight of Tiresias, underdressed with his staff. He could see Clegane's incredulous stare from here. Tiresias was aware too, he could tell. He barely glanced to the side when the hound arrived, but his eyes returned to the king. It prompted Tyrion to step away and return to face Robert. Resisting the boiling urge to strangle Joffrey, that wouldn't help. The king had to step in. Your Grace, again, I beg you to stop this, he implored. Stop what? Robert asked, his voice filled with frustration as well. Though he expected for a different reason. I don't even know what the fuck is going on here. I wake up to find half the castle buggered off. Barely had time to piss before coming down to a fucking picnic and the mountain fall down below there. And now the hound's set to face him in full armor. What in the 7 hells brought this about? Joffrey, Cersei intoned. Do you have something you wish to say to your father? The prince stepped away from the ledge and faced Robert, glancing to his mother. Tyrion fell quiet too. Despite everything, he was still curious. Was it just so simple? Was his nephew as viciously stupid as he thought? It's what you wanted, father, Joffrey said, his voice as deterred as it could possibly be. You said you'd had given half the Red Keep to have seen the mountain fall fight Clegane. I managed it for far less. It's your will. And apparently yes. He was that stupid. Tyrion gritted his teeth. And is it Tiresias' will that he be forced into combat for your amusement? Joffrey scoffed behind him. Why does it matter what he wants? Are you actually asking that, you little shit? Tyrion growled back. You can't talk to me like that. Joffrey. Darling. His sister cut down Joffrey before his shout reached the other canopies. Tyrion turned back to Cersei, his anger giving way to dread as she faced her husband. Robert had been far too quiet since Joffrey spoke. Your son acted in haste, my love. But only because he was eager and wished to surprise you. He didn't act improperly, having waited until Tiresias had testified before the small council and completed his duties before summoning him to this exhibition. And that's all this is. It's only a spar, not a duel. Isn't that right, Joffrey? Disappointment tinged his nephew's voice as he answered begrudgingly. It's only a spar, father. Cersei turned back. It's just a show, my love. Joffrey was presumptuous, but disappointment will run rampant if you call off the match now. The hound is skilled. He won't strike to kill. And if the stories are true, the mountain fall should match him well. He is an able warrior. Tyrion couldn't contain himself, stalking up to his sister, craning his neck to hiss at her. He is an honored guest. An emissary of Lord Stark. He is not your able warrior. He is not your plaything. He came south to answer an official summons from the crown. Not to be placed in a ring. He is a subject, Cersei answered coolly, looking down on him. If the king wishes him to entertain, he shall entertain. We've had highborns spar for us before. Why not a foreigner? Your Grace, Tyrion calmed himself for one last attempt. I beg you, call it off. Send down Sir Barristan or our brother for a spar. These fools will cheer any steel clashing. They'll have their spar. But the king wasn't looking to him. He ambled past, out of the canopy's shadow and paused at the ledge, staring down at Tiresias, who had waited all the while, squinting in the sun. Tyrion glanced around the other canopies, hoping to see another highborn hurrying towards them. One who could actually talk some sense into the king. Where the fuck are you, Lord Arryn? But the hand was nowhere to be seen, and though Tyrion prayed for Robert to make the right decision, he couldn't ignore the sinking feeling in his gut. The whole crowd was quiet now, as they regarded the king, waiting for him to speak. Tiresias, Robert called out. This spar with Sandor Clegane, do you accept the challenge? Under no duress. Sometimes a man forgot he was king. Sometimes he forgot a question wasn't a question when uttered by a king. Tyrion knew it, and he could tell by the look in Tiresias' eyes that he knew it too. But he also saw something else. Some gleam in his friend's gaze that wasn't there when he was brought to Casterly Rock. It wasn't stoicism or courage, but a kind of calm that one shouldn't possess before a dangerous fight. It was almost primal, and for a brief second, he didn't recognize his friend. "What happened to you up north?" Tiresias exhaled through his nose and bowed. That was answer enough for the crowd. As they applauded, Tiresias looked to Tyrion. "I'm sorry, my friend. Try not to get too hurt." A brief smile flashed across Tiresias' face. Appropriate response, but it didn't reach his eyes. The primal calm was still there. A nervousness too. Robert waved his hand. "A fight to a yield. No further. From any man." The king walked back to the canopy, but Tyrion remained. Joffrey was trying to signal Meryn Trant below. "He still needs the markings. Sir Meryn, put them on." The king's guard wore the ugliest smile as he reached down for some dirt and started for Tiresias. Before Tyrion could object, however, Tiresias sprung the staff up and pointed it at Meryn in a flash. The man stopped in his tracks, holding dirt as the crowd quieted. Tyrion turned back. Along the way, he saw Joffrey's eyes widen. Robert, however, was leaning forward. Excitement in his eyes. The mountain fall was quick. As promised. Cersei looked like she swallowed a lemon, but Tyrion couldn't indulge himself, memorizing that look. He turned back to Tiresias. Eyes to the staff still held to Meryn's throat. And to his side. His other hand gripping the dagger hilt. "The marks I wore in Deep Den, I wear only when I fight to the death. Your Grace." Tiresias looked to the king, but his voice pointed to Joffrey, who began to huff. "This is a fight to a yield. Just a spar, I." Whether the king resented any further delay to the fight or he was genuinely annoyed with Joffrey, Tyrion didn't care. A small relief coursed through him when Robert signaled the prince back. "Get back here, boy. And sit down. Now." Joffrey looked to Cersei, but his mother jerked her head towards the empty seat. With a fresh pout, Joffrey stalked back to the canopy and sat down. His smirk returned when he looked down at the yard again. At all his work. There was no seat for him in the canopy. Not that he wished to demand one. As the king raised his hand and signaled the fight to start, Tyrion stalked back through the red cloaks, joining Bronn on the edge. The sellsword picked his teeth. "Talking any wagers for your friend? Got a few running already. Never been surrounded by so many fancy-ass liquors. You're that confident?" Bronn shrugged. "He beat the mountain. I've seen the man fight. They haven't. Sure, he doesn't look like much, but, the fuck's he doing?" Tyrion glanced down to see Tiresias unbuckling his belt. A fresh wave of murmurs emitted from the canopies. An absurd part of him wanted Tiresias to piss in Cersei's direction, but the man needed to survive this ordeal. Not that he was helping much in that regard. Instead of stripping further, Tiresias pulled off his sheath. After he put the belt back on, he didn't face the queen. He stalked to the middle of the yard, facing the hound, who had stood stock still for the last few minutes, his black armor gleaming in the sun. Tiresias lifted his sheathed dagger, far away from his body, and held it. His back to him, Tyrion couldn't see his friend's face, but he imagined there was some question there. And he was waiting for the hound to answer. He didn't have to wait long. After a few seconds, the hound sheathed his sword, his own steel, and turned, walking back to the attendants. He couldn't hear the command. He didn't need to. The two attendants bustled forward and began to unfasten his armor as the hound threw his sword to the ground. They didn't even get one vambrace off before the disappointed titters began. Tyrion couldn't help but feel a tinge of pleasure at their disappointment. But he kept his eye on the ring. Tiresias turned back as the hound was being stripped and tossed his sheath back. Out of reach. No steel would enter this match. His relief was punctured by Bronn's sigh. "Dumb cunt," Bronn muttered. "Now it's gonna be fucking ugly. You gonna wanna look away. I've seen ugly. Not like this, I'd wager." The hound, down to his greaves, shouted at one of the attendants, who scurried off into a tunnel. Tiresias was back in position, side-faced and ready. Meanwhile, Bronn elaborated. "Steel in a spar ends it quickly. The yield comes quicker when the fucker has a knife to your throat." This, he swore he hear the sellsword shrug. "Now they'll just bloody each other until one gives up. The strongest man has the advantage. Give yet two guesses as to who that is right now." The sun bounced off the stone and heated the whole yard. Waving fans bordered the battlements. And Tyrion's blood still ran cold. The attendant was coming back with a long sword. Tyrion supposed it was blunted. He had seen both Cleganes fight before. Either one could turn the thing into a lethal weapon. They could very well beat the life out of someone, and these idiots wouldn't stop it in time. Not until it was too late. Still, he wouldn't turn away, steeling himself as the hound pulled off his mail and grabbed the training sword from the attendant, before reaching down and grabbing the last greave. Just as the last knot was untied, he pulled it off, turning to face the mountain fall, unarmored as he now was. It was enough for the king. Robert signaled and the horn blew. The crowd cheered and applauded. And Tyrion exhaled through his nose, praying to any of the fucking seven for the yield to come quickly. The hound wasted no time, tossing the greave aside as he charged straight for the librarian. Fresh cheers rang as he raised his sword with a yell. Tiresias didn't back down. He scurried forward, keeping the staff behind him. Instantly, Clegane was on him, slashing the blunted sword down. Tyrion blinked and he missed it. The hound was quick. But Tiresias must have been quicker. The sword sang past the librarian, cutting through the air. Clegane didn't lose control however and returned for a second slash. Tiresias dodged that one as well, and when the hound attempted a third slash, he ushered it past him with the staff, bringing it back quickly to strike Clegane in the side. He punctuated that hit with a yell. Tyrion blinked. He had never heard that from the librarian before. It almost took him out of the fight. Thankfully he returned to see the contact. Tiresias' first hit. However, Clegane barely flinched and Tiresias was extended, right within striking range. Tyrion inhaled. Oh fuck. Following the Mountain Falls yell with his own, Clegane countered with a backhand, swinging his sword down on Tiresias. He saw the man duck, even though he didn't quite believe it. Clegane had barely hit the dirt before the staff struck again. Jabbing into the chest, then the stomach. That actually made the hound move, doubling over as Tiresias spun and struck him in the side, jolting the sword arm. That prompted a low snarl from Clegane as he backed up. Anything more was drowned out by the applause, obnoxious ahs and ahs, and the like. Tyrion clenched his fists. He recognized the sounds and he despised them. The mystery warrior was performing like a fine little monkey. Tiresias despised them too. Even if he didn't know the man, it would have been obvious. His eyes blazed as he stood ready, waiting as Clegane recovered. Which was quite soon. Only a few seconds. Precious seconds that could have ended this spar as soon as it begun. He didn't know how. He was no warrior. But it could have. Bronn knew it too. Fucker, he muttered. He'll not get another chance like that again. Clegane recovered quickly, no discomfort shown from having his stomach pulverized. His sides struck. He was the much stronger fighter, his energy barely spent. And as Bronn said earlier, Tiresias had no steel to force a quicker yield. This was a war of attrition. Though the hound had collected himself in seconds, he didn't charge screaming again. He raised his sword and began to advance slowly, barely lifting his boots from the dirt. Tiresias turned side face, raising his staff, but he didn't move. The murmurs rose again as Clegane neared. This time, Tyrion heard confusion and discontentment. And he took a savage pleasure in it, even if he shared their confusion. What was Tiresias playing at? Allowing the hound to approach. The man stopped eventually. His raised sword inches away from the staff. Tiresias and Clegane stared at each other, not moving as the murmurs dulled, and then grew again as they remained still. Titters hummed steadily around them. Regardless, they didn't move. The prince never had any skill for patience. Tyrion heard his nephew shifting from the side before he opened his mouth. What are they doing? Just standing about. Fight, dog. Any reprimand from the king or his mother was lost on their ears. Joffrey spoke and the hound obeyed, swinging his sword suddenly. Tiresias didn't dodge it, instead bringing his staff up to block, bracing it with both hands. The contact was sharp and echoed off the stone. If he harbored any delusions about his friend matching strength with the hound, those delusions vanished instantly. The block held, but Tyrion saw Tiresias' arms shake as they held the staff. Sandor had strength to spare as he relinquished one hand from the sword handle, bringing it back for a strike. Tiresias dodged it and with a shout, twisted the sword into the dirt. Tyrion didn't see the returning strike. What caused Clegane to back off, to shout in agony? He only saw Tiresias with the staff extruded forward, breathing heavily. This time, the hound didn't wait to recover. His shout of agony morphed into fury as he attacked Tiresias in a flurry of strikes. His friend blocked the first and shook again under the impact. He managed to dodge the second and third, but the fourth he couldn't avoid. Another shaking block met the blunted sword and Clegane pressed his advantage. This time, his punch connected and blood hit the dirt before Tiresias did. Cheers drowned out Bronn's curse. But Clegane didn't acknowledge them. He advanced on the fallen librarian, preparing to pin him down. But as he began to lower himself, the staff came up, catching Clegane in the stomach while the other end was secured in the dirt. Tyrion didn't blink and saw Tiresias not waste any time, leveraging the staff against the ground and sending Clegane rolling to the side. The recovery was excellent and cheers welcomed Tiresias as he used the staff to push himself from the dirt, stumbling to his feet. panting as Clegane began to stand. With this slight pause, he noticed an interruption to his left. Another striding purposely in front of the canopies in their direction. Tyrion turned and witnessed the hand of the king walking quickly, his fury barely composed in his lined face. Jonaran's eyes darted between the two duelists and his destination, the king's canopy. Not wanting to get in the way of any haranguing, Tyrion stepped back as the Lord Hand passed by and looked back to the ring. As much as he wished to witness the hand berate the king or the prince for this nonsense, he couldn't spare a glance. Clegane was on his feet again and his friend was still panting as he circled the hound. Tiresias spat in between his pants. He had never tasted so much blood. Not since the horse beyond the wall. But he couldn't swallow this. He had to catch his breath. Clegane wasn't hurt. Not seriously anyway. The man advanced steadily, with little indication that he was nearing a yield. His hands gripped the staff. It was a miracle they weren't shaking. He couldn't afford to block many more of the hound's strikes. He just didn't have the strength. He stopped retreating and adjusted his grip. Defense was not an option here. The pointed jabs were effective enough. He'd go from there. There were other places to strike after all. Besides, this wasn't his first spar with a bigger fighter. Before Clegane could raise his sword, Tiresias lurched forward, jabbing the staff forward. He punctuated that jab with a yell. He didn't plan on yelling. That came from deep down. The hound blocked it easily enough. The man barely snarled as he pushed it back. Tiresias didn't retreat and struck again. Then again. And again. Each time Sandor met his staff, blocking it. He began to advance and Tiresias shifted backwards, continuing to strike. Just waiting. Finally Clegane complied. After his last block, he answered back, swinging his sword clear for his head. And that sealed it for Tiresias. Fuck it. All was fair now. When Tiresias ducked, he pulled the staff in, preparing. And when Sandor's strike missed, he stood up after the passing sword and swung at Sandor's face. Faster than anything he had done so far in this spar. It connected, its impact echoing off the stone walls. Drawing gasps from the highborn high above. Tiresias didn't look to them for an instant. He kept his eyes on the younger Clegane. Panting still all the while. That impact sent the hound to his knees, but it didn't keep him there. The man turned, a fresh fury emerging from the pain. Oh, now you're pissed, aren't you? You hit my face first. I came here to bullshit the small council. Not fight you. The fuck you pissed for? It didn't matter that he knew the answer. It only mattered that he didn't retreat as Sandor rose from the ground. With a fresh yell, he advanced and swung again. Tiresias felt the impact before he registered it. His block came from somewhere. The training? The instinct? He didn't know. As the block held and his arms shook, he answered Clegane with another roar. The hound interrupted it, bringing his knee into his stomach. Tiresias collapsed, wheezing to the dirt. It didn't matter that he sensed the blunted sword coming down on him. He could only brace for it. Futilely. Pain. Hot searing pain that threatened to numb him entirely. And this time, he didn't yell. He couldn't. So stunned he couldn't breathe for a second. He could only stare from the dirt to Clegane's shins. The crowd didn't cheer for that one. They haven't cheered for the past few pains. His senses returned and he could only hear muttering. Clegane didn't say a word, standing over him, presenting an easy target. He had finally recovered enough to perceive that. Twisting his body for maximum effect, he slammed his staff into the hound's shins. Any restraint he held for the head strike vanished as he used his full strength here. Clegane couldn't stop his yell of pain as it snarled out of him. He buckled down, bringing his face much closer. Still, on his own knees, Tiresias drew his fist back. Oh, you're gonna regret this. He struck Clegane across the face. Indeed, he regretted it immediately. Sandor fell back but caught himself. Tiresias brought his aching hand back, unable to stop the groan that emanated from him. Gripping the staff, trembling violently, he pushed himself off the ground and retreated, breathing deeply. Agony pulsed from his back where the blunted sword landed. The hound didn't pursue him. Breathing to alleviate the pain from his shins. After a beat, he stood, groaning. Shaking as he did. But Tiresias wasn't relieved. His breaths were still uneasy. In between his pants, he found himself speaking. Old tongue expelled thickly through a mouth full of blood. Mad dog, that is not your name. I'll not call you that. He didn't know what possessed him to speak as such. He glanced to the crowds, spitting out a wad of blood before looking back. Do you like that name? Dog? No, no, you wanted to be the mountain fall instead? Too late now, too late. His old tongue faded away as a few confused spectators tried to puzzle what their entertainment was babbling about. He didn't have much left in him. The pain across his back continued to burn. and he could only focus on the hound's eyes. They had changed when he struck him across the face with the staff. The gleam of rage brighter. This duel was now on a whole other level of danger. More pain was coming his way, unless he acted quickly. After a few precious seconds, he advanced. He stumbled on the way. It wasn't difficult to fake. More of an exaggeration. Either way, Clegane slashed to where he was heading. He stopped himself and brought his staff down right after the hound's arm, striking him directly on the wrist. The impact was loud and finally effective. Clegane dropped the sword, growling low. Tiresias interrupted his growl immediately, bringing his staff and striking him in the chest. Clegane stepped back, hand to his chest, and Tiresias followed, pointing the staff to the man's sternum. Kicking away the sword as he did. Polite applause surrounded them. After all, a man was disarmed. Surely, this meant the spar was over. Tiresias waited, seeing if the hound agreed or not. Clegane stared from him to his staff, panting as hard as him. "Come on, yield, yield, damn you, yield." Sander grabbed his staff and twisted it, pulling him near. Tiresias didn't release the staff and kicked the man as he was drawn in. The applause ended immediately. Too far gone to feel the kick, Clegane threw a punch. Tiresias blocked it and earned a searing pain across his left forearm. He moaned loudly, but had no relief as the hand clasped his forearm and twisted him around. He found himself staring up at the crowd, his left arm pulled across his torso in front and Clegane's other arm across his throat, pulling tightly. He couldn't pant anymore. He only heard the hound's strained breath in his ear. It was another Clegane that choked him before. But he didn't think of the mountain in this moment. He didn't return to Deep Den. He didn't return to the fear. To the helplessness. He saw Winterfell. The training yard. And Gord was behind him, demonstrating how not to die. Indeed, the hound was only focused on his torso and he made the mistake of leaving him on the ground. Tiresias shifted his feet, twisting his right leg behind Clegane's. Before the man realized what was happening, he lowered himself as much as possible and dug his foot into the earth. Leveraging it as he pulled both of them to the ground. He landed on top of Clegane. And his breath returned with a gasp. With the split second of the man loosening his grip, he knocked his head back, striking the hound in the nose. The man was down. He was on top. And he couldn't let this pass. Scrambling, he dove on Sander's right arm and twisted around, gripping it tightly, pulling it to his chest. And just as Clegane began to reach over, he slammed his foot onto his throat. Not enough to break it. Just enough to stop it. This was a hold from a previous life. He didn't have enough strength to overpower all of the hound. But he had enough to hold down one arm. Sander's hand extended and scratched his chest. Tiresias gripped the wrist and twisted lightly, pushing down his foot as he did. The farther he twisted, the louder the groan. And the scratching ceased. Unintentionally, Tiresias heard the highborn above. They were quiet. A concerned murmur here and there. But overall, a rather muted affair. He took a savage pleasure in that, but only for an instant. He still needed something. "Yield," he muttered, straining through gritted teeth. The hound came near to breaking free. His left arm found his foot and Tiresias was forced to really choke the man before he gave up that attempt. He tried again. "Damn you, man! Yield!" he shouted. "Yield or I break your arm! Yield!" He didn't yell for that for the crowd to hear. Still, their concerned murmurs and antsy shifting reached the dirt and Sander didn't like it. The man shifted, attempting once more to break the hold. Tiresias twisted further. A half-inch more and the hound's arm would be broken. The man stopped, but he still said nothing. With only precious seconds left before Tiresias would have to go through with his threat, he played his final gambit, lowering his voice for only the hound to hear. "I'm not your brother," he uttered. "If you yield, I'll release you. I won't make you suffer." Sander twisted his head, staring wildly at him. It would have terrified him, were he not preoccupied. Now, he could only meet that wild stare with his own desperate eyes. "Man! Fucking Christ, yield!" He didn't know how long the hound held his stare. Several seconds at least. The eyes didn't become any less furious or wild. However, just when Tiresias was about to twist and break the radius, Sander raised his left hand. "I yield." Tiresias released him, somersaulting backwards immediately out of range just in case. But Sander remained on the ground, panting. After a couple of seconds, he joined him, collapsing to his knees, panting just as hard. Pausing only to spit blood onto the dirt. The applause began in the king's canopy. He glanced to see Robert standing, a genuine look of admiration on his face. He had seen this kind of fight before. The kind that pushed past the show of honor, the kind that gets sanitized in the songs after. He probably missed it. He was the only one by the looks of it. Because the king was applauding, Everyone joined in. Tommen and Marcella looked disturbedly at the pair of them. Joffrey was still in his chair, his face sour. Jonaran was there now, rubbing his temple in relief. Out of the king's canopy, he spotted Tyrion breathing quite deeply. He was more relieved than he was. Tiresias glanced to the rest of the crowd, leaving Tyrion out, as their applause grew and grew. "Damn you," he muttered, the old tongue his shield once again. "Damn you all. I've seen the dead. I've seen what you've all become." "Not really, mate, besides, they were your entertainment before. In your previous life. Now you're their entertainment. Only fair, right?" He spat another wad of blood, coming back to the dirt. Sandor was coming to his feet. Tiresias stood as well, bending his knees, preparing. Just in case, this was going to continue on, despite the yield. But Sandor didn't strike. Didn't say a single word. Didn't even acknowledge the king. He stalked right past Tiresias to the two attendants. He heard him exit, limping into the tunnel. Tiresias sank to his knees, panting. He spat again, staining the dirt with blood. At this rate, he'd paint the whole yard. It seemed as if he blinked and the whole yard vanished. The tepid applause was gone, the heat was gone, and he was sitting in an antechamber, sitting on a table with cloth in his mouth. An acolyte tended to his back. His open wounds were few and insignificant. Already cleaned and bandaged. Grand Maester Pycelle was in front of him, as the king had ordered his personal attention for his guest, the mountain fall. The devious old fuck was in the middle of dragging his finger across his face. "Follow, my finger. Best as you can, my lord." It took everything he had not to roll his eyes at the shaking finger. The daughtery persona was funny beforehand. Now he just wanted to be alone. He wanted peace. Still, even if he didn't trust Pycelle with anything, especially his health, he saw no reason for the old man to want him dead. He wasn't Jonaran. He wasn't conveniently on his deathbed. So he suppressed any smart remarks and followed the shaking digit. There was a knock before the door opened. Even through the congealed blood in his nose, Tiresias caught the scent. Speaking of whom? Jonaran entered the antechamber and approached the table. Pycelle dropped his hand and bowed. "My lord hand." The hand halted before him, looking him up and down. "Tiresias, how do you feel? Are you injured?" In all fairness, Tiresias knew the old man had nothing to do with what happened. The regret and embarrassment in his eyes seemed truthful enough. It wasn't as if he wasn't sympathetic to one forced to reckon with reckless royalty, but he was too exhausted to care about the hand's feelings now. He shrugged, declining to answer. John looked to Pycelle, passing the question on to him. "Our guest is battered, my lord hand. His movements and rest will be disturbed for days afterward. His pain will last another fortnight, perhaps. At the very least." The Grand Maester coughed before continuing. "However, I can ascertain no broken bones, dislocations, sprains, internal bleeding, or serious damage to the head. The mountain fall has bruises and cuts. They will heal in good time." Jonaran sighed. "Thank the gods," he murmured to himself. He met his eyes, but Tiresias didn't even blink. The hand gestured to Pycelle. "Grand Maester, would you give us the room?" His examination complete, Pycelle bowed and departed the room, his chain links clanking as they swung with his robe. His acolyte gathered his supplies and followed, shutting the door behind him. Tiresias wasn't too bandaged, but if he moved, he'd feel the bruises and aches even more. For now, they slowly pulsed under his skin. He breathed with them, inhaling slowly on a count. Jonaran, for his part, didn't speak right away. The hand met his gaze squarely for a few seconds before sighing quietly. "How are you?" "Really?" Tiresias considered it. "I'm very sore now, so I think I'll be much worse when evening comes." He shrugged. "Carefully. But all my limbs are intact and I don't feel nauseous from the head strikes." Think he hit a bit low for that. So. He trailed off. The aches were truly settling in now. Especially his jaw and back. He breathed deeply, grateful none of his ribs were cracked. The hand glanced to his split cheek and spoke. "I won't insult you by offering bread and salt now. Your guest rights in the Red Keep were invoked the moment the king had you for dinner. Before that even, when you arrived at this castle as an invited emissary." Tiresias continued to breathe, forcing every minuscule of anger out. It wouldn't serve him here. He had come to King's Landing with quite a few ambitions. He had to focus on them. Lord Arryn continued on. "What happened today was an embarrassment. And worse, a violation of your status as emissary. I've expressed such views with the king. And he agrees. There shall be no more exhibitions. No more displays of the mountain fall and his incredible skills. No one shall demand it. No prince, no guard, no one. You shall not be harassed again. So long as I am hand. There was no way Lord Arryn could have seen himself as Tiresias saw him now. Lying in the great hall, stone eyes covering his real ones. Attended to by the silent sisters. There was no way Jon Arryn couldn't see that image permeating his brain. But the hand saw something shining in his eyes. Some irony perhaps, and misinterpreted it. In any case, I apologize, Tiresias. Not on behalf of his grace. He should do that himself, but he won't. On my behalf, I apologize. From now until you leave, you are under my personal protection. I shall arrange some of my house guards. I don't believe that will be necessary, Lord Arryn, Tiresias said quietly. And I don't accept your apology because you don't have anything to apologize for. You weren't in the king's canopy when I came out. I'm well aware that you weren't responsible for placing me in that ring. That's very gracious of you, Tiresias, and it's wholly undeserved. What happened was utterly ridiculous and insulting. My lord, it's done. It wasn't exactly an interruption, but it wasn't something that Tiresias would have risked this morning in the small council meeting. However, due to the circumstances that rendered him battered and bruised while as a guest, Lord Arryn seemed quite willing to forego that slight impropriety. Tiresias cleared his throat and made to capitalize on that guilt even further. I appreciate your offer of protection, my lord. However, your word will be enough for me. Guards seem wholly unnecessary. In lieu of that though, I was hoping I could ask you another favor. Lord Arryn nodded. If it's within my power. I should hope so. Tiresias winced, breathing before continuing. I'm not in any shape for it at the moment, but I would like to speak to you. In private. And soon. Done, Lord Arryn replied brusquely. I'll have a page fetch you before the week is out. No more than 4 days. Will that suffice? 4 days, 2 days in the capital, you were dueling the hound. What else shall happen in 4 days? He smiled, somewhat sincerely. Quite so. Thank you. Tiresias slid off the wall, lowering himself into the water as gingerly as he could. He wasn't so successful. The aches were throbbing now, the bruises darkened, and he couldn't help but moan softly. It abated as soon as he was in. Somewhat. The buoyancy took his weight away, and it was easy to hold onto the wall as he bobbed lightly with the current. The water wasn't nearly as cold as the alpine lake in the frost fangs. But it still soothed him. His aches and bruises, which started to throb hours before, pulsed slowly under the black water. He gazed out onto the bay, golden with the sunset, thinking back to that lake. This didn't frighten him nearly so much, if at all. Which was a little silly in some regard. There was more chance of sea monsters in the black water as opposed to that isolated lake. Perhaps it was the company. Tiresias was the only one soaking though. Tyrion sat on the sea wall, holding his wineskin up. Bronn was lounging along the wall farther down. This was the spot where he had sparred with Jaime, when the latter lost his hand. As it was before, it was isolated and quiet. And though Tiresias wondered how many more familiar spots he could place the sellsword and other individuals in this city, he suggested this spot only to wander down and escape the stairs. This swim was a spontaneous choice after the fact. Though swim was a generous word here. Tiresias continued to float with the waves, holding the wall gently. Submerged himself completely, he let the coolness penetrate his skull before coming up. Shooting salt water out of his mouth in a long spout. Tyrion lowered his wineskin. You do know how many gold cloaks piss in the black water, don't you? He ran his hand over his head, smoothing his hair, nodding to the city. Probably not near as many small folk who shit in it. The little lord followed his gaze across the bay and shrugged. Fair enough. Feeling down, he found a flat stone which allowed him to stand and place his back against the wall. He settled on it and gazed out onto the city across the water. Enough distance covered the smell of shit. Not entirely, but enough for him to look out and appreciate it somewhat. Maybe he'd take up Tyrion on his offer one night. The nobles in the castle knew his face well by this point, but the locals probably didn't. One night, free of the stairs. Stop it. You have work to do. Then you need to get home. You need to get home to Diana. I'm sorry. He looked up to see Tyrion, both his eyes and wineskin lowered. I tried to stop it. I know, Tiresias muttered. If it's any consolation, the Lord Hand had given me his personal guarantee that no other horseshit like that will occur while I'm here. Is that consolation? He brought water to his head and poured it down his scalp. It's something. Did I horrify the highborn at least? Mildly disturbed, at best. Tyrion smiled grimly before offering him the wineskin. They're used to their horrors and you were a ways below when you were getting pummeled. Tiresias smiled humorlessly as he reached up for the skin. Pity. The king has forbidden it as well. Jaime told me. With no room for misinterpretation. You're as safe as you can be in this city. So long as the king lives. He tipped the wineskin up and discovered a fresh pain, grimacing into the skin's opening. Swallowing, he lowered his arm carefully and inhaled, focusing on the currents. 1, 2, 3 and hold, 1, 2, 3. Chapter 77. As a librarian, it pained Tiresias to take materials outside. Especially right on the seaside. Tomes were fragile enough already. However, it had been 2 days since the duel and he couldn't stand to sit in that library anymore. It wasn't his tower at Winterfell. Also the Red Keep librarian had a notable nasal whistle whenever he exhaled. So he selected a tome detailing the origins of the King's Road, more so for its durable spine than for the subject matter, and proceeded gingerly down to the gardens. Presenting himself to the residents of the Red Keep for the first time since the duel. A fair amount of murmurs followed him but no one approached. He focused on the corridors ahead as the stairs flickered by. His face certainly didn't help. Not just because he was now recognizable, but the bruises left by Sandor still shone prominently. However much he ached though, his injuries didn't extend to his legs. Tiresias walked easily enough, making his way down to the gardens. Hoping to find a quiet shaded corner to read and watch the harbor. The sun was out with the full summer heat. He forewent the grey doublet, dressed more plainly than the servants as they bustled about with trays and pitchers. He kept on the main path, eyes forward, averting the many gatherings of highborn. During the spar he focused on the royal family, and then Sandor. Still, he didn't want to risk recognizing any faces from the ramparts. What would overcome him if they came forth and commented on the grand show he put on? He exited the main promenade with little fanfare. Though that may have been denial. There was definitely a surge of mutterings as he descended into the lower gardens. It was a tender thing to sit over the past few days. Tiresias gritted his teeth as he settled his back against the stone wall. His bruise there lightly protested but soon quieted and he sighed in relief. Not quite out of the way, but still some semblance of privacy. If there is such a thing in this castle. Gazing down at the tome, he saw it for what it was, an excuse. The view of the bay was far more engrossing. He chuckled to himself. Nearly all of his experiences by the sea were steeped in danger, King's Landing, Casterly Rock, Dragonstone. Even the dread fort by the Weeping Water. Nevertheless, he still savored the sight. And to his small delight, the gardens provided enough scents and aromas to cover the shit across the bay. He also relished the sea breeze rustling through the leaves. Closing his eyes, he listened and breathed slowly. Under the rustling branches, a set of footsteps approached him. He didn't recognize them, but they were light and sure. Though he doubted he was in danger, it wasn't wise to ignore them. Besides, something told him this set of footsteps wasn't just passing through. He opened his eyes to see gold and green, coming to a halt before him. Looking up, he met the eyes of a handsome and curly-haired knight. Out of his rose-tinted armor, Sir Loras nodded to him. "Good afternoon. I don't believe we've been introduced." Tiresias shook his head slowly. "No, but I know you." "Indeed. The Prince's tourney. I was in the stands with the other Northmen. You rode in the joust." He leaned forward from the wall with a small wince. "I wagered on you. You made me quite a bit of coin. I'm glad to hear that. Still I wanted to meet you." He extended his hand. "Sir Loras. Son of Mace of House Tyrell. It's a pleasure." Cursing silently as he stood, Tiresias swallowed his aches and gripped the young knight's hand. "Tiresias. From Winterfell." Loras smiled, but his eyes drifted from the eyes to the bruises quickly enough. Once the handshake ended, his eyes lingered a bit before returning to his. "Have you eaten yet today?" "I had a light breakfast, but not much." "Would you care to join us then?" The knight nodded back to the upper terrace. "Well, it's not much. Not a full meal, but still it's cool under our canopy. And more private than you'd think. You sit here, every rich shit in that garden will make some excuse to walk down here and bother you." "What, like you?" That earned him a small smile. Well. I'm the first rich shit, so I get to offer first. You'd honor me by accepting." In truth, all he came down for was fresh air. There was an abundance of it in the gardens. Here or at Laura's table. Also it had been 2 days. His body was sore but his spirits were well enough. There was no excuse to pass this up, especially if Loras was with whom he suspected. Also he was quite hungry. "All right." Tiresias picked up his tome and nodded towards the stairs. "After you. Walk slowly, won't you? I'm fucking battered." The flower of Highgarden smiled as they began to walk languidly up the stone stairs. "I bet you are." Loras hesitated before confessing. "I saw the fight, the spar between you and the hound. You fought well." "Thanks," Tiresias said, trying not to sound too terse. "Did you wager on me?" "Seems only fair if you did." "Many placed a wager." "I didn't." He turned to see Loras, the expression on his face slightly dour. "It was the prince's idea to stage the spar, was it not?" Tiresias looked back to the stairs, concentrating on not tripping as he climbed. That's what I was told later. Though I assumed as much once I emerged from the tunnel and saw him standing up there, smiling down at me. They reached the top. Laura stopped for him to collect himself and they proceeded back to the main promenade. Eyes on the flowers, Tiresias heard the mutterings renew. Laura spoke, just out of earshot from the commentators. It was a disgraceful display. Insulting to any guest of the crown. To any emissary of any kingdom. You have my condolences, Tiresias. It was only a spar. He turned and smiled sardonically. And it was ordered by a prince. How could it possibly be disgraceful? As you say, still, you won. Imagine if you had steel. Both the Clegane slain by your hand. Sander is not his brother, Tiresias interjected gently. He stripped off his armor when he saw I had none. Besides, if he had steel, he would have killed me. He got my back well enough without it. Fair enough, Loras conceded. Though frankly you may have actually done him better if you had killed him. Can't remember the last one to make the hound yield. The subject wasn't ideal, but any conversation was welcomed. It focused Tiresias away from the mutterings and the stares. He was sure walking with Sir Loras Tyrell was going to inspire a certain new rumor about the mountain fall to circulate around the castle by nightfall. Perhaps Tyrion will come to him later on with a fresh suspicion on why he avoided the ladies at the brothels. At the moment, he didn't mind. At any rate, it kept the suspicions away from Winterfell. From Mal. From Diana. People would sooner accept a rumored scandal than a boring truth. However, just as he was tempted to grasp Loras' hand and really send those rumors bounding, the knight's expression brightened and nodded toward the path. Ah, there she is. Tiresias followed his gaze to see a young lady approaching them. Brown hair in green silk with clever eyes and a small smile. She came to them and grasped Loras' hand. There you are, Loras. She then turned to Tiresias. I see he's accepted our invitation. Indeed. Tiresias, may I introduce Lady Marjorie, my sister? Marjorie, this is Tiresias. She extended her hand. I'm delighted to meet you at last. I've heard much about you, Tiresias. He took her hand and kissed it lightly. Thank you, my lady. It's a pleasure to meet you as well. Being pummeled didn't have many advantages, but it did lower his energy quite a bit. Which was great in this scenario. Coming face to face at last with someone he wanted to meet for years, and he managed a dignified response. His heart still skipped, but his face remained bruised, swollen and nonchalant. He didn't make a fool of himself. Not yet anyway. He was further spared any other words by Loras, who gestured down the garden path. Come, Tiresias. It's right by the Blackwater. You'll love the view. Marjorie placed her hand on her brother's arm. Actually, Loras, I wanted to ask you, your appointment for the armor fitting. It was this afternoon, yes. Ah, Loras sighed. Damn it. Yes, it was. At what time? What hour is it? Actually, never mind. I'll go just to be safe. You two enjoy your afternoon. He kissed Marjorie on the cheek. You should come and see it this evening. It'll be splendid. His sister smiled graciously. Of course. I can't wait. Loras stuck out his hand. Tiresias, another time. Tiresias shook his hand and nodded. When you have it. On that, the Knight of Flowers turned and exited the garden. They watched him leave for a beat before Marjorie turned back to him. Well, it's unfortunate that he had to leave. Still, I hope you can still join us, Tiresias. We're quite excited to have you. The ruse was blatant enough. Even so, Tiresias didn't feel like calling it out. The truth was he couldn't remember the last time before Castle Black when he was this excited. Nearly speechless at meeting someone from the old story. The mission in the north had deadened that response to an extent. But this trip to the capital had revitalized that excitement. And there was no one he had looked forward to speaking with more than Lady Marjorie. Save another Tyrell. That'll be lovely. Thank you. Turning sideways, he offered his arm. He didn't know what possessed him, but if it was good enough for Queen Cersei, it was good enough for Lady Marjorie. If she was surprised, she didn't show it. She linked her arm through his, smiling graciously, and led him from the main path. Fresh mutterings buzzed alongside the insects. Such a sound carried the stupid instinct further. I've actually seen you before, my lady. Have you? Years ago. At the prince's name day tourney. You were in the stands with your family. Your brother crowned you the Queen of Love and Beauty. If I may be so bold, it's very well deserved. It was bullshit, but not entirely. Marjorie was as stunning as he remembered. Still, he knew she wouldn't take the compliment too seriously. Indeed, he saw soft amusement in her eyes as she responded. That's very kind of you, my lord. A dull ache shot up his back. He stiffened, pausing on the walkway. Marjorie halted with him. Are you all right? Her level of concern was appropriate. Modest enough, it didn't seem faked. Not that he was in such a great state to tell. He exhaled before continuing to walk. Quite all right, my lady. Thank you. He focused on the stone pathway, the fountain burbling next to them, and counted his inhale silently. Also, forgive me, but I must correct you. I'm no lord. It's just Tiresias, my lady. Marjorie nodded, smiling. All right, then, Tiresias. How do your injuries fare? She leaned a little closer. Not straining your arm too hard, am I? That arm's fine, my lady, Tiresias responded simply. As for the rest, I'll live. Soon I'll be able to walk down a garden path without wincing. I'm glad to hear that. Marjorie turned back to the path. I wasn't at the spar, but my brother informed me it was rather vicious. She lowered her voice. And that it was quite obvious you were coerced into the ring. It was rather unexpected, my lady. Tiresias matched her tone. But we're all at the beck and call of his grace and his brood. They wanted an exhibition. He sighed. He couldn't help it. I was the stupid one who ventured south and gave them that chance. That response had more bite than he intended. Not towards her, but still, perhaps a bit too honest. The classic mistake, the one-sided relationship you, the viewer, had with her, the character, is gone. You're here now for real. Behave like it. However, when he glanced to his escort, Marjorie didn't seem perturbed. She gazed calmly ahead, taking in his answer. They were along a tree-lined path to a private part of the garden. This wasn't a performance for the others. Well, she said finally. I'm happy to meet you. And to see that you emerged from that fight unmaimed. This time, with both arms intact. That's no small consolation. Tiresias smiled. She was still performing for him, though a small amount of her concern was genuine. He highly doubted she would have enjoyed the spar had she been present. Whatever her thoughts, she brightened as she turned the corner and led him past a sewing circle of several young ladies, seated in front of a covered terrace. Her handmaidens rose and curtsied, a few eyes widening at the sight of him. It was a small hope to remember their names. Marjorie introduced all 5 of them and Tiresias nodded politely to each one as they curtsied a second time. He prayed that this wasn't the final destination. That they would continue to the covered terrace which looked out towards the bay. He certainly didn't miss the outline of an old woman in a wimple there. Much to his relief, after introducing him, Marjorie excused them and escorted him past the sewing circle, leaving a fresh burst of excited conversation behind them. They stepped into the shade and the old woman sitting in the terrace became much clearer. Gazing at him with the same sharp eyes as her granddaughter. I was hoping you would be here. I also hope you don't destroy me. If you saw me at that tourney, Tiresias, you most likely saw her as well. Marjorie extracted her arm with grace and came to the side of the table. Still, allow me to introduce my grandmother, the Lady Olenna of House Tyrell. Tiresias curbed as much as his stupid grin as he possibly could and lightly bowed to the Queen of Thorns. My lady, it's a pleasure to meet you. Grandmother, this is Tiresias from Winterfell. Olenna didn't even blink. So you're the Mountain Fall. He resisted the urge to sigh. I see. You've quite the reputation. Well, that's unfortunate. How so? He shrugged. It's a rare thing for a man to live up to his reputation. She tilted her head slightly. Are you priming me for disappointment, Tiresias? Grandmother, Marjorie couldn't help a small laugh. For God's sake, he's just arrived. Tiresias shook his head. It's not my intention, no. Still I wager you're primed for whatever I could say to you, Lady Olenna. The old woman's heart beat evenly. It matched the calm fierceness in her eyes. Tiresias blinked readily, breathed normally. This is your territory, Olenna. I'm just a passing librarian. Content not to waste any more time, Olenna cracked a small smile and extended her hand. Tiresias stepped forward and kissed it. Not the worst flattery I've heard. Not the best either, but we can manage past that. Come, sit down. Have some food. The hound didn't knock your teeth out, did he? He pulled a chair and sat gingerly, placing the tome on the chair next to him. No, he was actually rather gentle around that area. Oh, you have a bit of humor about you. That's good. Well done. She indicated her own eye. Not quite as grotesque as I had heard, but it has been a couple of days, hasn't it? How are your other injuries? He was getting quite tired of that question. Careful not to sigh loudly, he leaned back. They're quite sore. Ugly. But they make me look very intriguing. So I have that until they heal. At which time, you'll just go back to being quite handsome. Marjorie's heart beat calmly too, interjecting without any annoyance. May I offer you something to drink, Tiresias? Wine? Tea? Some water. He stared to her. Tea. Tea. It's a hot drink brewed from. No, I know what it is, you have some. Indeed we do. Would you like a cup? His answer must have been in his stunned silence. Maester Lewin brewed teas in Winterfell, but they were medicinal. Horrid flavors. No artistry. It was a thing lost to him when he woke up in the Riverlands. Until now. He watched Marjorie pour deftly from a pot into a small cup and hand it to him gently. His nose picked up the familiarity before he saw the gorgeous, steaming dark brew. He stared down at it for a few seconds, feeling the heat as he cupped it in his hands. Olenna wrapped her fingers on her armrest. Something in your cup? He shook his head. No, it's just, I haven't had tea in a very long time. Not since the life he forgot. Every morning and afternoon. Without milk or sugar. He savored the bitter flavor then. It was still there when he raised the cup to his lips and sipped. He didn't leave this world at the taste. He merely sank deeper into it. Leaning into the chair, exhaling lightly after the swallow, the aches pulsed less as a memory surged back. Not the sight of his old home. That was still lost. But the taste was there. The tea wasn't exactly as it was before, but it was so similar it didn't matter. Much as he wished to sit silently savoring it, he lowered his cup and nodded to Marjorie. Thank you. She nodded, accepting his thanks with a light smile. Her grandmother didn't seem too impressed. I didn't picture the great warrior, the mountain fall, enjoying tea so much. I've loved tea long before I ever killed the mountain or anyone else for that matter. Tiresias peered into his cup. It wasn't hard to pretend to be sentimental. His words flowed easily enough. My master in Lorith didn't wish to drink alone. Or talk to himself. Whatever he drank at the end of the day, he set out a cup for me and I listened to him between sips. Most of the time, it was wine. Sometimes a spirit, tea was the true treat though. It took a rare mood for him to brew it. But it tasted clean. And when I sipped it, I felt, well, I felt more than what I was. Was that all bullshit? It felt true enough. He looked up to see Olenna and Marjorie gazing at him, only slightly more nonplussed than before. They hid it well though. Olenna continued to gaze while Marjorie responded. Well, I'm happy we could provide that lost treat of yours, Tiresias. She picked up her own cup. Though I must say I can't imagine you ever feeling inadequate. A scholar. A linguist. An able warrior. With the ear of Lord Stark, her grandmother continued. And now you're his emissary. Come south to answer a summons from the small council. An SSC speaking for the Warden of the North. Much to my peril, Tiresias responded lightly. Still Lord Stark honored me. I only hope I can sufficiently speak for him. And not just be knocked about by curious southerners. I'd like to return north in one piece. You shouldn't have come south in the first place, Olenna stated plainly. You have no business as an emissary for the Warden of the North. You're not a highborn, let alone a northern lord. You're a librarian, a servant of Winterfell. And most damning of all, you're a foreigner. It's quite inappropriate. Yet, Lord Stark appointed you. Deemed you capable of speaking for him, his lands and his actions before the crown. Why? Tiresias raised his cup in the middle of his question, trying to buy time. Honestly, he was surprised that the small council didn't ask this very question. Perhaps Jonaran deemed it immaterial before he entered the chamber. Olenna was not bound by such propriety. Still, he didn't hear any malice to her tone. No insult. He glanced from her to Marjorie and back. A small part of him wished that the small council had asked. He wouldn't have to decide just how much truth he could get away with. He lowered his cup back on the table steadily enough. I'm here because the North is very busy at the moment. He smiled shortly. I had the pleasure of speaking to your son at the small council meeting, my lady. Olenna smiled. A pleasure, was it? Compared to the other lords in that chamber, Lord Mace was quite amiable and without malice. Not very common traits in the capital. Less so in the Red Keep. He glanced to his side. More for show than anything else. There was no one within earshot. Still he lowered his voice ever so slightly. Also, I suspected that whatever I said to him, you would hear shortly in turn. But now I'm quite happy to be speaking directly to the real power of House Tyrell. Marjorie kept her poise, but glanced to her grandmother. Olenna, for her part, was resting her chin on her hand, gazing at him. Are you truly happy to be speaking to me, Tiresias? It's always useful to speak to the true powers in the Seven Kingdoms, my lady. Well, if you wish to continue to do so, I suggest you answer my original question. And stop delaying. She didn't repeat her original question. A test to see if he remembered it. Perhaps. He picked his cup again. I didn't mean to go off on a tangent, my lady. But if Lord Mace told you what I told the small council, then you know that the north is in a tenuous state at the moment. A mass migration of free folk has been admitted through the wall at Castle Black. More so than was expected. It's no cause for alarm. They're refugees. Not warriors. Still, with their history, Lord Stark must work diligently to make sure that there is peace in the north. He needs his men. All of them. Every single lord to administrate. Every single soldier to keep the peace, and he certainly can't leave. Olenna smiled. Not even on a direct order from the crown? Ned Stark is more daring than I imagined. It's why the crown was generous enough to allow Lord Stark an emissary. In lieu of himself. Winterfell needs its warden. More so than their librarian. Tiresias shrugged. They managed very well before I ever showed up at that castle, begging for work. I'm quite expendable. A light sea breeze fluttered through the terrace as he sipped his tea, waiting for either Tyrell to ask the easy follow-up question. But as he lowered his cup, they were both waiting patiently for him to continue. To volunteer that information on his own. He lightly cursed himself for obliging. King's Landing has also proved to be quite unforgiving for the Northerners. Lord Stark certainly hasn't forgotten that his brother and his father perished in this castle. Quite cruelly too. He's very reluctant to return to the capital or send any of his family or bannermen in his stead. Besides the loss of a loyal lord, a friend, he doesn't wish to kick off a war. A war? Marjorie asked lightly. If Sandor Clegane had hit me hard enough with that blunted sword and I died, it wouldn't have sent the Northerners marching south to settle any matter of honor. Men wouldn't have to abandon their homes. The free folk will still be kept in check. However, if I was a lord and someone in King's Landing killed me. The sea breeze dropped with his sentence and he exhaled through his nose. He reached for a grape and placed it in his mouth delicately, wincing slightly as he chewed. His jaw was still sore from Sandor's punch. He doubted Marjorie was waiting for him to start eating before she did. Still, she reached for a grape as well, popping in her mouth with much more dexterity. If Lord Stark had sent a lord instead of you, she said. I doubt the prince would have arranged an exhibition match between him and the hound. Fair point, Tiresias conceded. Still, from what I've heard, the capital is not a good place for any northerner, and no one's ever started a war over a servant. Olenna smiled. A servant, you're still going with that? He shrugged. It's what I am. I'm here on behalf of Lord Stark. By his orders. I have servants, Tiresias. Many of them are talented. In their own right. She leaned forward. I wouldn't send any of them to speak for House Tyrell at the king's court. Or against a Clegane in combat. I'm sure you didn't mean this, Lady Olenna, but still I should clarify. He glanced to Marjorie and back. Lord Stark was not responsible for my duel with Gregor Clegane. By coincidence, I was on the Gold Road when he attacked the girl. When the call for a champion was issued, I volunteered for that myself. That sounded a little too formal to be true. He raised his cup as Olenna gave a light snort. Well, that makes you very noble and very stupid. Noble, if you knew the things I've done. Tiresias smiled. Which I suppose makes me a suitable emissary for Lord Stark, It wasn't the cleverest retort. Still Marjorie's smile relaxed and became a bit more natural while Olenna considered it. Before nodding once and pushing a plate towards him. Have some cheese. It's the easiest thing to chew on this table. That suited Tiresias fine. A small quiet fell on the table as he reached for a slice and placed it gingerly in his mouth. Savory and tangy, his jaw didn't ache as he chewed. As he ate, Marjorie picked up the teapot and refilled his cup. Thank you, he murmured, holding his hand over his open mouth. You're welcome. After a delicate sip, he glanced back to Olenna. There was a fresh suspicious gleam in her eyes. You have lovely manners for someone raised in the wild. Though his first instinct was another white lie about the velvet merchant, his phantom master in Loreth, he instead shrugged and settled on the truth. I was raised on pleases and thank yous. And I hate it when people chew with their mouth open. Small folk or highborn. He smiled. Actually it's more the highborn who eat like that. I had dinner with the royal family a few nights ago. Sat next to the king. That man wouldn't close his mouth the entire time. Not when he was chewing or talking or both at the same time. Both Olenna and Marjorie kept their smiles but neither nodded politely. He didn't blame them. The king was a bore. That was common knowledge and a boring topic. Besides he didn't wish to talk about the king either. May I ask you two a question? They glanced at each other before Marjorie gestured for him to continue. Please. Not that I'm not enjoying your company, but why are you talking to me? Tiresias asked, glancing between the two. I mean, I knew the king wanted to hear the rousing tale of the mountain fall. I expected his summons, but I can't imagine either of you holding much interest in me killing Gregor Clegane. In one man knocking another man about with a stick. He met Olenna's eyes, reminding himself to blink freely. The Queen of Thorns, on her part, gazed back, her eyes completely unbothered. If she was debating how much to tell him, she didn't let it slip. But she didn't dally either. Before I left Highgarden, I ordered an audit of all our grain shipments to Torrens Square. Going back several decades. Can you guess which years saw the largest shipments? I don't have to guess. And apparently, Lady Olenna didn't need him to either. The previous 3. She leaned forward. And your maester's order for the next harvest arrived from Winterfell before I departed. Future shipments up north will surpass even the most recent ones. Tiresias saw no reason to disbelieve that. He had never taken any active role in the grain orders and he supposed Maester Luwin was fine abandoning subtlety upon seeing the white. When he saw what was really beyond the wall. The amount of grain imported into the north isn't really my business. Still, it doesn't surprise me. The arrival of 21,000 free folk in the north means our regular food stores won't be sufficient once winter comes. We're trying to plow more fields to reap a greater harvest, but Lord Stark isn't taking any chances. Olenna tapped her armrest. What else is coming? He peered at her. What else? Yes, what else? The Reach exports food to every kingdom. Supplementing their stores. I know the population of each one. It pertains to the amount they order. I know how much grain it takes to keep their people alive. Including the north. And even with the addition of 21,000 extra mouths to feed, the shipments ordered from Winterfell, combined with your stores, are more than sufficient to feed everyone in the north for 8 years. Actually, it was sufficient 2 years ago and yet, Lord Stark continues to order grain. Even more than he has before. A guilty person doesn't stare at their accuser. Tiresias glanced to Marjorie, who didn't seem surprised at all by this. Olenna apparently didn't keep her in the dark. So, she continued. Either 1, there are more people in the north than previously thought. 2, more wildlings have passed through the wall than you have reported. Or 3, something else is coming and the north is the only one preparing for it. Which other kingdom exported as much food as the Reach? Who else could see this information and put together that conclusion? Tiresias only knew the answer to the former question. And while he suspected Olenna would keep that information to herself for now, Mace Tyrell could blather it to the whole small council. Well, which is it? Can you even tell us? This was the same place where Olenna interrogated Sansa. Where she asked her outright to verify the malicious rumors that had reached them about Joffrey. Sansa whispered the truth in this place and faced no repercussions. It was probably safe. But then again, Olenna and Varys left this terrace to stroll in the gardens. To discuss matters that could not be overheard. Did the spider have ears in the bricks? Could he speak here? This was also where she told Marjorie she killed Joffrey. That was much more dangerous to confess than any gossip or marital schemes. He had to say something. He collected himself and met her eyes. I've been in Winterfell for several years, Lady Olenna. I've traveled throughout the north but I don't know it as well as those born there. I arrived during a short winter, before this long summer, and that was certainly cold enough for me. But this long summer has been different. It's lasted longer than any summer in the past 100 years, so I've been told. But there's been more chills. More summer snow. It's more noticeable the farther north you trek. And when the free folk migrated south and we spoke to them, they confirmed what Lord Stark suspected. The weather is colder than they ever remembered. And Lord Stark is afraid that it will lead into the longest and harshest winter seen in our lifetimes. It felt strangely ridiculous to speak of winter in this place. The sea salt in the air. The heat of the sun enveloping them. The sharp relief of the shade. It didn't seem real. After all, he didn't remember the cold from his trek beyond the wall. He hadn't felt it. But he grew to know hunger there. True hunger. And that was something that appeared equally ridiculous when he gazed upon the full spread of delicacies before him. At his elegant cup of tea. Olenna lightly tapped her armrest. So Lord Stark suspects that next winter will be difficult. Why hasn't he notified any of the other Lord Paramounts? Tiresias lifted his cup up gingerly as to not hurt his side. It's only a suspicion. In the north, he can act on that suspicion and not bring any on himself. As for other wardens. He settled back in his chair and took a sip. How do you suppose they'll react to Lord Stark writing from Winterfell with the important announcement that it's bloody cold outside his walls? I imagine father would give him his due, Marjorie suggested fairly. As his ode to the Warden of the North. Tiresias nodded politely, trying not to laugh at the thought of Ned Stark being forced to interact with Mace Tyrell. Perhaps he didn't have to try so hard to convince the Warden to send him in his stead. Marjorie didn't settle on the pleasantries though. Just how harsh does Lord Stark expect this forthcoming winter to be? She asked without any pretension. No fear. Just pragmatically. As a competent ruler, yes. But also as someone who has never felt a true cold. Be fair. You, yourself, haven't felt cold in ages, have you? It doesn't correlate directly with the length of the previous summer, my lady. He gave a grim smile. It'd be far simpler if it did, still we are experiencing the longest summer in living memory and the gods tend to have a very ill sense of humor. It's not that Lord Stark places credit in the divine like that, but he doesn't like to take chances, he believes this coming winter has the potential to last several years. He sipped his tea, finishing off his second cup. In any case, even with the migration of the free folk, he is determined to keep his people focused solely on preparing for an elongated cold. Christ, here we go, you're really going to do this over tea, aren't you? Fucking twit. Which is a luxury that I'm afraid you southern kingdoms can't afford. No one under this shade was going to gasp dramatically at such a statement. But Marjorie's gaze dropped the polite veneer. At least a little. And Olena's focus rose up after a flight of boredom. She smiled. There's very little House Tyrell can't afford, Tiresias. If we cannot grow it for ourselves before the snows, we can certainly purchase enough food to last ourselves throughout the winter. Even a winter lasting several years. I'm happy to hear that. Tiresias placed his empty cup down. But war has a way of depleting resources quite quickly. He hoped he said it without malice. Without any hint of a threat. This was a course he wasn't prepared for. What plans did he have for this? Both Tyrells kept his eye, though Marjorie glanced to her grandmother. Any hint of her demureness gone. Olena kept her smile. Are we to have a war, Tiresias? Not against the north, Lady Olena. Not if Lord Stark or his bannermen can help it. They wish to stay above the neck. No, it'll be between the southern kingdoms here. It's been bubbling under the surface for a long time and something will give. Though I'm sure you know that. May I help myself to more tea please? He took their silence for permission and reached for the teapot, wincing as he brought it back. More than one of his bruises lightly throbbed. I've been here less than a week, he muttered as he poured. And everything I've seen has only confirmed my suspicion. Sooner or later, war will break out. You were serious beforehand, weren't you? Olena mused. You're truly afraid a northerner will fall in the Red Keep and drag the north into conflict? Is Lord Stark as paranoid as you? I can only speak for Lord Stark's plans and strategies concerning the free folk and the coming winter. I can't speak for his state of mind. Though he does seem very sane to me. And what, or who, will start this war, Tiresias? Marjorie asked. What have you seen in the capital that makes you so sure? Despite their masks, it didn't escape them that they both lowered their voices. Just a minuscule. Tiresias took a sip and pursed his lips. The pot was nearly empty. He was down to the bitters now. May I ask you something first, Lady Marjorie? Please. Why do you want to be the queen? She didn't even blink. Forgive me, I don't quite understand. You do. He gave a small sigh. I'm not trying to trick you. I simply want to know. Why do you want to be the queen? She smiled, as if it were a small joke. Cersei Lannister is the queen. For now, yes. But you're aiming for that to change one day. And you wish to take her place. He held up his hand. Through completely legitimate means, I've no doubt. I'm not speaking of any war yet. It'll be marriage for you, succession, court alliances, all that, still, why do you want it? I'm curious. To his surprise, Olena stayed silent. Didn't respond as she waited for her granddaughter to answer. As for Marjorie, the small smile changed to something more genuine. Not completely, but still more so as she leaned forward. If you must ask why, you'll not understand my answer. Tiresias shrugged. Fair enough. I don't suppose I'll ever understand the pull towards the Iron Throne. You have a whole kingdom already. A much better one than the Crownlands. The reach is bountiful, it's warm. Why not be the Lady of Highgarden, strengthen your position at home? Strengthen your position at home. Olena smiled. Is that what you tell the Starks? It's close enough, Tiresias admitted. To be fair, it's not you two I should be saying this to. He nodded to Olena. You know well enough to stay out of open conflict. He glanced to Marjorie. You as well. Despite your ambition, but not all of your family is as wise as you two are on that matter. Are you speaking of my son, the Lord of Highgarden? Tiresias shook his head lightly. No, I'm speaking of your grandson, the Flower of Highgarden. For the first time, Marjorie's eyes chilled. Not immensely. But she was protective of her brother. Olena, on the other hand, sounded perfectly unconcerned. What of Loras? He exhaled through his nose. He is convinced that Renly Baratheon would be the most suitable king. I'm sure he would. He squired for Lord Renly. They're enormously fond of each other. Enormously fond. Tiresias repeated softly. Is that people from the Reach call two men in love? The Queen Thorns eyed him steadily. Which was no surprise. If she wasn't thrown by Tywin Lannister stating plainly that he knew Loras to be gay, then she certainly wasn't going to be thrown by him saying it. The worst kept secret in the 7 kingdoms. In any case, her lack of shock wasn't important. The point being, that Loras is quite blinded by his love. As I said, he is convinced that Renly will be the most suitable heir to King Robert after he passes, and I'm very comfortable imagining that he will convince Renly of the same thing. If he hasn't already. A great burst of scandalous laughter erupted from the handmaiden's table outside the canopy. Tiresias smiled humorlessly. It must have been a wonderfully naughty joke. I don't pretend to know the inner workings of House Tyrell. However, I can't imagine the pride of Highgarden cultivating an ambitious usurper and anchoring his entire house to said usurper is something you desire. Marjorie glanced to Olenna and back. The king has 2 sons and Lord Renly has an older brother. Loras can't be thinking of this. With all respect, my lady, I don't believe he is. He's simply. His voice trailed. Following his heart? Doing what he believes best? He didn't know. When he thought of his loved ones, he thought he would do whatever he could to avoid war for them. But that wasn't Loras. The man wasn't afraid of blood. And he was slowly priming Renly to feel the same. Olenna peered at him. Simply what? Tiresias shrugged. Gods no. But he has been in the Red Keep for several years and the Red Keep is no place for sensible people. That's a fine thing to say about the royals. It's your misfortune to be around with these particular royals. Marjorie didn't laugh, but she looked close. Is this stemming from you being forced to spar with the Hound? I wouldn't blame you if it was. Believe it or not, no, Tiresias said quietly. And I'm quite serious. You two are rather unfortunate. In a way. For the first time, Marjorie's smile left her eyes as she peered at him. When he looked to Olenna, her humor was gone. Both were waiting for an explanation. One which he wasn't particularly prepared to give. All he could go was breathe calmly before continuing. Loras will be handled by you, I'm sure. But as he lies entangled with Renly, whispering sweet treason to him, he is right about one thing. The king's heirs do not inspire others to follow. Lord Stannis is stern and doesn't flatter. Prince Tommen is young and sweet. And Prince Joffrey looks forward to the day when he is king. When he can torture and hurt without any bounds. He peered into his teacup, swirling the dregs lightly around. I dined with the royal family. And I heard very substantial rumors for years before. That boy cannot be controlled. His mother will try. His grandfather will try, but I'd bet good coin that the war will be kicked off by that budding little sadist. The Lannisters, they'll fall behind him. He looked up to Olenna. I just wonder if Renly rebels, will you be all right with Loras declaring House Tyrell for him prematurely? She peered at him silently. Waiting for him to spill more. The waves crashed several times down below before he sighed. A question I don't expect you to answer. Nevertheless, I just thought you should know. Loath as he was to not finish any food or drink, the tea was basically done and all that remained were the dregs at the bottom. He placed his cup on the table and stood. Marjorie and Olenna didn't say anything. Merely peered at him. He folded his hands in front and lightly bowed. I know I blathered quite a bit here. And I hope you don't think ill of me. The North appreciates your help. Lord Stark is grateful that you can supplement our food stores as we prepare for winter. And as a thank you, I will pass on another gift. Olenna raised his eyebrows. What sort of gift? A bit of knowledge. Which I hope you don't already have. He glanced behind him, but he didn't truly see the empty garden path. Instead he cast out his ears. Beyond the excited murmurings of Marjorie's handmaidens, there was no one. No heart rates knelt hiding behind the stone or bushes. Tiresias turned back. The gold mines in the Westerlands are empty. They have been for some time. Marjorie's surprise was well managed. Still he saw it flash across her eyes before she responded. Pardon me? The mines in the Westerlands? Empty. Completely. I don't have the exact date or how much gold House Lannister managed to hoard beforehand, but however much it is, it can't be added to. Their last working mine ran dry years old. He looked to Olenna, coy as ever. Don't mistake me, Lady Olenna. The Lannister army is still strong. Well organized. Numerous and paid for. And they still have plenty of coin, but when they don't, they'll look south to Highgarden. Tiresias gave a grim smile. You have quite a bit of gold in your halls, my lady. And you know it will only grow. After all, harvests are grown every year. A gold mine will never replenish. Lord Tywin knows this. You're the only house that could rival them for wealth. The only one they can truly turn in their dire need. He shrugged. Or invade and plunder, should they feel less patient. The reach is just below the Westerlands. If the Lannisters decided to forego a peaceful alliance and simply invade, how easily could they sack Highgarden and steal your riches? Immediately he cursed himself. This kind of talk could easily get him killed. Openly discussing war was not a privilege he had as a lowly servant. Or an emissary. And the North didn't need the Reach reacting badly to the blunt opinions of their foreign librarian. Tiresias leaned forward, lowering his voice even more. I don't purport to know myself. But I'm willing to bet that Lord Tywin has some idea. I'd only recommend you prepare for that outcome. If you haven't already. It was hardly reassuring. Thankfully Olenna didn't seem perturbed by the topic. Though she did consider him a couple seconds longer before speaking. I don't worry about that. Tywin Lannister is a practical man. He knows how expensive wars are. Even quick decisive ones. If his mines are as empty as you say, then he knows it's much less of a hassle to invade the Reach than it would be to simply marry Marjorie to Joffrey. It'd be a far more steady source of income than one raid on my home. And he'll be fine allowing the Tyrells to become the financial titans in Westeros. A Tyrell titan with his name. She nodded to Marjorie. Her sons will be Lannisters. That will continue his legacy. He looked to the thrice-married, twice-widowed Marjorie Tyrell. She met his eyes calmly. Not seeing what he saw. So you're still set on that, aren't you? Marrying the prince. He lowered his voice. You know what he is. You still plan to go through with it, don't you? At this moment, he didn't dare look to Olenna. He didn't know when she decided to kill Joffrey. If she would even dare without someone like Littlefinger to bring it up. However, Marjorie didn't partake in that plot. It was safe to think she wasn't even considering it now. That she still planned to make it work. To merely manipulate Joffrey. She lowered her voice to match his. Still very proper. As I said before, Tiresias, if you have to ask, you wouldn't understand. She glanced to the kettle. Would you like more tea? We could send for another pot. No, thank you. His back picked that moment to start throbbing again. He breathed through the ache as the sea breeze blew gently through the open canopy, kissing his skin. Remarkably, the two Tyrells didn't say anything, remaining quiet for a good 10 seconds. Yet again, waiting for him to speak. To stupidly volunteer information. Again, he obliged. Pulling himself from the distant calls of seabirds to utter something utterly senseless. You'll not be queen for long, Lady Marjorie. Others will see to that. They were sensible enough not to see those words as a threat. Though they didn't find them welcome in the slightest. Tiresias saw he would not have long and continued. You two are very clever. I think you may be among the cleverest people in this castle. You see yourself wed to the king, adorned with a crown. And so you'll become queen. Hold court. Have his children. Navigate your allies, your rivals and your subjects. Their motives and inclinations well in line, sensible and quite clear to you. You've been taught very well by your grandmother. You'll rule. And you'll rule well. Marjorie didn't smile or thank him for that. She heard the clear undertones that wasn't a compliment and let him continue. That is, if everything is played within the rules. If everyone adheres to them. The queen, the current one, is quite determined to keep her status. To not lose what little power she truly has. You're much smarter than she is. You have that advantage. But it won't matter. Because you're nowhere near as desperate as she is. Whatever you're prepared to do to secure your power, she'll exceed you. I'm not even talking about the rules of court. Or engagement. Or the genteel games of the highborn. Or even traitorous backstabs. She will burn down and destroy anything that seeks or even appears to dethrone her. He looked to Olenna. And no, I'm not speaking figuratively when I say that. The queen is haunted by a memory. A witch in the woods who spoke of another. Come to cast her down. Someone younger. More beautiful. And well. He sighed. I suppose I'm saying God's help the poor lady who marries her darling prince. The Queen of Thorns met his eyes steadily. But she didn't seem bored. Whatever reputation of his she had heard beforehand, it was probably well shattered by this point. He couldn't tell that from his gaze. But he knew one thing. This conversation was over. He nodded deftly to her, then to Marjorie. Thank you for the tea. I hope you believe me when I say I hope you come out on top. The North greatly appreciates your help feeding the populace. Ladies, good day. His injuries didn't permit him a quick exit. Leaving the shadow of the canopy, he squinted under the sun's brightness. Giving a brief farewell to Marjorie's handmaidens, he stalked slowly away from their giggles. Marjorie and Olenna were sensible enough to stay silent and he doubted they would speak on his asinine warnings until he was well along the path. He wished he could have left his ears behind. And hear just how badly he fucked himself in there. See, this is what happens when you play favorites. Without thinking about it beforehand. Without knowing exactly what you want beforehand. The folly here was incredible. It filled his nostrils. Chased the tea bitters that still lingered in his mouth. Instead of continuing to the large area where the other highborns congealed, he stepped gingerly onto the other path and came upon a wall over the black water. Seriously, what did you want from them? What did you hope to achieve? He stopped, leaning against the stone to stare out at the bay. He wanted everyone to leave each other alone. He wanted the Lannisters to calm down. He wanted the Tyrells to be happy with their warm home in the south. He wanted to strangle Meryn Trant for his smug, sadistic face. He wanted the small council to release him so he could go home. He wanted to see his wife by the fire. To hold Diana as he listened to the sewing needle click against Mal's silver thimble. He wanted too much. Tiresias looked back. He couldn't see the Tyrells from here. And he doubted he'd be invited back for tea anytime soon. The closest response he'd probably get would be from Mace Tyrell. Delightfully oblivious as he acted for or against his warnings. Just don't tangle with the Lannisters, Marjorie. You'll burn for it. A warning he'd do well to take himself. Pushing himself from the wall, he ambled back up to the castle. He didn't care that it was early afternoon. He was tired and wanted to lie in bed. It was only when he entered his quarters that he realized he forgot the boring book on the Tyrells' luncheon table. It was the following morning in the Red Keep after breakfast and Tiresias was stealing himself. For as much as he looked forward to speaking with Olenna Tyrell, to Marjorie and others in the capital, there were others whom he dreaded. Others he'd rather never encounter. However, this was a direct request from Lady Catelyn herself. And so Tiresias stood outside in the corridor, dressed in his fancy doublet, waiting being to be received by Lysa Arryn. To pass on the greetings of her sister. There was a fair chance he may not be admitted today. The servant who answered his knock seemed surprised at his appearance. And doubtful after his request. She retreated to get Lady Arryn's answer, curtsying before shutting the door. Tiresias hoped he'd be refused. He could pass on the message through writing. She could tear up the parchment in privacy and Lady Stark wouldn't know the difference. The request would be honored. He heard the maid returning from the other side of the door and held his breath, daring to hope. The door opened wide. Not a good sign. The Lady Arryn will see you now, my lord. But only shortly if you'd please. She's quite tired. A small mercy. A quick visit. Still, shit. Tiresias exhaled quietly and stepped forward into the chamber, not bothering to correct the Lord Descriptor. It wasn't worth it. Not in this place. As eager as he was to finish this business quickly, he had to walk slowly. 4 Arryn house guards were stationed in the chamber. Judging from their breath and their overly rigid stature, they had just scurried hurriedly to their feet. He couldn't help but stare. 4 guards for such a small place seemed like overkill. One of them approached him. You can't see the lady with a weapon. We'll need you to remove your belt before you see her ladyship. Was this worth arguing about? Tiresias knew the answer and immediately unbuckled his belt. He didn't even bother to slide the sheath off. His trousers would remain high enough for this encounter. Honestly, he felt just bad for the guards. 4 of them, stuck in a small antechamber, with the most boring detail in the entire Red Keep. He only had Tyrion's word on this, but it appeared that Lysa rarely, if ever, left her quarters. And judging from the energy here, visitors were not common at all. These guards, and servants for that matter, were stuck with a truly boring charge. Not the worst fate, but Tiresias didn't dwell on it. He wanted to leave as quickly as possible. But he was the emissary now. He couldn't be rude. So he resisted striding past and tossing the letter down, instead following the maid as she entered the main chamber. It was a musty room. The windows closed and partly shaded. The door to the balcony shut with the curtain drawn. It didn't stink of wine, which relieved Tiresias on some level. He followed the maid as she turned the corner into the study. A medium fire crackled and illuminated a hunched woman in a chair, her head turned towards the flames. Tiresias saw more grey in that head than he was expecting. The maid curtsied before approaching further. My lady, this is Tiresias. The emissary from Winterfell. He stepped past the maid and lightly bowed. Lady Lysa, a pleasure to see you. It was a deliberate decision not to refer her as Lady Arryn, to avoid any association with the Lord Hand, her punishing marriage to cover the scandal. However, Lysa didn't seem to care. She continued to look to the flames, not acknowledging the visitor. He couldn't help but notice that there was no small child being breastfed at the moment. He scanned the room, but couldn't find her son anywhere. Robin was not cooped up in this musty space with his mother. Somewhat relieved, he returned to Lysa. To his determination to leave as quickly as possible. Clearing his throat, he stepped forward and extended the sealed note. Lady Catelyn of Winterfell sends you this letter in her fondest regards. To yourself and your son, Robin. She wishes you health, love, and happiness. And extends her hope that you two shall see each other again in short time. Catelyn had also included Jon Arryn in her well wishes, but Tiresias stuck to his policy of avoiding any mention of the Lord Hand. It didn't curry any favors with the despondent lady in front of him. Halfway through his speech, she finally moved. Turning her head slowly, dragging her eyes up to meet his. No ease accompanied her movement, and when she stilled, she did not speak. The silence lasted several seconds. Tiresias glanced to the maid in the corner, but the woman kept her eyes to the floor. When it was readily apparent that Lisa was far more attuned to this silence than he was, he tried to end the audience. Is there anything, my lady, that you would wish for me to pass on in response to Lady Stark when I return to Winterfell? Perhaps her breathing grew more heavy. In any case, she didn't speak. Didn't dismiss him. I certainly don't mean to hurry you. If you need time to compose a response, I'll return before I leave the capital and attain the letter from you then, my lady. A little late on the title, but Lisa didn't seem to care about those. In fact, she started to rise at the end and approached him, staggering slightly. Weakness? A sleeping limb? It wasn't drunkenness. He didn't see any inebriation in her furious eyes as she pressed into his face. Cat has inquired on my health, several times before, she whispered quietly, her timbre a scratch. Sending one to ask the stupid questions, doesn't change the answer. It would have been rude to plug his ears for the shrill shriek. Tiresias just grimaced, averting his eyes as Lisa continued. The maid turned to a tray of jugs and pitchers. It's the same. My son and I are still imprisoned. I can't give more children. And I don't want to, I can't, his smell. After a wash, I can still smell the sheets. They reek of him. At this point, the maid came over with a cup. My lady, come. Come sit. Please. It's time for your medicine. That tore Lisa's eyes from him. Is it sweet? A little girl once again. Yes, my lady. A little sugar to help it go down. A little more than sugar if Tiresias smelled it right. It was a little difficult to tell in such a stuffy room, but he glanced to the table and saw more than one vial half empty. Looking back, he met the maid's eye who nodded towards the door. Lady Lisa was drinking her medicine. A respectable opportunity for escape. He bowed again. I'll inform her ladyship that you are in good hands. That frequent inquiries are not needed and may further distress you. I hope you find that satisfactory. Lisa didn't respond. She sank back into her chair. The medicine was too late to calm her entirely. Heavy tears rolled down her cheeks, but she let them fall. Staring into the hearth. I'm cold, she murmured. My lady, the maid muttered and bent down to feed the fire. Tiresias stood stock still as the flames grew, far too big for a midday fire in the summer. What for? He didn't expect an answer. Didn't wish to talk to this woman any longer than necessary. He had fulfilled his duties. He could say so to Lady Stark herself when he returned. But the look in Lady Erin's eyes held him, weak and bound to the flames. It didn't inspire regret. The main cause of her grief, Peter's death, he believed it to be a good thing overall. He still did. But it was his first murder. And though he did and seen much worse since then, that night came back clearer than it had in years. The slow realization and horror in the man's eyes when he understood he wasn't alone in his room, the mangled scream from a punctured throat and the quiet afterwards. He brought suffering with that act. Peter's agony, the horse hanging, he could accept that after a while. But they were dead and Lisa was here, weeping through a haze with only the flames for comfort. Tiresias stepped forward. Please accept my apologies, my lady. It was not my intention to disturb your rest. With Lisa settled for now, the maid bustled forward. I see you out now, she muttered before heading for the door. Tiresias, however, didn't follow her right away. He stepped even closer to Lisa and bowed, muttering below the servant's earshot. It was cruel what happened to you, my lady. What they did to you, you didn't deserve it. He didn't stay to see if she responded, straightening and turning to follow the maid, who had just realized he had lagged behind. Smiling briefly, he exited the musty room but casted his ears back to the hearth. There was a rustle in the room. If he had looked back, he might have seen Lisa Oren turning round to see him go. Chapter 78. Despite the hand's embarrassment at the crown for forcing him to duel, Tiresias still had to wait for Lord Oren to appear. He had arrived early at the Tower of the Hand and was admitted into the solar. Tempted as he was to pick a few locks and rifle through some letters, he left the desk alone and came to the window. Save the wall, it was the highest view he'd climbed to in years. Ever since arriving in this country. High enough where he truly had to sniff deeply to detect the smell of shit emanating from below. Not that he tried too hard on that account. Instead he gazed down upon the city. The small folk like ants below. What does a view like this do to a man? Day after day, staring down. A sliver of dizziness penetrated his skull and he stepped back, breathing deeply through his nose. Well, that was familiar. You didn't come to me at the wall. Why here? The name of the condition escaped him. But it was the strongest reminder of before in years. Before, not home. Home was Winterfell. Home was Mal and Diana framed by firelight. Before intruded when he wasn't ready. And evaded him before he could remember it. Normally such moments frustrated him. Today though, he wasn't prone to chasing memories. What Lord Stark had asked of him, it was more dangerous than any spar. He had to be present. A set of footsteps approached. Tiresias moved to the front of the desk and faced the door, waiting politely. But the door didn't open. And the footsteps continued, but to the side. He stared forward, the door dimmed as he focused on the steps. They were cautious and light. Those are not the footsteps of an old man. They settled and Tiresias was left sharing the quiet with a stranger. He heard where they had stopped and though every fiber of his being longed to look toward their location, there could be a tiny opening. A good view of the hand and his guest. Discussing the secret that would erupt the kingdoms. Suddenly the sight of him staring at the door seemed highly unnatural. He turned and settled in one of the chairs, staring blankly at the desk. His ears on fire, trying to listen. Did he actually pick up on the spy's breathing? Or was that just his imagination? Prompted by the wind through the open window? Thoughts of the spy's employer came and went. It didn't matter. He had to cancel this meeting. He had to just leave. They couldn't discuss anything here. His active ears picked up another pair of footsteps. This time, he was sure they weren't coming from the walls. And these moved a bit slower than the spy's gait. Shit. When the door opened, Tiresias stood with a small smile. Nodding to Jonaran as he entered the solar. My lord hand. Thank you for seeing me. Of course, Tiresias. Jonaran stepped forward with his hand out. Tiresias shook it briefly and the hand continued to his chair. I'm only sorry I couldn't see you earlier. He sighed as he settled behind the desk. I hope you have recovered some in the past few days. Some, Tiresias admitted, as he sat down. The black water is quite rejuvenating. We don't get much of a sea breeze in Winterfell. John's smile appeared and disappeared all rather quickly. I'm told you visited my wife the other day. My lord. Upon Lady Stark's request. I see, John paused. And what will you say upon your return to Winterfell on that matter? His eyes were on the lord hand, but his ears were still directed to the wall. Right now, the spy was very silent. It was some effort not to sound theatrical. The truth, my lord hand. That Lady Arryn received her message and has no desire for any more well wishes. From Winterfell or anywhere else. Lord Arryn sank back into his chair, sighing. Yes, well, I appreciate it nonetheless. Pass along my thanks to Lady Catelyn, will you? Of course. That settled, the hand cleared his throat and leaned forward. Back to business. Now, then, I'm glad you're on the mend. And though I'm well aware that you asked for this meeting as restitution for the actions of the Crown Prince, I wanted to assure you, Tiresias, that as emissary, you're perfectly entitled in any circumstance to request a meeting with me or any other member of the small council. Tiresias nodded slowly. During that long assurance, his ears drifted back to the guest in the walls. Their breathing hushed, but they couldn't stop their heart from beating. It pulsed lightly behind the stone. I can request, Lord Arryn. Doesn't mean I'll be heard. The highborn around the Red Keep seem quite busy, day in, day out. A beating from the prince's guard pushed my request, of that I have no doubt. The Lord Hand sighed. Yes, well. You don't have to suffer for my ear. That's good to hear. Indeed. Now how can I help? A question I can't answer truthfully in present company. Well, I had hoped, he willed himself not to look to his right. I had hoped, Lord Arryn, for an update from the small council. An update, Tiresias. My lord. Was that a word from his old world only? Any new information on how the small council will proceed? In regards to the north? And Lord Stark? Lord Arryn considered it. In truth, any direct action against Lord Stark has found very little traction. With 21,000 wildlings in the north. Pardon me, my lord hand. He cleared his throat. I know you mean no offense, but based on my interactions with them, they prefer the term free folk. Not wildling. I didn't want to correct anyone in that meeting before, but well, since it's just us speaking. The lord hand shook his head lightly. Free folk, is that name still appropriate? After they've sworn to be subjugated by the north. That question distracted him from the spy in the wall. At least a bit. Maybe not. But then they can't be wildings either. They're not north of the wall anymore. Lord Arryn hummed. Well, as I was saying, with 21,000 migrants in the north, ranging from the scared to the belligerent, most of the small council sees no reason to corporally punish Lord Stark. To create such upheaval in the north at this stage would be disastrous. Tiresias stared. Is Lord Stark to face punishment? For what he did? That is a matter that being debated right now in the small council chamber. He shook his head lightly. There are a few who see his admittance of the wildlings as an endangerment to the Seven Kingdoms. Some who see it as an act well within his powers. Some who see it as foolishness. Some who see it as a mitigation. Or a mercy. By some, do you mean Lord Stannis versus everyone else? That may have been information exclusive to the small council chamber, but Lord Arryn merely glanced at him knowingly before responding. Lord Stannis' objections are shared by a few and on different accounts, but it is the Lord of Dragonstone you'll have to contend once your business in King's Landing is concluded. I don't expect the trade between Winterfell and Dragonstone to continue much longer. Disappointment settled into his chest. It didn't matter that they had a stockpile. It could have been larger. Particularly with what was it again? What did you import? He didn't want the spy to hear it, but he had no choice. Obsidian. Dragon glass. Dragon glass. The free folk like it. We were able to use it to trade. Gain their trust. Lord Arryn seemed to peer right through him, but didn't press the matter. It was fortunate how fond the old man was of his former ward. This whole matter between him and Lord Stannis, Jon Arryn sighed. Outside of the trade, I don't believe Lord Stark has any reason to worry. I was going to tell him so anyway. Tell him so? You're writing to him. Lord Arryn reached out and tapped a half-written letter. Indeed. I was planning on doing anyway. This whole ordeal with Clegane. His mouth lined. Well, he'll hear of it anyway. Of you being forced to duel. Though no one died or suffered serious injury, he should hear it from me first. And their inspiration struck. Tiresias stood. If you don't mind, my Lord Hand, may I write an addendum to that? Lord Arryn blinked up at him. An addendum? A postscript. I can confirm your sentiments about the whole spar. May I see that please? The Hand didn't offer the draft to him, but Tiresias instead stood and grabbed a bit of scratch parchment from a neglected pile on the desk. Just in case the spy had a peephole, he moved so his back blocked his parchment. Thank you, my lord, he said, reaching over for a quill. Dabbing it quickly in the inkwell, he caught Lord Arryn's eyes and mouthed a word. Quiet. Lord Arryn stared at him. Excuse me. Shit. Pardon me, my lord. Just be a second. He bent over the scrap, speaking as he wrote. Over any word the Hand might have wanted to get in. Under no circumstances, should Lord Stark blame you what happened to me, Lord Arryn. I'm sure he'll know that. Still, I'll make it clear that it was well beyond your control and now I'm under your protection. Here, this should remove all doubt. Tiresias slid the parchment forward, tapping the jagged message softly. For one excruciating second, he wasn't sure if Lord Arryn would look down. The man was still staring at him. Finally, though, he did glance at the message. He grew still as he read. Can't talk. Spy in the walls. Meet later? Was Jon Arryn a man who knew the Red Keep was hollow with tunnels and peepholes for unwelcomed eyes and ears? Would he act accordingly? The man died last time because he had little discretion for his investigation. Not that he was much better in that regard. His actions blared loudly for all to hear at the moment. Still Tiresias prayed the Hand would say something soon. Something natural. Lord Arryn looked up, his face blank. Clearing his throat before he spoke. Yes, this will do. You never know what rumors will reach Winterfell. He reached for the quill and scratched out a quick word. Though I would say this part here is quite unnecessary. I've known Ned since he was a boy. He knows the crown had no malicious intention. It was stupid, yes. But nothing wicked. Tiresias glanced down to his response. Where? He picked up the quill and dipped it, trying to remember the Hand's previous words. It was more difficult than he thought to have a fake conversation over a silent, true one. He bent over the scrap. Agreed, my Lord Hand. Forgive me. Lord Stark was not terribly young when I arrived at Winterfell, but I forget sometimes that he was ever a lad. That he spent years in the Vale. Does this suit you better? Gardens above the bay. Dusk. Every evening till you come. Burn this when I leave. Jon peered down and nodded. Yes, that would do fine. Collecting the scrap, he laid it upon the actual letter he was composing. Tiresias walked back to his chair, his eyes itching to glance to the walls. The spy's heart still beat gracefully. The Lord Hand leaned back. Well then, Tiresias, unless there's anything else you wish to discuss. Not at the moment, my lord. Tiresias patted the top of the chair. I'll leave you to your work. And what will you be doing for the rest of the day? He shrugged. Nothing of substance. Continue to recover and enjoy the hospitality of the crown. Sit in the sun. Drink with Lord Tyrion. Lord Arryn chuckled. Don't let him drag you outside the Red Keep. I can't protect you there. Duly noted. He exhaled before taking the gamble. Well, when it's too much, I'll retreat to the library. It's quite subdued there. You doing any reading yourself these days, Lord Arryn. Either Jon Arryn had a wonderfully passive face or his true question didn't reach him. The old man peered at him for a second before shaking his head. Nothing of importance. I'm afraid my duties take up a great deal of my time. Tiresias nodded. And I'll take that for my cue to leave. My lord hand. He gave a short bow before turning for the door. Outside in the corridor, he paused for a few seconds. Listening. Would he be accompanied from here on? By quiet footsteps in the walls. He started walking. Just slow enough for a crouched-down individual to follow in a dusty, dark tunnel alongside him. But no one did. He walked close to the walls, straining his ear. But as far as he could tell, he was alone. No heartbeat joined his, which pounded in his chest. He supposed it was impractical for a spy to jog along with their target in the walls. It'll be too dangerous. Much easier to drop in on a scheduled meeting. Once he glanced over his shoulder and concluded that he was well alone, he exhaled openly. Fuck, he muttered. With only a vague time and place agreed upon, Tiresias wasn't sure if he would even speak to Lord Arryn again. The old man had some honor. But he was also the Lord Hand. Time was a valuable commodity. A 5-minute meeting with some emissary was generous enough. Another one would draw even more suspicion. Even the circumstances for their second meeting seemed improbable. When could the Hand spare time for a lengthy stroll in the gardens? The corridors became increasingly full of highborns. The perfume stung his nose, but still it comforted him. Not being alone. Shielded by the vanity. Jon Arryn went along with the subterfuge. He asked for a place to meet again. Fair chance he wasn't bullshitting you back there. It was a comforting thought and it was instantly pierced by a young lord from the Stormlands. Tiresias barely got past the name Tudbury before the man bustled him to join him and his gang for lunch. The story of the mountain fall was well rehearsed at this point. Still throughout the meal, he glanced about in between the bites and the laughter. He listened for her spies still. But though he knew it was absurd, he more searched for any sign of Lena. To the look of betrayal on her face when her story became his glory. He'd almost rather be caught by a spy than by her. Lunch a couple days later was far more relaxing. Tyrion didn't have the pull here that he did in the Casterly Rock. Still, being the Queen's brother counted for something. The little lord arranged a private table overlooking some courtyard. Well insulated from prying questions from overeager highborns, Tiresias reached for the pitcher. Tyrion eyed him as he poured. Your third cup in, he glanced to the outside. I'd say under an hour. You must be enjoying this place. Tiresias scoffed, bringing his cup up for a sip. A moderate sip. Tyrion raised his own cup. Not that I blame you. The Red Keep has that effect on people. Look what it's done to me. You're more sober here than you were at the Rock. I know. As I said, look what it's done to me. He grinned and Tiresias couldn't help but join him. Instantly feeling ridiculous, he set his cup down and leaned back sighing. There it is, Tyrion muttered. As I recall, usually you were far more careful when you were injured. I'm not broken, just bruised. He stretched, raising his arms up gingerly. His back was beginning to behave and not throb violently whenever he extended himself. Tonight he could probably even attempt sleeping on it. A daring thought. His musing was interrupted by an approaching page. Assuming the young lad was coming for the actual highborn, he was surprised when he addressed him and not Tyrion. Pardon, lord. A message for you. He held out a rolled parchment. Tiresias was instantly spared his next question when he saw the grey seal. The dire wolf engraved in wax. A message from Winterfell. The page disappeared as soon as he arrived, bowing as he went off. Tyrion nodded slowly in consideration. Lord Tiresias, he shrugged. Sounds no worse than most other lords. You've come up in the world since Casterly Rock. I've given up trying to correct them, Tiresias muttered, running his fingers over the seal. It's not worth it in this place. Tyrion rolled his eyes. Gods, I forgot how literal you could be sometimes. He took a small sip. Aren't you going to read it? With little experience or instruction in forgeries, he didn't know what resealed wax looked like. And this letter had passed through so many hands before now, that he couldn't distinguish them all. If the spider handled this, he couldn't smell him. Ultimately, it was nothing more than a good bet that Varys had read this already. He may as well as catch up. Cracking the seal, he unfurled the letter and read. Tyrion took the silence to refill his cup. Well? Good news? Bad news? Middling news. A light grin escaped Tiresias, his eyes poring over the words. It was a short enough message. He lowered the parchment. From Winterfell. Robb Stark is now married. To Winifred Manderly. The wedding went well. Rare words in Westeros. To be fair, the dramatic weddings in this country took place during tumultuous times. In his experience, the weddings here so far have thankfully been non-violent. He wished he could have been here. He knew he had no familial relation to the lad. Only an admiration for his character when he first arrived at Winterfell. Still he knew Robb since he was small and his connection there was far more potent. To have seen that Robb at this point would have been spectacular. And to see him wed without any prior engagement to another. No chance for offending some petty fuckface. Valder Frey can't touch you now, Robb. He'd have to find another to lure in. Which he did before. And Ed Muir Tully is still available, dumbass. Still he grinned. It was good news. And Tyrion matched his grin as he raised his glass. Well, congratulations to the young lord and lady. To many years of love, happiness, and robust fucking for them both, no. Tiresias chuckled, raising his glass. One more sip for distant well-wishing. A deep sip. Half his cup was gone and it was truly time for him to stop. Placing the cup down, he saw Tyrion lean back with his. The crown should send them something. It's not every day a warden's heir is wed, even if the new alliance is rather insular. The north is much more isolated from the rest of the kingdoms. Tiresias shrugged. Marriage alliances transfer much more easily amidst the south. Trade and such. I'd think that because they're more isolated, a southern alliance would be more valuable. Tyrion smiled. Maybe that's just me. Sincere congratulations. I wasn't joking about the gift, you know. Next time you're summoned by the small council, just drop the news. Even if they know already. I'm sure Lord Arryn would arrange something. Tiresias felt his grin slowly slide away. He turned to look over the courtyard. It seemed busier than before. Pages bustled to arrange training equipment, dummies, and such. Though all of it seemed much smaller than usual. He heard Tyrion tapping the base of his goblet lightly. Have you actually heard anything from the small council? A murmured question. The worry muted to all ears but his. Tiresias met his friend's concerned eyes and shook his head. Nothing, I did see the hand briefly a couple days prior. Only to discuss the spar's aftermath. But nothing since. He had taken to the gardens the past 2 evenings after dinner. Settling in with another tome to watch the sea at dusk. Trusting that Lord Arryn knew the gardens better than him. That he would find him if he stayed in one place. But so far, the hand had not descended from the Red Keep. And when darkness truly fell, Tiresias would traipse back up into the castle. Careful not to forget the tome as he did before. Tyrion frowned. Well, that might be good. They may be deliberating still. Or they could be discussing other matters of the realm. I doubt I'm a high priority for any of them. No, but the man you represent certainly is. The little lord looked to the courtyard himself. That's some consolation. Lord Stark will be the one to face their decision. Not you. You'll just deliver it. Tiresias murmured. That man has invited quite a bit of trouble. Not just from the wildlings. He glanced back to Tiresias. Extending his men and resources to assist them leaves him vulnerable. Other lords will note this. You mean war? It wasn't difficult to remain calm. He and Lord Stark had considered that possibility already. Besides, Tyrion wasn't threatening him. Only observing. It could come to that, he mused, looking over the courtyard. Thought I doubt one would be so blatant about it. Not with the king so firmly in Ned's corner. No, it will be subtle for now. Additional tariffs on trade, investment in competing interests and the like. He smiled into his goblet. In any case, you may most likely leave King's Landing with your head still attached. Tiresias didn't return his smile. But not guaranteed. Well, there's the chance, isn't it? I did warn you not to come here. Tyrion finished a sip and leaned over the balcony. Hello there, my young prince. His heart jolted and calmed again when Tiresias followed his gaze and found the youngest Lannister bastard peering up at them. Not the oldest, gods be good. He had done well to avoid Prince Joffrey ever since the duel. Tommen smiled brightly as he waved up at them. Uncle Tyrion. He exclaimed before his eyes found him and widened. Lord Tiresias, good afternoon. Not to be accused of impropriety, Tiresias stood promptly and gave a light bow. Good afternoon, Prince Tommen, he called down before finding his escort. Sir Barristan, hello. The old knight nodded to him. Tiresias, how do you fare? Well enough, all things considered. Tyrion saved him from further elaboration. Is all this for you, Tommen? He gestured to the miniature training equipment. Are you to become a knight today? Oh no, uncle. Tommen cried out, quite concerned. No, I'm just starting today. He shares your sense of humor, Tyrion muttered to him before calling down. No fear, Tommen. No fear. There's plenty of time. May we come down and watch? Tommen's eyes darted between his uncle to the mountain fall. Tiresias heard his heart rate beat twice as fast before he gave a jerky nod. His uncle slid off his chair, grabbing the wine pitcher and his goblet. Right. Be down shortly. Away from his nephew's view, he gave Tiresias a pointed look. And though he had no good reason to, he followed Tyrion to the spiral stone staircase. There, Tyrion broke his silence. His murmur echoing down the steps. A boy's first training session is a vulnerable time. Especially a prince. It wouldn't surprise me if Joffrey appears later today to mock him. Or worse. I'm sure Sir Barristan wouldn't allow it. And I'm sure that's the real reason he was dismissed from the king's service today. They came to the bottom and started for the courtyard. Still there's a limit to what an honorable knight can do. I'm a filthy degenerate dwarf. I can say much more to distract the prince from his much better younger brother. You remember my warning, don't you? Tiresias muttered. They were nearing the entrance. He'll remember it all. Whatever you say. And when he's king. If worse comes to worst, I'll flee. Tyrion turned and jabbed him lightly in the stomach. I hear they inviting everyone into the north these days. Tiresias had no response to that. Tyrion smiled, only to drop it as he glanced at his hand. You left your cup. He sighed. Well, never mind. Come. Let's clap for the young boy no matter his skill. Because he's your nephew or your prince. Both. I'm both supportive uncle and sycophantic subject. They turned into the courtyard. Not too crowded. The martial beginnings of the spare prince didn't inspire too much adulation. Still the pages who set up the courtyard stood to attention. A fair number of red cloaks curtained the area. An older woman, possibly the governess, stood to the side. Prince Tommen was being fitted with training leathers. Which surprised Tiresias. Sir Roderick started the boys off with stances and grips. Spars and leathers weren't introduced until a month in. Then again, Robert wasn't a man who valued patience. So his son would begin in leathers. Tiresias glanced to the practice swords and breathed a small sigh of relief. At least there was no steel there. Sir Barristan wasn't the one fitting him. The old knight stood sentry near the governess, hand resting easy on his pommel. Tyrion wandered over to him, with Tiresias following. The lord halted before the knight and refilled his cup, nodding to the prince in the center. I suppose it would be poor sport to set you against Tommen first round of the day. Sir Barristan gave his small smile. Cameron is a fine instructor. He'll set the boy off to a good start. I'll come in at the end. Let him have a few swings. Say a few words. It's been a while since I've wielded a wooden sword. Trusting the boy's fate to Cameron, he turned to Tiresias. I don't believe we've been properly introduced, though I'm very sure we both know each other's name by now. He extended his hand. Sir Barristan Selmy, captain of the King's Guard. He shook the knight's hand. Tiresias. Well met. Tiresias Mountainfall. Warrior librarian of Winterfell. Tyrion exhaled after a big gulp. Gods, man. You're in the capital. Use your full title for fuck's sake. The governess shot him a look and moved away. Tyrion blinked after her. I scared her. Bully me. Fighting his grin, Tiresias focused on Tommen. The boy was just handed his first wooden sword. Though appropriately sized, it still seemed too big. It's poor form to brag of your warrior abilities to someone who could easily kill you, Tyrion. Sir Barristan here is a far more accomplished fighter than I could ever hope to be. Sir Barristan chuckled. Easily is not the word I'd use, Tiresias. I imagine it'd be quite difficult to cut you down. Actually I don't have to imagine it. I saw the spar between you and Clegane. I had rather hoped I disappointed everyone with that display. I'm sure. His Grace was quite pleased with the exhibition. Good for him, Tiresias muttered, looking over to him. What did you think of it? Sir Barristan met his eyes for a second before speaking. Where'd you learn to fight? Who trained you? A few seconds of hesitation. Memories of hardship usually brought that on and it was a good affect. Tiresias had employed it before. Though this time, it felt rather honest. He had to collect himself somewhat before he could speak. You learned to scamper well enough in the wild. That's where I was brought up. The steppes across the sea. When I arrived at Winterfell, I was able to take some instruction there. Did Sir Roderick Castle instruct you? Tiresias laughed lightly at the thought. Nah. Friend o' mine. His laugh faded quickly with the memory of Gord. Big fella. Taught me how to fight knights in this country. Blades, footwork, grips. Nothing too fancy. Have you never fought in a war, Tiresias? Back in Essos. Tiresias shook his head. No. As I said, kept to the outskirts till I came of age. Did my best to stay unnoticed after that. Why do you ask? Sir Barristan glanced at him. You don't have much polish. But you do fight like someone who's seen battle. Your speed and reactions aren't that of an amateur. I've seen a few skirmishes, Sir Baristan. He forced a grin as he muttered. None as intense as this will be, I'm sure. Here, Tyrion murmured into his cup. Tommen was facing off against his instructor. Though padded, he trembled for all to see. Cameron waited patiently, with a single leather covering his torso. From the casual way he stood, it was obviously unnecessary. Still he raised his own sword politely. And Tommen finally summoned the courage to charge him. He countered at half speed, pushing the prince off gently and getting into position again. A light applause circled the courtyard. Well done, my prince. Well done, Cameron said, above the claps. Again. Careful not to grip your sword too tightly. The exercise continued for several minutes and Tommen proved to be the kind of student Tiresias expected him to be. Cameron did as well as could be expected. Never raising his tone or losing patience. But only half his instructions were implemented by Tommen. Not that he blamed the boy. Between the insipid applause, the overabundance of protective gear and the crowd, Tommen's nerves never calmed. Between each bout, his frustration mounting, his eyes darted to the sides. To one person in particular. Tyrion noticed it as well. I think my nephew fears disappointing you, my friend. The famous mountain fall. He met Tyrion and Barristan's eyes before exhaling through his nose. I'm more disappointed in this crowd. The red cloaks barely hid their mocking smiles at this point. The governess waited in the corner to take the prince back. And Sir Baristan stood silent. He had much practice at that. An unfair remark, he supposed. The king's guard were only meant to protect. Not interfere. The prince was in no mortal danger. Besides, it wasn't Sir Baristan that Tommen kept looking to as each amateur bout ended. Tiresias glanced to the sides, his mind heading towards something possibly stupid. Leave it, man. The boy will be fine. One humiliating afternoon won't break him. What do you even plan to do? Without an answer to that question, Tiresias turned to Sir Baristan. Sir, would it be all right if I gave Tommen some instruction? The old knight looked at him, containing his surprise well enough. He elaborated. Not to interfere with the previous training. Nothing too complicated. Just some supplementary tutelage. Tommen was the spare. He wasn't sure how stringent decorum was, concerning the second son. How offensive this request was. How unheard of. But Barristan's gaze turned contemplative as he looked from Tiresias to Tommen. The old knight had definitely seen the prince glancing to their section. The mounting frustration in the lad. Finally, Baristan turned back. Your dagger. Tiresias unsheathed it at once, passing it off to Tyrion. Don't cut yourself. Tyrion gave a drunken snort. I'm not that bored. Just, try not to hurt him. My sister will kill you. I won't even touch him, Tiresias murmured as Sir Baristan turned to the courtyard, waiting until Tommen finished his latest swing to call out. My prince. Tommen halted, turning quickly to the king's guard, his breath heavy. Tiresias, here, has offered his instruction. Would you care for it? The prince's eyes turned from embarrassed to anxious immediately. They darted from Baristan to him. Tiresias did his best to look unintimidating, to soften his gaze. Too nervous to speak, Tommen looked back to the knight and nodded. Cameron, Baristan called. Well done. Step back for now. Cameron nodded and exited the center with a quick ser. Gathering himself, Tiresias exited the shade. The sun was bearing down on the red stone and he was already sweating when he stopped in front of Tommen. The boy was trembling but he still met his eyes. Tiresias regarded him as his ears took in the court. The red cloaks had stopped snickering. Sir Baristan rested his hand on his tilt, ready to draw and kill him. Tyrion had the most relaxed pulse here, taking the moment to refill his cup. Finally Tiresias wiped his brow. It's a bit hot here, isn't it? Whatever Tommen expected, it certainly wasn't that. His trembling interrupted, he stared at the librarian. And Tiresias continued. I've lived in the north for years and it never got this warm. Not even in the summers. In fact, it's still snowing there in a few places. Near the wall mostly. The mountains. Have you ever been to the north, Prince Tommen? Tommen blinked. No. No, my lord. I've never been north. Well, I recommend you go sometime. It's rather beautiful. Anyways, King's Landing is quite warm for me. It's rather hot today, isn't it? I believe so, yes. Take off your leathers. The lad returned to staring. My leathers. Your leathers. You have plenty of time to learn how to fight cladded. Now. He spoke loud enough for Sir Baristan to hear him. So that when Tommen turned to confirm, the old knight nodded that it was all right. After placing his practice sword delicately on the ground, he knelt to undo the straps on his shins. Tiresias stepped forward. May I help you? Tommen nodded. Surrounded by a few bated breaths, he unstrung the shoulder straps and hauled the leather off to the side. When he returned, Tommen held out his arms. He united the leathers there as well and they were cast aside too. He returned to the center to see Tommen had regripped his training sword, holding it at the ready. His torso far too opposed. His stance too wide. Swallowing his smile, he crossed his legs and sat down. He met the boy's bewildered gaze calmly. The murmurs around the courtyard re-energized. The onlookers shared the boy's confusion. All but one. Tyrion covered his amusement well, but he could still hear the man snickering off to his right. Tiresias gestured to the ground in front of him. Please, sit. Forget the sword. You won't need it for now. Looking off to side, Tommen sought and must have received an assuring nod from Sir Baristan. Lowering the sword gently to the ground, the boy sat upon the stone. Gingerly so. It must have been a while he hadn't used a chair. Sticking his feet out, he looked to Tiresias expectantly for instruction. Which he delivered. Cross your legs. Like me. Obviously not the expected instruction. But still he complied. Twisting until he was cross-legged and gazing at him again. Albeit with a bit more suspicion. Tiresias nodded. Well done. Now I'm going to show you how to breathe. Tommen blinked. Pardon. He curbed his grin at the propriety. How to breathe, Prince Tommen? Well, how I like to breathe. Aren't you going to show me how to fight? Tiresias shook his head lightly. No. Not that I don't wish to, but you have an abundance of able instructors. Cameron seems quite capable and Sir Baristan is a living legend. Whatever I can teach you, they can far surpass me. But you beat the hound, and he's really, really strong. I got very lucky, my prince, he answered quietly. Don't forget this, luck decides fights more often than not. Don't underestimate it. Tommen's brow furrowed as he tried to consider his words. Tiresias sighed to himself. Perhaps a bit too philosophical to start off there, mate. Boy's young, don't forget. And I also knew how to remain calm, well, mostly. And to continue to breathe. The first will come with experience. If you're lucky to survive fights, those jitters in your stomach will lessen. Not cease. If you're smart, you'll always be a bit nervous when you fight. But the breathing can help. What you saw when I dueled Sandor Clegane started with this. He inhaled through his nose and exhaled slowly. And you can start here as well. The boy's eyes remained on him. They weren't as bewildered as they were a minute ago, but not fully comprehensive. Close enough. I'm going to count to 4 and during that count, I want you to inhale. Chatter from the sidelines entered his ears. Granted with his hearing, he heard every heartbeat in this courtyard. He had to tolerate the murmurs which rang clearly to him but no one else. But this was more than that. Obnoxious muted cackling from 2 red cloaks. It snaked to the center of the yard. And loud enough for Tommen to hear. Tiresias turned to his left, to the duo by the staircase. Pardon me, he called, seeing their smiles fall immediately. Would you two mind very much quieting down for the remainder of this exercise? The prince and I need to focus. Thank you. That applies to everyone in this courtyard. Nodding crisply to that effect, he returned to Tommen and continued softly. As I said, I'm going to count to 4. And so the lesson of his mother's meditation from the before seeped into the south. Into the high halls of West Eros. It didn't remain in the north. Tommen took a couple tries. He released the breath on one count more than once. But then it took. And Tiresias was able to issue more instruction. Breathing from the stomach, closing the eyes. Eventually the lad came to his center, his attention no longer darting to the surrounding titters. And they persisted. Despite his ask, the proximate conversations continued though at a tolerable volume. Tommen didn't hear them but he did. And it was rather amusing. He didn't speak loud enough to be heard by the entire courtyard. His instruction was quite muted. To them, they simply looked like a man and a child sitting cross-legged across from one another. And having no illusions of how exciting that was compared to swordplay, Tiresias didn't insist on complete silence. Instead smiling at the bewilderment. Which was now completely on the onlookers. Tommen's pulse beat calmly. He leaned forward. You can open your eyes, my prince. Tommen blinked blearily in the brightness of the sun, glancing around before coming back to him. Forgive me, my lord. I nearly fell asleep. Tiresias nodded. That's all right. You can use this exercise to fall asleep. You can use it to calm yourself. To be brave. You can use it whenever you want. However long you want. It's yours now. Leaning forward even further, he lowered his voice to a murmur. You can even use it when your brother is being cruel to you. The boy's eyes widened, but he still looked to Tiresias. How do you? I saw it at dinner, he muttered quietly. Below what Sir Baristan might hear. Still he didn't elaborate further. It's a way to defend yourself from anyone who would needle you with words. He then smiled. But it's not for everything. If they try and stab you, well then defend yourself with shield and sword. That's what Cameron and Sir Baristan are for. Understood. The youngest royal bastard blinked slowly before nodding. Tiresias contained his sigh. Well, that's the grand lesson I came to teach. It wasn't Tommen's fault. He was a lousy instructor. And not every child was as smart as Kara. A poor match perhaps. But he was eager. Perhaps a bit would be absorbed. He was not his brother. He wanted to learn. Speaking of whom? He glanced to the corridor to his left, having detected an approaching scent. It appeared Tyrion's fears were well founded. Tommen followed his eyes. What is it, my lord? Deciding on the truth, Tiresias returned his gaze to Tommen. Your brother is coming, my prince. The prince's pulse shot up as he stared to the corridor. It drew many eyes in the courtyard there. While they were preoccupied, Tiresias leaned forward. Would you like to do the exercise again? Calm yourself. The boy looked to him, his eyes bright. Tiresias smiled slightly. I could certainly use it. Closing his eyes, he kept his ears focused. After a brief hesitation, Tommen was inhaling, stalling it. Though he still heard the boy's heart, pounding loudly in that tiny chest. Wishing the boy luck, he focused on his left. Joffrey wasn't far off. You won't help Tommen's torment through this strange display. A shower of bootfalls followed Joffrey's scent. The little sadist was accompanied by several guards. Tiresias returned to his own meditation. He had to calm down himself. Joffrey's coming to torment him no matter what. You're sitting down with the boy. You two are the target. A hardly comforting thought. But it was all he could muster before the future mad and idiot king arrived. His eyes still closed, he traced Joffrey by his scent and the armor that followed him. Felt the boy's incredulous gaze as he stopped and stared. What's going on here? He called out. Tommen, you're supposed to be fighting. Why are you sitting on the ground? A hint of cruel laughter lilted the mocking inquiry. He hadn't looked, but Tiresias knew any calm Tommen achieved had dissipated instantly. Sir Baristan stepped forward. My prince, Prince Tommen has already exercised his swordplay. He is taking additional instruction from Tiresias. What instruction? Joffrey's arms raised and fell to his sides again. They're just sitting with their eyes closed. What's he teaching? It had been incredibly risky so far to have ignored the prince. It would be incredibly stupid to continue doing so. Tiresias opened his eyes to see Tommen averting his gaze to the ground, his face red. Remaining cross-legged on the ground, he turned and faced Joffrey. Breathing, Prince Joffrey. The little sadist blinked before laughing. Breathing? What, is he so stupid he doesn't know how to breathe? There's breathing and there's breathing, my prince. Learning to remain calm is a useful skill for any fighter. Especially when they're thrusted into duels and spars they weren't expecting. There was no lilt to his tone. He made sure of that. But he couldn't resist gazing straight into Joffrey's cruel eyes. He wasn't the cleverest psychopath in Westeros, but he got the hint well enough. His mocking gaze turned into a murderous simmer. Not in the mood for a staring contest, Tiresias turned back to the kinder bastard. You can stand up now, Prince Tommen. He got up with the prince, wincing at his mistake. Hoping Joffrey wouldn't catch it. Wouldn't capitalize on it. That hope was for naught. Joffrey stepped forward with a pointed finger. You don't tell a prince to stand. You're a servant. For the north. You don't give orders. You don't tell a prince to do anything. Tommen was staring to the ground. His heart beating rapidly. It wouldn't behoove him to say anything. But still, he did. You're right, my prince, he said curtly, before bowing to Tommen. Forgive me, Prince Tommen. I forgive you, Tommen mumbled quickly, eyes still to the ground. That's very kind, my prince, he added just as quickly. Right before Sir Baristan called from the sides. Prince Tommen, you're finished for the day. I believe you're already late for your tutoring. If you'd go with the governess. The young prince didn't need telling twice. Shooting from the center of the courtyard with a mumbled farewell to his uncle Tyrion. He took the governess' hand as she led him away, exiting into the corridor. Tiresias didn't wait until they had left before looking back to Joffrey. My prince, he nodded before turning for the sides. Stop. It was no surprise. A vain hope that he could leave without further harassment. Images of Micah, the young butcher's boy, flashed through his mind. The lad was safe in Wintertown. He'd be spared this time round from the prince's sadism. As for him, he had yet to see. He also had yet to turn back around. Obeying Joffrey's order to the literal word, he had only been ordered to halt. While the boy huffed behind him, he met Tyrion's eyes. They burned with anger as he set down his cup and slid off his chair. As for Joffrey, he finally gotten wise. Turn around. Taking a second to adopt a passive expression, Tiresias obeyed. Meeting the prince's eyes. His time beyond the wall hadn't deadened him entirely. The White Walkers were a threat. But they didn't hold a candle to human cruelty. And the look in Joffrey's eyes chilled him. Suddenly, Jonaran's promise of protection seemed rather superfluous. And indeed. Did you actually teach my brother anything useful? Or do you just know how to roll around in the dirt? Remains to be seen, my prince. It was only his first day. Do you even know how to use a sword? You didn't use one against the hound. He smirked. Or against the mountain. It's not my weapon of choice, my prince. Tiresias inhaled through his nose. I prefer spear and dagger. He saw the boy's movement before he even started. Able to brace his surprise when Joffrey drew his sword. The mutters exploded along the side, led by Sir Barristan and Tyrion as they stepped forward. What the hell are you doing, you fucking idiot? Tyrion growled. His anger drowned out by Sir Barristan's bark. Prince Joffrey, what is the meaning of this? Tiresias remained still as the prince stepped closer, raising his sword. It sang enough when he drew it. But glinting in the sun, he saw it shine. Real steel, and he doubted the boy carried a dulled blade. It came close. A foot to his chest before Joffrey stopped. Draw your dagger. Tyrion, having arrived right behind him, nearly laughed through his anger. Draw his dagger, are you fucking mad, boy? The man defeated both Clegane brothers. And you want to take him on? The hand was quite clear on this matter, my prince. So was your father, the king. Sir Barristan implored tersely. Tiresias is done demonstrating his abilities for us. He's an emissary. A guest in the Red Keep. Having focused on the blade's end, Tiresias met Joffrey's stare. Unaffected by both rebukes. Prince Joffrey, he stated softly. I cannot draw. It is against the law to raise a blade against the royal family. Or any highborn for that matter. The blade came closer, an inch from his chest. Your prince is ordering you to draw, Joffrey sneered. Tiresias, the prince is giving a command in direct violation of the king's order, Sir Barristan stated. Loudly for the whole courtyard to hear. Come, Tiresias. Back away. My prince, Tiresias said softly. Is it your intention to trick me into committing a capital offense? Or do you truly want to duel me? Apparently, idiocy was contagious. Joffrey blinked at the question. And Tiresias continued in the pouty silence. Because if it's the latter, we can certainly arrange something. Tyrion actually grabbed his arm. Tiresias, he muttered. Walk away. Now. Sir Barristan's right. The prince is violating the king's order. We'll stand witness to it. Come away. Come in now. Gently extricating his arm, he watched Joffrey. His surprise giving way to his sneer. But at least the sword was lowered now. So you'll finally draw then? Stop being a coward. Oh no, my prince, Tiresias said very politely. I will forever be a coward. If we duel, I shall not draw my dagger or any other weapon. But I will be honored if you would grace me with your skills. And allow me to see what true courage on the battlefield looks like. Would you honor me, my prince? Whatever Joffrey was expecting, it wasn't this. The shine of cruelty left his eyes, replaced by utter confusion. His sword hung from his hand as he stared at the mountain fall. What do you say, my prince? Tiresias stepped forward and the prince's sword sprung up again. First to draw blood. Sir Meryn stepped forward, drawing his sword. You back off, fucking bastard. Now. Joffrey cut off his growl. Enough. He glanced back to the mountain fall, sneering. You can win without drawing, can you? He didn't answer that. Joffrey's smile widened as he pointed the sword at this chest. The pulses of Tyrion and Sir Barristan were rapidly beating. Come on, then. The prince laughed. Duel. Tiresias reached for the blade quickly, twisting his arm. Before Joffrey could even blink, the top of his forearm grazed the prince's steel. He pulled back, feeling the light sting of the sword. Bringing it to his chest, he presented it to the prince, who stared. His sword still in the same position, as he followed the drops of blood trail off of Tiresias' arm, falling to the stone below. Stepping back, Tiresias lowered his arm and bowed. The prince has drawn first blood and won this contest. Well done, my prince. He didn't wait for the prince's response. Now was the time to retreat. Turning heel on that stupefied face, he walked back to his friend. Tyrion grabbed his wine and together they exited the tense courtyard. Laughter didn't echo around its borders, but he sensed more than one suppressed titter from an onlooker. When they were a couple of corridors away from the site, he spared a glance to Tyrion. The man returned it, a mixture of amusement and worry. Tyrion shook his head and returned his gaze to the front. I don't think Joffrey appreciate your jest. That was an idiot move. I don't disagree. What was your warning again? Not to antagonize the little shit. I'm his uncle. You're the servant of his servant. Tiresias sighed. Well, I'll be gone soon. That'll help. Tyrion halted, staring up at him. Assuming, of course, you survive long enough to actually ride out of this city. He didn't have an answer for that. Meeting his friend's frustrated worry with a simple gaze. Finally Tyrion sighed. If the anger can fall on Sir Barristan or Lordaeron or myself, let it. Will you please not tempt the boy's wrath? Tiresias nodded immediately. I promise, and I appreciate your concern. I truly do. The Lord snorted. Well, we'll see how long it lasts. Do you need a bandage? Simple cloth would do. He set off again. Come. Let's find you a cloth. And then let us go to the kitchens. Joffrey won't even think of looking for you there, the food's fresh. And the women. Tyrion's perverted grin shone through. Outside of the brothels, there is no area in this city with such a concentrated amount of ample tits. Tiresias followed his friend down the corridor, his pulse still racing from the courtyard. Even with the king's express order, Prince Joffrey had no quibble threatening harm. Not that was surprising. He had to leave the city. But he needed leave to leave. Which the small council had not granted him yet. But more importantly, he had to talk to Jonaran again. Unmonitored. Before anything else happened. Before Joffrey tried again. How many times could he shock the prince by being smartass? Before the boy caught on and ordered his quick execution? It was close. He had already defied Joffrey twice at this point. The boy wouldn't react well to a third humiliation. Time was running out. Come in, Lordaeron. Come in, fucking talk to me. Chapter 79. Another evening passed without a clandestine meeting with the Lord Hand in the garden. Tonight however, he didn't return to his room immediately from the gardens. Instead he trudged down to the Baileys, a fresh wineskin in hand. The training yards were far more occupied at night than the ones at Winterfell. Whether it was the Lannister discipline or the numbers required to keep a garrison at the capital, he didn't know. Probably a bit of both. He entered quietly and walked along the sides. Passing dozens of hanging red cloaks. Thankfully few noticed his presence. At least at first. As he walked determinedly forward, those few grew. When Tiresias finally identified the commanding officer and approached him, half the steel in the yard was lowered and silent. The captain was about to shout at the soldiers for stopping when another pointed out the foreign intruder. Tiresias took his calming breath before halting in front of the man. Evening. I'm looking for the Hound. Could you tell me where he is, please? Whatever the captain expected from the mountain fall, it wasn't that. Tiresias hadn't expected it either. It wasn't Lordaeron. He hadn't come to the capital to speak with Sandor Clegane. Not even after the duel did he consider it. But as the days grew longer and with no word otherwise, he found himself thinking that, in a way, the spar ended prematurely. He invoked the Hound's dead brother. He couldn't let it lie on that. Not that he needed to explain that now. He regarded the captain with as neutral an expression as he could muster before the man jerked his head back. Stalked through their hour past the armory. Thank you. The stairs on his back didn't weigh as heavily as they did days earlier. He supposed he was getting used to them. Which disturbed him slightly. Thankfully the steel clanged soon enough behind him as he descended lower in the castle. He went past the armory as the captain said, but the Hound was nowhere to be found. It had been an hour after all. But he did come through here. Tiresias knew it immediately. One benefit of nearly being strangled was that it forced one into close proximity to their attacker. Close enough to recognize a scent. Tiresias caught the Hound's scent and easily followed it through the hay and shit, heading out of the main yards. The path quickly grew more and more quiet. Isolated. Out of sight. He's not going to like me intruding on his quiet spot. Steeling himself, he turned a corner and halted. Hello. The Hound sat on a crate, leaning against the stone. His eyes staring up at the sky before they blinked and blearily looked his way. To see the interruption. Tiresias met his eyes, but Sandor quickly rolled his head back, fixing his gaze upon the stars once more. Tiresias walked forward. Willing himself not to creep slowly. The fight was over. That's what he told himself. May I join you? Fuck off. He sighed. Yeah, I figured you'd said that. He held out the wineskin. What say you to a bribe? Silence answered him for several seconds. Finally though Sandor reached out for the skin. He didn't move his eyes though. Those remained fixed on the stars. Tiresias passed him the drink, hoping he didn't pick anything too fancy. Not that he had much choice. He couldn't afford Arbor Gold. It smelled fine enough. Sandor lifted the skin and drained 2 large gulps before throwing it back. Tiresias caught it and took his own gulp before his next bit of insanity. He strode past the hound and sat next to him on the crate. For a while, they said nothing. After a few seconds, Sander gestured for the wine and Tiresias passed it back. Exchanging it back and forth, they emptied the skin in 5 minutes. Without saying one word, Sander took the last gulp. Shaking the last dregs of the skin, he threw it back to Tiresias. It hit him lightly in the chest. There. You joined me. Now fuck off. Tiresias tossed the wineskin off to the side, trying not to retch. It was a lot of wine in a short amount of time. That wasn't fair what they did to us. Not for me or you. He sensed the hound turning to look at him. You gonna go and whinge about that now? You're still alive. Sides, don't see me fucking complaining, do yet. Not complaining about you. You took a couple cheap shots but you fought fair enough. You took off your armor. Fetched a blunted sword. Tiresias exhaled, trying not to tense. Not like your brother. He came into the hall with full armor. I know how you killed my brother, Sander interjected. And if I didn't know before, I was there when you told the king. I remember, Tiresias muttered. Were you lying then? That got the man's eyes on him. What? I know you're not one for complaining, but when the king asked if you'd be bothered by my retelling, were you lying when you said no? When was the last time anyone had interrogated the younger Clegane? Inquired on his feelings? Based on the man's expression, long enough that it was considered an anomaly. When my brother died, I didn't fucking cry. You tellin' your fancy story didn't change that. Now piss off. There are other ways to feel about a brother's death. Sander didn't respond, but Tiresias could sense his pulse rising. The heat from his face. Trying not to seem nervous, he stood up. The wine tempered his grace a bit. Still he managed to meander to the wall on the other side. Leaving his reluctant drinking partner with some space, he turned back around. As I was coming down here to find you, would you believe me if I said I didn't know how to address you? He shrugged. Sander. The hound blinked blearily at him. He continued. The name's too familiar for us. Besides, when was the last time anyone called you that? The hound rolls off my tongue differently than the king's or Prince Joffrey's, but you despise it nonetheless. Clegane works, I suppose, but your brother was a Clegane as well and you hated him. The bleary blinking stopped. He was now the subject of a dreadful stare. But he didn't stop. Clegane was your father's name as well. And he protected your brother. So calling you Lord Clegane seemed, well, it didn't seem right. When were you last home anyway? To rule as such. The hound stood and stalked over to him. Tiresias hoped he read him correctly and remained where he was. The man halted and he had to tilt his neck to meet his eyes. He recognized that simmering rage well enough. Well, he asked softly. What do you think? What should I call you? Clegane leaned down, inches from his face. You call me the hound, fucking cunt. You're not too good for a nickname. Neither am I. So I'll be the hound. You be the mountain fall. Take whatever the fuck you can from it. Just leave me alone. Tiresias didn't budge. Fine, you're the hound, to be honest, I don't much like that name. Wouldn't want it for myself. He clenched and unclenched his right hand, preparing as well as he could. But you wouldn't mind having my name, wouldn't you? Earning it for yourself? Sander the mountain fall. Have you mouthed it to yourself? The man's eyes burned into his. And he ignored all calls for caution. Maybe you have. You'd have borne kinslayer as well. You'd have gladly paid the price, but now you can't. You waited too long. And now he's dead. I'm not particularly glad I killed him. May not be sorry he's dead, but I'm not glad. I promise you that. But I'm glad I did it instead of you. I'm glad I took it from you. That was too much. He saw the hands coming but did nothing to stop them. Instead bracing his back as Sander grabbed and swung him into the wall. He braced as well as he could, but it was only so effective. It didn't escape his notice that he was slammed into the wooden frame. Missing the stone on either side. On purpose, so he guessed. Still, it was painful and he barely stifled a moan as Sander held him there. His wine-sodden breath overwhelming as he came close. Took from me, he growled straight into his face. You have no idea what you took from me. What you stole. Tiresias met his eyes, ignoring what pain he could. He grasped Sander's hands. A poor attempt to deter him. I know exactly from I stole from you, he panted. His heart was racing and it threatened to escape his chest. The thing you've wanted ever since he shoved your face into the fire. Ever since your father protected him. And I saw it. Saw it all. You and your brother at the end of everything. Fighting on a burning stairway to nowhere. And he's ugly. Decaying. Already dead. And you, racing to join him. Knowing it would end you. You fell into fire, pulling him with you. He hadn't prepared those words. Hadn't thought of that fight in ages. It was horrific. A blatant warning. A rebuke for any who expected glory when the two clashed. And once the mountain was dead, it seemed pointless. But as surprised he was far less so than the hound. The man kept his hands on his shirt. They didn't inch towards his throat. Instead he stared at the mountain fall before rasping in bewilderment. What? Tiresias was sure his own eyes stared wildly back. Nothing could have kept you from fighting him. As long as he was alive. He considered that and amended it. Long as he walked, he would have pulled you into the abyss. I just pushed him over first and cut you loose. Casted you away. And now you're floating about and you don't know where the fuck you're headed. At least when he was alive, you knew. You knew that you would die when it all came to a head. What the fuck are you on about? Sander's rage hadn't dissipated, but it was certainly clouded with confusion. You think I know? Tiresias panted. I was barely myself when I fought him. I was scared out of my fucking mind. I didn't consider anyone else. Not you. Not Prince Oberyn. Not the innkeeper. Not the thousands of people who wanted the mountain's blood on their hands. Who dreamt of ending him. The monster who harmed them or their loved ones. His feet were planted firmly on the ground again, but Sander hadn't moved away. His eyes simmering. Tiresias swallowed and the words came. Partly from him. The rest from thoughts long buried. I didn't consider their dreams when I killed him. I didn't consider your feelings on the matter. I didn't even see what it had come to last time. That came after deep den. There, I just needed him dead. Seeing what he did. He had to go. It was a warm night, but that couldn't excuse his profuse sweat as he met the hound's eyes. He was sure the man noticed. But Sander didn't say anything. Stared at him for several seconds before finally unhanding his shirt and lowering his hands. His gaze didn't break but he didn't wait much longer to speak. What had come to last time, the stairs to nowhere. Fires and the end of everything. Tiresias didn't respond. What could he possibly say about that? For the first time, Sander smirked humorlessly. Thought you were mad when I heard you took on my brother. Good on you settling that now for me. Cheers. Now don't fucking talk to me again. Finally the man stepped back, adjusting his belt and grabbing his wineskin before turning to exit down the way. Tiresias considered honoring the request. Besides he wanted to wait until his heart had settled before he spoke to anyone again. However, that wasn't going to happen. In between his light panting, he looked to Sander. What do you want? Clegane stopped but he didn't turn back. Didn't respond. I mean, what now? Now that you can't kill him, what did you want? Truly. That simple inquiry turned the man about swiftly. He approached Tiresias, letting his feet fall heavily on the stone. Wine, mountain fall. That's what I want. Since you asked. Wine and gold. Plenty here in the castle. Now will you shut your hole? Tiresias braced to be grabbed again. I see, so this is where you wish to be? What you truly wish to do for the rest of your life. He glanced up, gesturing towards the Red Keep. Taking orders from those you despise. They're the ones with the gold, are slick. Sander adjusted his leathers roughly. Fair wager I make a fuckload more than you do, sitting with your books. I don't doubt that, Tiresias said. I'm just wondering what will happen once the prince becomes king and he orders you to hurt someone who can't pin you down and choke you to a yield. How will you feel then? Sander had stilled at the mention of King Joffrey. Any thought of that boy inspired dread for many in this city. But the man didn't answer his question. Verbally or otherwise. Instead he leaned down slightly, meeting his eyes. Get the fuck out of my face, cunt, he uttered softly. I'm not asking again. His heart picked a strange time to settle down. With the towering, drunken warrior bearing down with his final warning. Perhaps it was Sander himself. The man was too honest for this place. He read his face, saw his restraint. He also saw that it was close to snapping. That it was time to go. He walked off. Softly. But he still had one more thing to say. And so once he had reached a safe distance, he turned and called back. If you don't hate me too much to listen right now, I have a suggestion for you. Sander stared at him, but he didn't charge and he didn't draw his sword. Tiresias continued. I don't know where he is at the moment. But if you ever hear of a septon named Brother Ray, go to him. A few seconds passed before the hound smiled for the first time. Laughing to himself. That's your advice? Find myself a priest? Bow before the seven. He's taken a much different path than your usual septon, Tiresias answered evenly. And he's a lot more like you than I am, so perhaps he could help. Most likely he'll turn up in the Riverlands one day. The hound's smile slowly sank off his face. nearly all the way till it hung loosely as he regarded Tiresias, staring at him. But he didn't speak on Brother Ray. Didn't question him further. And Tiresias could only shrug. That is, if the time ever comes when you're not so sure of yourself and the wine doesn't distract like it once did. Good night. He turned to leave, walking back to the training yards. Tell me you didn't like it. Tiresias stopped and looked back as Clegane stepped forward. Tell me you didn't like it. Being the mountain fall. Movin' about quick swingin' your stick. Seeing the fuckin' smiles drop from the faces of fancy cunts. Go on, look me in the eye, tell me you didn't like it. Creaks from the ships in the bay came to his ears. Tiresias listened to them for a beat before answering. I'd rather have been home. I'd rather have been with my wife and daughter. He left it at that. Turning again and exiting the hound's hiding place, he stalked back through the darkened pathways. Barely watching his way as he realized what he just did. It was the first time he had mentioned Mal and Diana in this place to anyone. A feeble hope to shield them. He was sure the dangerous people in the Red Keep already knew of their existence. Still any attention would be unwelcomed. And his faith in Sander not harming them met a swift reminder. He ran down Micah, remember? He'll kill anyone at this point. It'd only be an order to him. He sighed as he climbed back into the Red Keep. Perhaps he'd get lucky. Perhaps Brother Ray will make his presence known sooner than later. Perhaps Sander will tell Joffrey to get fucked as he once did. Perhaps he'll find peace in the Riverlands, building seps. What fucking world do you think you're in, mate? What world do Mal and Diana wake up to? Where they must live? What do you think? As if the past several years weren't answer enough, Tiresias craned his neck and saw the towers of the Red Keep shooting up into the stars. Home to those who would gladly end him and his family. And so what if Sander threw off his collar and refused their order? They'd find another. A dog eager to kill is easy to find in this world. Over the past few evenings in this garden, Tiresias' eyes wandered more and more away from his tomes, staring out into the sea. To the encroaching darkness in the east. Despite his unease in the castle, he felt his mind wander back to his false home. To a young girl who was probably watching the sunset from Pentos. The threads of the original story did not line up precisely. Weeks or even months passed between scenarios. And now that he had interfered, the original story mattered less and less for a reference. He had no idea if Daenerys Targaryen was still in Illyrio Mopetus walled villa. With Viserys. Perhaps she had already wed Khal Drogo and was a Khaleesi in the Dothraki Sea. Perhaps the eggs were already speaking to her, had she placed them in the fire already? There was someone in this castle who probably knew. But he wasn't tempted to ask. If he spoke to Varys about the matter, he wouldn't live to see the following morning. Tiresias exhaled slowly. No, at this point, there was nothing he could do for her. For good or ill. She was protected now, either by Mopetus or the Dothraki, and he was nowhere near talented enough to get close. Not now, but they'll abandon her when Khal Drogo falls. The dragons will be small then too. Someone was coming towards him. A focused pace. Tiresias abandoned his errant thoughts and focused back on his tome as, at long last, the Lord Hand approached him. Tiresias. Good evening. He lowered the book and looked up to see no guards accompanying the Lord Hand. Nevertheless, when Tiresias stood and approached, he asked the stupid question. Are you alone? You tell me. Was there truly a spy in the walls around my office? For some reason, certainty didn't seem too appropriate here. It seemed likely. I couldn't be sure that our discussion wouldn't trickle down throughout the castle. Lord Arryn peered at him. In his eyes, Tiresias saw him foregoing the sensational questions for a practical one. Well, are we alone now? Tiresias fell silent and listened. There was a gardener 100 yards away, on the upper terrace. He had seen him before. A possible spy. Probable actually. But the man was out of earshot. There was no one he heard close enough to listen. No hidden heartbeat in the bushes. After that, he sniffed, ignoring the widening eyes from Lord Arryn. Nothing. No unwelcome scent. No deadly silent eavesdroppers. It seemed safe as it could be. Still, he didn't chance it and kept his voice to a mutter. I believe so. Jon Arryn glanced around himself before coming to him. All right, what have you to say, Tiresias, that you couldn't speak of in my office? Tiresias took a small breath. Actually the same thing I asked you then, you've been reading lately, haven't you, Lord Arryn? Whatever opening line the Hand expected, it wasn't that. Jon Arryn peered at him, slightly bewildered before suspicion began to creep into his eyes. He wasn't a fool. But he hadn't quite made the connection yet. I've been reading, Tiresias. Why do you ask? Which tome? On that, the Lord Hand realized the implication. His whole frame stilled and his heart began to race. But he didn't answer. Tiresias took a cautious step forward. It's a book of lineages, isn't it? The great houses, something like that. The lineages and histories of the great houses of the 7 kingdoms, Jonaran volunteered softly. How do you know? Have you discovered the discrepancy yet? On your own. Tiresias cut across him, forgetting propriety. You didn't ask for that book to look across all the great houses, did you? Just the one. On this, the Lord Hand glanced behind him. Tiresias cursed under his breath. The gardener would see the hand checking to be sure they wouldn't be overheard. Near enough to see his face. Lord Aran, please look at me. John returned his gaze. Now keep looking at me. Black of hair, 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 golden hair. How do you know? Lord Aran demanded. Tiresias was grateful his demand was whispered fiercely at least. Have you been in my chambers? Tiresias shook his head. No, I haven't. Then how? You wouldn't believe me if I told you, he muttered calmly, trying to placate the man. It doesn't matter how. But rest assured, I have no ill will towards you. I have no plans to tell anyone else. This is just between you and me. His calm was a brazen lie. His own pulse hammered just as loudly as the hand's. The spar didn't buy him infinite leave to do what he wished. Whatever Jonaran had thought they would converse about this evening, it probably didn't involve anything so dangerous. But now the man was under no illusion about what they were about to discuss. And neither was he. From the Queen's perspective, it was treason. This conversation could cost them their heads. The only difference was that Tiresias' death would be far more insignificant compared to Lord Aran's. He had more to gain foregoing this matter. Just forgetting about it. The hand knew that. It perhaps calmed the man more quickly as he considered the mountain fall. Though his eyes still blazed fiercely. What do you want? John demanded quietly. Tiresias took a deep breath before answering just as softly. I am here on behest of Lord Stark. The remaining anger dissipated quickly into concern as the hand stared. Does Ned know? Tiresias almost nodded before he remembered the gardener in the distance. Just 2 men talking. No gestures. Nothing, hopefully the man doesn't read lips. What does he know? Everything. What do you mean everything? He knows about all 3 of the Queen's children. He knows who sired them. He also knows you're not blind. That you would discover it yourself one day. And soon. He sent me here to encourage you not to do anything stupid. Despite the impossibility of what he was hearing, the hand furrowed his eyebrows at the last sentiment. Tiresias exhaled through his nose. My phrasing. Not his. He braced himself. He also knows how the king will react. It was something that Jonaran had obviously already considered. He didn't even blink. His eyes merely sank to the stone below. Tiresias gave him a few seconds before continuing. All these questions you're asking. This investigation, no one wants to hear the answers. What they'll bring. If you go to the king, he will fly into a fury. He'll kill the queen. He'll kill the children. He'll kill Sir Jaime. What that would lead to was far less shocking than anything he had said so far. Still, as he stepped forward, he lowered his tone. Lord Aran raised his eyes to meet his. And Tywin Lannister will not let that stand. The Lord Hand had considered that as well. He could see it in Jon's eyes. With a conscious effort not to look back towards the gardener, he stepped forward, speaking softly. You could always remain silent. Jonaran almost smiled. Is that your recommendation? It's not honorable. It leads to a false succession. It leaves the king in the dark, but I give a bit more credence to the coward's choice than most people. Far less people will die under the following reign than in a bloody war to decide it. Jonaran didn't like the idea. Tiresias saw it in his eyes and he couldn't blame him. He hated it as well. But the alternative was worse. That's what he told himself as he continued. It's still possible. As long as you haven't told anyone about any of this. The almost smile vanished completely from the hand's face. Tiresias saw the remaining light drain from his eyes and his heart sank. You've spoken to someone. It was hardly a question. One that Lord Aran didn't even answer. He didn't have to. Tiresias exhaled through his nose. Lord Stannis already knows. At this point to the hand, it wasn't even surprising what this emissary was saying. Lord Aran sighed before meeting his eyes. Lord Stannis was the one who came to me. Much as you have. But he only suspects. He doesn't know for sure. He hasn't seen the book. Has he seen the bastards? That brought the surprise back. At least, a little of it. But it wasn't gratifying to see the hand's bewilderment. It was just frustrating. They didn't have time. I mean, you haven't just glanced between the king and the crown prince to see the difference, have you? He asked. What of Robert's natural children? Outside the Red Keep? In the city? For a second, he was grateful for his curtness. It would cover any hopeful lilt in his tone. The hope that Varys followed through. That all the king's traces of infidelity were swept away. Thankfully Jonaran recovered his composure quickly. In the past fortnight, I've managed to find two. A boy of 4 living with a dock family. And a babe in a brothel. A girl. Both black of hair. He didn't frame it as a question. Only 2 of them? That's not the Robert Baratheon Lord Stark knows. Nor you do, I imagine. There were others, Jon muttered. Many others. When they were born, I made sure they were provided and cared for. The king never saw them. Never bothered with them. So where are they now? I don't know. Every neighbor or friend I questioned said they had left the capital. With hardly a word. Tempted as he was to inquire about Varys, Tiresias had bigger worries. What about Lord Stannis? Has he seen the 2 children? In the brothel? By the docks? No, I informed him about them. Days ago. Tiresias swallowed his curse. Not that it would have stopped Stannis from suspecting the truth. But he wouldn't have launched a war of succession over a suspicion. With ample evidence on the other hand. He won't keep silent, he murmured softly. Years ago, he had doomed the South to war. Resigned himself to it. It wasn't an isolated kingdom with monsters across the border. The North was hard enough to affect. This was just too complicated. He couldn't even comprehend how he would start. That hadn't changed. But in the past couple months, with Lord Stark imploring him and traveling to the capital, he began to think that perhaps some things could be averted. Not all of it. But enough. He didn't think that now. And as that meager amount of accumulated hope seeped away, he met the Hand's eyes and saw the same realization. War was inevitable. And the South was suddenly much more dangerous. When were you planning on telling the king? Not until I was absolutely sure, Jon murmured. It's still not ironclad, aberrations aren't unheard of. Not when it comes to children. 2 black-haired bastards don't change that. If they were more. But you've made no secrets of your inquiries, have you? Tiresias sighed. These visits into the city. The book. I've not proclaimed it. It's not unusual for the Hand to make a few visits into the city. As for the book, it's 1 out of the dozens I've requested in the past month. They know. You seem rather certain of that, don't you? He forewent explaining himself. Even if you can't completely prove the Queen's unfaithfulness, they know you suspect. That you've inquired. They know what the consequences will be if you inform the king. And so eventually, they will not risk you informing him. Jonaran stared at him. Are you suggesting what I think you're suggesting? He uttered softly. Uncertainty was not his friend for this time or place. But he couldn't help it. Lisa was the one who poisoned her husband. But that was at the behest of a man now long dead. The woman that Tiresias visited was in no condition to do so. She was weak and forgotten, deemed useless by all who would seek the Hand's quick demise. But his demise was not just sought by Littlefinger before. If you were to fall ill suddenly, who would tend to you? The Lord Hand hadn't blinked in a long time. Grand Maester Pycelle. Or one of his acolytes. Oh, he'll quickly send the acolytes away, my lord. He stepped forward. If you're poisoned and brought before him, he'll send away those who would save you. And leave you to die. You know what he is. You know that doddering act of his is horseshit. He's just another sycophant. He wants to be where the power is. And right now, that certainly is not with House Baratheon or House Arryn. The waves crashed against the rocks below him. A faint sound. Lord Arryn probably didn't even hear it. The man's brow was rather furrowed as it focused on him. Have you not noticed how many Lannister soldiers there are in this castle? The sheer number of red cloaks? Compared to your men? Compared to those belonging to Lord Renly and Lord Stannis? I've been here less than a month and I see them everywhere. They are the strongest force in the city now. In fact, poisoning you is probably unnecessary at this point. You tell King Robert and he commands his men to bring the Queen and their children forward? They'll be able to fight that. And Sir Jaime, well, he's already killed 1 king. Skilled as he is, he'll take down several guards to kill this one. To protect her, he'll tear the kingdom apart. It was an effort not to raise his voice. To not get excited. He hadn't forgotten the gardener in the distance. Not that this interaction didn't look suspicious on its own. They should have started walking the gardens when they began to speak. Jonaran stared at him. You've given quite a bit of thought to this, haven't you? It was the casual response that took him back. Tiresias stared at him, not sure how to reply. But the Hand continued. Did Ned Stark order you here because he actually needs every northern lord above the neck? Or did you volunteer to come here with another agenda? He stepped forward, his face only a foot away. Tiresias stayed put, meeting the man's eyes. What do you want from this? Lord Arryn asked. Why did Ned send you here? It was the kind of plain speak he hadn't encountered for weeks. And he wasn't sure how to handle it. But Jonaran waited him out. And finally, he responded. He just wants to keep you alive, he said quietly. And I wanted to tell you to stop. Before you aroused too much suspicion. Before you snooped any further. Before you asked too many questions. A humorless smirk raced across his face. He couldn't help it. If only I had arrived here weeks earlier, before the two bastards. Before the book. It could have remained quiet, he shook his head. But you discovered it. You passed on your findings to Lord Stannis. And he won't let this stand. But it wasn't just the true heir to the throne. Tiresias had never seen Lord Arryn's open eyes before in the previous story. And certainly not up close on his previous visit to the capital. They were clear and determined. Not with a blustering confidence. But a quiet strength that enabled him to side with his beloved wards and go against a mad king. You can't let it stand either, can you, Lord Arryn? The Lord Hand was a far more dignified man than him. No humorless smirk adorned his face. But his determined eyes did grow a tad softer. Only just. No. Not even if you hadn't told Lord Stannis. Tiresias asked quietly. Not a terribly important question, but he was still curious. However, the Lord Hand didn't bother to answer him. The man turned to the stone wall and rested his palms, pressing down and exhaling quietly as he stared to the sea below. His brow furrowed in thought. Tiresias saw the dismissal clear enough. Not that he had much to add. All of a sudden, he shared the man's weariness. Any paranoia and fears of an inevitable bloodbath seemed muted. Sleep would correct that. He picked up his tome and nodded. I wish you all the best, Lord Arryn. Good night. As he walked off, a trickle of shame mingled with his fatigue. He had failed his missive from Lord Stark. To deliver a simple warning and now it was useless. All this way for nothing. Just a moment. Tiresias halted and turned. The Lord Hand was still staring out to the black water, watching the moon begin to rise. But he turned, his stare bored into him. It was a couple of seconds before Tiresias remembered to answer him. Lord Arryn? Something else. The Lord Hand walked towards him, speaking softly as he did. Maester Pycelle handed me the book the afternoon after I requested it. And that was the day after your fight with Clegane. The younger one, he amended. That's so. Jonaran halted before him, fixing him with a soft stare, his eyes gleaming with suspicion. You requested this meeting then, it's been a fortnight since, but you requested it directly after the spar. To speak to me of this matter, before I had even begun to actively investigate it. Tiresias heard his heart rate rise above the waves below. Excuses, explanations, and anything in between ran through his mind. He tried to think of something. Nothing was suitable. Nothing could excuse it. And so he stood silent, his face a mask, meeting the hand's stare with his own. Before finally it became too much. I have no explanation that would satisfy you, Lord Arryn, he stated carefully, soft as a stream. As I said, Lord Stark wants you to live. So I'm here. And I'm telling you, tread lightly. He saw the battle play out on the hand's face. To know more. To ask more. But there was no time. The South was set to collapse into war again. There was much to do. He desperately wanted to ask Lord Arryn what he planned, but he doubted the hand knew himself at the moment. He had to return to his tower. He had to rethink everything. It was going to be a long evening. Indeed, Jon started off, walking past him back to the Red Keep. Tiresias was about to sigh when he heard the old man stop. What happened in the north? He turned to see Lord Arryn looking back. What happened up at the wall? Truly. Cold, death personified. Screams of terror in the mist below, their leader, a demon born of our kind, he's waiting there now. Far too much to explain tonight. Here and now. Especially after this. Tell you what, Lord Arryn, if you manage to survive things down here in the capital, come up and visit Winterfell. See for yourself. Propriety didn't seem important here. After all, they were discussing treason moments ago. Jon seemed not to care as well. He didn't even give a nod when he turned back. Tiresias watched him go. Let him walk ahead so it wouldn't be too suspicious. Tried to be calm. Suddenly he couldn't be nonchalant about it. His body began to tremble and he stumbled back to the bench facing the black water. Shivering overtook him as he sat. He leaned forward as the trembling spell wore on and on. Inhale on 1, 2, 3. The exercise took a while to work. But the adrenaline soon wore out and he straightened up, breathing slowly in the dark. But the fear was still there. No greater than when he was beyond the wall, but it was different. This wasn't something he could place behind the wall and then return home. He had just handed the start of the war off to a man, honor-bound not to stop his duty. Not to remain silent. Not to just go along. He sat on the bench, staring at the stone between his feet for a while. With no torchlight, but it didn't matter. He didn't really see the ground. Finally, Tiresias stood up, picked up the tome and started back to the castle. Enough time had elapsed between the hand's exit and his own. Suspicion wouldn't follow him. He snorted at the thought. Suspicion had followed him ever since he arrived in the capital. Before that even. When he had announced his presence to the Seven Kingdoms in Deep Den. And this evening, the spies would report that the mountain fall had met the Lord Hand. What looked like an intense conversation followed. And depending on what Lord Urin did next, the consequences would reflect on him as well. Probably for ill. Entering the castle, he cursed himself. He should have asked Lord Urin for leave to return to Winterfell. He didn't need the memories of the story before to suspect that the Red Keep would become quite hostile in the near future. Would the small council consent to his departure before the carnage? That was his final prayer before he fell asleep that night. He hadn't forgotten Ned Stark imploring him to leave if the situation demanded it. But the Warden of the North wasn't here. And the King's Road was much safer with a royal seal. Chapter 80. The following morning came with a surprise. He awoke to find that he had slept soundly. That he was rested. Despite the danger of his conversation with the Lord Hand, it was accomplished. He had warned Jonarin. He had fulfilled his promise to Lord Stark. Perhaps that was enough to give him peace. At least during the night. As he exited his quarters and made his way to find some breakfast, something seemed wrong. Something seemed off. Tiresias paused in the corridor and looked behind him. Empty as far as he could see. No one arriving with tray, rag, or steel. He brushed his finger against his own knife. He had worn it every day here. That and his purse. Just in case, the feeling came and he had to escape the castle. With or without the small council's permission. Was that tingle along his spine that feeling? Right now? Was it time to flee? The Red Keep was quiet. It was the quietest morning yet during his stay. Had Jonarin acted already? Did the Lannisters retaliate? Was Stannis dead? Had he slept through a bloodbath? A creak echoed in the distance and he snapped his head back to the source. His heart jumped until he recognized the wheels of an old trolley. The servant pushing it, they had no extreme worries. Their heart beat just fine. He exhaled before continuing on. That trolley song broke the spell and the other inhabitants of the castle came to his ears. No sounds of a struggle. No clash of swords. No shouting. No bells. The Red Keep was just waking up to another day. Still, it was the quietest morning yet. That didn't change as Tiresias stalked through the halls. Tyrion found him later that day and practically demanded an afternoon drink with him. Tiresias didn't need much persuasion. His time with Lord Tyrion had been quite limited during this trip and after the previous evening, he was in the mood for wine. A moderate amount, but still. His friend led him to the lower terraces of the gardens. Right near the spot of his treasonous conversation with Lord Urin. Mercifully, Tyrion opted for the shade and led him to a cyvasse table. 2 goblets bordered the board. A silent servant poured and the two of them settled into thankfully harmless warfare. Tiresias hadn't elected to practice his cyvasse game since his recovery in Castlelly Rock. Tyrion defeated him soundly halfway through his first cup. It was quite peaceful though. As opposed to his suspicious unease in the Red Keep this morning. Tiresias faced south to the water. In between turns, he glanced to the black water with small sips. Before glancing back to the board. The one place he could even attempt to stem bloodshed. It was better than being adrift in the Red Keep. The small council's silence weighed on him more than ever. With no word yet of their decision. What laid in store for Lord Stark? Whether he could actually leave. During the talk with the Lord Hand, he had completely forgotten to ask about that. The subject of their conversation obliterated all matters from his mind. He hoped the Lord Hand remembered the subject at the next small council meeting. Or at least recognized that whenever he planned, emissaries would do well to leave the city before a war is launched. He raised his cup, glancing to the bay. A ship drew his eye. With yellow sails fully down, it sailed quickly. His eyes recognized the sails before his brain made the connection. What are you staring at? Tyrion's hand hovered over his dragon. Pausing his devastating attack as he peered at his friend. Slightly concerned, but mostly suspicious. Tiresias lowered his goblet, nodding to the water. Is that Lord Stannis' ship? Tyrion followed his stare, twisting around in his chair to look out. He didn't answer right away. Tiresias wondered if he could see it. The ship was gaining distance quickly. And Tyrion didn't have his sight. I suppose it is. Tyrion hummed before righting himself. Can't see the emblem but no one else sails with those colors. Well, Lord Renly would, I suppose. But I just saw him an hour prior. Didn't mention anything of a departure then. Back on the game, Tyrion flew his dragon across the board. The game's end was near. But Tiresias wasn't focused on salvaging that. He leaned back against his chair, eyeing the yellow sails as they shrank. Before dropping his gaze to the table. Did Lord Renly mention his brother's departure? Tyrion shook his head. No, but then again, their brotherhood is little more than a tolerable inconvenience for the both of them. Is it unusual for him to be sailing out of the capital? His friend gave him a look. Is it unusual for the master of ships to be sailing? I mean, does Lord Stannis often leave the capital with no notice? Gods, you're literal, aren't you? He sipped his wine. I'm sure he tells whom he needs to tell. But his exploits don't intrigue the court, and that's where I'm likely to hear them. To be honest, whether Stannis Baratheon is here or not makes no difference to most of the highborn in this castle. He nodded to the board. It's your move. Tiresias defended as well as he could. For all of 2 moves. His hand felt numb. And the board blurred before him. The ship was gone. Stannis was out of the castle. Back to Dragonstone? Had he and Lord Arryn talked already? What was their plan? Were they truly acting now? What are you thinking? His eyes were on the water again. He returned to his friend, but Tyrion focused on the board, searching for the quickest victory. Quietly. Tiresias had to ask. What did you mean? Tyrion's eyes remained on the pieces as he spoke. You have that look in your eye. What look? The look that says you are not being very forthcoming. He pressed his light horse forward and looked to him. Tiresias met his gaze, but still said nothing. Only a soft wind spoke as it grazed the higher terraces. Finally Tyrion sighed. Does it have anything to do with what happened up north? Tiresias shook his head slowly. Still not the time to tell me. No. Nor the place, I believe. Definitely not. Well, it's still your move. It was his last move. A sickening weight in his stomach seemed to settle as Tyrion reached for the moving strike. With Stannis now gone, things were now in motion. Would Lord Arryn wait? Give him enough time to reach Dragonstone before he acted? What did the Hand plan? And would it put his friend before him in any harm's way? As it was in the beginning, Tyrion had riches, but no real political power. That wasn't granted unto him by Tywin just yet in this story. He couldn't see Lord Arryn or Stannis singling out Tyrion for assassination or arrest. There was no point. But sensibility was rarely retained in power struggles. And once whoever decided to act first did so, the Red Keep would descend into chaos. It may be contained quickly. But Lannister blood could spill before that. And Tyrion could be collateral. Especially when it came to his beloved brother. All this ran through Tiresias' head as Tyrion lowered his piece and reached for his goblet. A little better this time. Not by much. He sipped. Another game. Why not? Taking his own sip as Tyrion reset the pieces, Tiresias willed himself to relax. It was a short journey to Dragonstone, but Stannis had business to attend to when he arrived. So he assumed. An opening strike is not something whipped up overnight. He had time. Not a lot, but he had time. He had time. Lysa Arryn and Robin departed 2 days later at dusk. With only slightly more notice than Stannis. On his way to the God's Wood, Tiresias paused at the top of the massive stairwell, seeing the train below. Trunks and boxes followed the frail frame of Lysa. She walked slowly, covered in black, clinging little Robin close to her. Tiresias recognized the small and frail boy from above. Not wanting to be seen stalking the Lady of the Eyrie, he hung back. Waiting until they had cleared the corridor before descending the stairwell. At the bottom, he saw them clear the corner, continuing to the first stables below. And behind him, he heard a soft footstep. The boy has taken ill, Varys remarked softly as he came up next to him. Well, he usually does. But it's become common enough that Lord Arryn has decided to send little Robin to the Eyrie. For fresh air and recovery. He glanced to him. And of course, as future defender of the Vale, to begin learning to rule from the mighty Falcon's Roost. That's quite reasonable, Tiresias remarked softly. I wish them both a pleasant and safe trip. Varys smiled. I was on my way down to the gardens to find you. You rather enjoy that section of the Red Keep, don't you? I believe you've spent more time among the flowers in the past fortnight than our king has his entire reign. It's very stuffy inside this castle. Sides the flowers cover the shit blowing in from the city. The spymaster nodded. And no walls. No one to listen from them. Tiresias didn't comment on that. Varys didn't seem to expect him to. You must have very keen senses. It takes a heavy foot to be heard through a stone wall. And my little birds are quite light on their feet. I don't know what you are talking about. For the first time, Varys looked disappointed in him. Oh, you could do better than that. You request a meeting with the Lord Hand after you are forced to fight. A precious meeting in which you said, nothing. He shrugged. But then again, there were no ears in that garden, so perhaps the two of you had a more substantial conversation the second time around. It certainly looked that way, though I can't confirm it. Did you expect me to confirm it for you? Tiresias turned to him. Or did you actually have a reason for seeking me out? Bluntness was not such a common occurrence for the spider, but still easily handled. His eyes remained as coy as ever. His smile returning as he stepped around the librarian. Walk with me. He looked back. If you please. With no reason not to, Tiresias acquiesced. They walked for several minutes, passing several doors, servants, and red cloaks. Varus say nothing and Tiresias just waited. His guard up for any waiting swords, passing eyes, or a descending set of stairs to the black cells. But Varus led him to the opposite. They emerged from the castle onto the ramparts, walking along the walls that buffeted the red keep from the black water. The eyes of the guards followed them but they remained at their posts. And when Varus finally halted, they were far out of earshot from any guards. Whether their cloaks were red or gold. It was no accident that Varus stopped where he did. The sun had just begun to set and it was nearly blinding him. The spider stood, his back to the west, peering at him. Tiresias waited. And finally, the spymaster spoke. Lady Erin and their son are not the only dismissals the hand had issued today. He extended his hand from his sleeves, offering him a tied roll of parchment. Tiresias unfurled it and began to read, turning away from the sun. He skipped to the signatures below when he saw them. The small council has deemed your testimony appropriate and satisfactory, Varus continued with a honeyed formality. Lord Stark has the permission of the small council to continue his attempted assimilation of the wildling peoples in the north. The only mandates are their strict confinement to the north, an annual report of their activities, and instant notification to the crown should any rebellions be attempted. The letter took twice as many words to say the same. Tiresias got to the end and looked back to Varus, squinting. The man nodded to him. As for you, we thank you for your service to the crown. As well as your swift answer to our summons, and we grant you leave to return to Winterfell. We wish you haste and safety on the road. Tiresias glanced to the bottom. Everyone on the council signed this. A tad unnecessary, but Lord Erin thought it safe to be thorough. Lord Stannis left 3 days ago. Yes, he was the first one to sign, though it may have been the last thing he did before he departed. He and Lord Erin spoke at length. In sight of my birds, but out of earshot. It did seem like quite the robust debate. He doubted they were arguing over his dismissal. Varus probably did as well. Still the spymaster nodded to the decree. Nevertheless he signed. You may leave King's Landing at your pleasure. Tiresias held the dismissal in hand, his leave to depart the Red Keep, King's Landing and head home immediately. To return to his wife. His daughter. To the Starks. To the comforting chill. But he didn't move. The setting sun was no longer in his eyes and he peered at Varus, waiting. Why'd you bring me all the way out here? Not to hand me this, what did you want to say to me that no one else will hear? He willed the man not to make him ask. For him to drop the pretense and speak. And for once, it seemed to work. Varus broke the stare, giving his light smile before turning to peer down to the water. How many years has it been since you arrived in Westeros? That wasn't it. The question meant for him only. Still he considered it before answering. 8 years, probably. Maybe 9. I haven't kept track. Yes, well, you have been rather busy. He nodded towards the harbor. What did you sail here on? A ship like that. Tiresias followed his nod to the water below. A ship with grey sails was sailing out towards the narrow sea. Not the carrier for the Lady Erin and her ailing son. They hadn't made it to the docks yet. Something like that, sure, he uttered softly. I don't know ships well enough. Just found one that sailed to Westeros. Well, I'm sure there were plenty to choose from in Pentos. That is where you sailed from, correct? He turned to the spider. Are you asking because you forgot or because you are trying to test me? Varus nodded apologetically. A little crude on my part, but yes. On the latter. I figured. Do you have a real question? Don't be too blunt. That's never done anyone any favors in this city. The spider smiled softly. When you leave this city, will you leave as Tiresias? Or as Johann? Tiresias wasn't surprised. Didn't even blink. Instead meeting the man's gaze evenly, albeit with a light scoff. He couldn't resist. How long have you known about that? My birds followed you into the Riverlands when you departed Casterly Rock. A name offered to the innkeepers is quite easily acquired. It was a dramatic few months for me, Varus, Tiresias stated quietly. He didn't have to draw deep for that weariness. It was the last opportunity I had to be anonymous. I took it. The spider raised his eyebrows. He sighed. Almost anonymous. Either way, I gave another name. And once I'm out of the capital, I'll probably use it again. To answer your question, It'll grant me a quiet evening when I take a room. He leaned against the stone, facing away from the water. Will you be reporting me to the small council for this? Revoke my permission to leave. Varys turned, leaning against the stone next to him. That would invoke a level of pettiness I don't possess. Perhaps Lord Stannis would insist on it, but the man is gone. He should have landed on Dragonstone by now. They leaned against the rampart walls for a full minute. Neither one saying a word. Tiresias was going to break. He knew it. Loathed himself for it. Still, he turned to the spymaster. Why'd you ask about Johann? Varys smiled. It's not unusual for one to disappear in this country. For someone unremarkable to leave one kingdom and appear in another. With not a word to follow them. But a foreigner, well, you and I are anomalies. We draw a more much curious eye. And suddenly it's not quite so easy to forget us. Not quite so easy for us to disappear, and yet you have. And I don't understand how. The spider turned to him. Saw the unasked question on the Mountainfall's face. Oh, no. No, not recently. Not for the past year or so. No, I'm talking of the period before you came to King's Landing the first time. Back when you were content for no one to know your name. Tiresias said nothing. The hair was beginning to stand up on his neck. You travelled up the King's Road nearly 8 years ago. You arrived in Winterfell and came under Lord Stark's employ. The librarian of Winterfell. You've since then travelled all over the north, but the first time, you came up the King's Road. Below the north lie the Riverlands. I figured you must have passed through there. But would anyone remember? After 8 years? Well, a few did. A tall man with a strange name. A stranger voice. It makes for quite the impression. That and the capacity to engage several soldiers outside an inn. He smiled. All this time and she can still recall that night. She, what the hell was her name? She recalled the following morning too. When she sent you off to the twins. Not near the King's Road. So you entered the neck. Alone. But that's not where you disappeared. You emerged alive after all. Saved by the Cranagman, no doubt. Lord Reed gave you your letter of introduction, did he not? Maester Luwin kept every scrap of parchment delivered to Winterfell. Did he keep the missive from Lord Reed? Did a bird steal into his archives and read it? What else could they have read? Or was it merely the guards out front who recalled it? He had held up the letter for all to see. It was his armor that day. Perhaps they just talked over an ale? Spoke excitedly of their encounter with the Mountainfall when he first came to Winterfell. Varys seemed to know the questions racing through his mind. But he wasn't going to answer them. Instead he continued. But before the twins and the inn, where were you? That took longer to find. He paused for a beat before confessing. Well, not that much longer. Everyone needs wares and Fairmarket doesn't see many strangers. A strange face that rode into town with a familiar one. A familiar one? His face became heavy as he realized whom Varys was referring to. The first one too. The spymaster smiled. You can't imagine how excited I was when my little birds wrote me of that farm. I'm sure it's no surprise, but visitors are not commonplace there. And with such a forthcoming man and wife, they had quite a recollection of another visitor who came upon them. Asking for food, shelter, and aid. He hadn't thought on that night in ages. Approaching the small house in the dark. Hungry, thirsty, and unclothed. Saved by their kindness. It was a rarity in these lands. Suddenly he felt more naked now than he could ever remember feeling that night. They remembered your name. When the stories of your victory swept across the kingdoms, it reached their little hamlet. At first, they doubted it was the same Tiresias. After all, the man who came bleeding and nude to their door was just robbed. Overtaken by bandits. They certainly didn't see him as a skilled warrior. But that waned quickly. They talked of your courtesy and your gentle hand. You made quite the impression. I knew then it would be not difficult to follow your trail all the way to King's Landing. Tiresias remained still. He guessed where this was going. Did Varys believe in the impossible? It was a safe wager he didn't. Sure enough, the smile left Varys' eyes. Though he wore it still as he spoke softly. But then I couldn't. Not another family. Not another farm. Not another tavern girl recalls the mysterious foreigner. Oh, many claimed that they spotted you but their recollections don't match the time or your description. They're colored by your famous victory. You're as giant as Gregor Clegane in many of them. He stepped forward. That's where you vanish, my friend. Somewhere south of that farm in the Riverlands, you disappear. How? You were easy to track when you disguised yourself. Even easier when you merely passed through. But stumbling naked from the trees and I can't find where you came from? How? Where did you come from? Varys raised his eyebrows. Or were you just birthed whole from the earth? A jest that came the closest to the truth ever uttered in this world. He returned to that night when he arrived. He had burned and buried the last of himself. Could he ever find it again if he tried? Would there even be space for the old him? He had lived a whole life now. Clark was gone. Not quite. You confessed it to John. Now that name is known to 2. He wasn't about to make it 3. Tiresias wasn't sure how many had to know a secret before it became information, but he wasn't going to help it along. Varus was still peering at him, waiting for some response. Any clue to continue his hunt. Tiresias relaxed his hand. He wasn't about to crumple the decree. His ticket home. I'll take my leave, Varus, he uttered softly. I'm overdue in Winterfell. His secret was still impossible. Still unknowable. Only one person had known. Had ever heard him confess. And Ruse would never cross paths with the spider. Said Spider returned to his calmly jovial self. I suppose you are. Do you plan on leaving in the morning? I do. My business is done and I'm quite eager to return home. Do you object? Oh no, quite the opposite. In fact, I highly encourage you make like Lords Baratheon and Tyrell and leave King's Landing as quickly as possible. Tyrell. It escaped his mouth before he could stop it. And he couldn't pass it off. Varys saw it. His eyes soft as he nodded. Yes, Lord Mace. He departed yesterday, didn't you know? Following the rest of his house. The Lady Olenna, Lady Marjorie and Sir Loras all left several days ago. Returned to Highgarden. I believe the occasion is a harvest ball. Harvest ball, Tiresias muttered. He hadn't seen them in the gardens. Not that he had looked for them. Yes, I could have sworn they had one 3 months prior, Varys sighed. But I suppose the fields have been bountiful. A very spontaneous celebration is as good excuse as any to return on short notice. Tiresias breathed slowly. Trying to keep his mind from racing. Trying not to let his face betray. Not to show that he had any interest in these players. What's the point? Varys already knows. Why else would he mention it? He nodded. I'm sure their harvest ball will be delightful. I'm sure it will. Varys leaned in. Though not all appreciate it. Sir Loras was rather disinclined to leave the Red Keep. There were a few shouts in the Tyrell quarters before he acquiesced. So I'm told. He was quickly calmed. And rode home with at the head of the Tyrell guard. Alone was the implication. Without Renly. So Tiresias believed. Besides, Tyrion said he saw the younger Baratheon 2 days ago. He should have asked his friend if the Lord of Storm's End seemed a bit surlier than usual. That wasn't something he could ask Varys. In any case, the spider didn't wait for any questions. Peering at him before continuing. Your retinue is a bit smaller, is it not? Tiresias shrugged. Losing a lady and a sellsword. Just the horse left. Varys smiled and offered his hand. Not in the mood for any more games, Tiresias shook it. Slowly though. The spymaster clasped his second hand on top. Best of luck on your journey home, Tiresias, Varys stated softly. I hope you arrived in Winterfell, safe and sound. And soon. I'm not lying when I say that. It was true. His pulse beat calmly enough. Tiresias gave a slight nod and let go. Turning about and proceeding back to the Red Keep to pack. He felt the spider's eyes on him. The ramparts, and then the castle itself, seemed more sentryed as he passed guard after guard. 2 reds, 2 reds, 2 yellows, 2 golds, 2 reds, 2 reds, 2 golds, 2 reds, 2 yellows, 2 reds. He gripped the missive. It would be poor protection if things turned dire. Cersei tore up the King's Will in the Great Hall in front of witnesses. No fear of reprisal. Far worse would come for him. Wild scenarios entered his mind. Attacks, leading to imprisonment, to the darkness of the black cells. To the blade of Sir Ilan Payne. I should have left days ago. Right after I spoke to Jonaran, I should have left. But no guard bared his steel. No one charged. Only eyes followed the mountain fall as he reached the castle and proceeded to his quarters. He prayed they were merely curious. Chapter 81. Tiresias took a deep breath before opening his door. Glancing the opposite way before stalking down the corridor, his footsteps echoing off the stone. Every morning seemed to bring a silence heavier than the one before. And this one was no exception. Heaving his rucksack, along with his bow and quiver, certainly didn't help. But it was finally the morning of his departure. He wildly considered riding out that evening, but like it was in the Dread Fort, evening was a suspicious time to depart a location. He wasn't a messenger, a rider in the night. After a quick stop to the kitchens for supplies, he would saddle Yakul and ride out of this damn city. Back to the comforting chill of the north. Back to Winterfell. He just prayed the silence would hold until he left the city. The declaration from the small council was tucked inside his pocket. Tiresias wanted it within easy reach. Against anyone who would object to his departure. Unsurprisingly, no one else seemed to care. The kitchen stewards supplied him with dried foods and bread without a word. Upon request, the stable hand brought out Yakul, brushed, watered and saddled with fresh shoes. And as he led her by the reins to the gate, a red cloak gestured and the gate was opened. The Lannister sword gave him a friendly nod which Tiresias returned. Along with a light wave. He hoped the soldier didn't see his hand trembling. You went beyond the wall, man, you saw the dead, you killed 20 in cold blood, why the fuck are you trembling? He didn't try to answer. He couldn't. He was just across the bridge and had to focus on getting beyond the city walls. Exhaling, he led Yakul into the street, heading for the Gate of the Gods. He wouldn't get there soon though. King's Landing seemed more crowded than usual this morning and after 30 minutes, he was barely halfway there. It took more than his usual patience not to snap at the dozenth vendor or confused drunk who slowed up his path to the city gate. To freedom and the way home. Breathing deeply, he glanced to the side and locked eyes with a very familiar face. Bronn stopped and squinted. Tiresias. He stopped and stared at the sellsword. Bronn was carrying a basket of eggs and a flagon. Mornin', Bronn. Doin' your morning shopping. Oh I. Bronn snorted. Little lord had too much fun last night. Couldn't walk out of the whorehouse. Sent me for breakfast when he came to not too long ago. Right before he hacked up his supper. He nodded his head back and Tiresias finally saw where he was. So focused on leaving, he hadn't noticed they were at the turnoff for the Street of Silk. He was still staring when Bronn spoke again. What're ya doin' here then? All saddled and packed. Tiresias looked back to meet Bronn's gaze. The sellsword answered his own question. Leavin', et. Tiresias said. Small council's given me leave to return to Winterfell and I aim to get north as quickly as possible. He scratched Yakul's neck as he spoke. The words, they fell a bit more falsely than they would have a moment ago. Tiresias had inquired on Tyrion the night before and learned that he had left the Red Keep. That he wouldn't be able to say farewell. It was one regret that made him hesitate to leave the Red Keep so quickly. Briefly though. Varys' warning rang through him. Lord Stark implored him personally to flee if he felt uneasy. And he certainly did at that. Tyrion was hungover. Probably barely coherent. He could stand to leave without saying farewell. That was the rational argument. But in the end, his sentimental side won out. To his somewhat small delight. Could I follow you back, Bronn? He smiled. Like to see the little shit before I go. Bronn shrugged. Fuck do I care? Man. Tiresias steered Yakul away from the thoroughfare. In the Street of Silk. Determined not to gaze to his right. Where the Red Keep glowed in the morning sun. He followed Bronn without a word. But as they neared the brothels, he couldn't help but ask. Which one did he end up in? The sellsword glanced at him. Where do you think? Tiresias didn't think he suspected. But as Bronn approached the house, he didn't feel one bit of surprise to see it was the same one they came to when they arrived at the capital. Still his stomach sank. No, I warned her. God damn it, I warned her. His dread didn't lessen when he hitched up Yakul. Much as he hated to leave his supplies and steed ready to be stolen, there was no stable here. Trying not to look too worried, he stroked her mane and followed Bronn as he entered with breakfast. It wasn't the silence he heard in the Red Keep, but it was still quieter than usual. It was the morning. The clientele were few and the girls were mostly asleep. Still his nose itched with the abundance of perfume as he climbed the stairs. He was grateful for it though. It covered the more heinous scents after such a night. All this to say, he breathed only on necessity as he followed Bronn. Together they came to the largest suite in the house. The sellsword kicked the door open upon entry. Rise and shine, lord. A mangled groan answered him. Tiresias and Bronn halted at the bed to see Tyrion untangling himself from two women. One with olive skin and dark hair. The other he recognized immediately. Tiresias sighed to himself. He wasn't surprised. Still he hoped. I told you, despite his shaking crawl, Tyrion still hadn't opened his eyes. I told you, to come back, quietly. I got your fucking eggs. Bronn held up the basket. And a friend here. Wantin' to see you. A friend. With a moan, he finally managed to crack his eyelids apart. Focusing on his sellsword, then the man next to him. It took a few seconds before his mouth caught up with his brain. Tiresias. Morning, my lord. He nodded to the ladies in bed who were just propping themselves up. Morning, miss. Morning, ROS. Significantly less hungover than her clientele, ROS smiled and gave a soft wave. Tyrion started to laugh, then stopped. Bringing a hand to his pounding head. You're late, my friend. He groaned. Very late. Much too late, should have gone the first night. I won't feel up to another bout like this for another 4 days. Perhaps 2.5. I'm afraid I'll have to miss that one as well, Tyrion. He sighed. I'm leaving King's Landing. Tyrion heard that straight away. It was odd to see genuine sadness in the Lord's eyes. When? This morning. He nodded to the door. My horse is saddled downstairs. I'm riding out right now. Bit sudden, isn't it? I only got leave from the small council yesterday. I inquired for you last night at the Red Keep, but you had already left for here. I wish I'd known, Tyrion murmured. If I'd know, I'd have insisted you come along. I'd have shown you a merry fucking time. His head drifted downwards, weighted down with sadness. Tiresias glanced to Bronn and back. However, just he was about to say something, the Lord perked up. Well, we'll have a merry fucking time now. It'll just be breakfast, but that's enough for me at the moment. And I know that's enough for you. No tits, no cunt. Just eggs. Girl. He tapped the olive-skinned brunette on her arm. Take those eggs to the kitchen downstairs. Cook them all with onions and herbs. Half scrambled. Half fried. Then bread. Fresh. And then bacon. My weight in bacon. The gal yawned through the whole order, though she nodded at the end. Completely unclothed, she rose from the bed and exited the suite. Taking the basket of eggs from Bronn as she passed them. Tyrion was nude as well, which he seemed to realize once Tiresias averted his eyes. Apologies, apologies, he muttered as he grabbed a robe from the floor. Ros found a robe as well. She made to leave as well before Tyrion took her hand and led them all to the table. Come, my dear. Come. You ate with us when you all arrived. Who knows when the 4 of us should ever be together again? As if they were a merry band. Tiresias' first instinct was to chuckle, but it seemed oddly appropriate. The last band he traveled with was far less boisterous. And they never ate this well beyond the wall. Before he sat down, he opened the window. The fuck fumes were still quite pungent. Though he somewhat regretted doing so when he gazed out. Over the roofs of King's Landing, the Red Keep loomed in the background. You shouldn't be here. You should be riding out. He turned from the window and sat down. It's just breakfast. Just 1 hour. You can spare 1 hour. City gates aren't far away. Tyrion sat across from him, emitting a low groan as he sat down. You all right? Tiresias asked. Not entirely, but I'll get there. Once I get breakfast. Tyrion stuck his tongue out and back again. Whether I keep it down or not, we'll see. If I make it back to the Red Keep without shitting myself, I'd call it a miracle. He glanced to Ros, who had taken the seat to his right. Apologies, my dear. She gave a calm smile. That's all right, my lord. Yes, I suppose you've seen worse, still, doesn't belong at the breakfast table. Ros picked up the pitcher from the table. Wine. Bronn and Tiresias both declined, but Tyrion took a marginal sip before leaning back, blinking furiously before looking to him. Are you actually well enough to travel? You still looked a little stiff, my friend. Least when I saw you last. Day 4 yesterday. I'll be all right, Tiresias said quietly. Sides, after all that's happened during my visit, I'll take the window to leave whenever I can. Even if I have to ride a bit gingerly. Tyrion agreed with another sip. You managed to not see Joffrey again, have you? Tiresias assured him not and informed Tyrion on the going-ons of the past 2 days. Without the secrets that would bring down the kingdoms. It wasn't hard. He had felt quite adrift since his last talk with Lord Arryn. If he ignored his talk with Varys, it was an uneventful few days and there wasn't much to speak of. Fortunately the eggs arrived just as he was finishing. The olive-skinned girl returned clothed with another young gal with the other breakfast items. This wasn't the Red Keep. They didn't bow when they deposited the plates and left. He glanced to Ros. You'll catch plenty of grief from the girls here. The most recent arrival and they're already serving you breakfast. She shrugged through a bite of bacon. If they could fuck well enough for this room, they'd be in this room. She then smiled at him. Sides, I'm not the newest girl here. Not anymore. A lovely little slut slinked in here few days ago from the Stormlands. Raven-haired and all. It was probably a coincidence. The hair. The kingdom. Still Tiresias forced himself not to make a face as he sipped his water. She's no lovelier than you, my dear, Tyrion stated through a mouthful of egg. Lovely enough though. Bronn leaned back with a plum. Talented too. Tyrion's gaze shot to him. When was this? Last night. Last night? You were supposed to be guarding the door last night. I kept an eye on it. No shame shone in the sellsword's eyes. I was across the hall. Kept my own door ajar. He bit into the fruit. Wasn't gone for long anyway. Tyrion turned to Tiresias exasperated. What kind of a sellsword have you brought me? I brought you the best kind of sellsword. Talented. Shrewd. An evil bastard, Tiresias answered blithely, before breaking into a grin. Something he thought impossible only 30 minutes ago. All necessities for any highborn in the capital. Said highborn glanced to Bronn, focused on finishing his plum, before sighing. Conceding the point. Very well. Tyrion picked up his fork. I'm hoping to keep this down. Everyone, pray for me. A quiet fell over the breakfast table as they ate. To his surprise, Tiresias' appetite returned and he began to devour his own plate of eggs. He would be spared a growling stomach as he rode away from the capital. Only sounds from the street below punctured their breakfast. Hooves. Carts rolling by. The passerbys. Besides a shout or two from a couple of them, the morning continued peacefully. Nothing to be concerned about. Tiresias sopped up the last of his egg with some bread and finished eating. He leaned back in his chair. Comfortable with his delay. Happy that he had made the diversion. This was, by far, the most relaxing meal he had shared in the capital. Tyrion leaned back as well, with a few dates in hand. So, the Great Small Council has given you leave. He smirked. Took them long enough. Think I got a little lost in the running of the Seven Kingdoms, Tiresias mused. Though that spar with the Hound may have lightly fucked their dealings with me. With Winterfell. Maybe they just wanted to keep ye around till ye could walk proper. Bronn suggested, his mouth full of bread. Not look all battered when ye rode through the gates. That's possible, Tiresias murmured, leaning back as well. Certainly was in no condition to travel then. Ros lowered her goblet. Were you badly hurt? Sincere, but not pitying. Tiresias would miss her quite a bit on the road home. Badly bruised, he admitted. But those cleared up fine. Now I can walk and ride with minimal discomfort. Good. Tyrion filled his goblet and raised it. His hangover had remarkably diminished in the last 20 minutes of breakfast. His sensitive stomach stabilized. To you, my friend. The mountain fall, and whatever else they'll call you for forcing his younger brother to yield. The kennel. Bronn suggested. Tyrion laughed, but he was the only one to do so. Ros drank from her cup and Tiresias merely fixed his gaze on Tyrion until the man capitulated. All right. All right. I promise I won't spread any nicknames I think of or any that I hear. When I speak of you, you shall only be Tiresias. With a dull sense of humor. Happy. Tiresias stifled a sigh. Didn't want to give him the satisfaction. Better than I can hope for, I guess. He shrugged. Bit of a pointless stand to take here, I suppose. The mountain fall was well received in the capital. I benefited from that. Sides from the duel, Ros offered. That got a tight grin from him as he conceded the point. Tyrion nodded before shrugging. Well, as I said, who knows what they'll make of that in good time. If you're granted a new name for it, I'll be sure to pass it along. Now that you're going. The sadness returned. Well managed and not at all sentimental. Still Tiresias was somewhat glad to see it in the Lord's eyes. He felt that tinge himself. Tyrion's friendship would be one of the few things he'd miss from his time in King's Landing. Tyrion tapped the base of his goblet. So, you're to return north. Then what? Inform Lord Stark of the Small Council's decision. He has the blessing of the Small Council to continue the directive as he sees fit. He popped one last strip of bacon in his mouth. Swallowed before continuing. Actually that'll just be a formality. He'd have received a raven long before I'm back in Winterfell. So he'll continue the migration of the wildlings from beyond the wall. He didn't answer right away, his hesitation stretched into several seconds. The silence quite pregnant before he finally shook his head. There will be no more migration. It was difficult to say that casually. To ignore the screams from the mist. Every single free folk that will ever be in the north is there now, save their future children. Lord Stark just has the backing of the crown to continue as he has. To integrate them. Assimilate them into the north. Tyrion tapped his goblet base again before speaking softly. Why won't there be any more wildlings entering the north from beyond the wall? For a brief second, he was tempted to regurgitate the same narrative he spun for the Small Council. This was no proper time for the true story. Not here. Not in this summer heat. In any case, it wouldn't benefit him to start multiple accounts of what happened at the wall. Then his eyes met his Tyrion's. No laughter. No smart-ass shine. A bit of sheen from the hangover, but not much. And an earnestness that he recalled from one of his first nights here. After the dinner with the royal family. He had asked him directly then what had happened and Tiresias had declined to answer. Not now. Not here. Where in the city was safer than here? Probably many, but Olenna deigned to speak of Joffrey's murder with Littlefinger in a similar location. He remembered that. Tywin as well, marching up with a guard to discuss matters of the state. A royal trial for his current host. It wasn't the worst place, but still he hesitated. To his surprise, his eyes found Ros, who met them knowingly. They were probably the only two in this city to have an accurate idea of what laid beneath Winterfell. Where it came from and why. Would he include Tyrion in that? Bronn as well? What is it? He returned to seeing Tyrion narrowing his eyes. What aren't you telling me, my friend? Tiresias exhaled before speaking softly. Under the sounds of the street below. Every single man, woman, and child beyond the wall is now dead. The ones that made it past the wall escaped complete slaughter. And enslavement. For the first time, all three pairs of eyes came to him at once. And there was silence at the table. Bronn paused his chewing. Ros contained her surprise well enough at the admission, gazing at him warily. And Tyrion took the vague news of a slaughter seriously. Keeping his eyes on Tiresias for a few seconds before exhaling quietly. Bringing up the goblet for a small sip. No man, woman, or child left beyond the wall. No one, Tiresias answered dully. None survived. Not counting the errant free folk tribe, Tyrion mused. They must be vicious. For you to say they aren't human. They aren't human. He took a deep breath. It was not any free folk who attacked. It never was. Tyrion's eyes narrowed. You told the small council it was. I lied. The admission of a capital crime blew over quickly. What you heard here in the city, the taverns. He gestured around softly. Places like this, you probably have a somewhat closer version to the truth. The impossible that you mentioned. What did you hear? I'm curious. Every pulse around the table sped up slowly. Though every face remained calm. Tyrion lowered his cup. Demons, he uttered softly. Demons in the snow. The cold. Tiresias clenched and unclenched his fist below the table. Well, you have the right idea. In a brothel. Over breakfast. Gods, you can really pick the time and place, can you? White Walkers, he said softly. The White Walkers came to Castle Black with a storm. All those who hadn't passed through yet were left to die. I was on top of the wall when the wind hit. Once it died, I heard them screaming below. And then quiet. The same followed his confession. Accompanied with varying amounts of disbelief. Ros stopped eating entirely, her face downcast. Tyrion peered at him, not sure what to make of it. And to his right, Bronn took all of 3 seconds to take it in before reaching for more bread. I was beyond the wall once. Damn cold. All that white. He glanced to Tiresias. Spend enough time out there, you start to see all sorts of things. There are plenty of witnesses up north who saw what I saw, he replied. I don't believe we all suffered the same illusion. He wasn't annoyed at the doubt. It was to be expected. It was impossible. Myths coming back into the world. But Bronn's reaction didn't matter as much as Tyrion's. The Lord still stared at him, trying to understand. Trying to believe. Trying not to abandon all logic that stated plainly that his friend was speaking the impossible. After a minute, Tyrion drained his cup and reached for the pitcher. I know you wanted to leave quickly, he uttered softly as he refilled all of their goblets. But I think you should start from the beginning. He leaned back into his chair. And spare no detail. What happened up north? Leaving his wine untouched, Tiresias did something he thought he would never do in King's Landing. He told the truth. Not the entire truth. No present company would hold much interest in his supposed prophecies. But the White Walkers did bring him to Winterfell, he said that much. From there, he kept his focus on Castle Black, the Warden's quiet push to prepare the North for winter and the migration beforehand. The expedition north. The White under Winterfell. The attack on the wall. The only detail he kept to himself was the true number of free folk refugees. He trusted Tyrion, but Bronn was here. And if that true number got out, that was one blatant lie he couldn't defend. Honestly though, he couldn't defend the rest. It was a different accounting than what he told the small council. But his instinct told him to speak to Tyrion. To plant that seed. He spoke only for 15 minutes. Somewhat bewildered that years of work and subterfuge could be condensed into such a short retelling. But none seemed interested in the gory details. After he recounted the massacre at Castle Black, the table was quiet. Even Bronn didn't speak, though his obvious skepticism hadn't entirely vanished. Tyrion, on the other hand, gazed softly at his half-drunk goblet. He had stopped sipping 5 minutes into the story. Finally, he broke the silence. Gently. This army, you saw it. Tiresias nodded. From the top of the wall. We had to shut the gate. We couldn't let them pass. He leaned back with a low sigh. And then the dead stood and joined them. It's now bigger than any army any lord in the 7 kingdoms could muster. Bronn tapped the table absent-mindedly. Where is it now? Tiresias half shrugged. Still beyond the wall. They disappeared in the haunted forest. Could be a few miles out. Could be all the way in the land of always winter. The thought of Gord standing from his fall and traipsing slowly into the trees entered his mind again. His blue eyes vanishing into the snow. Will the Stark insignia on his uniform survive the wear and tear beyond the wall? Covering a walking corpse? They can stand the cold. They could stand to wait. And they will. Will the wall keep them out? Tyrion asked it almost politely. Tiresias responded with the same casualty. For now. They have nothing to bring it down. Gord's pale, dead face lit with blue fire in his mind. Staring up as the wall tumbled down. With the introduction of ancient ice monsters, he probably could have brought dragons into the conversation as well. With little difficulty. But Tyrion didn't follow his implication. Perhaps he was at his limit. Perhaps the hangover was still battering his head. Either way, he blinked slowly at the table before asking the obvious. And you didn't speak of this to the small council because... Tiresias exhaled through his nose. I didn't trust them with this information. And you trust us? Tyrion gestured lightly around the table. The degenerates. He shrugged. No one on the council is my friend. Besides, in this city, the degenerates often have more honor than the proper folks. That brought a small, fleeting grin to Tyrion's face. Disappearing quickly as he pushed himself away from the table and stood. Abandoning his goblet. Tiresias and Bronn stood as well. I believe I should return to the Red Keep. Oh no, not to tattle, he assured Tiresias. In approximately 1 hour, I will be shitting uncontrollably and I'll need a privy, it'll give me enough time and privacy to consider what the fuck I just heard. Sounds reasonable. Tiresias hesitated before his next question. Will you be sending the gold cloaks after me? To recant my testimony before the small council. For the first time, Tyrion looked offended. If only slightly. Who do you think I am? He smirked humorlessly. I mean, we have more honor than that after all, don't we? Tiresias smiled. In some regards. Tyrion shook his head as he disappeared behind the folding screens to dress. Thankfully. As he found his clothes, Tiresias glanced to the other two. Bronn concentrated on his remaining breakfast, passed the subject. For now at least. Ros, though, met his eyes steadily. Her thoughts clear enough. I hope you know what you're doing. I don't. She sighed softly. I know. I still hoped. Or so he assumed the silent conversation went. Tyrion returned, hair rumpled but fully dressed. Clapping his face lightly before exclaiming. All right, then. Come. Morning's still bright. And you've left your steed for far too long. It's a long ride back to Winterfell. And the horror below. He exited the room, along with Bronn. But Tiresias didn't follow right away, stopping at the door, shooting Ros a sharp look. She looked to Tyrion descending down the stairs and stepped closer. I wanted to ask. Are you all right here? He murmured. I'm fine, she responded in kind, before sighing. Don't look at me like that. He came the week I arrived. Asked for me specifically. I'm not judging you, Tiresias said softly. He glanced after his friend. He's a very rich lord. Get what you can out of him. Anything. Ros turned to him. What did you mean? He's an ear in the Red Keep. Before the image of her crucified flashed before him, he clarified. Don't ask him questions. Don't spy. Just remember whatever he offers. He or anyone else. She neither nodded nor shook her head. Just looked at him with an odd expression. I thought he was your friend. He is, just be careful. He nodded goodbye and stepped out, reaching the stairs when she spoke behind him. Why? You gonna come back and check on me? Tiresias paused and looked back. That odd expression was still there. On her guarded face. I don't know, he admitted. Her expression didn't change and when he turned, he saw Tyrion and Bronn at the bottom of the stairs. Waiting for him, a little perplexed why he stayed behind. He gave Ros a final nod. See you, Ros. Good luck. She finally smirked. Good luck yourself. You're the one going back north. Unwilling to jinx it, Tiresias didn't answer that. Leaving Ros to her new quarters and life, he descended the stairs and followed his companions out onto the street. By some miracle, Yakul was still hitched and his wares still secure. But that still bothered him in some way. And as he led Yakul back to the thoroughfare along with Tyrion and Bronn, a fresh worry began to itch inside his skull. Everything is going fine so far. What is this? I'm almost out of the city. Something should have gone wrong by now. Paranoia wasn't nearly useful as he'd like to believe. He did his best to expel it. By the time they reached the main road, his worry was only marginal. And when he turned to Tyrion, his sadness at leaving his friend outweighed any other concerns. Both men were silent. There was no excuse for them to ride together anymore, and they knew it. The Red Keep was behind Tyrion and the Gate of the Gods beckoned him. And so, Tyrion extended his hand. "Goodbye, my friend." He grasped Tiresias' hand rather tightly. "Don't come back here. I mean it. I don't intend to." His smile turned sad and small. "If you want to see me again, you're gonna have to come up north. Winterfell will host you, I'm sure. Are you in a position to offer that? You're a traveling lord. Brother to the queen. You could get a bed anywhere in these kingdoms." Tyrion dropped his hand. "I just might, Tiresias. This creature, it truly exists." Tiresias muttered, below the bustling of the city street around them. It truly does." His friend was sober enough, fixing him with his most piercing stare yet. Not even during their drinking game in the Lanny Sport brothel had he seen Tyrion so focused. Back then he had pulled from a past he shouldn't have known. Was this story of ice demons and dead men so much more incredible? Tiresias wasn't sure. And Tyrion didn't let him have an easy answer. Finally though, Tyrion glanced downwards, thinking before looking up again. His eyes were much softer now. "Farewell, Tiresias. Safe travels." "Thank you, Tyrion." He nodded to the Red Keep. "You stay safe as well." "Bye Bronn." Bronn smirked as he nodded. Tutting his tongue, he pulled Yakul around and proceeded down the street. "Write me when you reach Winterfell." Tyrion called behind him. Tiresias raised his hand in affirmation, not looking back. Not to spurn his friend, but the castle behind him. He was nearly free. The second half of his journey through King's Landing didn't take nearly so long as his first. The streets were less crowded perhaps. But not by much. His heart didn't pound in his ears as it did before. He didn't even worry so much about sending Tyrion back with the actual, albeit abbreviated account of the doings up north. At Winterfell, at Castle Black, beyond. Whom else was Tyrion going to tell? What power did he have? None. And even before, when he was acting hand and the small council received a letter detailing dead men at the wall, Tyrion's concerns were laughed away. No, that was for himself. Perhaps one day if Tyrion held power again, it might yield something. But as of now, it was a seed yet to bloom. "You're forgetting Bronn. That man will tell all who'd listen about the Mountain Falls tale. How the great warrior went mad and saw dead men beyond the wall. A fair price. Besides, it would blend well with all the other tales filtering into the city of superstitious northerners and the demonry they see in the snow." The Gate of the Gods loomed before him. And the street was clear enough ahead. Stepping into the stirrup, Tiresias mounted Yakul and proceeded towards the city gate, counting down to freedom. 4, 3, 2, 1. He rode through without so much as a second glance from the gold cloaks. Staring straight ahead, he reached the shade of the trees lining the road. Not trusting himself just yet. When at last, 100 yards past the city wall, he looked down to the saddle horn and sighed. A huge smile breaking into his face. "You're free. You made it. Gods, man, you're free." Then he felt it. More overtly than he had in years. And his heart froze. The hair rose on his arms. His hand drifted to his sheath. But no one was near him. "What is it? What's out there?" Then echoing from the city, the bells rang behind him. Tiresias twisted in his saddle before bringing Yakul about. She whinnied at the turn and he reached down, stroking her as he stared back to King's Landing. Listening. The bells began at one tower. Far enough away to be the Red Keep. But they weren't alone for long. Other bell towers responded in kind, all across the city. Ringing loudly from the harbor to the September to the city walls. The entire capital was in alarm. Guards were beginning to hurry along the ramparts. And through the cacophony, his eyes drifted from the guards on top to the gate through which he had passed a moment before. "Don't you do it. Don't you even think about it." But he couldn't help thinking it. Whatever was happening he had to act on it. And quickly. What if it concerned the north? Or what he told Olenna? Or Lord Arryn? Or Tyrion just now? "You can find out what happened when you're good and far away from the capital. Tyrion told you not to come back. Do you think his advice would change if the city became much more dangerous? So he wouldn't go to the castle. He could leave Yakul in the stables just inside the city gates. He knew a number of taverns in the harbor area. He could blend in for a few days, visit ROS, find out what happened and then leave. It'd be safe enough. Not completely, but more so than beyond the wall. Varys will know if you remain in the city. And he will not spare you. Don't do this." The story was littered with the corpses of those who thought they were safe. Those who thought they were smarter. "You're not smart or safe here. go. Tiresias looked to the soldiers on the ramparts again. Embroiled in urgent conversations that were too far away to hear, even for him. But they certainly looked urgent. A story spreading like wildfire. What the fuck was happening? The story will reach you another time. Diana's back in Winterfell, you idiot. So why are you even considering this? Get away, damn it. Leave. Now. Tiresias didn't realize he had been clamping his jaw. He took a deep inhale and relaxed it, his eyes still on the gates. His decision made. Still he gave himself a quick count. 1, 2, 3. He pulled the reins gently, guiding Yakul back around. They resumed their journey home and Tiresias kept his eyes on the King's Road. But still he listened. Underneath the cacophony of the bells, he heard shouts. They sounded like orders. And sure enough, the great, low creak of a wooden door echoed out and the city gates closed behind him. Chapter 82. Write me when you reach Winterfell. Tiresias raised his hand in acknowledgement. Tyrion didn't put too much faith in it though. The man was quite late with his letters. If he were fortunate, he'd get word of his friend's safe arrival before the year was out. Then again, with what Tiresias told him, maybe longer. The North had its own business to attend to, if his friend had spoken truly. Or sanely. If they waited for him to disappear into the distant crowd, they'd have to stand a moment longer. Instead, Tyrion sighed and turned around, walking past Bronn. Without a word, the sellsword joined him. They walked along the thoroughfare. Silent at first. But his thoughts couldn't be contained. Not after what he had just heard. His eyes remained straight ahead as he spoke. So, White Walkers. Bronn responded lightly. There are White Walkers again. So he says. On that, Tyrion looked up. You think he's lying? Oh no. Just think he's mad. Bronn met his eyes. What, don't you? No, I don't. Doesn't mean I want to believe him though. The sellsword shrugged. Believe what you want. Dead man's really beneath Winterfell? Should keep if you decide to go up there and see for yourself. He glanced downwards to him. Just don't expect me to tag along without additional compensation. Tyrion raised his eyebrows. Additional compensation? Fancy words for a sellsword. I've learned all the fancy words you rich twats like to use instead of coin. Or gold or whatever the like. And what I pay you wouldn't cover a trip to Winterfell. That's the discount southern fancy lad rate. Going north? Too cold. Even in the summer. And this summer's come to a right quick end. That's right. Winter is coming. The words of House Stark, they have been taking that warning rather seriously. Quietly as well. And if his friend wasn't lying or mad, they were right to do so, White Walkers beyond the wall. The sun blazed above them and his head pounded, his hangover not quite gone. The hot dust kicked up from the wagons and horses around them and he began to sweat through his shirt. It was rather difficult to look around and imagine this place seeped in cold. These people shivering. Or worse. Still with blue eyes. Or rather moving with blue eyes. Screeching as they lunged forward. Just what the hell do you expect me to do about it, my friend? Why the hell did you tell me? Tiresias stated he had been working with Lord Stark for years. Against the Walkers. But was that it? What else did he have planned? Why would he come to King's Landing after he explicitly told him not to? He put away these questions. The answers wouldn't come in this heat. And certainly not in this hangover. He didn't say anything else as they neared the end of the thoroughfare. The red keep loomed above them. His heart sank a little when he realized that one of his few friends was riding away from it. Never to return. Not if he had good sense anyway, shit. He chuckled softly as his eyes returned to the street. Up ahead, he saw a dozen yellow banners with the stag. Riding from the castle. Baratheon banner, no fanfare. No Kingsguard. Not Robert. And Stannis departed days ago, so it must be. Renly Baratheon led the entourage. A little too quickly, Tyrion noted. He was close to the intersection and made to shout his greetings but Renly veered off to the hook. Tyrion saw his face before he passed. It looked quite serious. All his men looked serious as well as they followed him. Once Tyrion and Bronn made it to the street, he paused and looked after them. The contingent of yellow riding as fast as they could without pulverizing any small folk. What's he hurrying for? He muttered. He heard Bronn tap his sword hilt. Who knows? Maybe there's a pretty stably bowie down by the... A bell rang out, interrupting the sellsword's thought. Tyrion swung his eyes from the hook to the source. The bell tower in the Red Keep. His eyes fixed on it as it chimed again and again. A birth, a wedding, a conquest, a death. Bronn looked to it as well. All around them, the street paused to gaze up at the tower as the bell rang. Tyrion's gaze returned to the hook, with the bell still ringing above. staring after Renly and his men. They had long turned the corner and were out of sight. But he suspected where they were headed. The river gate or King's Gate were along the south wall. Renly was leaving King's Landing. No, fleeing. What has happened? That question were interrupted again by bells. As more and more towers throughout the city echoed the one from the keep, the city became enveloped in cacophony. As the bells chimed, the people around them began to desert the streets. Screams soon filled the air. Panic souring the summer day. These people remembered the sack. They remembered what his father did. Come on. He hurried to the Red Keep, running with as much dignity as he could afford. Bronn followed. That's really where you want to be, is it? I'd rather be back at the brothel, but that's much too far. He shot back, yelling to be heard under the bells and the crowd. And his family was in the Red Keep as well. The ones he loved anyway. As they approached the gate, it opened. Dozens of gold cloaks streamed out. Led by Cersei's pet, Janos Slynt on horseback. He didn't spare Tyrion a glance as he rode past. Which suited him fine. Still, he stared after the bully as he rode off into the city. Where the hell are you headed? What for? Bronn entered the courtyard before him. Once inside, the ringing bells dimmed but there was no peace. The yard was deserted. Turning, Tyrion heard muffled shouts, echoes of swords clashing in all directions. Steel drew behind him. He turned back in a panic but it was only Bronn. Standing with sword at the ready, waiting for his instructions. Tyrion pointed to the family quarters. That way. The children. Myrcella. Tommen, Joffrey. His new hire raised his eyebrow a bit on that last name but said nothing as they entered the corridor. They ran down 2 passages encountering no one. The clashing swords and shouts dimmed further, and his heart slowed slightly. Is it over? Whatever it was. His racing pulse returned as they rounded the corner. More than half a dozen guards laid dead in the corridor. He counted 1 red cloak, before seeing the rest. Arryn blue darkened with blood. Bronn knelt down, inspecting one. Blood still coming out. Whoever did this is not far. Whoever did this? Tyrion's eye drew to the red cloak, fallen under the Arryn soldier. He had a very solid notion who did this. There were only so many people in this castle who could order his family's soldiers about. Footsteps reached their ears and they turned back. People were approaching from the courtyard. Quickly. That sounds like armor to me, he said, standing in front of Tyrion. They drew back as the guards rounded the corner. Yellow and blue cloaks. Baratheon men scattered among the Arryns. The ones that Renly didn't take with him. Their swords were drawn as well. Blood coated a number of them. Tyrion knew a couple of the men, though only by face. By the dark light of a gambling den. Names eluded him at the moment. Friends, he stated, though Bronn and he continued to draw back. What brings you here? The Baratheons didn't answer. They didn't slow either. And by the look in their eyes, Tyrion chanced they weren't looking to take hostages. Still. Worth a chance. My father is quite wealthy. As you all know, he stated, trying to preserve as much dignity as possible. You each shall have enough gold too. He didn't have to think further on that. Another contingent of soldiers rounded the corner and charged up behind them, yelling. Red cloaks all, except for the man leading them. The hound roared as he cut the first man down. Bronn and he were spared any more retreat as the Arryn and Baratheon soldiers turned back to deal with the stream of red cloaks arriving. 1 dozen to match. No, 2 dozen. Thankfully Bronn still held his sword. A couple of blue cloaks turned back to them and attacked. Bronn parried the first one away, sending him past. 2 engaged with the second one to see the first regain his balance behind him. Tyrion swooped down to a dead Baratheon guard, borrowing the man's dirk. As the blue cloak raised his sword high behind his sellsword, he aimed for the side, driving it into the hilt. The man yelped, his attack paused. Bronn, having cut the second attacker's throat, swung around and spilled the man's guts. He was one of the last to fall. Tyrion extracted the dirk and glanced down the corridor to see the hound driving his last victim to the ground. 4 red cloaks having felled for this entire lot. Bronn glanced to the dirk before meeting his eye. I'd keep that if I were you. The children. Yes. Yes, the children. Tyrion started walking again, the quiet that imbued this corridor permanently gone. Now, the screams and steel clashes amplified around him. The marching feet of his father's soldiers behind him as they continued to the family quarters. And the bells still rang out in the city. 2 red cloaks stood guarding the door, standing to attention as they approached. Lord Tyrion, the right one intoned. The Princes Joffrey and Tommen, along with the Princess Myrcella, are inside as ordered. Tyrion was about to speak when the hound spoke up behind him. It's not Prince Joffrey anymore, you idiot. It's King Joffrey now. Tyrion's stomach sank as he turned back. The king is dead. He suspected it when he saw the yellow cloaks among the blue ones. But still. King Robert, now it's the boy's crown. The hound didn't sound pleased with it. Tyrion glanced to Bronn, but the sellsword only raised his eyebrows. It was then he realized he still held the dirk. He handed it over to the nearest red cloak. No need to tell Joffrey just yet. Tyrion approached the door. No one stopped him, but still he paused with his hand on the knob. Who gave the order to secure my niece and nephews? Sir Jaime, my lord. Oh gods. He didn't say anything more before entering. He had Tommen and Myrcella to reassure and comfort. And a vicious new king to placate. It was dark when he could finally see Cersei. Tyrion stalked through the now silent castle with Bronn in tow. The bells had stopped ringing soon enough and the city gates were finally open again. But the Red Keep was still locked down. No one was leaving the castle now. Not until all the traitors were accounted for. Tyrion rolled that word over in his mind again and again. It wasn't only the soldiers of House Arryn and Baratheon who were slaughtered today. Evidently the circle of traitors encompassed their stewards as well. His nose wrinkled as they stalked through the castle. More than one fire burning the dead. Tiresias would be pleased. He almost laughed. It only took a slaughter to make him forget what his friend had imparted to him just before his departure. Which was quite impressive. The dead could wait though. Tyrion put away the early morning. What he had learned over breakfast, it would keep. He had to focus on what happened afterwards. When the bells started to ring. What happened before then? He only hoped Tiresias had made it out of the city in time. That he was on his way home. Riding farther and farther away from this bloody mess. They turned the corner to Cersei's quarters. He wasn't particularly surprised, but still disappointed, to find Meryn Trant guarding the door. Centered between two red cloaks. Tyrion's mouth lined as he approached. The king's guard didn't move aside as he stopped before him. I'm here to see my sister, the Queen Mother. Meryn didn't budge. The Queen is resting, imp. She's not taking any visitors. No, not from this brother. Tyrion exhaled. Of course not. I shall pass on your diligence in protecting her. I'm sure you'll be well thanked. He stepped forward and that brought Meryn's hand down on his shoulder. I told you. Meryn's snarl was cut short. With one hand on his shoulder and the other on his sword hilt, his throat was quite vulnerable. And Bronn's dagger was poised directly in front of it. Oh, I wouldn't if I were you, boys, he mused as the other two red cloaks started forward. King died today. Don't think many would cry for a king's guard. Especially not this one. The two, having halted, looked to each other, uncertain. Tyrion stepped out of Meryn's grip, looking up at him. Meryn, you're my sister's man, but I know my father's men. He glanced to the two red cloaks. Fair chance if I came out and you're dead, many would swear before the seven that you tripped and fell on your sword. Reasonably paid to do so, of course. That got Meryn's eyes off the dagger. The man stared venomously down at him, but Tyrion couldn't relish it. He had waited long enough today. Now I'm going in to speak with the Queen Mother. Bronn here will take the knife off your throat and back away. And everyone will be silent until I come out again. He glanced to the red cloaks, who, after some hesitance, returned to their positions. As for Meryn, he couldn't expect a nod, but the man's eyes returned to Bronn. The sellsword smirked before backing off, dagger up, his eyes barely feigning innocence. A few seconds passed before he was sure he would enter unmolested. He gripped the doorknob before turning back and addressing them all. But in truth, speaking to his higher. That's an order. Absolute silence until I come back out. Bronn smiled tightly. Understood, my lord. Well, not entirely absolute. That smile didn't reassure him either. But then again, after today, how reassured could he possibly be? He entered her chambers, glancing to the divan. There was no fire going in the hearth. Instead his sister sat straight up, with candlelight behind her, facing the open balcony doors. She barely glanced his way, before returning her gaze to the starlight streaming in. Tyrion approached her, stopping just next to the divan. Long seconds passed before he spoke. I woke up this morning with my head pounding. Managed a decent breakfast. And you know, I didn't think it, but I assumed this day was going to be ordinary. Uneventful. She exhaled softly. Tyrion swore he could hear her closing her eyes. I'm sure you can imagine my surprise when I returned to the Red Keep to hear the alarm ringing, he spoke softly. Laughed humorlessly before he continued. An ordinary day. The capital barricaded. The Baratheon guards and household slaughtered. The Arryn guards and household slaughtered. And the king dead. We have a new king. Her voice took him back. That light venom came out more hoarse than usual. He glanced to her, but she still didn't turn to him. Her figure outlined by the candlelight. Tyrion stepped forward around the divan. Slowly. And why is that? Why do we have a new king, Cersei? No answer, and she still didn't move. He had to cross all the way around. See her face lit by the candles. When he did, he inhaled a bit sharper than usual. A mark on his sister's face was uncommon, but it wasn't unheard of. Robert had lost his temper before, but father's shadow extended from the rock to the Red Keep. A reddened cheek was as far as the king had previously dared. Not this time. Cersei's left eye was swollen shut. Another massive bruise lined her jaw. His eyes traveled down. It seemed Robert got in 2 strikes before deciding to strangle her. Perhaps she would don a shroud in court in the coming weeks. But here in her chambers, she didn't bother to hide the marks adorning her throat. Nor her near-empty cup. Tyrion looked up and met Cersei's gaze. She glanced away quickly. What? Afraid you'll see pity? He swallowed that remark. What good would it do now? Reaching out, he took her goblet. She surrendered it blithely and he sauntered over the pitchers for a refill, grabbing a goblet for himself. The pouring wine tickled pleasantly in his ears. He savored it. It would be far more pleasant than whatever else he would hear tonight. Cersei said nothing as he walked back and placed the goblet back in her hand. She brought it up to her lips, sipping gently. She still winced as it went down. Perhaps if they had a proper maester instead of that old lecher, he could ask whether wine would soothe the throat over the evening or make it worse. But he couldn't wait for her voice to recover. He had to know. Tonight. I know you're hurting, but you must tell me. He swallowed that part. Cersei had never responded well to his sympathies. Who killed Robert Baratheon? He muttered softly. She took another sip from her goblet, pursing her lips as she swallowed in pain. But Tyrion waited, gazing at her until she finally met his eyes. Jaime. It was a long pause that followed, the gaze between Tyrion and Cersei unbroken until his eyes fell to the carpet below. That rumor reached him after he had left the children. But he needed to hear from them. Either one. Jaime couldn't be found. And Cersei, this she wouldn't lie about. Not about the brother she loved. He swallowed a proper draught, letting out a low sigh before speaking. What happened? Her eyes, well, her one good eye were off him when he looked back to her. Dulled and tired, it latched onto her goblet. Tyrion waited. She hadn't thrown him out yet. Such a chaotic day may end with some cooperation. Some explanation. Finally she sighed herself. After breakfast, Jaime came to my chambers. Alone. He usually accompanies the king this day, but Sir Barristan had sent him away. Altered the arrangement. Didn't say why. Only it was on Lord Arryn's orders. That piqued his suspicions. Why? Cersei swallowed another sip. Lord Arryn had made several trips into the city, looking into Robert's bastards. His other brood. Don't you mean his only brood? She nearly smiled before sighing. That's good. Very good, she murmured, her voice descending into nothing. It was a few seconds before she spoke again. Tyrion waited her out. We knew the old man would see something. Varys told me the children were black of hair. Said the oldest one looked like Renly as a child, and Lord Arryn had the book. What book? A book of lineages. Descriptions of the great houses. Their broods. How they looked. She gave a shadow of a smirk. Bit of an obvious difference between my children and the whoresons. Lord Arryn noted it. Each one aligned with the Baratheon descriptions. And my children, did not. Even Robert would see that. Tyrion drank. Everyone could see it. Anyone with eyes, and a will to see. Casterly Rock was host to many rumors. Stories that not even father could silence entirely. Those whispers about his older siblings lingered in Tyrion's mind. He wasn't even sure where he first heard them. They didn't return at the first sight of Joffrey after his birth. Nor Marcella's or Tommen's. But years of seeing them. Before the king. Before his sister. Before Jaime. Believing he should be seated for this next part, he crossed and settled on a chair. So Jaime was dismissed. And being suspicious, he came to your chambers. Along with 24 red cloaks, which he left outside. Moments later, the king arrived. Robert found us there. Tyrion's eyebrow rose. Found you? Not like that. Her disgust was palpable. The door flew open and Robert rushed in to see us embracing. Just embracing. He couldn't resist a smirk as he shook his head back and forth. Slowly. So the king found his queen in the arms of her brother, whom he's just been told had been fucking her. Cersei shot him a glare, but Tyrion met it, gazing back. That tenacious connection lasted until she looked back to the balcony. But she didn't really see it. She was back in her chambers. Back to this morning. It was quiet for a moment. Him there, breathing, Jaime didn't say anything. I looked at Robert, never saw him so angry. Never seen any man so angry, but he didn't say a word. No one did. The room was quiet until Sir Baristan arrived behind him. Robert didn't even look back. Told him to go and fetch the children. Tommen, Marcella, and Joffrey. To bring them to him. Sir Baristan tried to protest. He wanted to stay. But the king repeated his order. Bellowed it. So the bold left his king. And it was just us three again. I don't remember if I pleaded or not. If I denied it. If I even said anything at all. Suddenly I was sprawled back against the table, my face in agony, and he came forward with another strike. I brought my hands up, but they fell when he started to choke me. She scoffed lightly. Never realized how much smaller my hands were until they were flailing against him. His face was inches from mine. I'd never seen him so red. She drank before looking up to the moon. It was quite prominent tonight. Then I saw red seeping through his teeth. It fell upon me. Looked down and saw the tip of a knife through his throat. Jamie behind him, then I could breathe again. He turned Robert around as I leaned against the table, trying to get my bearings. I didn't see Jamie draw his sword and stick it through Robert's heart, but I heard it. Tyrion bowed his head, staring at his cup. Oh gods, Jamie. The next thing I saw, after I discovered it hurt to swallow, was Jamie taking my face in his hands, then embracing me. Over his shoulder, I saw the king dead on the floor in a pool of his own blood. Despite the weight that seemed to settle deeper and deeper into his stomach, Tyrion committed the details to memory. Before time passed and this story was embellished. By anyone. Especially his sister. But the story wasn't over. And the slaughter. Once he saw that I would live, Jamie left the chambers. I didn't hear what he said precisely, but since every Arryn soldier is dead, along with the Baratheon stragglers that Renly left behind, I assume it was something along those lines. Even for her, it was incredible what took place. Even if she spoke euphemistically. It warranted another wincing sip. Afterwards she looked to him. I believe that's where you came in? Stumbling back from your night out? Drinking and whoring when your family was threatened and under attack. My whoring's not responsible for our family being threatened and attacked. He got up from his chair, walking towards the balcony. Something I can't say for your whoring. Or Jaime's, to be fair. Cersei didn't answer him, though he highly doubted shame was a factor in her silence. She had spoken too much, exerted her bruised throat. She took another sip, wincing more than ever. And he couldn't bring himself to expound on that subject. He turned to the moon himself, thinking. The Eyrie has a moon door. Where is the hand now? A raven was sent this morning. Father should receive it shortly. I expect we shall see him arriving within a fortnight. Tyrion tapped the wall twice, willing himself some patience. That he hadn't heard, father coming? Hand of the king again? A different king. He dismissed that. It wasn't what he wished to discuss at the moment. Where is the former hand? He was caught on his way to my chambers. Following Robert. Now he's in chains. Tyrion sighed deeply. It wasn't death. He was still alive. That was the tiniest relief. All right, then. He stepped forward. So we've imprisoned Jonaryn. I hope you appreciate what that means. If she did, she made no effort to convey it. Sipping her wine, staring out to the moon as if her world wasn't in a freefall. So he spoke into silence. The man's connected to 3 kingdoms. His father-in-law is the Lord of Riverrun. His brother-in-law the Lord of Winterfell. And he's the Lord of the Vale, defender of the Eyrie, warden of the fucking East. The Lord of Riverrun is an old man and, last we heard, could barely stand to rule. The Riverlands are weak. And with Little Cat married up to the Lord of Winterfell, they won't make a move unless the Northerners come marching south to help. I'm sure we can find a way to dissuade them. And how might we do that? Robert always droned on about Joffrey's future betrothal. Wouldn't hear anything else but an alliance with his dear old friend, Ned Stark. She scoffed, rolling her eyes. Gods, I've heard it every evening since the mountain fall arrived. Sending him riding back to Winterfell with a royal proposal. Betrothing Joffrey to his eldest daughter. Tyrion searched his memory. Sansa. That's the one. She shrugged. I'd always wished he'd shut up about it, but perhaps it isn't the worst idea. Betroth his eldest to the king. Shore up the north. Tell his Tully wife to rope in the Riverlands. Keep the betrothal until we crush the Baratheons. Afterwards. Cersei ended that suggestion with a shrug, but Tyrion was already staring at her. Is this one of those ideas you say out loud so you can hear how stupid it is? She didn't bother to meet his gaze as he elaborated. Trying to speak as patiently as he could. Lord Stark warded with Lord Arryn, who is now our prisoner. A man who famously defied the Mad King to protect his ward. A man whom we will have to declare a traitor. Which only a select few will believe, and Lord Stark is not one of those few. He certainly won't be open to a betrothal as compensation for imprisoning his second father. For murdering his best friend. Cersei sighed. So we don't coddle Robert's best friend. We tell a different story. Renly didn't have to escape the city with the truth. We tell our own truth. We make it so. And what other truth do you suggest? There was a very dangerous man who resided at the Red Keep for weeks. A man the crown graciously invited as a guest. A man who departed King's Landing the same day of the king's murder. It's very suspicious. Any instinct to be glib left him. His blood ran cold as he turned slowly to her. She met his eyes and scoffed. What? You object? Because he's your friend? This is your family. And it's in danger. Which Tiresias had nothing to do with, Tyrion stated softly. The man was sent by Ned Stark. He came and spoke with the small council. He sparred with the Hound. Drank wine and recovered by the sea. Now he's on his way back to Winterfell. Why? Why would he kill the king? What motivation could he possibly have? His voice rose as he asked. And when Cersei answered, she was quite cool. Why does he need a motivation? We say he killed the king, he killed the king. How? Why? When? Where? Doesn't matter. The North won't rise up to avenge a servant. She winced again. Tyrion tried to calm himself as she rubbed her throat. Things were different now. Things were very different. Sighing, she continued. Unfortunately. We demand the North stay out of the war. That'll keep the Riverlands out. The Iron Islands and Dorne won't do anything. As usual. That fool, Mace, is still master of coin. Recall him to King's Landing, along with the Tyrell army. With their troops combined with Father's, it'll be us against the Stormlands. One kingdom. Divided by two brothers who can't stand each other. Cersei smirked. Actually, it's probably a blessing that Renly escaped. If he was dead, the entire Stormlands would unite behind Stannis, then Father might have a challenge. Tyrion gripped his cup. Good luck getting the Tyrells to fight with us when Loras Lover commands half the Stormlands. But he had a more pressing concern. And what of the Vale? We've imprisoned their beloved lord. Tiresias couldn't have done that. That's our doing and we can't avoid that. When they hear Jonaran's a captive, they'll ride out of their mountains and join the Baratheons. They'll smash us in the field. He could have died as well. Tyrion almost felt his heart stop. But he hasn't. What if Robert wasn't the only one the Mountain Fall murdered before departing? Jonaran could have fallen today. But he didn't. Tyrion stated that last part quite deliberately. Jonaran is our prisoner. He lives still. That could be corrected quite easily. She shrugged blithely. Tonight if we wish. Then we say he was killed this morning. What would contradict it? He stared at her, willing himself to remain calm. It was only here in this room, her suggestion. It wasn't out. Tiresias was still safe. If he stopped this now, he would remain so. But anger wouldn't help him or his friend. She thrived on his anger. His pain. She's always had. And Tiresias being his friend wouldn't save the man. It might just even increase his torment. So instead he nodded, appearing to mull it over before speaking softly. Jonaran, killed by a man sent by Ned Stark? The same Ned Stark for whom Lord Arryn defied a mad king. Cersei managed to roll her only good eye, but she didn't speak. That space was for him. You're trying to make this more complicated than it needs to be. You know that, Cersei. You're smarter than that. A little flattery he hoped was harmless. He set the wine down and stepped to her. She met his eyes evenly as he debated. Reason or decency? To which could he appeal? Years of knowing Cersei gave him his answer. He saw it in her eyes as well. Those things you want, that our house needs right now, the Vale, the Riverlands and the North kept at bay, we have a much better chance of achieving that if Lord Arryn remains a hostage. If he stays alive. We send a catspaw and cut the hand's throat, we'll have nothing to restrain his avenging friends in battle. Not in the field. Not here if they make it to the city. Cersei didn't say anything. Merely stared off to the balcony. Tyrion leaned forward. You know I'm right. We know what Father did to this city. Do you want that for you? For Jaime? Your children? He didn't bother mentioning himself. If this city fell, she wouldn't weep for him. Really, who would? Pushing away the useless thought, he caught Cersei's changed expression. It wasn't acquiescence, but it wasn't the glib stupidity he saw moments earlier. He straightened up and sighed, finishing his cup before turning away. Fairly certain that his sister would remain here for the rest of the night, he started for the door before stopping. Have you had one of Pycelle's acolytes look at your injuries? Cersei actually laughed softly. It hurt to do so, but she laughed anyway. Why do you pretend to care? I don't pretend. I'm not nearly the actor you are, Cersei. He sighed. I'm still a member of this family, despite what you may wish. I care for you. I care for all of you. He turned back. And in the interest of our family, may I give you my final advice for the evening? No, you may not. Well, too bad. Here it is, don't do anything until father gets here. No rumors. No blame. Father's much better at that than any of us. He made to leave, then stopped. And don't let Joffrey do anything either. If Lord Arryn's going to be our hostage, he'll need to stay alive. Where is he now? The Black Cells. The Black Cells, gods give me fucking patience. Wonderful, just wonderful. He strode back to the door, glancing back to see her still facing the moon. Her battered face hidden away. It was quite easy not to bid her a pleasant evening. The corridor was quite tense when he exited her chambers. Striding quickly past Sir Meryn, he caught Bronn's eye. The man was leaning against the opposite wall. Arguably the most light-hearted fellow in the entire Red Keep at the moment. Tyrion glanced up to Bronn as he passed. The sellsword smiled and turned back to the guards, bowing lightly. Well gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. Evening to you all. He nodded to Meryn. Even you, Sir Terran Mant. Hope we can have a nice little spar sometime. It's Sir Meryn Trant, the King's Guard nearly growled. And I wouldn't honor you with a spar. Not for anything. Bronn considered this. Makes sense. I'm a bit too tall. And old. Tyrion turned back to see the sellsword leaning forward slightly. Loads easier just beating a child, ain't it? Bronn, let's go. Tyrion called, resuming his quick pace. Immediately he heard Bronn fall in behind him. With Meryn's raging growl fading away. Not that he wouldn't have enjoyed seeing Bronn dispatch the child beater, he had heard the rumors as well, but he had work to do. Unofficial work. The power he officially wielded was quite limited. But this had a rather chaotic day. It seemed rather appropriate to take a risk and grab some. On his way to the barracks, he finally saw a man with some command. And a little too much respect for it. Artos Lantel. The blonde captain and rather distant cousin of his turned to meet him. His eyes were humorless but deferential. No mockery as he nodded and stood to attention. Lord Tyrion. Captain, quite a long day. How are you and the men holding up? Well enough, my lord. My regiment are just returning from supper. Good, good, Tyrion took a breath before his white lie. I just came from my sister's chambers. It is the Queen's order that Lord Arryn be removed from the Black Cells. And contained in a room befitting his station. He is to be treated for any injuries or ailments. He shall be fed and given hot water for a bath whenever he asks. Along with fresh clothing. He is to be guarded at all times. For his own protection as well as the King's. He shall not be harassed. Is that perfectly clear? Captain Lantel nodded solemnly and rallied his men. Tyrion watched them disappear into the main keep. Bronn leaned down behind him. Hope the turnkeep below isn't a stubborn twat. Think he'll believe the Queen's so generous. The Queen had quite the scare this morning and acted out of fear, Tyrion muttered lightly. Now that she's calm, she sees that Lord Arryn is no physical danger to her. Or the King. A Lord Paramount cannot linger in the Black Cells. Bronn snorted. That's even-keeled of her. More red cloaks might kill each other before the separate orders are sorted out. If it keeps Lord Arryn alive, I'll sleep just fine. He glanced upwards. You disapprove? Not at all. You're paying me, remember. I do indeed, Tyrion muttered before walking off towards the main keep. Come on. Where we going now? Tyrion didn't speak until they arrived at his destination. Marching up and up until they arrived at the great doors stretching high into the darkness. They were cracked open. He halted before them, turning to face Bronn. Wait here. He nodded. Understood, Lord. Shout if Meryn Trant come rushing out from the shadows. A ghost of a smile ran across his face as Tyrion entered, praying that Jaime would be here. He had heard the story enough. This was where Ned Stark found him after he killed his first king. He stopped at the first columns, staring to the other end. To the Iron Throne. Evidently Tyrion knew his brother well, but Jaime wasn't sitting upon the throne. Not like last time. The hall was dimly lit and it was the moonlight that got caught in Jaime's blonde locks. His brother sat on the steps before the throne, his head bowed. Tyrion started forward, his waddling step echoing off the columns. But he was more than halfway there before his brother finally glanced up. Jaime kept his gaze until Tyrion halted before him. A solid minute of silence passed. He didn't mind the silence. He knew Jaime didn't either. But there was only so much time for it. They couldn't hide away in here for long. I just spoke with Cersei. She told me what happened. Jaime didn't react, merely continued to hold his gaze. Tyrion sighed. She also told me, that you and her noticed that something was wrong. Over the past few weeks. That Lord Arryn was getting suspicious. That something would befall you, her, the children. Letting the words carry him, he stalked over to the steps next to his brother. Jamie didn't move as he sat down next to him. Merely continued to look out. Why didn't you tell me? That got a reaction from Jamie. Finally. A smirk, but it was something. Tell you what? About the hand? What he suspected. About me and Cersei. I've known about you and Cersei for years, Tyrion shot back quietly. Though that proclamation still echoed off the walls. He sighed again. I could have helped. I could have suggested another way. Another way. Another way that didn't involve you killing another king. He was going to kill her. And we could have gotten her away before he knew. Her and the children. When Jonaran told him, we could have been prepared. Contained the king and the lord hand. Ordered their houses and soldiers to stand down. Instead we were spontaneous. We had a massacre. Not we. He turned to Jaime's quiet retort. I ordered the attack. Just me. Cersei couldn't even speak. He looked to Tyrion. I won't have you blamed for that. You were just out having a merry time. Tyrion shook his head. I don't think anyone will be making that distinction in the near future. He looked to the ceiling and sighed. You royally fucked us, Jaime. You truly did. Returning to him, he saw no objection to that statement. That's all I'll say about that. I promise. Jaime scoffed. Don't make promises you can't keep, Tyrion. You can't keep yourself from saying most things. Don't tell me you didn't look upon me when you arrived in this hall and think Kingslayer. That moniker echoed through the great hall as well. Jaime stared out after it, then sighed. Well, now I've earned that title twice over, haven't I? You have, though I suppose our new king will, like his father, keep you on. Won't object to stopping a man from murdering his mother. That did remind him though. What of the other king's guard? Where do they stand? Most have pledged themselves to the new king. They swore fealty earlier this evening. All except one. Tyrion didn't have to ask which one. Where is Sir Barristan now? Gone. It wasn't a surprise. Not really. Barristan was ordered to bring the children and Tyrion found them still in their quarters. If they were still there, then Barristan the Bold failed. There was a fallen contingent of Lannister soldiers near the southern bailey. 7 dead. Painted red like their cloaks. There's a small exit nearby, out into the city. A golden gauntlet was found behind some barrels. I'm sure the rest of his armor was looted after he abandoned it. Jaime exhaled through his nose. He could be in the city still. The gates are still being watched, but he's not. He's escaped. Tyrion added that name to the growing list of concerns he and his family would probably face in the coming months. The coming years more like. Turning back, he eyed the Iron Throne. It was an ugly thing. And the silence that surrounded it now felt false. Joffrey would cede it shortly. Amidst the chaos. What more ugliness would that repulsive little shitheel bring about before this all came to an end? Your friend escaped as well, did he not? He looked to Jaime who turned to meet his eye. The mountain fall, Tiresias, he left this morning. Before the alarm. I assume he made it out. I believe so, Tyrion muttered, hoping more than knowing. We had breakfast and then I saw him off. He would have cut it close. That's good, I suppose. I spoke with him briefly. Oh, what did you think? Very strange man. He smirked. Odd choice for a friend. Tyrion returned his smirk. I don't have many friends, Jaime. I need all the ones I can muster. He looked out to the great hall. Our whole family will. We've made many enemies today. He knew that Jaime restrained himself from correcting him. That he was the one who made the enemies. That he alone killed the king, but he let it stand. They sat in silence for another few minutes. Staring out into the darkened hall. Neither looked back at the Iron Throne. Though Tyrion felt it looming behind him. He was sure Jaime did as well. I woke up today between 2 lovely, kind, and talented whores. My friend then dumped a war from the north in my lap. My brother ignited another one right after breakfast. And it was abundantly clear which would hit first. The creature below Winterfell would have to keep. He only hoped his friend spoke true. That the army of the dead would keep beyond the wall. That Lord Stark's desire to keep the north above Moat Cailin would hold true. The Lannisters had enough on their hands without the Starks coming south. Not that he wasn't tempted to run north anyway. To catch up with his friend. Compared to what the calamity that would soon fall, descending into a frozen crypt to see the dead walk. To hear them scream. He exhaled silently. It would be far better than whatever befell the South, and his family, in the near future. Notes. Okay, now the official hiatus begins. Apologies for the lateness of this chapter. Between traveling, various projects, and a life, this chapter was completed far later than I had anticipated. But though Tiresias rode away from King's Landing only guessing what had happened, I didn't want to leave you in the same scenario. I hope you'll forgive me. Realistically, I expect this hiatus to last until 2025. I have no plans to abandon it. And I thank you for all your support. Have a good rest of the year, please vote for the love of God, and be healthy. We have caught up with the latest chapter, last updated June 29, 2024.